Vigilante, and we are here with another episode of the High Value Sigma Male, and I am here with.
Asha Cerise.
And today we're going to be talking about the current dating market and everything that surrounds that topic. So, how did you get into the speed dating space?
Well, it all started back in 2012. My best friend at the time, we went to high school together, and she was she was single. She had a boyfriend. I was married. We both had different perspectives of dating and everything, and she had somehow gained an interest in speed dating. I can't remember where her interest came in at, but she came to me with the idea that we should start a speed dating and matchmaking company. And I did a little research and I said, okay, I'm down. I feel like, I'm married, but also I want, other people to find love, even though my marriage was a little rocky at the time. But it was like, this sounds interesting. So did a little research and we kind of just jumped out there. We didn't know what we were doing at all. We we did the most. Like we went to um, a restaurant. We got started with some type of deal to do speed dating there, and we did all this like this was when you had to put feet on the ground for marketing. Like we got
Mm-hmm.
flyers done and
Yeah.
printed. We're going door to door. Um, and then the restaurant was like, "Oh yeah, we closed." Like they shut down. So like 2 weeks before our event. So we ended up going to the Denver Improv, which is like one of the biggest comedy clubs in Denver. And the deal that we made was so silly for first time entrepreneurs, first time event planners. We were my It was my homegirl. I'm gonna put it on her. She said we can fill this whole place.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a deal that we had to like pay for every drink for each seat.
Yeah.
So we're nurses at the time. The business was called the Love Nurses. We were both LPNs. We called it the Love Nurses. So I was like the marketing person. Like I came up with the name. I got my husband at the time to create the logo, all the things like that. We did a photo shoot. Um, and we hustled and bustled to try to fill up those seats. We got ads on the radio. That's expensive. I don't know if you
Mm-hmm.
know, but getting ads on the radio is super expensive. So we poured a lot of money into this. And then a lot of drama happened around it. But anyway, we did our first event. We definitely did not fill the Denver Improv.
Half?
No, no.
Fourth?
It was no. I think it was like probably close to 200 seats. We
Yeah.
probably had like 25
Them
guests.
and the staff.
Yeah, we probably had 25 guests, which is actually a nice size
That's
first
not
event.
bad for a first
But
event.
we were over calculating what we
Yeah.
could do.
Can appreciate your optimism.
Right, right, and we put on a whole event. Like we had some local comedians. We had 3 comedians. We had all these drink tickets, so everybody got to drink plenty of alcohol on us.
A lot of drunk people. That
Yeah,
night.
and then also it was back then where we couldn't really get a lot of men to come out for speed dating events. So we
Mhm.
probably had maybe like 4 guys, and the rest were women.
Nice little ratio.
So it was really interesting. Me and her went our separate ways after that first event, and I continued to do it.
So did she quit or you fired her?
It was a mutual decision because there was a personal issue that occurred between me and her sister, and it was
Okay.
just like friendship over,
Kind of
business
spilled over.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I decided I wanted to continue to do it. I kind of got the bug of event planning. I liked the idea of helping people find love. So I did a few more events that year, and then I eventually got into my own events and started doing summer camps and youth fashion shows and things like that. So that was 2012. Fast forward to being here, being single, being in Atlanta, experiencing the dating world. I've been having this desire to get back into the speed dating and event planning space for the past couple years actually. And I would say like 2 years ago, I reached out to a popular vegan restaurant and I was like, hey, can I come and do speed dating events on your slow nights? And something, I don't know what happened, but it didn't end up happening.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been saying like, okay, I'm gonna start doing mixers, singles mixers, vegan single mixers, all of these things. And the Vegan Social is a new event that started this year. Shout out to Gray and Ian. And I saw that they had put a post up that said that they were going to start doing speed dating.
Dating, yeah.
And immediately I got mad. I'm like, dang, see, this is what happens when you sleep on your ideas. Other people start doing it. And so I was like, you know what? Let me not get mad. Let me actually reach out. And I reached out to them. I told them my experience with it. I asked them if they needed support. they said, yeah, we did a consultation call. I kind of let them know my ideas, and I shot my shot. I said, if you need a host, if you need somebody to kind of handle it, I'm available. They were like, all right, we'll get back to you, and then eventually they did, and I've been back into the speed dating space again, and I'm loving it.
No, that's dope. I'm gonna do a sidebar. There was a video that just came out of this like Arabian Indian. She had like a turban thing on, not to be racist or anything, but she was saying how men are doers and women are multipliers, and she was saying, um, you buy a house, I make it a home. You give me a kid, I raise the kid. And she was saying that she said women are not seekers. They are whatever word she used. And at the end of it, I was like, yeah, I don't like this video. I don't like it because what she's saying is almost impossible to find as far as like a man who will want to deal with a woman who is not a seeker, especially modern time. And then to dismiss all of the work that a person could get into by being a seeker, she don't even know what she's missing out on because she has this aesthetic of how she wants her situation to go. So I had posted right after that. I said, if a woman is not a seeker, you can just go ahead and follow me, unfollow me, don't speak to me, don't watch none of my movies, none of the brands I endorse. Just forget I ever existed. Because I have to have somebody that's a seeker because I need somebody that's gonna make moves, just like how you made that move. The smallest move turned into a bigger move that turned into a bigger move because you wasn't expecting to meet me when I was there. And I was at Gray's first speed dating event. And then I missed his second one, but I saw that his second one didn't turn out as good as his first one did. And then the third and fourth ones is when he changed locations from the old spot to the new spot. Okay. So then I said, okay, I'm gonna go support the new spot, and then boom, that's when we ran into each other. And that's what both people in the relationship being a seeker does, is that it creates a beautiful polarity at the top. So yeah, that was just my sidebar for that right there. Shout out to you, whoever made that video.
I've heard what she's saying before, like, you give a woman whatever, and and there's truth to that. Like, we are going to multiply or enhance or elevate whatever it is that we're given, but that's not our only role.
Right, it's more, yeah. And then the other part to that is that it's guarantee versus maybe. I'm guaranteed to give you a house. You may make it a home. I'm guaranteed to give you a child. You may be a good mom. But when you're a man who's not trained in women, all that sounds good. Oh yeah, she about to hook it up.
Not a man that's not trained in women.
And when I say trained in women, what I mean is that you have to be a man who has been around a lot of your family members who are women. You have to have had a real talk conversation with your grandma, your aunties, your mom. You had to have had a real talk conversation with your teachers, people who have no sexual interest in you. And then you have to have had real talk conversations with women of different age groups, your 30s, your 40s, your 50s, and then the women who are 18 to 20s and in their 20s. Now you understand the difference between what they want, what they say, what they will deliver, the problems that they've had in their past relationship, the generational gaps between what a 50-year-old thinks of a relationship, what a 30-year-old thinks, what a 20-year-old thinks, what an 18-year-old thinks. And the one thing that's consistent between every single one is the maybe factor. If you do this, then I might do this. That's consistent across the board. But women have to package themselves in a way to where it looks like it's a perfect presentation. But when you have seen this presentation so many times, you know that that box is empty as fuck in there.
You're going to have to elaborate on this. So women have to present themselves as a perfect package, yes. But then once you open it up, it's not what it seems.
No.
You're speaking very general.
Yeah.
So please elaborate.
So, okay.
In your experience?
Just in general, my experience, seeing. There's a girl that you was doing, you know what, today. Today I got my hair done at Empire Beauty School
Mm-hmm.
in Moreau, and there was so many beautiful, hard-working beauticians in there and salon hopefuls in the
Mm-hmm.
future. And it was like 50 of them in there, and I was only attracted to two.
Okay.
And what I noticed why I was only attracted to two was because there was so many deficiencies. Like, you got this girl right here with a beautiful smile, but her body is not good. You got this girl right here whose body is banging, but her smile ain't there. She got a nice body and a beautiful smile. Her attitude is poor. She like it's very rare that you meet a woman and she's just like she's she's fit, fertile, cooperative, ready to be on your program, hardworking, consistent, like character, morals, rather than aesthetic. But even if you're just judging it based off of the aesthetic alone, still deficiencies there. You interviewed one girl, she was like kind of like Chinese, Japanese looking, but she spoke really good English. She was very short. And you was asking her about her dating experience, and she was saying how she moved all around and dope chick. And I ended up speed dating her myself. But when I realized when she got up was that there was nothing to look at as far as her. She was a straight up and down stick.
Oh my
And
goodness.
it's like and the problem with that is I understand that we can't really go to the gym because you're not even in the gym right now. We're not meeting each other there. I would be bringing you there. And if I have to bring you there, that means I have to bring you in other areas too. If I'm already conquering the world and now I gotta bring you with me rather than us going, then that slows down what I'm doing.
So do you meet women that you're interested in at the gym?
Okay. But they problem don't be the gym. They problem be other areas.
So when's the last time you met a woman that you were like, this is the total package of what I'm looking for?
It's very, very rare. And it changed. It's my fault that it changed. It changed because when I got on TV, my taste became different. And
Why is that?
because now I'm looking from a totally different lens of I'm going from struggle love, I like you, it's okay if my car break down at the end of the street, we can push it together. As long as we love each other, we good.
So was it about you being on TV or was it about your tax bracket?
Well, I'm about to make it come full circle.
Okay.
So now that I don't have to struggle like that no more, now I would like to have somebody who has the same feminine amount that compensates for how much we don't have to struggle no more. The best example I could give is Savannah James, LeBron's wife. When they were in high school, she needed high school level femininity. When he got into the NBA, now you have to increase that femininity to I'm in the NBA now. And then when he becomes an MVP, now we need MVP femininity. Okay, now I'm the face of the league. I need your femininity to grow as I grow into this conglomerate, this mogul, this Hall of Fame prospect. But if she stayed the high school feminine level while he emerges to MVP in the league, now there's a slant. And now he wonders. Now he's looking at other women who could fulfill what that is. And what I mean for those who don't know when I say feminine level, that means like the yin to his yang and what he has to do now to provide for the family and the new circumstances. When he gets traded from Cleveland to Miami, it's time to move. It's not time for you to run your mouth. It's time to move because this is what we need to do. You have a new life now in Miami. I'm in the NBA. You're with me. We're going here. So the problem is that it's two sides of it. You got the women who are too combative in that situation to where they're like, well, I don't want to go. I want to stay here. That's what happened on the game with Derwin and Melanie. That's why he ended up cheating. Because her level of femininity, when she knew him as a broke kid in college, didn't grow when he became the rookie wide receiver in the NFL. And it was also his problem too because when he met Drew Sadura, he didn't man up and come to his woman and say, "I'm a professional football player now. I'm attracted to this woman right here. Let's have a conversation and figure out what we're gonna do moving forward." That was
So do you think that was the issue, or do you think it was because she was holding on to her individuality and wanting to follow her dreams as a med student?
mixture of both. But he wanted to do the right thing. He wanted to marry her. But thank God that didn't happen because on paper she looked good.
Didn't they get married?
They ended up getting married later, and
After he had
that was
baby
one of
and all
that was one of the worst mistakes he could ever make, because you don't never take a woman back after she gets sexually active with another man. Now she done smashed Trey Wiggs. You had a problem with Trey Wiggs. You told her don't ever be with Trey Wiggs again, and then she ends up smashing him, and then getting an abortion because she's gonna have his baby, and then you choose to marry her.
I need to rewatch the game. I forgot all about
Yeah.
the juicy details.
That's what happened. And then she's smashing the doctor at the same time that they trying to get back together, Mick Hottie. And
you're refreshing my memory.
yeah, and then who the other dude when they got into the fight in the bathroom, and then he re-injured his knee and had almost got traded to another team. So now your NFL career that you worked your whole life for, you almost lost it because of a bathroom fight over a female that's fucking another dude. Do you realize how lame you gotta be to be involved in that situation? One piece of vagina?
But I don't think that that's blaming it on her lack of feminine elevation, or the term, whatever term you use. I think it's maturity on both ends. Like,
yeah, I'm blaming him too.
Yeah, if she still has the high school mentality, so did he. Like,
Yeah.
they still both operating as little kids, and
Yeah,
they're
facts.
both navigating new spaces and new circumstances in their lives. So,
Yeah.
and then back to LeBron James and Savannah James. Do you feel like, based on his career path, that's why she's elevating in her femininity, or that's just her natural evolution as a woman?
That's one of them intangibles that we'll never know. It's kind of hard to say. That'd be like saying that Barack was never president with Michelle, blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, because it seemed like what is the word I'm looking for? Credited his career path to her elevation and femininity. And I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily, I get what you're saying, like, as far as, having to be on board. Like, even with Sierra, a lot of people don't like Sierra based on her dating history or whatever, but, like,
I was just talking about that earlier.
Her husband has been in multiple states with teams. He was in the Broncos. I'm from Denver. They don't play about their teams. They did not like him there.
Dang, they didn't like him?
No, they were upset about how much money was spent, and they didn't feel like he was playing his best, which something happened. You know what happened with him being there? He had his own office. He wasn't really connecting with the team.
Yeah.
So to have to uproot from Denver to go to Pittsburgh or wherever the Steelers are, that does take cooperation. But I don't think that that's necessarily like, I don't see, you use the game as the example, but like in real life, if a man chooses a woman and he has this career that takes him other places, like, she's gonna have to be down. Like, what woman in their right mind is gonna be combative about picking up and moving?
You'll be surprised.
Like, I wouldn't understand that.
Nobody understands that. That's the problem.
Are there any real life examples of NFL wife being like, I'm tired of moving, I don't want to go anywhere because you're uprooting me? Like, that's part of the.
More than likely behind the scenes. Because it's a package. Remember I said they got to package it well. So they're not going to let that part get out about that happened. It's a packaging. I wouldn't expect for that part to get out. Because they know that would sound ridiculous to most women that'll come and snatch their man up. But behind the scenes, they'll have that argument with him.
Do you think, what do you think was the downfall between Tom Brady and his wife?
No, I'm not sure, but let's go back to the Sierra thing.
Okay.
Let's go back to her history with Bow Wow, 50 Cent, Future, whoever she was dating back in high school, and now Russell, who's raising Future's kids.
Child.
Kid.
What about it? So you named Bow Wow, 50 Cent, Future. Was there anybody else that you named?
I'm pretty sure there's more, but we could just go to Russell and then we can leave it there.
Okay, before Russell, we talked about 3 men.
Yeah.
Her and Bow Wow, I think, were teenagers when they were together, or very early 20s,
Early
if
20s.
if anything. That was a long-term relationship. I remember she was close with his mom, his family.
Mm-hmm.
They ended. Boom, no kids involved. Oh. Who else? 50 Cent. They dated. I don't even think they dated very long. Okay, dated. It was public, whatever. Went their separate ways. Done. No kids. Future. Long-term relationship. Engaged. Created a child. I think she might be his maybe 4th baby mama. I don't know. But they did have a long-term relationship. They were engaged. It didn't work out.
Position to be in.
It didn't work out.
Yeah.
She moved on. She did her work. She prayed for a certain situation in her life. She met Russell. He accepted her child. He raised the child as his own. And I don't understand why a lot of men come down on his relationship with his bonus son.
That's what you call him?
His stepchild? His child. Really, he's raising him as his own.
Yeah.
But
they usually end up doing it.
I don't understand the criticism, but like pre-freak-offs. Did nobody say nothing about Diddy taking Al B. Sure's whole son, who has his whole face, and claiming him as his son and raising him? I never heard anybody criticizing him.
I think that's not unknown, but like it's still kind of a head scratcher on like the details of that. So it's like
no, it's not. Him and Kim Porter were together.
Mm-hmm.
She had a son by Al B. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Diddy raised him.
Mm-hmm.
No one says a word. But then when Russell decides he wants to raise baby Future, everybody's criticizing that. Why?
I think there's subtle differences in that right there, but
Let's hear some of them.
The polarity of the situations. But honestly,
let me hear one.
Of the differences in them?
Yeah.
Well, Diddy's situation was more the generation before this. That was like the last generation. And then this situation is more current. So the way that stepdads were looked at that time is completely different.
So because it's a different generation, what's the difference?
Yeah, I'm not saying that's the reasoning, but I'm saying like
why it wasn't criticized?
it's more commonality for somebody to step in and do that at that time. The last generation of women, there's no offense to y'all, I'm only saying this because I've been doing my DNA ancestral test and I forgot about one aspect of that test, and that's that most women of the last generation were not entirely paternally driven. So therefore, there's a lot of people out there by the thousands that are looking for their real father right now because their mom lied to them. So the last generation, that they made that a practice. So to see what Diddy did for his son is not uncommon with how the last generation of women move. My mom had 5 kids by 5 dads. I told her this, and she said, "Oh no, you ain't got nothing to worry about, son. That's definitely your dad." I said, "Mom, you don't get the fuck on somewhere."
You knew it wasn't your dad?
No. My situation didn't happen like that.
Oh.
But my dad, my biological father passed away, and my mom is divorced from my stepdad. So it really wouldn't even matter to me. And then with my mom having 5 by 5, what the hell word can I take from what she says about paternity? She clearly didn't care. But it wasn't just her. When you look at other women of the last generation, you're like, how many kids you had? 7. How many did you have? 8. What about you? 10. What about you? 12. How many different dads? 4. How many different dads? 3. How many different dads? 9. I guess that was just a thing to do. So that's why.
But then there's so many examples of people that were married and had one father with all their children.
You want to tell the government assistance that for the last generation?
Yeah. What is this? Do you have the statistics? I'm sure that there's plenty of people that came from 2-parent homes that everybody has the same father.
Cosby Show.
In real life, you don't know nobody personally.
No, I do. I'm just bullshitting. But I know we got to tell these uncomfortable truths about the women of the last generation.
But it's not just we have to talk about the whole spectrum of it, not just that the generation before us, everybody got multiple baby daddies, multiple children by multiple men. Like,
did that happen?
Yeah, and it still happens, and it's been happening since the beginning of time. But it's also people that have one man, a husband, they have their children with that one man.
Yeah. I mean, I guess all of it is happening all the time, but we know what the last generation of women were before our generation.
So what's the problem with Sierra? You people feel like because she decided to have a child with a man like Future that she doesn't
Well,
deserve a man like Russell?
that's wild in itself to even somebody that calls himself the codeine cowboy is now the father of your child. That's some wild shit.
Let me see how old Sierra was when she got with Future.
That matters.
It does.
We'll be right back after this commercial break, y'all. She's about to pull up this information for me. I feel like she was in her 30s. Had to be about 35.
Absolutely not. She's barely older than me. She's probably like 38 now.
31 probably then. About 31.
No, baby Future is way older than me. So when she was married, when she got married, hold on, let's see. Hold on. Okay, so she's been with Russell since 2016, so that was 8 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the baby was maybe a 2.
Yeah.
So 10.
Yeah, 10.
So she's how old now? She was born in 85, so yeah. She was in her late 20s.
Yeah, about 29, 28, 29.
I mean,
That's late 20s, right?
yeah. I'm just saying, like, okay, she got with a rapper who's, but what does that mean that she no longer deserves to mature, evolve, and move on? Like, she's got to just
you got
be somewhere on the side of the road struggling for the rest of her life because she made a poor choice in a man.
You got the tomorrow complex too. It's very common within women.
Please explain what Sierra's life should be like.
No, I'm not. I don't know what it should. And
based on your own
Russell, shout out to you because you're a blessing. Shout out to you, sir. But
he would say she's a blessing to him.
Yeah, sure. And what I was saying, to the girl earlier was the men that we just named. I don't know if it's just personal to me, or if a lot of guys feel this way, but a woman's purity is everything. And when I see that you've had a public relationship with somebody else, and then you go and do it again with somebody else, and then you're pretty much telling the entire world what you're doing with your vaginal area.
And why does that matter to y'all? It's probably women that don't publicly show it that might have had hundreds of men in their vaginal area, and you would never know.
That was another video that I just saw the other day. There was a girl who was dressed in a very sleazy way, and she just said, y'all be thinking that it be us that be shaking ass that be the hoes, it be the girls that beat it up. And I was just thinking, well, how's about you don't be the hoe and the other girl don't be the hoe? Why is that never an option?
Or why is it that the hoes can't be left to do hoe shit? And if you want to not have a hoe, get you somebody that's not a hoe. Leave the hoe. Let them mind their business, and y'all mind y'all.
That's what they were saying about Russ right there. They asked him the same question.
Well, why? So you're considering Sierra to be a hoe because she's publicly dated 3 men? Please explain to me what a hoe is. Let's start there.
To me, a hoe, and shout out to you, Sierra, I love you. To me, a hoe is somebody who does not practice sexual discipline within feminine parameters.
And what is the sexual discipline? What are the feminine parameters?
If me and you start talking, you're not allowed to date my cousin, my brother, my uncle, nobody in my family, nobody that's close to me, friends, family. You're not allowed to have intercourse, unless we say that this is what we do, man. Intercourse with another man or a woman, depending on if people, I don't consider another woman cheating, but some people do, or another man during the time that we're together. Just pretty much the stuff that you know that you're not supposed to be doing, you just don't do it. But then there's an added layer to that. There's a limelight layer. So now when you date somebody and you famous, then the best thing for that woman to do would be to keep any other relationships that she got private because she already showcased her vaginal use to the world, and now you're about to showcase your vaginal use to the world again, and then you're about to showcase your vaginal use to the world again, and then you're about to showcase. So that's Future, 50 Cent, Bow Wow.
So you still haven't told me what a hoe is.
I just did.
You said that if a woman is dating someone, they shouldn't date that man's family or have
and
intercourse
close
with someone
friends.
else.
Yeah.
You're saying what they should do. What makes a woman a hoe? What
When
are
she
the specific?
operates outside of the sexual parameters.
So if she was dating one man at a time and being monogamous with each man at a time, where is the whole activity at?
The whole activity is the showcasing of the maneuvering.
But how is she to know that? How was she to know that when she and Bow Wow were together that they weren't going to last forever? And was
That's
she
the
supposed
first
to
one.
keep it secretive for her whole life? She's in the public eye, so even
Yeah.
if she tried to keep it secretive, if they take a picture or whatever,
Right,
it's gonna come out.
right.
Okay, she go on a date with 50 Cent.
Mhm.
Okay, it came out.
That's wild.
She
Two
go on.
rappers.
But she's in the industry, so she's dating men within the industry that she works
That's
in.
even
Just
wilder.
like you said,
Parameters.
you want to find a woman that does the things that you do or you're into.
I said, I didn't say that.
You said that you instead of you having to bring her to the gym,
Yeah.
somebody that's already going. That was
Going.
the example that you used.
Yeah.
So instead of her having to go outside of the circles that she's in,
That's wild.
she's dating within her circles.
Proximity dating. As a celebrity.
What's the
That's
problem?
wild as hell. That's some wild shit.
So where is
The
where
whole
is
world-
the whole activity?
The
I'm still
whole
not
world
seeing
is
it.
open to you, but you focused on this right here. This is the equivalence of Faith Evans dating Stevie J after she was married to Biggie. That's wild.
What does that have to do with Sierra? 'Cause
But you understand what I'm saying though.
I'm just saying, like,
Wasn't that his producer?
who?
Stevie J produced for Biggie.
Yeah.
And now she's dating.
All of the bad boy associated people got
Yeah,
some other
but you
stuff
understand
going
what
on.
I'm saying though. When I
Yeah.
say sexual parameters.
But still, that's not for us to judge because a lot of people say that her relationship with Biggie was something, that was put together.
I don't
a
like
lot of
this
those
word.
relationships.
I don't like this word judgment. I think that when people have eyeballs, people fault other people for being able to see.
But the judgment comes in at not just recognizing it, but putting a title on it. If you're saying that Sierra is a hoe
Mm-hmm.
because you've seen 3 men that she's dated before she got married,
Okay.
where you still, so you're saying that any woman that has sex with more than one man in their life is a hoe?
No.
I'm still trying to get the
I don't
definition
think
of a
I
hoe.
ever gave you the parameters before.
I
Okay.
keep asking for it.
So, all right, this is the example I gave. I said, if you a woman and you date a man and you in high school and y'all date each other from freshman year to senior year and y'all have sex at the senior prom, y'all go y'all separate ways. He go to this college, UCLA, you go over there to Maine. You get another boyfriend from freshman year to senior year. Now, after college, you get deployed overseas, and then he stays in America. Y'all decide y'all not gonna be together no more. You get another boyfriend when you deployed, and then y'all get engaged. That engagement doesn't work out. You come back to America, you find you a husband, y'all get married, have 17 kids. I don't consider that person to be a hoe because none of this was in the limelight. None of these people were related. None of these were simultaneous, and all of these were high quality relationships. These were people that she literally thought were gonna be in her life for the rest of her life. And I'm assuming from my example, these ain't 4 real people, that these are people that don't call themselves codeine cowboys. And these are also people who don't use any derogatory language toward women for a living on a microphone. And I would hope that she wasn't proximity dating, which is extremely low quality. So, do I consider that woman who had those 4 to be? No.
You keep telling me what's not a hoe, but you're not telling me what is a hoe. What makes a woman a hoe?
Everything that I
saying,
just said, you can
no.
put it in reverse.
Okay, so if a woman has a relationship that's not 4 years at a time or high school only, college only, she's a hoe.
No, I think
You're
that,
still not telling me
think that
what
you're-
is a hoe.
I think that you're dismissing.
I'm
every-
hearing everything that you're
Okay,
saying.
then take it
but-
and put it in the opposite way.
I just did, and you said no to that.
Okay, so if all right, here's a hoe. If you're a woman and I'm dating you, and then my cousin comes around and you
We
offer
got that
him,
example.
okay,
Sierra didn't do that. She ain't had sex with nobody's
all
family
right.
member. So
Remember,
I'm trying to.
the first example I said was limelight dating. If
So
you,
as a celebrity woman, if you're dating men that are also celebrities,
yeah,
you're a hoe.
no, no. I see what you're doing, and that's not what I said.
I'm trying to get it out. I'm trying to get the clear definition.
I understand that certain women don't give a damn about their purity anymore. They lost that shit a long time ago. So I understand how when a person says, "What's your body count?" a woman gets super uncomfortable when that topic comes up because she knows what she's done with her body. Whereas to a woman who knows the positive things that she's done with her body, she will gladly tell you, "I've only had 3 boyfriends, or I've only had 2 partners."
But who is it that's the judge or the person that says what's pure and what's not? And why is it that men are so, some men, let me not speak in general terms, are so worried about a woman's purity, but don't y'all want to have sex? Who are y'all having sex with if not with a woman?
I think that what you're asking right now is dismissive to.
It's not dismissive. It's if you want to have sex with women, and women want to have sex with you, the only option for you all to be able to have sex with women is for women to allow you to have sex with them.
Yeah.
But then you turn around and judge that same woman that is having consensual sexual relationships and say you're not valuable in the dating market, or you're not a high valued woman, or you're not pure because you're engaging in the same sex that I've engaged in.
I don't know when the hell anybody said any of that.
Men say it all the time.
I was about to say that was, well, here in this conversation, that was never said.
Well, okay, so what's pure? When do you stop being pure?
Okay. Oh, this is a perfect example. You stop being pure when the first things out of your mouth that a person meet when they see you is big old freak, big booty, big old tree. And that's the way that you introduce yourself as a woman to the world, knowing that there's Lauryn Hills and Erykah Badu's and Patti LaBelle's out here. But that's your introduction to the world as a woman, is that you want to introduce everybody to your ass before you introduce them to your face.
So Megan Thee Stallion is not pure.
And then you get a boyfriend, and while you're with your boyfriend, you have sex with the baby, and the baby puts out a new song where in his lyrics he says, "And I smashed her the night before the shooting happened with Tory," and comes to find out that you were also smashing Tory while the ex-boyfriend was about to crash out on the baby. And not only you, but also your friend that you introduced her to is also smashing him. And this is how you maneuver through the industry. But I also remember a video of Megan Thee Stallion and G-Eazy laying on the couch together, making out with each other. You remember this video, right? You never seen this? Okay, yeah, making out with each other while
I wouldn't know G-Eazy if he walked through that door right now.
He's talented, man. Shout out to G-Eazy, man. I'll fuck with G-Eazy. And so now I'm just looking. They wanted me to celebrate 50 years of hip-hop. You know why I told them no? Because the #1 song in the world was somebody talking about how their booty hole was brown. So this is yet another girl who's introducing me to her asshole before I even know what her face looks like.
Do you feel like someone like Luke deserved to be celebrated during 50 years of hip hop?
Who's Luke?
Uncle Luke from Miami.
You talking about donuts? Pop that donuts?
Do you feel like he doesn't deserve his flowers for his contribution to hip hop?
It was for him, or it
No,
was
I'm just
for
saying.
hip hop in general?
Yeah, it was for hip hop in general, which includes Pop That Pussy, Booty Hole Brown, Lil' Kim, Foxy Brown, Tupac, everybody that has some type of contribution to hip hop.
Is that Megan sucks and Ice Spice sucks.
Why does Megan suck?
She can't rap at all. She sucks.
Megan does not rap. She does not suck. She can't rap.
No, she can't. If you put a microphone in front of her right now and play the beat and say, "Yo, spit something,"
I would say that her flow is often exactly the same, but she's skillful.
She's garbage as shit. And
Ice Spice has her lane too.
Yeah,
she's not like a talented musician, but she has a lane in what she offers.
That's the difference between everybody that you just named and them, is that Uncle Luke is fire. Everybody else shoot Foxy. She got bars. And
Okay,
Kim
that's
can
but
rap.
that's your opinion.
No,
There's
no,
some people that
that's
feel like Megan is the best rapper. There's some people
anyway.
that love Ice Spice. That's
No,
your
I
opinion.
ignore ignorance.
It's
I
ignorant
don't deal
because
with the dumb shit. I don't deal with the dumb
I don't agree. Just because you don't like a rapper doesn't
Mhm.
mean that their contribution to entertainment is just null and void because you don't personally vibe with their style. There's a lot of people I don't like their
bougie,
style, but I'm not.
ratchet. But I will give her credit. Like, even as stupid as an app as TikTok is, her contribution with her classy bougie ratchet record, which sucks, it did a lot for TikTok.
What female rappers do you like that's out right now?
Um, they more underground. I don't think you would know them. And because of my ancestral thing, I've been more so tapped in with the Afrobeat side.
Name them.
Are you talking about?
Somebody
Okay.
knows them.
All right, so like Queen Maddie, she's dope. Um, what's her name? Airy Star, that steady increasing the commas, commas, commas. You gonna hear the song? It's a big one. It's a lot of them. It's a lot of girl Afrobeats artists that are super dope. I like them. I like them. I don't know them by name. I'm still learning their names because they got overseas names. But
do you
yeah.
like any Black American rap girls that's out right now?
Okay, so we already said no to Ice. We said
We ain't talking about what you don't like. We talking about what you do like.
I'm doing process of elimination. Process of elimination. No to Ice. No to Sexy Red. No to Megan. No to forgot her name.
What she look like?
Used to date DDG.
Oh, Ruby Rose.
Ruby Rose. That's a no.
You like Glorilla?
It's a no.
What's wrong with Glorilla?
It's a no. She sucks. Man, she's sorry as hell. It's not even their fault. It's the fact that we had such great women. Like Queen Latifah is fire.
When the last time you bumped some Queen Latifah in your car?
It could really be any. The MC Light is
When the last
fire.
time you listened to MC Light?
Sade is fire too.
When the last time you listened to these women that you're
Poetry
naming?
is fire too.
Because they are, but there's also room for. I'm not saying that. I don't judge even the young girls that are out now and the messaging that they have because it's adult entertaining and adult entertainment and they have an audience for that. And we've always had raunchy music, explicit music, and it's for adults and you pick and choose what you want to listen to. So I'm not here for the judgment as far as like, oh, what are we teaching our kids? This and that. Like, parents are responsible for what their kids listen to and how they understand what's out there and entertaining. We've been listening to My Neck, My Back, Pop It, Pussy, Scrub the Ground, or whatever. Like, we've been listening to it, and based on the morals that we've have instilled, our parents have instilled in us, and our community of people in real life, not just on the radio or whatever, determines how we take those lyrics or take that music and run with it. There's room for everybody, I feel. So I'm not gonna say that. Or you said that you decided not to celebrate 50 years of hip hop because the #1 song was Booty Hole Brown.
Yep.
Yeah, it's silly, it's stupid.
Yeah.
But
That
what
song
about all
sucks.
the other contributions that you
And
do like?
that's the part that hurt my heart. That's what hurt my heart. Because I've contributed. They created the Bolden Awards because me and Dondre came together and did Fly Away. Like, my contribution to hip hop, me being in the source, me being in all hip hop, like, it feels good for me to have kicked down the door from being from Flint, Michigan and making it in Atlanta and being like, yo, I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I get here, like, yo, who let these lame ass niggas in here?
But it's
Why
been
are they?
lames and it's been lames. It's
But
always
the
it's room
problem-
for everybody.
The problem with them lames is that we had people like Tupac and other people to check them lames. Like, they wasn't letting nobody in the door. Like, yo, who is that in the corner? We about to go see about them. But now it's like everybody's so pussy now that people just want to have them there. You're not about to be on my hall. This is my hall. That's just how I feel about it. Unless I can put this microphone right here and say rap, and it's fire.
So who's some rap guys that you like that are new these days?
The new rappers.
Yeah.
Trans Lee is fire. Gray is
Yeah,
phenomenal. Man, he is dope. I've been listening to Trans Lee since I'll be 30 in December. I've been listening to Trans Lee like 10 years now.
Really?
Zip Kennedy, like, I listen to all they projects. They fire. I'm one of them people where it don't even have to be mainstream. If I hear it and it's dope, I'm posted on my page to all 100,000 of my people because I want everybody to know all the dope music. Lately I forgot that Enya. That's more your generation, but
Excuse me?
you,
What?
you remember Enya?
Enya?
Yeah. You remember Enya? She's the one who created that's her voice. Killing Me Softly.
Oh.
That voice is hers. Yeah. Okay. Well, she's a Caucasian artist. She's super dope. And then I went to white school for like 3-4 years. So I fuck with Green Day and Red Hot Chili Peppers. Like they make dope ass music. It's only in hip hop. Even if you listen to the current music right now that's in Nigeria and other parts of Africa, it's mixed well. They talking about love. They got Afro beats, R&B.
Oh yeah, music internationally. There's a lot of beautiful music, but at the same time, hip hop that derived from America
Yeah,
influences the world.
the biggest influence.
The world is
Now you-
everywhere,
now
and
you
everybody
see-
is trying to be like.
Now you see why my heart hurts. Because the biggest influence in the entire world comes from the most impoverished group that used to have stuff that came from the soul when they rap.
But it's still there. Like we have to find it. We can't focus on Booty Hole Brown when there's people like what is her name, Rhapsody, and different artists that are giving that Queen Latifah, MC Light type vibe. Like if we just have to shine more light on what we do like.
Right.
Which let's rewind back to purity because you still haven't told me
Oh, we
when a woman stops being pure.
I
And
just
what
told you.
you said.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So when Sexy Red first came in the game, what became her most popular term was "my baby daddy." That was her most popular term because he was in jail. Now she has a second kid by another guy, which means that she's been ejaculated inside of twice by 2 different men and have 2 different legacies that she's now carrying. And now she just got caught on a YouTube stream with another dude, and she tried to give him a kiss live on the stream. Somebody that she's not dating, none of that. And she did it in front of everybody that was watching. This is a girl that don't give a which means that if I'm around her, like if she was sitting in this seat right now, I wouldn't doubt that she would try to, even while other people are right down the hall, as loud as she can possibly be. And if this camera went on live, she wouldn't try to turn it off. Where's the purity in that?
Okay, so again, why do we care so much about women who are liberated or sexually free or whatever you want to call it? Why do we?
Politically correct terms.
Or hoes. I'm sure that they might even embrace the title of hoe. And based on your, which I really haven't got a clear definition of what a hoe is, I might be a hoe. Even though I've been celibate for almost 5 years. Now, what does that mean though?
We celebrating.
I'm just saying, but what
That's
does
bigger than 50 years of hip hop right there.
I mean, but at the same time, I am a sensual woman, and I am a free-spirited woman, so I'm not like being sexy, showing skin, whatever is not. I'm not opposed to that, and I'm sexually disciplined, but that doesn't mean like, my sexual past doesn't get erased because I haven't had sex in several years, like. So I don't really care about being pure or someone saying, "Oh, you're pure" or "You have this level of purity," because what really does that mean? If you're dating adults have sexual history. Like there are some women that I know that have only been with their husband or I know some women that are almost 30 that are still virgins.
Right.
But that doesn't. I don't feel like that makes you here, and every other woman that has a sexual history is down here. Like there's other things. I don't feel like that's compared. Like we need to compare women based off of how many people have entered their vagina. What do you call it? Vaginal activity. And how many people have ejaculated within
Which
them.
is
like
wild as fuck, by the way.
Yes, there's other things that we have to consider when you're having sex. Soul ties and the connection that you have with people and your sexual history, your STD history, all of those things.
You think that mattered to them? The people that we were just talking about?
I don't know,
You
because
give a shit?
I think a lot of the things like Sexy Red, Suki, a lot of these women they're doing a lot because that's the audience that they've created. Like Suki has an OnlyFans. She's doing whole shit. She's doing a lot of extra explicit things. But then the other side of her is she's conscious. She's she loves cooking for her children. She loves being a homemaker. All these things. So there's like duality within her. She's Suki, but then she's her real life person. The real life her is Destiny. So a lot of the stuff that they're doing is entertainment, and it's part of who they are, but it's not all of who they are. So some man might fall in love with Destiny.
That's her real name?
Yeah. And if she's on some whole shit, explicit shit, being extra on OnlyFans, online, or whatever, he still might find her as a person to be the woman of his dreams. And I'm not gonna say, oh, she doesn't deserve love or she doesn't deserve a good man because she does adult entertainment.
Women usually don't. They usually won't.
And that's fine. We think differently.
Yeah, it's women operate off of an imbalanced social hierarchy. They really don't know. They don't know where they sit on the totem pole, and that's the reason why they caddy with each other. Is because.
But what about men though?
But men know where they sit. If you're the janitor, you're the janitor. If you're the CEO, you're the CEO. If you're the
y'all don't know either. Because I just shout out to Donnie Wiggins.
Shout out Donnie. You talking about the clip?
Yeah, and a lot, and not just. It's funny that kind of went viral because I see that a lot of men feeling like maybe amongst yourselves, y'all feel like, okay, this is the standard of value.
Yeah.
But in terms of what a woman looks at and feels like that's a man of value, that's a high value man, our scales are different. We think differently.
We think differently.
So yes, women, we might accept certain things or we might not. There's a lot of women that judge the hell out of Sukis and Sexy Reds and all that. And
they should.
Should they?
I mean, purity is purity. I don't give a fuck about who cancels it out or not. It's still
but
there.
Then those same women that are judging probably have a lot of things about them 100%. That could be under the light.
And that's exactly why women cancel out the social hierarchy. You just said it. That's why they do it.
Say it. Give me an example. Explain.
Okay, friend A, friend B. Friend A has a boyfriend, and she goes to cheat on her boyfriend with guy number 2.
Friend
she tells.
A has a boyfriend.
Okay. Guy number 2. She tells her friend, girl number 2, such and such just blew my back out last night. Her friend says, oh my God, girl, you know you wasn't supposed to do that. Oh my God, you're not gonna tell him this? You know your secret safe for me. All right, cool. This is how the girl friendship works. Then, girl number 2 has a fantasy. She wants to get a train ran on her. That's her fantasy. So she does that. She goes and gets a train ran on her when they go out to Bora Bora. And she comes back and she meets this guy that she likes a whole lot. And her friend, girl number 1, is sitting at the table with them. They're eating dinner, and he goes, you ain't never did no crazy ass shit like have a train ran on you before, right? Now it's quiet at the table. But her friend is sworn to secrecy because she's holding her secret about when she cheated on her boyfriend, who's also sitting at the table. And they know for a fact that if she says yes, that she's gonna let out her secret too, like the Tyler Perry dinner table scene. This is the female dynamic. This is the reason why they can't stop being friends with each other, because she knows too much about her. And the only way that females can stop being friends with each other is if, the only way that women can stop being friends with each other is if they don't care about the secrets that the other person can let out anymore. Or if they have spun the narrative enough to the people that she could possibly tell. Now they can stop being friends. But they hold this stuff for each other because women don't have the same moral compass or character buildup that men do. Everything is justified to them. I cheated on him because he wasn't giving me what I wanted. No, you're a cheater and a liar.
When the last time you heard a man say, I'm a cheater and a liar versus, I just like...
No, I hear it a lot. I ain't shit. I hear that a lot.
Women don't.
Don't do it. Oh, they don't.
We don't hear that.
Yeah. That's
so
I'm confirming it for you.
Right.
I'm confirming it for you. That I hear it a lot. And I get on those men a lot because most of them have good women that would be in poly situations with them, but they so ain't shit that they don't care.
Okay, before we drift too far out, I get what you're saying. There are some friendship dynamics where people are afraid that their business is going to get let out. But in that example, I don't think necessarily that the only reason that the woman would keep her secret is because she doesn't want hers to be let out. It's just not her business to tell. What do I look like at the table with my friend and the dude say, you ain't never had a train ran on you, and me say, and I'll say, yeah, she did actually. Like, what would I look like even telling her business that way, whether she has a secret about me or not?
It just wouldn't.
Would you tell if your home? I already know the answer. But if the same scenario, if you at the table with your homeboy and he knows that you've cheated on your girl before, and he's went and just had sex with a whole bunch of women at a brothel out of the country, and then he comes back to the States, y'all at dinner, and he meets this wonderful woman, and she says, you ain't never just went to a brothel and paid for some vagina, right? What do you look like saying, yeah, he just came back from Colombia?
Honestly, are we talking specifically about me?
I'm just saying, in general, what would a man look like saying, actually, he had, like, wouldn't that be...
I don't know what another man would do in that scenario, but anybody that's around me that has poor character is no longer a friend of mine. So if my friend goes to that brothel and I know that he has a woman at home, I know that he'll do anything.
What if he doesn't have a woman at home? What if he just went to a brothel and then he meets this wonderful woman and
now
she says,
I'm gonna have a conversation with him behind the scenes. If he says no, then I'm gonna have a conversation with him behind the scenes and I'm gonna go, okay, is this something that you're trying to block out of your mind, like you feel like it was a bad decision, or are you just gonna go the rest of your life knowing that that's what you did, or are you gonna make this a regular thing when you travel? Like, where's your head at with this? Because now I'm gonna get to see where your moral compass and your character sit. Because you made a decision for yourself. And it's not my place to say anything about the decision that you made for yourself. But it is my place to position myself in a friendship with you, depending on your moral compass and if it's changed, shifted, or whether you feel like that you made a bad decision and you just want to forget about it and you gonna come clean to this woman at some point if it comes up again.
So let me ask you this. Do you feel that a new person coming into your life is entitled to your whole sexual history?
Whole is a big word.
Or any of it, really.
Yeah.
Other than your status.
Yeah.
You feel that a new person coming into your life that is wanting to take you seriously should be able to know how many people you've been with, what all you've done, how freaky you've gotten. Like what
Not like on a whole like transcript, but like
what do you feel like they should have access to?
As things come up. As things come up, if I ask you about blah blah blah, not like an FBI way, I'm not interrogating you, but just I mean, this nigga Steve over here talking about motherfucking threesomes. You had a threesome before?
Okay.
Right. Now we're talking about it. If you ever had a threesome before, then you can say that. Because you was a person before me. I get a chance to decide what I want to do after that. But if you're a person, no, I ain't never. Girl, yes you did. You had 2 threesomes. Now your character is intact. You're a liar. But women don't look at it like that.
No, I think that if someone asks you directly, yeah, you would be a liar if you said no. But
would they look at it like that?
I
Predominantly
think so.
Women?
I think so. Like, either you're going to say, I'd rather not say, or you're going to say, yes. If you say no, you're lying.
Okay, and 90% of women are going to say no to that.
Where did that statistic just come from?
So you feel like that most women are just going to admit to the fact that they had a threesome to a dude that's trying to take them seriously?
I don't know.
They finally got the guy they wanted, and he asked them that question, and now they're going to just answer.
I think by the time that they've gotten to that type of question, I think if they've gotten to the level of they think that this is the one, I feel like they would already know what type of man that they're dealing with as far as if he looks at that as something that's a deal breaker for him. Like, if we've been talking for a while, and I hear what type of opinions you have about certain things, by the time I know that you're the one, I'm going to know, like, damn, if he found out that I did something like this, this is going to be a deal breaker for him.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I can't say that a woman would necessarily lie. I don't know. I don't surround myself with
even not knowing is a problem. Not for you, but just for the gender of women specifically. Just not knowing that it should be a yes. That's a lapse in character for the whole gender.
That a woman, you feel like 90% of women would say
about 85
would say no about a three. I mean, I feel like these days people are so free sexually. Threesome doesn't even sound like something that's outlandish to me.
Don't let
now
me
what
about
men
the coolie thing.
What men will say, which I don't agree with either, that if it's 2 women and a man, it's a threesome, but if it's 2 men and a woman, it's a trade. And I don't agree because I feel like there is a different. No, a lot of women do. A lot of women feel like that's a train too. But I feel like if there's a woman and two men are pleasing her sexually, they don't have to interact with each other. That's a threesome. It's three people having sex. But if it's like, I feel like a train is back to back.
Back to back.
Or,
like when you have.
Yeah, like a man wait, like
a
game bang or something like that.
Only,
yeah. Or if it's like, it's not about the woman's pleasure. It's just about the man getting off. Like there's some men and women that we live in Atlanta, so if you talk to people, you know that there's a lot of people that are sexually fluid. There's a lot of people that are sexually liberated. There's people that are into, what is it like? Going to
like sex, like trapeze and shit.
Yeah. Okay. Like very, like orgies and all these different
sexually
things.
liberated.
Yeah. So, I feel like people mistitle threesomes and trains. Like women can have two men pleasing her, and it be a threesome.
You're gonna have to campaign this on your own time.
I already know that men don't agree with that, but. And a lot of women don't either. A lot of women be like, no, if it's two men, it's a train, but I don't agree.
So, I'm going to go back to the Cooley thing. Shout out to the dude that Don was talking about, Donnie. She was talking to Cooley.
Okay.
So, that's funny because I just did a video about him today. And it was about that clip. Okay. So, I'm well off in life enough to where I'm done with the high value, low value, mid value conversation. And I feel like that only because I thought that I was going to get a different reception. I thought that people were going to take their lives more seriously, get in the gym, get their dream cars, get their houses, become the best version of themselves. And that's absolutely positively not what happened. People decided they want to be full-time keyboard warriors. And I decided that, cool, I'm going to take me, myself, my success, and I'm going to just limit it to my family and that I'm building. So when I listened to the conversation that Don and Cooley had, when he said I'm 6'4" and I make 100,000, I had to pause it right there, because that's such an old Kevin Samuels construct, and it's almost like a regurgitated script at this point. And we are in 2024, about to be in 2025, and we've already had 2 to 3 years of podcasting of that specific parameter and topics. It's old, it's played out. We don't need it no more. Now, I fuck with Cooley. He has a dope podcast. He's done phenomenal things in his life, and I wish him much success. But I feel like that the moment that you say out your mouth, I make 100K, you are literally inviting women into your pocket. And you can't get mad at them when they come to you just for that 100K. Nobody in the world knows how much I make. I can have $5 in my pocket. I can have 5 million. I can have 50 billion. I'm never going to tell y'all. Nobody deserves to know that. So that was my message to him. And then my message to Don was, we should be celebrating the fact that Don, Ace Metaphor, and Cooley are in the same room, and all of them are successful. We should be toasting to that with some wine glasses. We should not be combating what a woman feels that a high value man is, because men have a burden of performance on them and women don't. So the things that we have to do to even become attractive to the opposite sex, just the bare minimum, being charismatic, having straight teeth, like just the basic criteria that we have. And we're not born with ass, titties, or vagina. So we literally starting under scratch. I would say we started from scratch, but we're starting under scratch. And then we have to touch the surface to just even be attractive. And then we can get the conversation. Now I gotta close still. So I gotta be attractive to get at the table and then close at the table. So I don't think that it's fair for a woman to ever list what her parameters of a high value man is, because now you're discrediting all of the work that somebody else did. I don't know how many times I get told by a woman, Andrew Tate is not a high value man. And I'm like, you talking about the 4-time world champion kickboxer, multi-millionaire mogul, the biggest thing on the internet, and all his internet platforms got taken away from him? Didn't you say you was a bagger at Kroger? Why do you feel that you even get the opportunity to even say Andrew Tate name out of your mouth? That's crazy. But that's what happens when you over liberate a group of people. Then they get to talk about somebody that had to do all of that just to get there. A woman can't even fathom that hard work. So my problem with that is the fact that they didn't have to do the same things for them to be in the positions that they are. And her talking about his braids and her talking about how her friend group is just so exclusive and how they just never would consider him to be a high value man. Nobody knows this friend group. And we're not here to talk about each other's braids. This is just not this.
I think where she brought up the braids is because he dismissed everything that she said and called it womanese.
And it was womanese. It was womanese. It was her version. And what I did agree with what she said was because God, Jesus, the Holy Ghost, the Holy Trinity, whatever you believe, is the most humanitarian man ever, species ever, whatever you want to consider him to be, being ever. But you also want to know what he was? The richest, the most powerful. He was not a poor man. So when people say things about, I like men who lead with love, you know, you like rich men that lead with love. Because if you like poor men that lead with love, you would date the homeless man that's walking up and down talking about Jesus is the way. You're not dating him, though.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay. I before you get too far, I want to jump in. So, where do I want to start?
You start anyway.
I feel like you just said that women can't define what a high value man is, but then you're saying you have all these definitions of what a woman that is worth being valued, like her level of purity, her level of discretion, her level of modesty, and all of these things. So you're saying that men are only in the position to be able to say what the standard of woman should be, and women should just be quiet about what we feel like the man that we desire should encompass.
I think the word preference should be thrown in there more rather than parameters.
Okay, but the parameters, wouldn't you value more of the women, the people that you're trying to date, what their parameters are versus your peers?
It depends on whether your parameters are discrediting or whether it's factual based, as far as like you're trying to tell me this so that I could grow from it, or you're trying to tell me this so you can discredit me. Okay. And when Donnie responded to Cooley, her whole response was to discredit what he had just said.
Well, I would say this. I feel like women, we're a lot to blame when it comes to we've hyped men, tall men.
Like
we've hyped tall men up so much that men feel like that's all they need to be.
Yeah.
I see it on dating apps. I'll be swiping and I'll see the bio. I read bios.
Okay.
And then if I go to your bio and it says 6'4",
what you gonna think?
Literally, that's it.
That's all it say.
I'm like, okay, what else? What else you got?
Yeah.
So it's been so overhyped that the men that fit these certain criteria feel like that's all they need.
I'm still listening. Keep going.
There's even men that we've hyped. I should have brought my shirt right here because it's super long. We've hyped men that are high earning so much that men feel like once they reach a certain tax bracket that they have access to this certain caliber of women, but they don't focus on other areas that women desire. So I feel like if men want to date women, women want to date men, so we do have to listen to what the opposite sex is saying. Mm-hmm. Women, we have to listen to what men are saying, and we can pick and choose whether we agree or not, or who we want to give our time to. But like with men, if we're saying that yes, we do like men that are in a position to provide, we do like a certain aesthetic of man. Every woman doesn't require a tall man, but a lot of women do like men who are tall or taller than them. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't mean that that's all you got. That's all you have to have. So when he specifically named those things, and just stopped there. I mean, I know he was saying that he's basically saying like just me having these qualities alone give me access to certain women. Like, but that's when I feel like she elaborated, like, okay, that's cool, but these are the other things that we are looking at, and I've seen it too much that...
You know that she's, not to cut you off, she specifically said, you will never be a high-value man to me, because that's how she started off her thing. Okay. Which was, first of all, that's disrespectful to even talk to a man like that. Mm-hmm. And then you're literally giving me a prelude that you're about to disrespect me. So you disrespected me, then gave me a prelude about how you're about to continue to disrespect me. And Ace Metaphor sat there and let it happen.
And I'm gonna say this: I have not watched the full episode. I know you have to like subscribe to or pay for his subscription to watch the full episode. I think so. I'm only basing my opinion off of the clip.
Yeah.
So I can receive that maybe the way she delivered it, it was like I don't even think it's just the reason why I'm saying I'm not trying to excuse what the disrespect was, but I'm just saying like we don't know the conversation that happened before that.
Word.
So maybe he might have been saying some disrespectful stuff, but she was sick of it at that point.
Word.
Who knows?
Word.
But if that's not the case, I understand what you're saying. Like to just be like you're never this because of that. But I think it's like collectively, this is not just him saying it. So it was almost like out of the mouths of men. This whole collective of men that feel like, well, because I'm tall and handsome, black, and I make over $100,000.
Yeah.
Like. Where's your emotional intelligence? Where's your conversation?
Yeah.
Where is the romance, the intimacy, the passion, like other things that women are desiring that we're missing? So like, yes, there are some men that are tall, they look good, they got money or whatever, but you're not talking about nothing.
Yeah.
You're not empathetic. You don't know how to carry yourself in public. Like there's other things that are missing in the dating pool right now that I think a lot of women are collectively tired of. So he probably just got it for the collective.
Dude came to your speed dating event was like that. You got an interview with him. Tall, super tall dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was straight airhead. And, like that was.
I don't know enough about him to call him an airhead.
You talked to him. You seen his disposition and the way he, just everything. Just, I'm super observant. So, like I said, men understand hierarchy and women skew hierarchy. And so I can stand next to somebody and understand, I know where you sit. I know where you sit. He was super tall, though. And I think that might have been attractive to most women over there.
Yeah.
But he don't have none.
There's a lot of tall goofies out here.
He got none of the other stuff.
We need to make sure that we're being clear on this. Like, yes, the aesthetics, great. I love me a good, I'm 5'9.5". I got on heels right now, so I'm over 6 feet. Yeah. So I do prefer a taller man. But I also admire men that are conscious, that are working in their purpose, that are loving, that are gentle with me, that are great conversationalists, that have skills, that are handy. Ooh, bring back the handy men.
Yeah.
So there are so many other qualities that are so attractive to me and other women that even though I don't prefer a man that's my height or shorter, a confident, well put together man that is loving and has all these great qualities, I may have to overlook the height because, a good man is a good man.
No, that's real. That's real. That's why on my platform I always push that be the best version of yourself. That includes making more money, but it doesn't stop at making more money. I don't advocate for the average man. I don't advocate for the low quality man. The reason why is because you are literally this close to going from being Bob the trash man to being Bob the owner of the trash company. And the only difference is that Bob the trash man goes to work for 2 years, collects a paycheck, doesn't take his taxes seriously, just files them, and then he continues that cycle. And people like him aren't aware that women have an imaginary time clock in their mind of how long they will have a certain standard of living and how long they'll wait to have kids and how long it's what I mean when I say being trained in women. Most men don't know about this clock. So when this clock is going, yeah, she'll mess with you as Bob the trash man because you got a good sense of humor and your mom just passed away, so she's sympathetic about the situation. But after a while, that's gonna wear off. And that's when you come home that day and she like, why trash ain't taken out? Why this ain't that? It's because the clock is going. And she's contemplating on whether or not she wants to monkey branch to another man, and she's putting you through the test right now to see whether you about to step up to the plate. Now, Bob, the owner of the trash company, 2 years ago when he was a trash man, he took all 24 of his bank statements or all 36 of his check stubs in his 2 years of tax returns, and he put a down payment on a house. And then he took the equity out of that house after a year, and then he put it into the down payment on another house. while doing the trash.
Mm-hmm.
And his wife or girl or whatever she is was right there watching the vision come into fruition. Now she can't leave because everything in her investment that she's put in her time and in her mind, is all coming to fruition now. And then he's becoming better and more developed and well-rounded as a man. That's the difference between the average one and the extraordinary one. That's the reason why I can't take what Donnie, because she didn't have to do that. She didn't have to be the trash woman. She didn't have to be unattractive and smelling garbage for 2 years in order for her to be in the position that she's in. So you can't tell Cooley what would make him high value and why he would never be. That's why that's disrespectful. You congratulate that man on where he made it to. And you let him know, even though those are your parameters, let me let you know what mine would be personally. I would preference this type of man. Mm-hmm. And I'm in agreement with her. A humanitarian is the most high level value that you can get. Somebody that can walk into a 20-story penthouse and close a multi-million-dollar deal, walk outside, see a stray cat, and put a bowl of milk down on the ground. That's a high value man.
And again, remember, we only going off of the clickbait clip that's going around. So
right.
We're missing context to the conversation, because I just started kind of watching Donnie's page because I've known David Shands for a while, so I learned about her through him. Mm-hmm. But I don't think that she's like trying to just break down a black man just for no reason or whatever. I feel like it has to be something missing out of that conversation. And it might, like I said, it might just be the collective irritation of men thinking like that like that's all that they need. So no, it shouldn't have been a personal attack, but it might have just been like, okay, this is the straw. I'm tired of y'all thinking that that's all you need to be a high value man.
For everybody.
I feel like that might have been it, but I don't know. We got to see the whole.
I'm not mad at that either.
But yeah, I feel like we got to stop disrespecting each other to learn how to. All of these conversations, hopefully, I think the other part of it is the intention behind the conversation. Like there's podcasts where men are talking about women, women are talking about men, and the intention is not to understand each other, to bridge the gap between us. It's just to be bitter and spew what hasn't been working for me, and now I'm mad, and now this is every woman, this is every man. That's where the problem lies. I don't feel like there's a problem with podcasts and having conversations. It's the intent behind it. Like, what is your purpose of doing this?
Yep.
Are we trying to learn about each other, understand each other, and come up with a solution of how we can come together again? Or are we just talking shit? Because where is that going to get us?
That was my issue with the clip right there.
And let me ask you this. Can you elaborate on what exactly a Sigma man is? Because I know I hear alpha and beta men. Mm-hmm. What is a Sigma man?
You watch Avengers? You're not caught up on Avengers? Okay, so that's a very bad example. You seen Equalizer?
With Denzel?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that.
Not the newest one though.
Well, you ain't got to see all three of them.
Just
his character. Mm-hmm. He's a humanitarian, but he's a very skilled humanitarian. He's a lone wolf. He's a man of principles and morals. He's a vigilante. He's a man of principles and morals. He's a man who didn't necessarily want the limelight to be on him, but he wanted the work to get done. So he got it done. A Sigma male is, in short, the less flashy, just as successful alpha male.
Oh, okay.
The alpha male is the one who looks at his wife or his woman as a subordinate. The Sigma male looks at his woman as an equal. Mm. So the Michelle and Barack Obama, that would be like a Sigma male dynamic right there. The J and B, that's a Sigma male dynamic. And you can tell by the way that Dame would be alpha, Jay would be Sigma, Kanye would be alpha, and then Obama would be Sigma.
So you would consider Russell a beta man?
Who?
Russell Wilson.
I don't care. He dope on that field. He one of the dopest quarterbacks I've seen in a long time. But the situation, when you pull a woman's whole facts, and you see what you see on there, and you have 8.8 billion people in the world to choose from, and you choose from the woman who let somebody who calls themselves the codeine cowboy, ejaculated inside of her, and now you're about to go into that exact same hole and do the exact same thing. That's some of the wildest shit to me.
But the fact of the matter is, there might be the woman that you feel like is just the woman that has the total package, and if you really knew what she's done before you, it might be worse in the future. But you would never know because unless she's not in the limelight, you might not even know people that she knows. Maybe she's from somewhere else. Does that take her value down because in her past she had sex with a lame?
Yeah.
But why?
Why wouldn't it? There's
So
8.8 other billion people that she could.
okay, but you're not with those eight. There's other issues with those women too. You got to pick and choose. You might.
Yeah, nobody's
How
perfect.
many? How many out of the 8.8 billion? How many are perfect?
No, nobody's perfect.
Okay.
But other people.
And then not to cut you off,
Uh-huh.
but I wanted to connect this with earlier. You asked the young lady that was in here where did she believe in women's intuition, and if so, why did her past
Where was it at?
where was it at when she met her past ex that she says is a narcissist? I feel like women, we always have our intuition. Everybody has intuition, but women's intuition hits different. Comes from the womb. People ignore it because you, whatever maturity level, lack of self-love, lack of examples of what a good marriage or relationship should be, experience. So you just overlook the signs that are there. They're there. The red flags are always waving, but you're gonna overlook them because, oh, I love him. Oh, this is, I don't want to. You're attached to that person for whatever reason. So the intuition is never not there. It's just whether or not it's being utilized in the situation. And I do feel like based on maturity, age, experience, wisdom, all of these things determine people's dating history. Like the Sierra that she is now probably would never look in a future's direction, but the woman she was then did. And a lot of women feel like they can change a man. I've been with a man who had multiple children with multiple baby mamas, and I thought that I could be the one that makes everything different.
What was their reward?
But I was young. What was my reward?
What was the reward?
Lifelong experience and lessons learned. And there were some highs, and there weren't all lows. So I just feel like you can't judge people based on the decisions they made when they were teenagers and in their 20s and wherever they were mentally or whatever. Like you're dating the person now. Yeah, they come along with history. Russell Wilson, he was married before too to that white lady. We don't know what type of woman she is. She might be a damn hoe in her city. We don't know.
You see how different that is?
What's the difference?
Nothing on Front Street. I'm married. I'm divorced. We severed.
So whether or not people know about it is the determining factor of if it matters.
Not if it matters, but that says a lot. That says a lot about certain situations based off of, because women their purity is reputation driven. They don't want certain people to know about certain shit. You're gonna have different conversations with your dad than you have with your partner, because you don't want to talk to your pastor the same way that you talk to the bouncer at the strip club. Like women have different characters that they play in different times. So if your character is somebody that was just married to a person, and then now you're not married to that person anymore, and then that's it.
Okay, well again I asked, based on Sierra's dating history, who would be more suitable for, what type of dynamic would be more suitable or acceptable for her to have at this point in her life? To the collective men that feel like she's not deserving of a Russell Wilson.
I think that she's perfectly deserving of him. I think that he's exactly what she needed in the situation, in the circumstance that she's in. Especially coming in as a single mom. That's alternative dating meets alternative dating. It's perfect.
So what's the problem?
There's no problem.
Is there not?
Yeah, there's no problem. Why are you saying there's a problem?
I feel like you have a problem with the fact that she has 3 public celebrity relationships prior to him.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Is it?
That's disgusting.
So you feel like a Lori Harvey. She doesn't deserve to like one day be like, I'm a mature woman.
You got a super tomorrow complex. Like that's crazy.
What is the tomorrow complex and why do I have it?
A tomorrow complex is when a person is like, no matter what I did yesterday, I deserve.
It's not necessarily about no matter what. It's just that I feel like, I do feel like if someone is at a certain point of their life, we're not talking about murder or sexually assaulting anyone or harming anyone in this way. Like they just have a dating history or a past. I don't feel like they counseled out for a successful marriage in their future with a good person.
Because you're not dating them anyway, so it don't even matter. So that's good.
But I'm just saying, like, so a person has to be this perfect. Let me not use the word perfect. A woman has to be this pure, holier than thou, never done anything wrong, never done anything in the limelight, to be able to have a successful marriage and to be like, oh yeah, you deserve to find your man. And but everybody else that may have had a sexual history, may have had a public relationship or two, they just supposed, like, what are their options?
You know,
what are their options?
Sometimes when we give credit to certain things, we don't realize how much we're disrespecting the other thing.
Please elaborate.
I was doing this podcast with these two girls, and I asked both of them. I said, "Have y'all had casual sex before?" They said, "Yeah, we do it. Like we have casual sex." Mm-hmm. And I said, "Okay, y'all want to be courted by the next guy y'all date?" They said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, you have operated outside of the realms of what a person who deserves courtship is." And the other, along with the other things they were telling me in the podcast. And I said, if I court you, I'm disrespecting the woman that was across town who kept her legs crossed and kept her head in a book and furthered her education and had a relationship with God and came from a good 2-parent household. I'm disrespecting her by courting you when she operated within the parameters of who deserves courtship.
I disagree.
You're supposed to as a woman.
But
it's tomorrow.
Because I guess, hey, tomorrow crew, how are you like, you might not even have access to the woman that she might not want your ass.
That was funny. That was a good one. That was funny.
But I'm just saying, like, we don't have access. We can't all get what we want or who we want. Let's start there.
Hey, this is the comedy segment.
Let's start there. But if you find that this woman that has a sexual history or whatever, like right now, she's mature, she's in her bag of whatever, her career or her purpose, she's beautiful, she's loving, she's spiritual, she's all of these things that you desire in a woman, minus her history, and you decide you want to court her because you feel like what she has to bring to your life is desirable. That don't have nothing to do with the woman across the street that kept her legs closed or whatever. Like,
if I choose the hoe,
you don't. Do you know the woman across the street? Because if you know her, court her.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
No, I'm just saying. But you're not. Yes, it's not really disrespectful. It's whatever you choose, whatever reason you're choosing this woman.
Mm-hmm. The overly subjective game.
Whatever reason you're choosing this woman, it doesn't have anything to do with this other woman and disrespecting her. Like, it's your choice.
Y'all do that well, man. The overly subjective game.
I'm just saying.
Anybody can love anybody on the
just like okay, if I have to choose from two men.
Okay.
One, maybe he did some time when he was a teenager.
Okay.
But right now he's the CEO of his company. He's handsome, he's spiritual, he's a humanitarian, he's great with kids, he's a loving family man, he wants a wife and all these things. And then there's this other man, he's never done time, he's college educated, he has a degree, whatever. And I choose to go with the man that did some time. You feel like that's disrespectful to the man that got his college degree. Mm-mm. It doesn't apply to women and men.
No. I'm saying because in his specific situation, he could have did time over a traffic ticket. Like, I'm not talking
semantics.
I'm not talking about somebody who's spreading their legs willingly.
Okay, so let's say that they're the same two men, but this man used to be the popular boy in high school and college, and he's ran through a lot of women. Mm-hmm. But now he's sexually disciplined. He cares about what he puts in his body. And all of these things. And this other man, he's only been with 2 women. He got married and then he had a college sweetheart. You saying it's disrespectful for me to choose the man that has a lot of sexual partners over the man that doesn't. Because it don't apply to women and men.
Because in order for that man to have that many sexual partners, he has to provide value early. So he's a high school star, which means that he understands how to attract the opposite sex in the masses, and he took advantage of that. And he's actually probably a better person to do that with because now he actually got the opportunity to get that out of his system. So if he ever decided that there was an opportunity to cheat on you, he probably wouldn't take it because he already was the star before, and he decided that he wants to be a married man now. Whereas to the guy who only had two partners, he don't know nothing about his dream woman. He don't know nothing about a woman with a big fat and sitting up and curvy and this, and he never had that before. So when that comes his way, expect for him to cheat because this is the first time he's ever got that offer put on the table for him.
So do you feel like the equivalent to a woman's vagina is a man's money? Or do you think there's anything comparable to a woman's sex?
A woman's purity is everything
Is there anything that a man has that's comparable to it?
to her sexual,
Mm-hmm.
maybe just his character overall, morals overall.
Okay. I'm just trying to see, like,
The equivalence of it.
yeah, any example that I could use that would match a woman's sexual history, because apparently that's just the number
Prostitution
one.
is the oldest profession in the world.
It is.
So that means that a woman's sexuality is like really like high on the totem pole. Like when Instagram was invented, the reason that it got so big is because the first Instagram models was putting their ass on the sink, and they would get 70,000 comments of thirsty niggas that they would never fuck a day in their life, and then they look back and say, "This is great marketing right here," and build a platform off of it. Facebook was built off of baby moms. When a person be like, "Uh-oh, she done wrote a Facebook status," you'd already know what that mean without looking at it. So that was built off of baby moms.
So let me ask you this: if you have to choose, like your preference, personal preference, I'm talking about you personally.
Okay, this is me.
Are you looking to marry a virgin?
Doesn't matter.
What does that mean? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter if she's a virgin. I just gave you an example of a woman who got a 4 body count, but it was like, I get it.
So what number? Because you mentioned body count a
Mhm.
lot. What number is like unacceptable? Once you get past this amount of
I don't
men,
think there's a. I don't think there's.
it's
an
got to be.
unacceptable
There's
number.
a standard for everything. It's got to be
I
a
think
number.
that maybe 7, 8 would be outrageous, but it depends on the situations. If you 30 years old, from the time that you're 18, that's when you're legal. So already, if I'm having a conversation with you and you tell me you lost your virginity at like 15, 16, 17, you broke a law. Already, you were more horny for some dick than you were to end up in handcuffs. That tells me about your character.
That means you're talking about if they had sex with a man versus a child that was their age.
Huh?
Why are you talking about being in jail?
Because if you're under the age of 18 and you have sex, that's a crime.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's illegal.
To have sex?
Under the age of 18, that's illegal. You can't
I never
do
knew
that.
that.
Yeah.
I thought it was only illegal if you're having sex with someone above the age of 18.
No, in general, if 2 15-year-old people have sex, that's illegal.
Let me look this up.
Yeah,
I ain't
look it
never
up.
heard of this.
Man, I'm telling you something right now. That's illegal.
Is it illegal to, let me see, in the U.S. to have sex under 18? Because usually the consensual age in most states is 16 or 17, but let's see. Yes, having sex with someone under the age of consent is illegal. It says nothing about, each state and territory sets the age of consent either by statute or the common law. I think it only has something to do if you have sex over age. Let's see. As of April 2021, of the total 50, 30 have, okay. It says nothing about it being illegal to have sex under 18. It's just.
It kind of did because it said all of the states have their own stature, which means that 18 is across the board. So that means that their stature would start at 16, 17 if all of them are individuals.
But they're talking about to have sex with someone that's of
That's
age.
above that.
Yeah.
I was talking about all the above. Like two minors,
Yeah.
a minor and a older, like all of it is illegal. That's all illegal. But you
Is
see,
it
you see
illegal
how
for two
in general
minors?
they being though? They being so politically correct on there.
Let me see. Can two minors consent? Whether two minors can legally consent to sexual activity with one another depends on several factors. Unfortunately, there's no short answer. It's impossible. Okay, blah blah blah. In the United States, most states have the age of majority set at 18. The exceptions are Alabama, Nebraska, and Mississippi, which have the majority set at 19, 19, and 21. The age of majority is when a person is legally considered an adult. Okay, let's fast forward. Okay. Likewise, the age of consent, which is defined as the age of a person can legally consent to sexual activity under any circumstances, also varies. In the United States, this age ranges from 16 to 18, depending on the state. Okay. So the age of consent. Okay.
Yeah.
The guy outlined some of the nuances that exist between states. Okay. What consent looks like. Okay, understand that. Okay, let's just go with it.
Yeah, it says it there. It just says it in like law jargon.
For sexual activity to be consensual, everyone involved must be able to consent. In most cases, this means everyone must be at or older to be legal. Okay.
Yeah.
For sexual activity to be legal, it must be consensual, and it must be between people of the same age category. For example, 2 minors is illegal, as is 1 minor and 1 adult.
There you go.
Both of these situations are considered statutory rape. Okay.
There you go.
The 2 minors will be responsible and can be arrested in a situation with 1 minor and 1 adult. The adult is responsible. Okay, well, it's a lot of people that need to be locked up
there you
because
go.
kids have sex.
There
but
you go. That was my whole point.
So you're saying
if you start off,
you didn't lose your virginity till after you were 18?
No. Nope.
No, you.
No, I didn't. Okay.
You waited.
No, the opposite. I'm saying the opposite of that. You said, did you wait? I said, no, I didn't. I lost my virginity at 12.
Okay. Was that with another 12-year-old?
With a 13-year-old.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something that I wish that I didn't do, and it was just 12. You know. So, and then I don't have the aura of purity that I'm operating within. So, it's different. I don't want to make it a sex thing because, like gender thing, because I wouldn't want my son to be out there doing the same thing, and I'll teach him completely differently than how I was taught. But still didn't have that aura of purity.
Or innocence.
Or innocence. I didn't have that aura of innocence or purity. So now, operating in the dating market, I would say that probably 7 to 8 would probably be, it'd be up there. But if you 35, 18, you've had relationships that lasted 2 years, single a year. 3 years, single 6 months. Year and a half, like they're gonna add, but if all of them were moving in a direction of progression, and if you didn't make any of these super public to where people gotta like, yo, you know that, like a Kim Kardashian list, like if it's not that, then I'm cool. I'm listening to a not Breakfast Club, the Vlad TV interview, and they said, hey game, we heard that you were dating Black China. Oh no, we had a night. Oh, you talking about Rob Kardashian's baby mom, Tyga's ex.
But, okay, so with her now being a born-again Christian, I'm just asking, with her being a born-again Christian in the gym, taking sobriety seriously, all of these things, what type of man do you feel like at this point she should have access to? I'm not giving my opinion about it, I'm just asking you.
I think that other women should look at this, her example and Brittany Renner becoming a fake Muslim example, and I think that they should look at that and understand that this fun that you guys are trying to have and this, what she said earlier, I'm gonna just focus on my career that you guys are trying to do, understand that it leads to nowhere. And I think that women get a common misconception of, well, if I'm not focused on me, that means I'm doing everything I'm doing for a man. Okay. Men have no problem saying that we're getting in the gym because we want to be attractive enough to attract the caliber of woman we want. We have no problem saying that we want to make more money because we know that women want a stable environment. We have no problem saying that to y'all. Y'all have a problem saying it back to us. And it's not even y'all. I'm actually about to do a video called Why and How White Women Steal Black Men Away from Black Women. And it's because
I can't wait to see this.
I'm gonna give you a sneak peek right now. What happened was I was doing a podcast with the girl who did my teeth. Beautiful black woman.
Was she a dentist or veneer tech?
Veneer tech.
What?
And
You trusted a veneer tech to be in your mouth?
how do my teeth look?
It ain't about how they look. How do they feel?
They feel great. I've had them for over a year.
Lord.
Yeah, I feel good.
Okay, go ahead.
So we're doing the podcast. A white woman comes. Her name is I'm calling her Debbie, and she like a hippie. Like she's a real hipster. She identifies as queer.
Oh,
Queer, and so she's super like hippie. And she made us vegan food. Vegan food was phenomenal. And I'm tearing it up. Don next to me, she tearing it up. Debbie, she eating her food. She looks up at the cameraman, Debbie, and she says, "Would you like some of this?" Her own plate. And he looks back and he's shocked. Because as black men, if we're not the person that's sitting in front of the camera, or we're not the one with the Rolex on, or if we're not the one that's on TV, we're damn near invisible in that room to other people.
I just hate. I'm gonna just pause you right there. I just don't like hearing stuff like that because I always see black women looking out for everybody, like everyone. You okay, baby? You need some water? You need this? You need that? Like
Our grandmas, yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
that's your experience. Go ahead.
Big Mama definitely look out for everybody.
Go ahead.
He says, "Yeah, I would love some food." It's our cameraman, and he walks over to her. You know, what's mixed in this? Oh, I'll put this in. I'll put that in. She's explaining all the recipe to him. They bonding now because he be in the gym. He got a little mask to him. They bonding. He's eating the food. How is it? What can I do to improve it? I guess, what can I do to improve it? Her genuineness and her love, I could see her heart. I don't even know if this makes sense to the people that's watching, but I could see her heart when she was talking to him. I haven't seen a woman's heart through her words in a long time. She didn't know this man from a can of paint. I invited her there. This is me and Don's podcast that we're doing. And you took the time to give up your food for the cameraman. You know damn well that this man don't have $1 million sitting in the bank, or that he ain't got a Ferrari outside. But that didn't stop you from spreading your feminine essence in the air and putting it on him. And I don't think that our black women understand how important that is anymore. He probably went home that night and was like, "What just happened? I came to film a podcast. I didn't even know I was gonna get some food."
And that interaction inspired you to do a whole episode of why white women are taking black men.
Because I went to white school for like 2 years. So I've been predominantly around black people and black women my whole life. I haven't had that many interactions romantically with white women. So me seeing, that might have been her making a pass at him. I don't know, that might have just been her, what she doing regular. But me seeing that in person, where it was literally no strings attached, definitely inspired me to put that information out into the atmosphere. Because I started to think to myself, how many black women do you know, bitch, that you've met in your entire life? Not women who are single moms, not alternative dating market women, mainstream dating market women that would have looked at that cameraman and would have had they plate of food right there and said, "I'm gonna give this to you." How many do you know? 1 through 10. And it sucks that that's the case. It sucks.
It does for you. It does suck for you, and that makes me. I ain't gonna say it makes me sad. It's disheartening to know that you've not experienced the bliss and the joy and the warmth and the loving spirit of a black woman in masses. I don't know who you surround yourself with or what type of environments that you're in that through your timeline and your lifeline you haven't really or your lifetime, you haven't really experienced that to be able to pinpoint even one experience of that's disheartening to hear.
Yeah, it is.
And it's like all the examples of black women that flow so easily from you is Booty Hole Brown and this person that has this sexual history, but this one interaction with a white woman that said you want some food inspired you to make a whole series about
Just one video.
a whole video about how white women are taking black men. But like
how it happens.
there's so many examples of like, and I'm not saying we should be divided by race, but I'm just talking like based on this conversation of white women that are falsely accusing black men of things, are getting them locked up, have come from a long line of racist family that set them up, or there's little black boys now that are athletes that the coaches and the white people in the that are the fathers and families of the little white girls are telling them go get with this athlete because they know that they're going to be D1 athletes or they're going pro.
Right.
And none of those examples get talked about as far as like, you know, black men. These are some of the things that happen from white women. But the one experience gets highlighted and gets, what is it? Pedestalized. Kevin Samuel's favorite word. So it's interesting. But everybody has their own perspective. Like, I'm just saying, excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Imagine all my examples of black men is like, oh, this man was a narcissist. This man wasn't nothing. This man dogged me out. This man, all he doing is getting locked up. He getting this, getting that. And then I'm like, you know, this white man, one day, I have a good example from a white man. Let's just say this. One time I was driving in Colorado, and that's where I'm from. It snowed the day before, so I'm on the highway. And when it snows, all the tires and stuff kick up a lot of oil and muddy splashback. So my windshield was getting hit with dirt and mud. So I went to hit my windshield wiper fluid and it was empty. So all it did was like, you know,
it just wiped
it, smeared it all over my windshield. So I couldn't see. I'm on the highway. I had to stick my head out the window to see, and I pulled over, got some snow, wiped it off, got off the next exit. I got some windshield wiper fluid out of the corner store. I don't know what to do with it. So I'm standing out there with my with my hood open, holding this thing, just looking lost. And so this white man came out. He didn't say a word. He just looked at me, reached out for it, grabbed it, put it in, and walked off. But imagine like all the examples that I have about black men is just like the worst. And then I was to bring that up and be like, you know what? And that made me want to do a show about how white men are taking black women from black men. That would make you feel away?
No. Mostly because that's not what happened here. But also because...
Did it not?
No.
I haven't heard you say anything positive about black women or your experiences with them.
No, I don't believe that happened. But if I haven't, and if you haven't heard it, then I want to take this time to shout out my divine, submissive, feminine queens. Those are the only black women that I acknowledge. The other ones I don't.
You've acknowledged the other ones the whole time.
Well, when I say acknowledge, I mean in a way of moving forward with them.
Okay.
We can take all of the masculine women and all of the sexually traumatized women. They can all just, you know, go to an edge of a cliff and they can hold hands. And we can
do what after they hold hands at the cliff?
Whatever they want to do at that cliff.
So you really feel like a woman's like she's just not, her life is just not valuable. Probably. If she's not submissive or if she's not pure.
What? You
just said all the submissive, feminine, divine women are here, and all the other women should go hold hands on a cliff.
Yeah. They don't gotta hold hands. They can just do it separately if they want to.
So, whatever. Go ahead. I just literally
where
is your empathy of a person, like, outside of you being a man and women being women? Like,
I just gave all of the women who are divine, submissive, and feminine a compliment and the utmost credit, and you swept their compliment under the rug to then talk about masculine women. Because
it was matched with, those are the only women I acknowledge. All the other women can go to the cliff. Yeah. We didn't even have to talk about them other women.
Okay, we can.
But at the same time, I'm gonna bring those other women up too, because it's like they're still people and humans. So why can't they have love or respect or acknowledgement?
They got it for themselves.
Okay, so that's that. What doesn't that make you want to?
What's Rick Ross' old album title? God Forgives, I Don't. That was his title. God made me flawed, and He said, I'm going to die for their sins. He didn't say I had
But
to
you
do
don't
it.
have to die or forgive or anything like that. But I'm just saying, like, to just be like all these other women that ain't got these,
That are not divine and
that are,
submissive.
they could just go jump
What the
off a
hell
cliff.
else is a woman supposed to be besides divine, submissive, feminine? What
And not necessarily what they're supposed to be, what they are. They may not be that. So that just means their life doesn't matter.
What are they if they're not that?
A woman that decides they want to be tapped into their masculine, they want to be dominant. There's men that like dominant women. There's men that like aggressive women. There's men that like women that are independent. There's women that don't want to be with a man.
So when you say independent, do you mean like self-sufficient, or do you mean independent as in fuck a nigga independent? Which one?
When I'm talking about independent, I think we all have to adult and be self-sufficient. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily, we're not all doing it, but I'm just saying, I'm talking about the cliche independent, the independent, I don't need no man. Some men actually like women that are like that. There's some men that be like, I want a woman that don't need me. I want a woman that got her own. I want a woman that's a boss. That's not all men, but that's some men. But I'm not saying that has to be you. But I'm just saying, why don't you feel like, I mean, that's you. If you like,
I said I do too. I like women like that too.
Okay, that's cool.
But the ones that are still feminine with it, that
right, I understand that.
Being masculine and having your own have nothing to do with each other.
I guess my point is, why do men only value women that are suitable for them? Like outside of, there's a whole, like, if we're really going to talk about how choosy, picky, and selective I am about the type of man that's my dream man, not necessarily the man that I would entertain, but my dream man. There's so many men that don't fit that criteria, but that don't mean I'm like, y'all can go be on a cliff. Like, you're still a man. I still appreciate and value your existence. I still love you as a person. I still want you to flourish in life. I still want you to find someone that's suitable for you. Just because you're not for me don't mean I'm like, you're nothing. Go to your side of the world. Why is it that a lot of men think like you? Like,
I am. I'm just like that.
Why is it that, like, why? Because I think on the show you mentioned that your mother has
5 kids, 5 different dads.
So do you not value her?
I love my mom to death. She's a rare. You know, I've done something with my mom that I'm probably never going to be able to do with these other women, and I've had those hard conversations with her. And we talked about her sexual. You know, most people say it's probably disrespectful to have that conversation with your mom, but when you really want to get somewhere as far as to the mistakes that they made in the past, then we have to have these conversations with each other. So we had these conversations, and we agree to disagree on certain things, and she could see my perspective on certain things. She had me when she was 18. I was her 3rd kid. She had 2 more. She was in Job Corps in Flint, Michigan, supposed to be getting a job, not supposed to be getting her guts dug out. And she decided to do that instead, and then she came back home to my grandmother on my dad's side pregnant, and that was the first time they met each other, so that's a hell of an introduction. And then now I'm born into the poverty of Flint, Michigan, all because of my mom's sexual decisions. So now I don't even get a fair...
All because of your mom's sexual decisions? Or collectively your parents?
Okay, I got you. Loophole. Collectively my parents' sexual decisions. And now I'm born to the poverty of Flint, Michigan, where we can't even get fresh water, and I'm expected to make something out of myself as a human being. And I think I thought that was unfair, and I had that conversation with her on how she gave me that start to life. And it wasn't easy. We've been to therapy maybe 2 or 3 times, but I feel like those conversations are necessary, because now I'm in a position now where a woman can come into my life and it's turnkey. We have a kid and it's go mode. We own it. And instead of her situation where she have a kid, it's just another Tuesday. So.
Have you forgiven your mother?
Yeah. Forgive my mom, because I understand the capacity that she was operating in at that time, and the capacity. How do I say this without it sounding disrespectful? In certain aspects, she's reached her capacity on the things that she wants to know and the things that she wants to talk about. She's like, she's done with certain stuff. She's closed the chapter on certain things in her life. And if I did the shit she did, I probably would have closed the chapter too. But thank God that I didn't. And thank God that other women didn't. And thank God for all the women who learned directly from her what not to do. Love my mom to death. And one thing I do love about my mom is that my mom is a person who always will go in her wallet whenever she has a man. She's a person who she's a true partner. Anything that he owns, she owns. And I think that's probably why the dope boys probably loved her where we stayed at. But when she had her 17-year marriage, I got to see a great example of partnership. Of course, my stepdad was the hierarchy, but that's always a weird situation because we're her kids, but you're the head. That always creates a weird dynamic. And then my stepdad was only 10 years older than me, and I have two older sisters. So
they were he was their age.
Damn near close, like a couple years off. But it worked out for us. And he came with two kids. I tell my mom all the time, God had your back in every single way because every last one of your kids was supposed to turn out to be a crackhead in jail or dead somewhere based off of what you did with your vagina with these men and based off of the street pharmaceutical reps and the gangs that they used to rep and the start to life that you gave us. This is a fair conversation because it's what she decided to do with herself. If you can lay down with the man, you should be able to talk about the man that you laid down with. But this is the part where we get overly subjective with women, and then we have women like Megan Thee Stallion making them dumbass speeches like, it's my body, and I'm going to do with my body what I want to do with my body. I mean, hoes is always going to say that. You ain't never heard a wholesome woman say, it's my body, and I'm going to do
There's plenty of wholesome women that want to be able to have autonomy over their own body.
But wholesome women, you will never hear them say that out their mouth because they don't have nothing to defend.
It's not about defending. It's about a woman should have choice. Everybody should have choice to
everybody
do what,
got it.
What they
we
don't really have it.
You already
Women don't really have it anymore.
How do you not have the choice? You get to do what you want to do. Nobody's stopping you.
But once deeds are done, there's certain laws that are being put in place that are governing our bodies.
Like
abortion not being legal in certain states.
Do you know why that is?
Why?
It's because abortions became way more recreational than they became emergency.
But there's been situations where women are in emergency situations. They're miscarrying and an abortion or a DNC is needed in order to save their lives, and it wasn't saved because the doctors and the medical staff is scared of these new abortion laws.
And my heart goes out to every last one of those women, and I really hope that whether Kamala gets in the office or Trump gets in the office, that they fix those and that both of them can agree that, and they have in both their speeches and their debates, that in emergency situations, we will overcompensate for whatever tragic situation happened. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to ignore the fact that the reason that this even became an issue at all is because women were having too many recreational.
I don't believe that that's the reason, but I don't agree with abortions as a form of birth control and irresponsible sexual activity for men or women. But I don't agree with the government saying the woman can't do this. Like if the government said all men have to have a mandatory vasectomy unless you meet these certain criteria, it would be a backlash because
what type of criteria?
Whatever the criteria is, like maybe if you have more than one child and you're not married, then you got to get clipped or whatever the reason is. It shouldn't. There's no reason why the government should have any say over what someone does with their body when it comes to that type of stuff.
Word.
To me that's inappropriate. But I do feel like yes, it's important to educate. I used to be a nurse for over 10 years. I was a pediatric nurse for 5 of those years, and just seeing the lack of education when it comes to sex and sexual responsibility in the youth, like we just talked about, it being possibly illegal for minors to have sex. Minors are having sex, and the education system is letting kids down as far as what they're teaching. Parents are letting kids down. Community. Children are not being educated about sex. Like it's not. We can't just keep pushing. Oh, be abstinent. Be abstinent. It's not happening. Like some people are choosing to not have sex, to wait until marriage, to wait until they're adults. Most are not. So we have to educate them on not only STDs and pregnancies and all of that, but the spiritual aspect of it, the emotional connections and attachments that come along with that. And it's not happening. So we have to do our part. But when it comes to abortions, I don't feel like, I know people that why you keep getting pregnant? You know how babies are made. You grown as hell, and you just going to get abortions because you don't want to protect yourself. You don't want to get on birth control. You don't want to.
That's what I just said.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I'm just saying I don't feel like I don't feel like it should be determined by the government.
Right.
But I do agree that it's irresponsible.
I'm naming the domino effect.
Okay, I'm gonna touch on that too. Even the fact that if you don't want to use birth controls, I don't like birth control. I was on birth control both times I was on birth control. It had terrible side effects. Mm-hmm. When the first time I ended up in the ICU because of the NuvaRing with pulmonary embolism in both lungs, blood clots in both lungs, Jesus. Almost died. Had to be on blood thinners and all of that. And then I was on the Mirena and it had other side effects. But I don't believe we should be manipulating our hormones in our body. But if you're not going to do condoms or birth control, even just the bare minimum of the rhythm method and the pull-out method, like knowing each other's status, if you're with this person, learn your cycle. You know that you can get pregnant during ovulation and you're fertile a few days before and after.
Oh, no.
Why can't you just learn your cycle and pull out? Like, you're most likely not going to get pregnant just for that little bit of effort alone. Like, people that, oh, I got pregnant. You just not even trying. Yeah. So I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the laws, I honestly feel like it's deeper than that. I don't think that it's based on just the recreational, because when we look at the history of Planned Parenthood and what type of funding is being put into that and has been put in that in the past, they wanted black babies to be aborted. It don't have nothing to do with, I don't feel like it has anything to do with black children, black births. It's about the birth rate of others decreasing and
while
them wanting to
increasing. While the other is increasing.
That could be it. And certain people in government not wanting certain things to die out. And so they're putting these things in place so that those people can stop having so many abortions. So I don't really think it has anything to do with the fact that it's been recreational. But that's my conspiracy theory. But
it gotta be, as a nurse, you're supposed to see the most.
The most what?
The most recreational abortions.
Well, I worked in pediatrics, so I didn't really see abortions.
I got you.
But I did see when little kids coming in with STDs. I did see the lack of education about pregnancies and contracting STDs. I've seen virgins, children losing their virginity and contracting herpes on the first time. And a lot of people aren't educated about that. Like, herpes is not something that you can just prevent just from wearing condoms. It's skin to skin. So even if you're protecting yourself with condoms, you can still contract it.
Yeah.
So that's why knowing your status is important. And I heard you say that, like, some people that have STDs are not in the mainstream market. But if you really knew the numbers of how many people have herpes, you would know that most of the people that's in the dating market probably have it.
Probably got it.
And people are not getting excuse my language, but forget the whole facts. People are not getting the my chart to know exactly what's going on with the status of that, because if 50% of black women have herpes, where are they getting it from? And a lot of black men don't go get tested, so we probably don't know the real numbers about how many black men have it.
The white man from that windshield wiper story.
Oh. So I'm just saying, like, there's all type of factors that's going on that people aren't really talking about because we're so worried about whole facts, when there's other things that is going on in our society that people aren't talking about. Like, even when Usher came out with the whole thing about him having herpes, I feel like, I've heard so many stories about a lot of celebrities that have it, but nobody's using it as an opportunity to kind of educate, and everybody is like talking about what they wouldn't do, but nobody's really finding out their own status or the status of their partners. So it's a lot of stuff going on because of lack of education, I would say.
Who wants to be the spokesperson for herpes?
No one, but if you notice, a lot of people, I have seen some people that are spokespersons for, like, I'll go down my timeline on TikTok. There's a white dude on there that talks about his status of being positive and answers questions live.
I'm saying, like,
celebrities.
Yeah.
But then you notice, like, the stigma of having HIV has, like, nobody cares if people are HIV status. It's like, oh, you take your PrEP, you do this or do that, but herpes has become like the
They
cooties of the world.
They just switched roles. Now herpes
Yeah,
is the one.
but so many people have it that I feel like there needs to be
You about to
a
make me
celebrity
celibate.
spokesperson.
You about to make me
Don't
celibate.
you ain't gotta settle, but start asking
No, I
questions.
said settlement.
Oh,
Celibate.
Oh, celibate, yeah.
You know I ain't never gonna
Start
settle. You know that.
start asking questions and get the status and talk about it. When's the last time you said go get your mind chart and not just when you go get tested? People are testing for when you go to get tested at the doctor. They're gonna test you for gonorrhea, chlamydia, and HIV.
Mm-hmm.
You have to ask for a full panel for herpes, syphilis,
Okay.
hepatitis. Those are things that you have to request. So when people are like, show me your my chart or what's your status, if they're negative, they're mostly talking about gonorrhea, chlamydia, and HIV.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like it's important for us to ask those questions and be all the way transparent about your full status before we start having sex. And people aren't doing that because people are having casual sex or people are just not caring or they're uneducated about it.
Yeah. Megan, Sexy Red, Suki.
Name some men.
I don't know if Usher really got herpes.
I think it was true.
You think it was true?
Mm-hmm. And I think a
That's
lot
a
of other
tough one.
celebrities have it. I've
That's a
heard
tough
stories about a lot of celebrities. But that doesn't make him not love. Like he has a wife. She might not even have herpes.
I don't even know if it's true or not. Like,
I think it's true.
okay. Like if it came out and he was like, yeah, then I would be like, okay, Usher.
Did he ever deny it? I know he denied certain parts of certain things, but I don't think he never really said that wasn't true.
I never heard nothing back after the. But it's so many.
The only person I've heard publicly claim they herpes is Orlando Brown, but he was talking about his oral herpes. But the thing, let me educate y'all. My nurse hat is on. Even oral herpes, I got into a whole argument with this girl in a Facebook group that didn't know that cold sores are herpes. And she argued me up and down. She's like, I've had these, when it gets cold, I've had them since I was a child. Yes, you've had the herpes virus in your system since you were a child.
Mm-hmm.
It lies dormant. When it gets cold or when you're triggered with an infection or whatever, you might get a sore. And then some people feel like that having oral herpes is less serious than having genital herpes, but you can have type 1 herpes and it could be on your genitals or your oral. If you have oral herpes, you can go down on someone and possibly they can contract herpes, and it most likely will be type 1, but they get the sores genitally.
Down there.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you can contract herpes 1 or 2 in your genitals, and it can come from someone's oral herpes. So a lot more people have oral herpes than genital herpes, but people downplay the oral herpes, not knowing that you could still get genital herpes if somebody go down that has oral herpes. So,
all right, we're gonna wrap up the.
No, I think
show,
it's important. It's important to talk about this because you was talking about the mainstream
STDs.
dating,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm saying. When you talk about stuff like this, that people have HPV, men are the carriers of HPV, and they'll give it to a woman, and it'll manifest into cervical cancer or genital warts. HPV is very common, and a lot of people don't talk about that. And again, men are the carriers, and a lot of times men don't have symptoms of this. And a lot of times people don't know their status about if they have HPV or not. So something as serious as a sexual encounter can turn into cancer for someone. We need to start talking about it more. We need to start being more realistic about this is what's also in the dating pool. And it's not that you're unlovable or you can't have a relationship. I have clients that have herpes and they've come to me about how to disclaim, how to disclose that to their new partners and all of that. And they go through a lot of shame and embarrassment and feeling like they're unworthy of love. But
it's not curable?
No.
Herpes is forever.
Well, according to Western medicine, but there's, the Dr. Sabies and the holistic people of the world, what's his name?
I can't pronounce nobody's name.
I can't even pronounce his name, but they, there's people that talk about cures. So I'm just saying, like, does that make people outside of the mainstream market?
Yeah.
But why?
You a nurse, you know why.
I'm a nurse, so I'm empathizing with that group of people because I feel like I get it. Nobody that doesn't have an STD wants to date. Like, I ain't gonna say wants to date, but doesn't want to contract.
Contract it, yeah.
But the more educated you are, the less likely you are to contract things.
Yeah.
So that's why I say education is important, because the way it's spreading is because nobody is talking about status. Everybody wants to shut down those conversations, but it's here.
Yes,
We're in the dating pool.
Yeah.
The herpes is in the pool swimming with us.
Oh,
the HPV is in there too. So we have to talk about it because it's there. And I think we need to destigmatize it and let go of the shame around it, because those people that are positive are in the dating pool with us.
And those people that are positive will have less shame talking about it with other people that are positive.
They will, but that doesn't. But who kicks off that conversation? How do you even know?
Are you talking about like outside of the emergency room and like?
Yeah, who's saying like, hey, I got such and such, but who's brave enough to put their face on there?
There's websites for this.
But
midgets can date midgets, and like people can date.
But I haven't seen two little people, and I haven't seen two little people in a relationship in so long. But I see a little person with an average height person all the time.
It's usually a girl that's a little.
Usually.
Yeah.
But I've seen a little dude, a little man, a black man, and he had a average sized woman, and he had two girls.
Oh, that's hard.
One was a little person, and one was an average sized daughter.
That's hard.
So it happens. But I'm just saying, like, I don't necessarily feel like certain things, like you said, disabilities and things like that, necessarily. I mean, I guess if you want to put it in two categories, main category and alternative, but I feel like certain people that have other things going on with them, they could have so many other great qualities that they do align with the person that's in the man. I know you did disclaim that like that.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Possible.
People with disabilities, people that have lost limbs, because when you think about it, you can go from this what is it called?
The mainstream dating.
The mainstream.
It can happen
like that.
Yeah.
You could get in an accident and lose a limb.
Yeah.
You can have sex with somebody that you trusted and you got herpes now.
Facts.
You can get into an accident and your face is messed up or whatever. Like, there's so many things that can happen, and it's like, would you want to be shamed or to be told you now only have access to those people, even though you're the same great person, you have the same great qualities, you have the same income, you have the same ability to be this great person.
No.
That one thing that's not so great.
The thing about that is that the world is going to tell you before you even tell yourself. That's why I tell women all the time to stop being so idealistic about certain things, is because regardless of how you feel about it, when that motherfucker walks outside, you can tell your daughter she the greatest thing ever, but when she walk outside and those 10 men that's waiting for her at the corner, they gonna tell her something.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good that you boosting her self-esteem and that you got this disabled person feeling like that they can wheel their wheelchair over there to them 10s. But when they wheel their wheelchair over to them 10s, are you setting that motherfucker up for when he get his feelings hurt?
I think that you're setting them up to know that if all 10 of those people reject you, you still are who you are. You're still amazing. You don't have to feel bad about who you are because those 10 people weren't your people.
Another person in the wheelchair tell them that.
I feel like I'm not gonna tell somebody, you ain't gonna have access to most people, so just be happy with whoever loves you. Who am I to say that? Because the person that has all the great qualities and that looks good and don't have any disabilities and is STD free and all these things, they might still not be desired by all the 10 people that they want. So everybody out here trying to figure it out, because all the people that have all the answers in the dating world, we still out here single. So what's up? What's wrong with us?
No, I don't think anything is wrong with us. I think that it's an opposite. It's an opposite polarity. Now we're talking about when you become a 1% person, there's 99% of the other people that's out there. So now it literally becomes a needle in a haystack thing for you.
So do you consider yourself to be in the 1%?
We just gonna say anything.
I'm asking.
We just gonna say
because
anything.
I'm following up with something.
All right.
In the dating market, where would you consider yourself to be?
Jesus Christ.
We can talk about me too. I'm just asking.
I'm not mad at you saying it. It just you setting me up to shit on other people's lives.
Don't we ain't worried.
Yeah.
You always talk about the opposite people, like, oh, if I big this person up, is disrespectful to this person? Like, fuck everybody else. We talking about you.
I'm gonna just leave it alone.
Would you consider, let's say, 10%?
I am the greatest.
Okay, you the greatest. You in the 1%. You in the 0.2%. Who knows?
To ever live.
Where are you finding? What is challenging in your dating life right now? What are you finding to be challenging?
Because Kev, and I'm not blaming them, I'm just using them as an example. Kev, Tate, the other men in the space where I started learning about self and wellness, and my mom even, they didn't teach us about the other side of high value. Which is the dark side, which is self-sabotage. When a woman gets around you and she's like, this man is way too good for me, I'm going the other way. Or, I don't know how to be that for you. We would like to think that every woman that has this idealistic vision of the man that she wants, when that man gets in front of her, that she really gonna perform. But if that was the truth, everybody and their mama would be married. But it's not. It's honestly not the truth. And that is the issue. One thing that I learned about my last relationship and what I learned since I've been single, and something that you probably notice about me, is that I show up every day for my success. And when I was with my lady, I showed up every single day. And I put a force field around her to make sure that she was untouchable by anybody else, whether it came like danger, harm, another dude, just whatever. And she felt that force field. She would tell me, I feel way more powerful when you're around. And the problem is that, and that was, to answer your other question, that's when I did experience, I'm not gonna say unconditional, but like the genuine love from a person who doesn't give a fuck about Vigilante but loves Marcus. That was when I felt that. And we can get back into that later. But now the problem is that I've outpriced myself. I'm like that Gucci shirt that's sitting in the store, and it's like, God damn, this Gucci shirt is $10,000, and it's like it's not gonna change. It's not going on sale. It's just gonna sit. And every single day I up the price of it with the stuff that I do every single day. Like I was telling old girl, I'm about to go to Sierra Leone and get my citizenship. I don't know any woman in the world that has enough feminine energy to compensate for a man that's about to go and do that.
Are you kidding me?
It almost sounds like a lie. And I blame the last generation of men for that.
So you haven't experienced a woman that you feel is deserving of a man like you?
No, I'm not gonna say that. I think that there's a lot of good women out there that would do a good job. But I'm not looking for a good job. I'm looking for an excellent job. I'm looking for a great job.
And you don't feel that woman exists, or
No, she exists. She exists. She's just, I'm embracing the needle in the haystack. I'm not scared of the needle in the haystack. I'm embracing it because I own it.
And the woman that you desire is the needle, or you're the needle?
She's the needle.
Oh, okay.
She's the needle. And I'm okay with I want to give her that credit, because the woman that I pick, I want people to put her on that pedestal to be like, yo, that's the girl that Vigilante chose. She fire by default, because that's how it should be.
Where do you mostly meet the women that you date?
I meet people all over, everywhere. I'm still one of the rare men that still approach people in public. You watch me speed date multiple women, and the problem is just that because women don't have a burden of performance on them, they have so many deficiencies even that they don't even know about. And I told somebody the other day, I said, all women are delusional. It's just about what delusion are you buying into with that specific woman. Every woman believes and has her own conspiracy theories and thinks this and thinks that. Which one are you buying into, and is it not so delusional enough to where you're going to lose your fucking mind being with her? And that's the issue, is that women grow up with nobody telling them the goddamn truth about the world, to where a woman can come in here and literally say, I'm just focused on my career. You think a woman in Nigeria is saying that?
You're Nigerian.
Well, I'm Nigerian, so.
But you're in America.
You understand?
Dating in America.
And she might even be Nigerian. None of us are American. That's just a citizenship status.
Mm-hmm.
But you understand what I'm saying? So,
I hear you, but I'm saying, why do we comparing Black American women to women of other countries? Because women of other countries have different circumstances, have different upbringing, different cultures, and different access, different men that they're accessing.
This is the overly subjective stuff again. I don't even know if you know what you when you be doing it.
But okay, tell me how. Why would I compare you to a Nigerian man? Because
I'm Nigerian.
A man that was raised with Nigerian values in Nigerian to culturally behave as a Nigerian man.
And that's what I miss. And we miss that.
So if I've dated Nigerian men before.
Fresh off the boat?
Like maybe like a few years, less than 10 years.
Still got the accent?
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I dated one that was a Christian and one that was a Muslim, so they were a little
That's
bit
usually
different.
how they go.
Yeah, so they're different, but at the same time, they still a man. Yeah. So it's not. I feel like there's ways that we can compare each other to people of other countries, and then there's differences. Like some men that I know that are seeking women in other countries, they feel like, oh, I'm here because women are this, and that, and Black women in America are da da da. Yeah, there are differences, but at the same time, we're still all women. So the same things that you feel like you're running from Black American women, you're going to run right into it because you're still dealing with a woman.
Yeah.
So culturally, yes, we have different upbringings, but some of the things that I hear men saying about women in other countries, like, oh, they'll cook for you, they'll do this, they're submissive. I understand that the majority of what we're seeing that women aren't as submissive and they're not being homemakers or whatever, but that's not really the case. I know a lot of women that are very submissive. They love taking care of their home and their man and their children and cooking and all of these things, but it's almost spoken as if that's like a thing of the past. It's not.
No, it's not.
And a lot of times, the men that aren't experiencing that is because something in you is not attracting the women that do those type of things. Right. So it's like, instead of just spewing out blaming women aren't doing this, women aren't doing that, why aren't they doing it for you? Because there's plenty of men that are getting their feet rubbed and their back rubbed and getting
other things,
and getting a meal that they getting their lunch packed for the day, and having a woman that is cooperative and all these things.
That's my problem with the passport bros right there. You just said it. That's my problem with them.
They're out here, and it's amazing. But that's another.
And you're not lying. You're right.
So to your point about a Nigerian woman,
this is the only reason why I say that, and I want to give a shout out to my Nigerian women. I took 7 DNA tests. The first one that I took came back that I'm Igbo Nigerian. Sometimes I forget how big of a following I have. I posted my results on there. The Igbo community stuck their hand out from Africa and reached out and touched me. And that feeling is indescribable. And when the women came, that was the first time in my 29 years of life that I've seen women come of service. Such a handsome man, such a beautiful man. Did you have girlfriend? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not one of them American women bashers, but I'm a realist at the same time. We don't have that here. So that was extremely unfamiliar with the way that they were just acknowledging of the work that I put in. American women care when they want to care. I mean, I looked at your page, but your page is your page. Like, them is like, oh my God, you've done such great work. Like, congratulations. Like, let's celebrate. And I don't want to sound like a passport, bro. I'm just being realistic about my experience when it came to, because that was my first time. I'm not like super traveled, so that was my first time witnessing not only overseas women, but my tribe reach back out to me. And as Black people in America, we forget that it's other people that were never enslaved and that our culture kept going. So to see what the culture has evolved into and what the modern women over there are, you can see the clear-cut difference between I was born in Chicago and I was born in Nigeria. And I'm not saying all Nigerian women are just better than American women. I'm saying that it's a clear-cut difference that you see in their moral compass. You ask a Nigerian woman, you gonna post your ass on Instagram today? Post my ass. What tell you? Get away from me.
There's some that do.
There's
Just like there's some
already
black
some
women in
every,
America
there's
that would
some
respond that way
there's
too.
some in every category.
Thank you.
But what I'm saying is predominantly, as soon as you know what, let me say this first, because it's gonna sound like I'm bashing the black women. I've already given my divine submissive queens.
Here's the disclaimer before the disrespect.
I've already given my divine submissive queens the love that they deserve, and she took it away. And
because you took it away by telling all the other women to go on the cliff and hold hands.
Yeah, or they can do it separately. And I was watching First Sunday. I don't know if y'all have seen this movie, but it's Ice Cube and Tracy Morgan, Cat Williams. It's a great movie. And I seen a black woman do something I haven't seen in a long time, and that was break a man down with her feminine essence. So Lee John in the movie didn't know who his foster parents were, and he grew up a criminal, and he didn't even know his birthday because his foster moms used to beat him to death, and they lost his birth certificate, so he never celebrated his birthday. He clearly into his mid-30s. This woman, she loved on him, she talked to him, she cooked for him, and she said, today was my late husband's birthday. And do you know when your birthday is? It's today. And she started singing happy birthday to him. And this man broke down in tears. And that's the reason why I'm so hard on the women, is because feminine energy is so powerful and it's so radiant. It can be a 7'6", 8'10" nigga about to get into a fight. Let a woman jump in the middle with feminine energy. Ain't nobody fighting. Let me try to break up that fight. They pushing me to the side. So I be trying to tell the women that divine, submissive, feminine energy, ain't nothing weak about that. That's the strongest thing in the world. And that's the essence that every other culture besides American culture carries with them, is that being the truth. So when I saw that movie, it was extremely it was like a reintroduction to why I fell in love with the black woman in the first place. And then you see movies like The Blind Side, which is one of my favorite movies. And for those of y'all who don't know this movie, this is a movie where a woman has so many kids in her Section 8 house that her kids get taken into foster care, and she doesn't even remember her father's or the children's last name. And they have to reconnect as adults to keep a relationship with each other. And there's a guy named Michael Laura, who's a really talented football player. He meets this white lady, and this white lady who has this beautiful marriage with these two beautiful children the way that it's supposed to be done. She invites him inside of their house and allows them to become birthright parents, and took his life from a fucking catastrophe and put it in the mainstream, where like parents are supposed to do before you even get here, and gave him a football career, college, pros. This man was going to be dead or in jail if he had never met her. And now he has a chance at life, all because she made the right decision to marry the right man. And they have beautiful, unracist children. And because they did what they were supposed to do the right way in their ethnicity group, they were able to come over here and pull over here and sprinkle their blessings on them.
And it was a beautiful movie.
Beautiful.
But in real life, the boy came out and said that there was some abuse going on. But the movie was great. And there are so many wonderful black marriages and black women and black men who adopt children and bring them into loving homes as well.
It was a beautiful movie, y'all.
It was a beautiful movie.
It's a beautiful movie.
But let's talk about the real life story. It didn't happen exactly that way.
So the point of what I'm saying is that there are other cultures in the world, and I would love to see our African American women get back to a place where they care about their purity again. I don't want to see nobody be shamed and to the point where they're exiled, but you can only be shamed and get exiled from your own actions. So if you say that you want to be liberated, then that means that you have to be responsible for your liberation.
Right.
Stop trying to be the superhero and the victim at the same time. I'm gonna do what I want to do, and then you crying about it later. Fuck your tears. Fuck your sympathy. Fuck your group chat. Fuck your complaints. You're an adult.
Crying about what per se?
Whatever happens, you get with a man that operates in the streets, and now you upset because he beating your ass. Don't make no phone call to nobody. You chose this man. That's on you.
What about the man that's a outwardly CEO, great in the community, in the church,
Mm-hmm.
and he's beating her ass in the house?
So that's like the movie Temptation. Yeah, that's a different story. That's like Enough as well too. So in Enough, she did the right thing. Where as soon as that stuff started happening, she immediately separated herself. As soon as he said, "This is my house, and I'm gonna do what I want to do. I'm gonna cheat on you. I'm gonna put my hands on you," she was gone.
Mm-hmm.
But in our community, we have this thing called cheat back, and we have this other thing called fight back. Two things that you are not supposed to be doing. And once you decide to cheat back and fight back, our African American women never acknowledge when they join the circus. You're a willing participant, but just like she said, everybody and their mama is getting out of a relationship with a narcissist. So out of 8.8 billion people in the world that you could have dated, the one person that was beating your guts down, out of everybody else that was trying to, is a nigga that ain't shit. So what does that say about you?
I understand there's a lot of women talking about their experiences with narcissists, and technically they say that narcissism is way less common than what's being experienced. I think that we have to get past the title and talk more about the experience. And there are narcissistic or abusive or whatever type of women as well. Men are in abusive relationships as well.
Yeah.
So we have to acknowledge that too. And some men don't leave as soon as the abuse starts.
Yeah.
So, there's so many different factors of why people stay in abusive relationships. Not saying that it's right, and I do advise people to safely get away as soon as you see the abuse. But I do want to also acknowledge the fact that it's not as easy as people think. And I am a domestic abuse survivor myself, so I'm saying this just not from reading textbooks, but from actual experience. There's so many different factors that go into that, but I agree, as long as you can be safe and get away from the first sign, at the first sign. But I would say that I still don't think that that's the majority. I think that we have to realize that the internet is not real. Like all the examples that we're usually talking about is like from podcasts or shows and things that are being put at the forefront, the celebrities, all these things. But like in real life, there are people that are experiencing beautiful marriages, and there are people that are, they have self-love, and they know their standards, and they're not dating from a place of lack or a place of pain or whatever. Like there's all different types of scenarios. There are black women that are loving and that are pouring into men, and there are black men that are loving to women, and they're respectful, and they have their things together. And so it's like we see all this mess on the internet. We see the divide between black men and black women. We see all the complaints, and we've experienced some ourselves in real life. Like it's out there, but there's also the opposite. So I feel like we have to stop the narrative of like, this is what's going on with black American men. This is what's going on with black American women. This is what's missing. Like, yeah, there's some deficits, but there's also some beautiful things going on in our community. We have love. Like men somehow gravitate to me. Like some men might look at me and think that I'm not as submissive, or I'm not as feminine, or oh, she always has something to say. I do always have something to say. I always have an opinion, And I do get defensive when it comes to Black American women because I know so many amazing women, and I feel like I am one too. But there are some people that will share their experience of me and say that I've poured into them and I've made them feel safe, and they can talk to me about anything. They know that they're going to receive love when they're around me. So it's really also a thing of perspective as well. Even the people that we see online, we're only seeing clickbait, we're seeing clips, we're seeing certain opinions, but that person as a whole might embody so many amazing things. So I think we have to do better with like not categorizing people or like discrediting them based on one thing. Like even with me, for example, like I said before, I've been abstaining for almost 5 years. But I also, you might go on my Instagram and you might see me dancing provocatively with a little skin showing. I'm not twerking and throwing ass, but I might be doing a little number, you know, a little sensual little 1-2. And I don't want to be judged off of that and somebody look at me and be like, oh, she's not wife material. She's doing this on the internet. She's this or that. Because you don't know me. You haven't experienced me. You haven't been in my energy. You haven't been loved or poured into by me. So I try to look at that when I think of how I'm judging other people. Because you really just don't know. You can't take one part of the person and know them. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think that was a good spill. I think that there's a difference between sexy and raunchy,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that the difference, because all of the African American dances that they're doing online that make them raunchy, they get it from African women that are still in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
But African women have such a way of like tying like that thing around their waist and wrapping their hair in such a way and moving their hips in such a way to where it's like a classy, sexy, and then the women here kind of miss the elements. Majority of the women here kind of miss the elements of what connects the dots between those two. Even though you may be the same race, she may be an Igbo, you may be an Igbo, but she's going about what she's doing in the way of a classic Igbo, and you're going about it in the way of like an Americanized Igbo, which kind of adds the element of the kind of the not sexy anymore. Now it's raunchy. What you doing?
You're saying the way you carry yourself now.
The way you carry it.
Right.
A girl earlier today, she said, "You don't think Megan Thee Stallion is sexy?" I said, "Yeah, hell yeah, she's sexy, but the way she carries it out makes her trash." But yeah, she's sexy. If you just look at her and she does a 360, you like, God damn, she fine. But when you, God damn, this a long list. It's still going? Shit. She got a scrobe. Ain't seen one of them in a minute.
So what type of man do you feel like she should have access to?
Hey, you be coming with the slick little one-liners.
I'm just asking.
That's funny.
Because I've been hearing a lot of examples of these women that have these terrible track records, and what type of man should
Orlando Brown. Charleston White. She deserves one of them.
Do they deserve her?
Yeah. Everybody in the circus. They all circus clowns.
So it's because of a combination of her sexual history that we are aware of and the fact that she twerks online?
I don't want to minimize it to twerking online. We've already heard about her. She just lied to Gayle King on national television.
But why is that Gayle King's business of who she slept with?
Wow.
I'm just saying, like...
This is what I mean when I say women have no character and morals.
I haven't said my opinion about it, but I'm just saying, why should she have to say who she slept with to Gayle King?
This is.
I'm just asking. I haven't said what my opinion about it is. I'm asking you.
What I'm saying
why
is
should she have to disclose who she slept with to Gayle King on TV?
An honorable individual is going to be honorable in their sleep, Monday through Sunday.
Now let me say this. I don't think she should have lied. I think she should have just said, "I'm not here to discuss that."
So, I mean, she's a liar. Anybody that comes out over sexualizing themselves, a woman who takes her purity that God gave her and throws it in the trash, what do you expect from them? I expect a girl that's a hoe to be a liar. I expect that from
most hoes be telling the truth.
Nah, you're talking about the ones that, like Sexy Red, that's a hoe right there that if she was sitting with Gayle King, she'd be like, hell yeah, fuck this shit out of him. Like, I expect her to say that. but because she's so trashy, there's no coming back. I think that even when Megan Thee Stallion's in a music video, it's ass everywhere. But when she's sitting with Gayle King, it's all of a sudden now she know what a blazer is and some dress
There's
pants.
a time and a place. She's a rapper catering to adults, and she's an adult entertainer. So she's sexually explicit. She has sexually explicit lyrics. She loves throwing ass. She said that, and that's what she does in her career. What does she look like twerking and throwing ass on whatever network Gayle King is in?
That's what she does.
But even an exotic dancer, if you go into a job interview for a day job, you're not gonna come in there with a G-string on and some stripper heels. You're gonna be wearing whatever attire is associated with that job. There's a time and a place for everything.
Just a hoe in disguise.
It's a lot of hoes in disguise.
And that was my other point right there.
Is it better to be a hoe in disguise, or is it better to be all out hoe and claim it and own it?
At all. I said that earlier.
But hoes exist. There's men that are hoes and there's women that are hoes.
Right.
Some of our parents are hoes.
That was what I said earlier.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
To whose standard are all of these rules being?
And this is
like,
the overly subjective shit again.
I'm gonna claim I'm gonna be the Tomorrow Crew.
There you go.
Overly suggestive.
Yeah.
Now
you see yourself doing it now?
I own it.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like,
right.
I don't believe in societal norms. I feel like, okay, we've been created. There's been all of these. We're in a patriarchal society, so a lot of things that have been placed on us as far as purity and all of these things is from patriarchal views, which is fine. That's how we live. But we talk about Eve. There's also Lilith. There's there's divine feminine women that are pure and that are the head wrap, all white all the time. I'm describing myself right now, but I'm not trying to say that I'm that person. But there's people that are very spiritual, and their spirituality is more pure and more divine in a way that's like, I'm the healer, but I'm also like sacred in these certain areas. And then there's the divine feminine that is bold and powerful and sexually liberated and just a totally different type of woman, but that femininity is just as powerful as
No, it's not.
It is. Mm-hmm. It is. It might even be more powerful.
The healer is always going to be the number one.
You said who?
The healer is always going to be number one.
But there's some healers that are hoes. I know a lot of hoe healers. I know a lot of women that have been sex workers that might still be sex workers that are healers. We have to stop judging the messenger and look at the message. There are so many healers that a lot of sex workers are healers. A lot of sex workers are healers. A lot of women.
Not ringing the bell.
And then in the Bible, what was Mary Magdalene? Wasn't she somewhat of a healer to Jesus? And she was what?
I gotta go back. The only hoe that I know about that I remember from the Bible was Jezebel, but I don't remember the rest of them.
Okay, well, it was hoes. It's been hoes since the beginning of time, but that doesn't discredit who they are. It's probably some hoes in y'all church.
Yeah.
The first lady might have been a hoe.
Yeah.
The elders, the mothers sitting in there judging folks, passing out prayer cloths to put over your legs, they might have been hoes too. They probably got all kind of history. A lot of people's grandmamas, just like the granddaddies had a family around the corner. Some of the grandmamas, some of them kids was the mailman and the milkman's baby.
Yeah.
So it's all kind of hoes, but I bet you that love that you got from your grandmama that used to be a hoe is unmatched. I bet you that you felt healed when she gave you that Sunday dinner. Yeah. I bet you felt healed when she hugged you and prayed over you. And I bet you still are benefiting from the prayers that she prayed back in the day. The ancestors that have prayed and sacrificed and done all those things, some of them were hoes. And some of you are still benefiting and blessed and covered and protected and guided by some hoes. So let's put some respect on hoes. Let's put some respect on these hoes, because hoes can be healers. Hoes can be life-changing. Like, okay, with the Brittany Renner thing. I talked about Brittany Renner before because she was on, I believe it was Ace Metaphor's show. And it was a clip where she was like, I think she said, because I don't know myself. And I was just like, this was before she went and converted herself or whatever she got going on now.
Be a fake Muslim.
And I'm just like, why don't you want to take the time to know yourself? Because you've acknowledged that you don't. So now, and shortly after that is when she went on this journey. So I feel like when she was really participating in her whole activities and pursuing this little young boy that she got the baby by, she was basically just allowing herself to just be lost.
You a therapist?
I'm a life coach.
No, like you got your.
No, I'm not a therapist. I'm a life coach. But she basically was just allowing herself to be in the energy of, I don't know myself, so just making decisions based on whatever her benefit was. But I'm not going to say that her journey is fake with her being a Muslim now, but I will say it's her giving some type of effort. It might be for a particular reason, but I think that she's on the path to her healing journey. If she's not, she's in it, but it's the beginning phases. So it might look strange to everybody else, because I remember when I started my healing journey, that was when I, started going to church and started, decided to join a church, and then I, try other things. Like, you have to figure out what works for you on your journey. So I commend her for trying. I commend her for trying. I see you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean laugh in your face, Brittany. Or the 35 million you slipping. I didn't mean laugh in their face again.
And you'd be surprised how many. That ain't my number, but I'm just saying, if it
man,
was,
tell on yourself.
It's not my number. It's not close to my number, but
I feel like you almost said it.
Oh no, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't. I was just gonna say.
You know the number?
Do I know my number?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know my number. I know their names, first and last names. I know all of that, but
My Laura mom ain't know nobody names.
I would just say that you would be surprised how many women have been with well over 35 men. And they probably not even looked at as hoes because they don't carry themselves as such. No one would ever know.
See, that's the polarity thing that I don't like. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that it should be outward, overt hoe versus introvert hoe. Like, women already have a lack of accountability. This is just like another layer that just adds to it of the overly subjective shit.
Where's the lack of accountability?
Just in general, or
like when it relates to what we just talking about?
Oh, like sexual?
Yeah. Are you saying that? What are you saying about the? Why are you bringing up accountability based on what we just talked about?
Because that gives an out. It might have been Suki. It might have been her that made that video saying, y'all be thinking that it's the ones that like us that be throwing ass, that be the hoes, that be the other girls that be on. It's just like, oh my God, really?
So what is your problem? That you're not able to recognize who's a hoe and who's not?
No, I never said that.
So what are you saying?
I do a great job at doing that.
Do you?
Yeah.
How would you know?
How would you know who's a hoe? You can tell.
How?
Damn, you want me to...
I'm just saying, if we know that there's women that are undercover hoes and there's no way to prove how many people they've been with or whatever, how would you know whether or not you chose them?
It's probably just a man thing. The same way that y'all had that thing y'all call intuition that don't never work when it's time to pick a narcissist is the same thing I'm saying.
It works. You just gotta stop ignoring the flag. It's a lot. It's men that's in relationship with hoes that don't know it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
They
more than likely live here for sure. Because ain't no other country create a passport bro movement. Just this way. And I really thought that.
Because they can't get down. It's not that easy to get out of other countries and travel like it is for U.S. It can happen based on the access and money that you have.
We are immigrants.
Right, but we have different access. Like an American passport is gives you the green light to go most everywhere. But other countries, they have to go through other things to be able to just travel. In every country and every culture, there are people complaining about their counterparts. Like, there's Nigerian men that have so many negative things to say about Nigerian women. Nigerian women, they always warning us to stay away from Nigerian men because they're liars, they're cheaters, they do this and this and that.
Yeah.
There's men in South America, Africa, Alaska, everywhere.
At the same rate
Europe,
as
like everybody's complaining. So it's not just an American thing.
At the same rate as African
Probably publicly talking about it. We're the only ones publicly talking about it.
Whole
and that's the issue.
Point. That's my
white
point.
men are not sitting around on podcasts just getting down talking about white women and vice versa.
That's
Asian,
all I'm saying.
They keep it to themselves and we're out here talking about it.
Yes.
Which is why I bring it back to, we could talk about it, but what's the solution? And
well,
it's hard to come up with a solution.
That first.
It's hard to come up with a solution because there are standards that we're under that, based on what you're saying, there's majority of black women are not even worthy of love or life. Based on what you're saying, like if you're not completely pure, then you just fit this other category. If you're not this type of woman, if you're not submissive, if you're not feminine, if you're this or this, that, go on over here. So I'm not saying the majority of women, but I'm just saying there's so many people that fall under the category of women that you basically say are not valued or valuable or worthy. That
The pendulum has swung too far to the left, and when you talk, I can hear it, cause it's.
are you not saying that though? Have you
I'm
not
trying
been
to
saying
figure
that?
out when did it become a bad thing for a person to praise divine,
It's
submissive,
never a bad
feminine
thing.
women.
But you're not just praising them.
Just because I don't have to give a fuck about them other stank ass women. Fuck them. I don't know if you're trying to change my mind.
I'm not. I'm just
But
trying to say
I'm
that
letting-
I'm disappointed that
I'm letting you know that they can suck it. That's what I'm letting you know. And I'm not saying that with no sugar on it.
and you would
because-
say that to your mother.
Yes. You want me to call her?
That's crazy.
I told my mom this already. When we had a conversation last time I went to go see my mom, two things happened. I had a chain on, like one of my bigger chains, and I had on some shades. And I walked in and I gave my mom a hug. There ain't nothing like the black mom's hug. It's nothing like that. And I started feeling like a dumbass. So I said, why the fuck I got this chain on and these shades? I took it off, took that off. This is my mom. Come on now. And a lot of black dudes' problem is that they go out in the world looking for that same love that they mom got for them from a woman. But women's love outside of your family members is conditional as fuck. And I'm not just talking about financials, I'm just talking about narrative driven. And with your mom, she gonna love you regardless. But with women, I'm having a transparent moment with y'all right now. This is a big reason why a lot of dudes get hurt is because of that. The love that a black mom has is so. That's why black grandmas are always the best, because they got love for 2-3 generations of love, and they love their creations. And if the black mom is like present, and if she wants to be a parent instead of like having you from a non-idealistic situation, that love that she shows is just pure. And when I had a conversation with her, I said everything that I didn't like about women, and then she said, Marcus, do you even like women? And then I said, okay, what if I told you that you should date men that only beat you upside the head, that talk to you crazy, that don't have no money, don't have no ambition, and treat you like you ain't shit? She said, why would you say that? I said, because I just named the negative attributes of, and then you just tried to skew that as that's what women are. That would be the same as me saying that, and then you saying that that's what men are. No, I said, this is the stuff that I don't want. So why would you try to gaslight me into feeling like that I hate somebody because I just told you the negative aspects of what I don't want for me? This is the manipulative shit that same mom that'll give you that hug with that love in it will then say to you after that. That's why as a man, you have to cut the cord from your mom quick when you're about 16, 17, because that's how you become that mama's boy that's on her titty forever, and all that manipulative shit that she do, that shit started to work on you. But I was able to cut it early because I saw that she made so many mistakes early that she really couldn't. You can't guide this part of my journey. Like, I'm on TV. Like, what can you really tell me about this part of my journey? Not that I'm not listening to you, but I understand the differences in your life and then my life too. So we still have a healthy dynamic. My mom loves Remarcus, but she doesn't have a clue who Vigilante is to save her life. And that's okay. When we went to therapy, we became okay with that. So the other aspect that I was saying was that the woman was put here to be the healer. They were put here to be divine, submissive, feminine, and to find a man that is highly accomplished and be on his program. That's what arranged marriages was from the beginning of time. And polygamy was only for men who had land that could have multiple women and have their house in the middle. Like, the way that, I don't like the way that African women in America try to rewrite history like history didn't happen. when I did pop the balloon, this girl asked me about my ex, and I told her that me and my ex were in a polygamous situation for the last 6 months of our relationship. And she asked me, would I ever do it again? And I said, if the situation was suiting, yes, I would do it.
Mm-hmm.
If the situation was not suiting, no, I wouldn't do it. I learned a lot about the situation. I was 23, 24 when we did it. They was in their early 20s. None of us was ready to be in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad that I got to make my ancestors proud and that I was able to showcase two beautiful women that were divine, submissive, and on my program. And you know what she did? She popped her balloon. She popped her balloon because she said, yeah, that's not something that I would do. And then I said, did you even hear anything I just said? I said that's something I would do if the situation was fitting. And if it wasn't, I wouldn't do it. And then she went, yeah, this just ain't something I would do. And I said, do you even understand that you hearing whatever you want to hear? And then she had an African hat on. Like it was like one of them knitted hats that you can put on your... And I said, you have an African hat on right now. She said, what does that mean? I said, you don't even understand that your great grandma was like the third wife of like a wealthy farmer. You don't even understand the practices of the hat that you have on. Your chakras ain't even all open. You're not even a whole woman. You don't even... This is informational purposes that I'm giving you right now. And you're blocking it with your capitalistic, modern society mind state of, that ain't what I want. But I'm giving you information about our heritage. I didn't even say this is something that we had to do. This is what I mean when I say, like, when you say, why are we still single? For me personally, it's stuff like that. You can't even take 2 seconds to listen to history. What if I want to talk about this statue? Fuck that statue because you don't feel like you African? That's a hell of a chakra that's blocked. So now my chakra got to get blocked because you not tapped in. That's some crazy shit right there. My mom don't even care about being African. I just sent her all my results, no response. My sisters, no response. My aunts, we all share the same blood. My people are from Sierra Leone. I'm happy about that. They don't give a shit. And I said, damn, slavery did exactly what they wanted it to do. Y'all ain't shit. Because y'all don't even care about the most important thing that you can do in your life is care about yourself and know who you are. The whole Bible is based off of Jerusalem and Egypt. How can you tell me anything about the Bible and you don't give a fuck about the fact that you're from Sierra Leone? How can you tell me that our ancestors fought for our right to vote and tell me to vote and you ain't even fight for your right to get back to your motherland? Get the fuck out of here. You're a hypocrite. These are the deficiencies in women that I'm saying that keep me single. You see how this shit is irritating.
Who are the male role models or men that you, like your wise counsel in real life?
It's a conglomerate of a bunch of people. My stepdad is a really good role model for me. He was a good dude. He showed up every day for his kids. He came with 2 kids. That's my little brother, my little sister. You know, it was a step and all, but those is my little brother, my little sister. Love them. And my uncles. I really had a really good counsel.
What about right now?
Same.
So your stepfather is 39?
Yeah.
And they're no longer together?
No, they got divorced 3 years ago.
So how old were they when they got married?
Shit, he had to be. My mom had to be. This was 17 years ago. I'm bad at math. I'm sorry.
So your mother is 18? You said she had you when she was 18?
She was 18, she had me.
And you're 29.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get out. I don't feel like doing no damn
Yeah,
I can do it, but I'm
it's a lot of math.
late
Let's
at
go
night.
into that. A lot of math.
Okay, so 29. So she had you when she was, what am I getting these numbers from? You're 29.
Yeah.
So she had you, so she's 47 right now. So she was 30.
Yeah.
And he was
20. He had to be 21,
22, right?
21, 22. I think she was 32, and because they 10 years apart. So he
Math
had,
ain't math in here.
I think it was
Oh, but they got divorced 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Okay.
So I think it was 21 and 31, if I'm not mistaken.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And how old was his kids at 21? When he was 21, how old were the two kids?
I think Elijah, who was his oldest son, he had to be 3, 4. Maybe 4. 4 or 5. And then his daughter had to be 3. So 3 and 5. So I literally watched them.
So you watched him become a man because he
Yeah.
wasn't. I mean, he was
Yeah.
legally a man, but
Yeah, I seen him in his growth. I actually
and you
did.
watched your mother become a woman too.
I
You don't feel like she's matured, like maturity level a woman yet, or what?
she's gotten better, but it's a certain level of polarity that's between me and my mom.
That's your favorite word.
Polarity.
I want y'all to count how many times this man has said polarity.
Yeah, give me the polarity
I know
count.
it's at least 5, but go ahead.
When I was doing sports, because I was a star athlete. When I was doing sports, my mom was front and center. She was right there. She was very supportive of that. But then when I got into the industry, my mom has never been to an award show. I got 4 awards. She ain't never, even when I was on live with Bow Wow, she knew I was going to do that. She didn't even pop in the live. Like, I don't know what would make her want to be so distant. I think that we had an agreement of, you will stop talking about this, and then you just don't be involved in this. I think that was our agreement, because when I was broke as hell, she would send me like jobs to do, like janitor shit and other 9-to-5 stuff. But I would let her know my calling and what God wants me to do is so much better. I feel it. It's coming. In the following year, 2, 3, I'm on TV now. And she, even after that, it's not that she didn't care. She just, like, it didn't change. It's still the same to this day. When I go to Sierra Leone, she's not going. The test was maternal, meaning that it was her side.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of our parents are stuck in their ways, or they still see us as a child or a certain level, or they don't understand our journey. And, you know, it's unfortunate, and you want it. You want them to be on board with what you're on board. You want them to elevate and evolve with their thinking and take accountability for some of the things that they've done, and sometimes it just doesn't happen. So you have to set your boundaries, do a lot of acceptance, but you don't have to deal with certain things, but you do have to accept the reality of certain things, and
that's where we
move accordingly.
Yeah, that's where we at. I think that kind of helped me a little bit. It helped me cut the cord, because I think that if she was more supportive, that I would have been more of a mama's boy. And I think that her lack of support actually helped me venture off and become a man, because I knew that if I stayed in her vicinity, that she was just going to have a blank demeanor about everything that I was doing. So I went to go find my happy spaces within the people who were giving me that energy, which is really my stepdad. My stepdad cheered me on. He the one who, he told me to get in my first movie. He the one who, he put me in a lot of different positions to become successful. And that was a wedge between them and their marriage. I remember one day I walked in my mom's room and she was watching Miss Deb on TV. That's Waka's mom, for those who don't know. And she was hanging on to her every word, just tuned in. B100 radio at the time was in Jonesboro. We living in Marietta. I know where the fuck Jonesboro is at. So I pulled up to Jonesboro, and I gave them like flyers and CDs and stuff, and 2 weeks later, I was sitting down with BMS Quam and Brandon Phillips. For those who don't know, those are Waka's brothers. And I hear this loud voice in the hallway. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. It's Miss Deb. And she walks in right there in my interview. We need to play more commercials. Why y'all ain't playing more commercials? Yeah, and for those who have been around Miss Deb, you know that she a straight shooter. And right when she came in, all of a sudden the camera wanted to die. So we didn't even get the footage together. So now I'm like, damn. But that's dope though that it happened because we got the story. A year later, I'm on Miss Dev show. I'm on her show. We taking pictures together. It's me, Rico Reckless from Chicago. And I'm just seeing it. It's happening. It's happening in front of everybody. But still, nothing changed. Nothing changed.
You wanted your mom to be like, wow, this lady that I admire her thinking, her words, now you're sitting there and she didn't acknowledge it or congratulate you about it.
I think at a certain point in my career, I wanted my mom to understand that what I was doing was effective and that it was important. There are so many artists.
It is, because you're still doing it.
Huh?
It is effective and it is important.
Oh yeah, like not past tense, but present. Yeah, that it is effective. It is important. I give her a little bit of a pass because I'm so goated that everything that I'm doing is unheard of. Like, who got a son that's doing updates for the politics on the New York Times and ABC? Like, who really got that? So it's like, on one hand, I can see why you don't understand, and on the other hand, I can't see why you can't get behind it. It's like it's both. So it's kind of like a blessing and a curse at the same time, but it's understood. And the beautiful thing about it was when I was with my ex, she was like super supportive. So where my mom wasn't in the stands, she was. It was a beautiful polarity. The ending.
I'm telling him keep counting that polarity.
Oh. the ending of that relationship with her was that I don't think I ever talked to you about her.
The one that used to set up your Gatorade? Was it Gatorade?
That might be, you might be confusing me.
No, you said it was someone that used to have something on your nightstand.
Some type of flavored. Her.
Was it Gatorade?
No, it was a White Welch's Grape.
Welch's Grape.
Okay. Which is delicious, by the way. Y'all better not get in them aisles and take the White Welch's Grape.
All right, he's looking for sponsorship. Welch's,
I'm
sponsor him.
Because they delicious. And so, when we first got together, I was broke as fuck. I was so poor. I probably had like $17 to my name. And I was supposed to take her to Botanical Gardens one day.
So who garden?
To the Botanical Gardens. And we never ended up going. And I already had the image online of somebody. I probably had like 10,000 followers at the time. I got dope photos up there, but I got $17. And with her, I really didn't know how she was gonna react when I told her that, because I was supposed to take her to there because I told her I was, and I couldn't. And I told her, and she said, "It's okay, just stay on the phone with me. We can just talk." And we talked, and I closed my first deal, my playing cards deal, the next day. And I said, "I ain't never gonna be this broke ever again." And the next year, I started my relationship with Navy Federal, and they gave me my first. And then after that, I'm on TV. Now, and I just remember how hurt I was when I had to do that. So from that moment, I just became a super workaholic, and I just started going up. Now I'm in
How hurt you were when you had to do it?
Huh?
How hurt you were when you had to do it?
When I was broke as hell, when I had to tell her that. Like, yo, I'm broke.
Okay.
And so it just kept going up from there, and it happened so fast because she saw me broke. And then now she's seeing me a year later, 365 days later, now I'm on TV. So now she doesn't know how to contrast femininely with what I got going on. And I don't know how to tell her because I'm too goddamn young and I'm more focused on keeping this bag alive. I've never been in a relationship like this before, so I don't know how to tell you how to do your part in a situation I'm going through for the first time. I think that in relationships, especially with black people, we so used to being broke as fuck that we always talking about, yo, when we get this, we gonna do this shit ain't gonna happen. But what happens on the day that it, because everybody's so focused on just continuing to talk about what they gonna do and comfortable. And that's how she was. Comfortable to talk about what we gonna do. So me, I'm ready. I'm about to close on the penthouse. I done went and got my dream car. And we come home from vacation and she got an eviction notice on her door. And now I gotta get the eviction notice off. How many months behind are you? Shit, like 3? How did it get this bad? I don't know. 3,000. A couple days later, we about to watch a movie in her room, and I hear scratch noises coming from outside. I look outside, her motherfucking car is on the being repossessed. The car that I help her get. I go out there, yo, how much is it gonna take for it? No, we can't let it down. You gotta come up there, you gotta pay this fee, that fee, this late fee, that fee. I'm just calculating this shit like. And how do you tell somebody that you with that you don't got the money when they know for a fact that you got the money? That's especially when you're dealing with a black woman. You gonna tell a black woman that you don't got the money and she know you got the.
Why, especially when you're dealing with? Do you know most cultures of women are raised to only date men that are successful and have money? Why are you?
I
saying
said that about arranged marriages.
That's what I'm just saying. So why are you saying like black women are the ones that's looking for the money?
Because they usually date the people that don't got the money. So when they know that you got the money,
Okay.
it's different. But for other cultures, they have arranged marriages where the dudes get the bread.
So during the 3 months that she was getting behind on these things,
Yeah.
were you all fully invested in your relationship?
Yeah, I was still there.
So what was her reason for not communicating that she was struggling?
It's like when I took off, she always had like something that she wanted to prove. And with me, I always looked at it like we were in a partnership.
So was it she was trying to prove that she just wasn't after your money? Or that she
No.
could independently handle things on her own?
I didn't have enough for her to want to prove that.
What was she trying to prove?
I think she was just trying to prove it to herself. Because she was from a small city in Indiana, I'm from a small city in Michigan.
Mm.
And she's seen what I'm doing, and now she wants to, like, she wanted to do her part in that dynamic. I never wanted to be an actor. She wanted to be an actor.
Mm.
So now I'm on TV as an actor.
Mm.
I don't give a shit about acting. I'm getting paid.
So when you're looking back and learning from that relationship, do you feel like there was something that you could have done to
A lot.
reassure her that, you know, you don't have to struggle alone or you don't have to prove anything? Or was it all about her own deficiencies in that area that kind of caused her to be in the situation?
I would tell her that all the time, actually. Like, she even came to live with us at one point.
Who's that?
Our parents. We bought a family house in Douglasville, like 8-bedroom. And that was another thing my mom did wrong. They sold the family house and then got a divorce right after. And you've been through divorce, so you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, there goes that. And she came to stay with us. She went from paying $700 for a room from her auntie to paying $150 for a room because we cared about her. Food, everything. Like, I had 2 cars here. Take this one. Like.
So what was the issue? What caused the breakup?
Well, before I get to that, I'm gonna just say, she was 19 years old when I got with her, and I'm conflicted because it's like 2 different sides you can look at it at. This is every 19-year-old woman's dream is to hit a lottery ticket like me.
And you were how old?
That'd be about 22, 21, 22. So, yeah, I hit TV when I was 22. And the other side of me is like, bro, she's too young to realize that's what that was. You're 19. So it's like both sides at the same time. But what happened was I had a friend that introduced me to politics. I took her to play pool, and then she said, anybody that does anything nice for me, I want to do something nice for them. She took me to a political meeting. At this political meeting, I heard them say, fuck Obama, fuck Stacey Abrams, and I said, where am I at right now? She said, you're not a Republican? I said, when the fuck did I tell you I was a Republican? She said, you got bread. I know you're a Republican. I said, I'm not a Republican. I'm no political party, but I wasn't expecting this. So we go back inside. We at the country club. Country club got some of the best food, and we eating on the golf course. And they're telling me about why gas prices are so high. This person used to run. This person about to run. I'm like, oh, whoa. I'm in the right room. So I just started coming back week after week after week. Now I'm building my political side. This is way before ABC and New York Times. This is like how I got there. So at this time, she's still struggling. But I'm back at my parents' crib. Now we're no longer in a full-blown relationship. We're separated. Now I'm back at the family house. So for when Stacey ran the first time, my mom woke me up out the bed and said, we're going to go vote for Stacey. And we went to go vote for Stacey, and I seen there was other stuff to vote for when I got in there. And I said, Mom, what do I vote for? You know what she said? Everything Democrat. So I voted for everything Democrat. 4 years later, when Stacey runs again, now me and Stacey are having meetings about the future of Georgia. And now me and Kemp are having meetings about the future of Georgia. And I become the first person in the history of planet Earth to post a photo of Stacey Abrams with myself with Stacey and myself with Kemp on my page. I get verified. Way before Meta Verified ever comes around, my blue check pops up. I'm doing a song with Dondre and Nicole from So So Def. For those who don't know, that's the girl who did You're the One for Me. Legend. All of this is happening while I'm separated from her. So now I'm asking myself, was I really holding her up this whole time? Because she's drowning. Like she's below water right now. And if I pull my hand down there, she could pull me down there. But I love this girl. She dope. She been with me all 4 years. But now I gotta assess the whole 4 years. But now we separated. A picture of me and Stacey hits the internet. My homie calls me. My homie Michael. He got a show called Talking Dirty After Dark podcast. So he tapped in with the After Dark Twitter sphere. He's known me for the exact same time that me and my girl been together. He says, hey, what's up? I said, Mike, why you sound so funny, man? What's wrong? He said, you and T still together? I said, you know, Mike, I don't really be putting my business out there like that, but you my dog. I know you for a long time, so no, we haven't been together in months. What's up? He said, I said, Mike, just spit it out, man. You one of the most forthcoming people I know. Just say me what you got to say. He said, I said, Mike, what's going on? He said, I don't know how to say this to you, but she on Twitter having intercourse with another dude.
And who posted it?
I said intercourse like a OnlyFans? Like he said, bro, she got a full blown OnlyFans. Says it's been started for a month now. Because it said the date start. I said, Mike, you lying, bro. Her mom and dad are ministers. Her grandma is the first lady of the church. Like, I know her whole family. I've known her for 4 years. Like, they would disown her if she did some shit like this. I know her tattoos. I know her mannerisms. That's her. It's confirmed. I hit her. From this point on, we can't really have communication like that between me and you because I'm stepping into a space where it's background checks for everything. If this comes back on me that I'm affiliated with somebody that's out here doing this type of stuff, my purpose is unfulfilled in my future son. I'ma stop. That's gonna be his name. And my future daughter, Liberty, Ogechi, Renee Steele, they don't deserve that because of what you're doing. That was it. She hit rock bottom. The next time that we saw each other, we was at an award show where I was supposed to be receiving my 3rd award, and she was with a dude that used to do the camera work for me. That was her new boyfriend. I knew she had hit rock bottom because she wasn't even the type of person. She didn't even want to be in a relationship when she met me. So she wasn't the type of person to just be in relationships. So I knew she was still at rock bottom. And the dude she was doing OnlyFans content with before that was a guy who was known for having an OnlyFans, and he used to do all of the models, like the lower end models, tattoos and piercings and stuff. So for you to stoop that low to where you went from a goat to the tattoo artist to the cameraman, you at the bottom. Like, you didn't hit rock bottom. There's no way I could have ever went back.
So what were her goals outside of being an actor?
She really just wanted to be happy.
Was she?
No, she was not a happy person on the inside. She was a great human, but she was not a happy person.
Right.
But you would never know that. She would come up to you and give you the warmest hug and love on you and give you all the affirmations in the world. She was an affirmation yogi, holistic healer woman. That was her. But behind closed doors, she had a lot of pessimistic views on certain things. And when it came to life, she just comes from a place where there's no life there. So she didn't mind not having a life or achieving the stuff that she wanted to achieve when she got here. It's like she never had it before. And with me, that was a problem. I got the money to get my dream car, got it. Got the money to get my penthouse, some clothes on it. I wanted to be on TV, I got there. Cover of the magazine, I did that. With her, it wasn't like that. It was more like, be cool if it happens. But now you on my program, ain't nothing cool if nothing happens.
Right.
We about to go do this.
And that's why, love is not enough. Like, you all were not aligned. Like, your value, you didn't have the same shared values, goals, dreams for your future and all of that. And that, that happens sometimes. Sometimes you outgrow people. Sometimes, it's just, they're not your person. Like,
I don't be wanting to say that about the outgrow part because it kind of sounds like it's as corny as a person being like, yeah, I got haters.
I don't think so. I mean, I think it's just the reality of things. Like, you meet people on the level of where you are at the time.
Yeah.
And sometimes you evolve faster than other people. So you're spiritually or figuratively outgrowing that person. And if they're not going to meet you where you are, like you said, if you meet them where they are, you trying to pull her in and you get pulled down into drowning now versus her, like, you're not even attempting to swim. You're not even trying to save yourself.
Yeah.
You want me to save you.
That
You're
was a
going to make
problem.
both of us drown.
Yes.
So that's a thing. Like,
yeah.
you just, I mean, it happens. It happens. It happens. So, I think, I was asking the lady, if she watched Love is Blind. There's a couple on there.
The girl that was right there. Yeah.
Who?
The girl that was right
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
I'm like, who over there? There's a couple, Marissa and Ramses. And I know we talked when you were on my platform about like feminine and masculine energy and how that is within each person, men and women.
Mm-hmm.
So this particular band is very tapped into his feminine, a little bit too much for me. She is like an ex-military woman. She's used to dating military men, but she actually desired a man that was more like, I wouldn't say submissive, but more like beta. Like more like she could be the breadwinner, he could be the stay-at-home dad. That's the dynamic that she desired, a man that's more gentle with her. And this is the guy that embodied that. Like he was very tapped into his femininity, almost like the girlies say, he was a little zesty.
Okay.
But they had a lot of passion, a lot of sensuality, a lot of sex early on into meeting each other. After like the pods, there were two men that she was really connected to, him, and then there was another man who was ex-military, who they kind of had a lot in common. He was also gentle with her, but like she felt like she was more romantically connected to the other guy than him.
The beta dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she chose him.
Okay.
And I said early on, like, okay, I get the passion is there, even the love is there, but that's not enough.
Mm-hmm.
Which eventually ended up being the case. Like he decided that he couldn't handle her energy. Like she's too high energy. He's the type that's introvert. He needs like his space. He needs to be compressed, and she's like clingy. She's this type of person. So he broke off the wedding, and she was all devastated. And a lot of people were calling him the villain, and I'm like, he's not the villain. He did her a favor. He stepped outside of the lust and the passion of all the things and the aesthetics. Okay, we look good together. We can overlook certain things, and he looked at their values because he felt like people going to the military and killing folks for whatever the cause is was inappropriate.
It's
like
wrong,
it's wrong morally.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, I don't regret being in the military. So right then and there, your values are off
already.
Then they had another issue where she said that she was okay with a timeline of not having kids for another 3 to 5 years when they were in the pod.
Mm-hmm.
But then when they started getting to know each other, she's like 1 to 2 years. He's like, no,
Ooh.
I'm good. 3 years would be the minimum.
Mm-hmm.
And I always say, like, when it comes to having kids, I really feel like you should be on the same page. If there's one person that doesn't want kids and the other person does, don't even try it. In my opinion, like, I think that's too big of a deal breaker. But she was like, okay, we can compromise on that, but I'm not getting on birth control because birth control does things to my body. So we're gonna have to wear condoms. And he's like, I don't enjoy condom sex. So what we about to do? So it was just like all of these things that to me, when we talk about the women's intuition, her woman's intuition should have kicked in and be like, not even just the intuition, just the reality of things. Like, you want to be a wife, you want to have this wedding, you want to make it to that goal, but you have to think logically. The red flags are there. You all are not aligned with your values. You're not aligned with your goals for the future. You're not aligned sexually and how you want to, handle that part of your life. So where are your antennas telling you that this is not going to work out? You're looking at the aesthetics, you're looking at the passion, you're looking at the love, you're not looking at the reality of things. So it happens that way. I don't feel like he was the villain at all. I commend him for saying this ain't that. Like, he was already married before, so I feel like that also kind of took took into consideration. He's like, I want my next marriage to be my last marriage.
Right.
With her, she's never been married, so she's anxious to get married. And it's just like, ladies, people, everybody, look at the reality of things. Forget the aesthetics, forget the passion. That's important, but other things matter more than that when it comes to who you decide to marry. So love is not enough, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly.
So I understand why you made the decision that you made, and I think that might be a little bit of your villain origin story.
You think
why
so?
You don't like these hoes.
Why I don't like hoes?
No, I'm just playing.
I didn't like hoes.
But I feel
but I felt like that because we used to have that in common with each other. Because she was bisexual, so we used to have other women in our relationship, but we would never have hoes. And then we would have rules too.
Okay.
If a girl had a boyfriend, no matter how fine she is, nah. If a girl move around in a certain way when she's around us, nah. Like she knew.
Did you ever see it coming as far as like her doing OnlyFans?
Never.
Like, did she ever?
Way out the blue. Way out the blue. This was the type of girl that if she was in this room right now and I told you that me and her have threesome, she was like, get the fuck out of here.
You wouldn't shot me, but
I
get what
you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So was this like during 2020 when OnlyFans was like popping, or was this
2021? 2020.
Yeah.
We broke up the end of 2021. So this is like 2020, beginning of 2022. Which didn't happen when that happened.
Yeah. So, like, I asked you, like, what were her other goals outside of being an actor? Because I'm wondering, like, did she try to lean into any other her gifts, talents, or dreams before she chose to do OnlyFans for survival reasons?
Minimally. She wanted to be a yoga teacher. In order for you to be a yoga instructor, you have to study abroad. So
you don't have to study abroad, but you got to have a certain amount of hours.
Well, yeah. Let me say this: that she wanted to go study abroad, and I wanted to support her in that because I don't like people traveling for no reason. And so
what do you mean by that?
Just people that got goals to go to Mexico and got goals to go here and there.
We're gonna have to get back to that. Finish your story, then we're gonna come back to that.
All right. So I like the fact that her travel was purposeful, and I supported her in that. And I told her, I said, listen, when you make this deposit, you are making a commitment to yourself that you are going to pay the rest of this. You cannot come back to this with excuses like, oh, I changed my mind or anything, because you're not getting this back before you click this button. The button. All right, you're a yoga instructor. Let's do this. And it ain't even take one next payment, and she was already fell off of that. And these are the parts of her that I didn't know until we got moved in and got together like that. But I was so financially good that it was some shit was like laughable, where it's like, I can't believe you would do some shit like that. But you don't understand how badly that affects stuff until it does.
But like, this the only woman you live with?
Yeah, that's the only woman I ever lived with. But it was a good situation. Even when she lived in my parents' crib, she stayed in my room. So we shared a room where we had all of our stuff in there, and we didn't have no arguments, no fights, no nothing. Like that was my dog. That was my dog. I remember even when she worked at Movie Studio Grill, she was like, "I'm about to quit." I said, "Nah, don't quit. If you don't like it, just get another job, but keep that job for 1 day a week." She said, "Why?" I said, "Because we get to watch movies for free. We get to eat for free, and this ain't no regular movie theater. We get a whole smorgasbord. And because you work here, you get to walk right into the kitchen and grab this shit for us. So you can quit if you want to, but you gonna get an ass whooping. So what you want to do?"
Who?
I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. That's how I used to talk to her though.
Oh my goodness.
But that was like our bond.
Yeah.
So
inside joke.
so she was like, "Oh, you know what? That's a good idea. Because I don't like it, but I can still keep all my perks by just working 1 day a week and then doing my other stuff. The crystal jewelry that you see me with when I have the crystal on the end of my wrapper chain, she invented that. She made it for me. I was the first person to have that, and she didn't want to sell it to other people because she didn't like it. She liked the little string. I said I can't do the string because the string too feminine. But that wrapper chain with that, you gonna sell out. And everywhere I was going to interview, show that, what the fuck is that on your neck? That's hard. And she'll be sitting right there. I'm not doing it. So it was just like, and you don't know until you get in a relationship. You can't force nobody to do nothing that they don't want to do.
No.
And it was just like opportunities like that. Like she could have became a billionaire off of that. Man, that was such a great invention. And just other stuff like that. She wouldn't mind missing out on stuff because she just never had. And then when I met her parents,
you gained clarity.
people that still renting in their 50s.
And they were both ministers, you said?
Both ministers, both. But you know, just had regular day jobs, but like part-time ministers and just average. And I don't mean this in no disrespect, but just like
poverty mindset.
Super poverty mindset. Just and stuck there. They had so much love for each other, but they didn't have any moving forward for each other. Like this is where they at. This is what they saw.
Yeah.
I remember when her parents pulled up and I had to go to a movie audition, and she was like, "You can't leave. My parents are here." I said, "I got to go to this audition."
Right.
She said, "If you leave, they're gonna be mad." I said, "I'm grown. I don't give a fuck. If you want me to tell them, I can." "Oh no, you better not tell them that." "Listen, I'm not no pussy like you. I will go out there and tell them that now. So which one do you want to do? You gonna let me leave in peace, or you want me to go tell them?" And I left, and then her mom came outside and was like, "All right, nail it. Do a good job. Do a good job." But I always empowered her to stand up for herself and to talk. I remember she did this dope ass swimsuit shoot. She was sitting in a chair just like that with a beach ball, and she was in her bikini. She came home and she showed me the shoot. I said, "These is dope. When you gonna post these?" She said. I said, "What's funny?" She said, "Post these, but I'm not posting these. Like my family on my page." And I said, "To you, 20 years old, you're like a fucking baby. Like what do they think me and you be in here doing?" And she just thought about it hard. I said, "Listen, the only shame that can come from you posting this is the fact that people think that I'm not behind you as your man. But I'm telling you, post these up. I will repost it on my story and let people know that I am supporting you showing off this because you did this for a purpose. You got a dope body. You should show it." She posted it up. And her whole family, "Dope, fire, dope. This is hard. I love this. I love this." See? They was waiting on you to stop being a pussy.
A lot of people, I mean, I'm gonna say this: if my dad was on social media, I would still post and do me, but I would be hearing so much. It would be ridiculous.
Literally him or just his voice echoing in your head?
Him.
Oh, him.
I would be getting lectured.
Okay.
Like me at 36 years old, my dad still he has this image of what I'm supposed to be, and I'm probably like 8 to him.
Yeah.
8 years old.
I can see that.
Like when I go to Denver and I stay with him, and I want to go kick it with my cousins, he's like, "What you wearing? Make sure come back, be back by a certain time." I'm thinking like, I'm almost 40 years old, sir.
Yeah.
That's just how he looks at me. So if he was actually tuned into, like, my mom sends him some of the things that I post on social media, not like everything, but like certain things. But if he really saw exactly everything, every way that I show up, I would be getting lectured. Like, he still talks like, oh, you know, did you drink when you were such and such? I'm like, oh, I'm not really a big drinker. Oh, I love that about you and this and that. But like, so I've been drunk before. I've been publicly intoxicated, but like in his mind, certain things that he wants for me, or like he wouldn't know how to take certain sides of me, certain parts of me. So I understand like people that hesitate on, like a lot of people aren't there. Like all my other family are on social media, and I've gotten to the point where like I don't care what nobody thinks.
Yeah.
But I could just imagine if my dad was tapped in, like even though I'm at the place where I don't care, I would still have to hear certain things that I really wouldn't want to have to hear. So I get it, but yeah, it takes people. It's a journey when it comes to like not caring about family opinion. It takes a minute. I'm definitely there now. I've probably been there in all my 30s, but like in my 20s, I probably hid certain parts of myself or cared about what they thought. Now I don't give a dizzam, but I could see at 20.
At 20.
Her,
right,
yeah.
Right, just turning 20.
I could see her at 20. And some, you know, these days, some of these 19, 20-year-olds, they really don't give a damn. They twerking,
man.
they cussing. Me and my cousin was just having a conversation about that earlier, as far as like cussing around parents or aunties or any elders. Like, the only reason why I cuss in front of my mom and aunt now is because we've all had a podcast together, like, since probably like 10 plus years ago. Let me see. Yeah, like 10 plus years. So when me and my cousin would be on there trying to watch our words, they'd be like, just talk. Like, don't think of us as your mom and your auntie. Like, just talk and say what you gotta say. So we started being more freely with our words, and it kind of spilled over into real life.
Okay.
But like outside of that, when we were in our early 20s and stuff, we weren't cussing in front of our parents. But like the kids now, they don't care. My cousin had to get on one of her 12-year-old son's classmates for cussing around her. And it's just like, it's just different generations.
How old is the classmate? He 12 too?
Yes. These kids are cussing in front of adults like it's nothing. And I'm like, I can't relate. I just found, I've been doing this, like vlogging and interviewing people and stuff. When I was in high school, I got a camcorder and I would just go around doing this. So I just found the footage from like 20 years ago. And when some of my classmates or my cousin was cussing, I'm like, watch your mouth, because I wanted my aunt and other people to see it.
Okay.
But like these days, kids, I mean, we were cussing, but we weren't letting our parents and elders know. So it's different now.
I can see that.
It's definitely different.
I can definitely see that.
Back to this traveling for no reason.
Let me tell this last one.
Okay.
And then get right back to that. This is probably the most empowering story.
Yes.
This is when we went to Tennessee. I've been acting now from 17 to 22 when I got on TV. She's been acting professionally from 19 to 20, and I used my connections to help her get on Fatal Attraction and become the lead character. She gets on. I'm in the hotel chilling. It's only a 2-hour. It's in Knoxville. So it's like a 2-hour drive. And I'm in the hotel chill. I'm in the hot tub, and she texts me and she says, "Come to set." I said, "Cool." Go to set. When I get there, I can see a silhouette of her in the car with another dude, and they're doing a kissing scene. It's like a little peck. So I text her and I said, "Are y'all doing a kissing scene?" And she texted me back and she said, "Where you at?" So then I texted her back and I said, "Are y'all doing a kissing scene?" And then she said, "Hold on, I'm about to come over there." So she comes over there. I don't think she knew the kissing scene was in the script, because when we went over the script for her audition, that wasn't on there. So she called me up there, and she's walking up to me, and she has this look of like, it's like shame, but it's like she don't know what I'm about to say. I don't know what the word is on the other side to uncertainty. She has this look of uncertainty, and I'm like, "Is that the kissing scene y'all was just doing?" And she was like, "I had to do the kissing scene with him, and I had to do one earlier too." This how she said. She don't never talk like this. And I said, look at me. We all the way in Knoxville, Tennessee. We on Fatal Attraction. You the lead character. We worked our ass together. I need you to take your dumb ass back over there and make this scene look real. Hey, my man, come here. Listen, I'm Marcus. This is my girl. Listen, I need y'all to make this scene look real because y'all about to hit TV with this. I was just on Fatal Attraction a few months ago. So this is your girl when the director says action, and when he says cut, then however you want to deal with that, we can deal with that. And they go over there, they do their thing, and she's just looking at me like a deer in headlights because she just was not expecting for me to say that. This is acting. I work my ass off to get on television, and you think that because you're in a relationship with me that I'm about to let you ruin your opportunity to be on TV? You got the game fucked up. So that was another moment where she was uncertain, and I tell people all the time, me getting with her, it was when they asked me was she a high value woman, my answer is she was at a crossroads. If she gets with a bad man, she going down. If she gets with a good man, she going up because she got so much feminine energy to give and she don't know who to give it to. That was her problem. And that's why when she stopped dating me, she gonna fill her voids.
But there's still hope for her. She might be down in the dumps right now, but hopefully she learns and matures, and one day she will be able to learn from all of the experiences, the good, bad, and the ugly, and redeem herself.
So back to this traveling for no reason.
Do you have any? Do you send love to her? Like, do you still have love for her? Or are you like?
I always have love for her.
Okay.
I'm the one that used to tell her that she can't talk about people in a certain light because she used to have love for them. I think that's bullshit. I talk about her with complete admiration. I'm disappointed in her decision, but that was my dog. She was a great woman. She had potential to be the next Michelle Obama and to be the next J and B. We had potential to do. People looked at us in that light. That was my dog. But life is a marathon, not a sprint. The shit that I've done in the past 3 years, she would have had to been right there while I was doing it. And could she have? Can most women? No.
Why can't most women?
They haven't. If they could, they would.
Meaning, you haven't met them, you haven't given them opportunity to, or they just lack the ability to?
Just lack the ability to. There's only one Michael Jordan.
I don't understand. So, are you saying that you've met women that you've tried to put in a position to do these things and they failed the test? Or are you saying?
In majority, yeah. And just.
So what's your vetting process like?
You don't want to get to the travel, or you want to go to the regular?
We're gonna get to the travel,
okay.
But let's stay in this.
All right. My vetting process is there's a girl that I met on Hinge today. She said her favorite type of pizza is pepperoni pizza. I'm in the process of taking over a Marco's Pizza out in Stockbridge. So I did a compliancy test, and she stays out in Rome. And I said, we gonna meet up Wednesday, because that's my next free day, and we gonna get some pepperoni pizza, and we gonna play pool at a spot that's right across the street. And it's in Jonesboro. I said, it's a little hike, but it's gonna be worth it. You know, she said that? Cool. Compliancy.
Oh, that was the test.
Yeah, that was a test. That was a compliancy test.
So what would she have done to have felt that, like, giving you pushback?
Yeah, she's like, oh, that's too far. What's the name of the pizza shop? Because I don't really like everybody pepperoni. Like, just stuff like that. Now that I'm seasoned in how relationships go, it's like I understand that it starts off like a little nugget and then it turns into a mountain. And so that her compliancy was perfect. And another girl I'm talking to, I did foodie content with her the day we met, and I brought her to a restaurant, and we ate for free. She said, this is dope, I would love to start doing this. I said, cool. I said, I went to call the owner of Frida's, and I said, yo, I got another creator that wants to start doing foodie content, put it right in position. I go there to the restaurant, she don't even wake up to 2 hours after I've been there already, and then says, damn, I'm just now looking at the GPS, it's an hour from me. That don't sound like somebody that want to get started in this. So she got put in timeout for.
No timeout.
She got put in timeout for maybe like 4 weeks, maybe a month. And Then I hit her and I said, yo, you know how to do locks? That's the next thing I said to her, because I didn't respond to her other messages. I said, you know how to do locks? She said, yeah, I do. I said, cool, I'm gonna be over your house at this time. I texted her at that time and she wasn't up. She woke up like 30, 40 minutes later. And I was like, this is what I mean when I say like the small stuff to the big stuff. The type of stuff that I'm doing, I've yet to meet a woman that is fluent in being that rib that God put her here to be in those situations. I'm on my way to meet the president of Nigeria and of Sierra Leone. I'm not little poo poo that work at Sears. And that's just trying to get out of his mama's house. So I understand that it's a whole nother caliber of what you're not used to. But don't say that this is what you want if you don't know what it looked like.
So do you have conversations with them prior to these tests, or is it like, I got your number, boom, let me test you?
I wouldn't even consider it to be like a test, because it's just like a real life conversation.
I mean, you called it a compliancy test.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can ration it as that.
So I'm saying, like, are there conversations that are had prior to, like, you hear something that they say and then you like, okay, I'm gonna set it up and see how they move with it, or I'm gonna invite you out and see if you give me pushback. Like, are you having conversations on the phone with them a few times prior to this happening, or is like we exchange numbers in the first conversation, I'm hitting you with an opportunity to show me how you're moving?
Yeah, for sure.
First conversation.
Yeah, for sure. Right out the bat. Right out the bat.
I mean, I'm not saying how you should bet, but I'm just thinking, would it be beneficial, possibly, if you converse with them a little longer to make your own assessment before you even determine if they're worth the trouble of a compliancy test or a setup for X, Y, and Z? Like, if you have a couple of conversations and you kind of see how you all are compatible, how your values align, you know, what they're into, what you like, all of that, and then you determine, okay, boom, they passed the first test, because I'm just vetting silently without them even knowing, and then hit them with the, you know, I see that this is a potential woman that I like, that she has these qualities, she's matching me in this area. Let me see if I invite her on a date, will there be any pushback? Or let me see if she said that she liked this and I set it up, how's she gonna handle it? Do you feel like that would be a waste of your time to kind of have those conversations before the test? Or do you feel that your vetting process is more effective than if you were to kind of try to get to know them a little better before you do that? Do you see the benefit of having
I get
a few
what you're saying
conversations
too.
first?
I see what you're saying too. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I just told a girl on the phone earlier, is that I've done enough in my life to where nobody has to question anything on whether I'm a stern leader, on whether I'm gonna put you in the right direction or put you in positions to do certain things. I feel like that questioning, that's for them.
Who? The other men?
The other men. Go do that. That's Lil Poo Poo and Lil Ray Ray. That's for them.
Questioning.
You question their ability to lead, and you question why you should be compliant to them, because they have a lot to prove. Like a lot. Me on the other hand, maybe 4 awards ago, maybe 20 movies ago, maybe 150 magazines ago, maybe I would have had a lot to prove. But I don't have anything.
But those are your accomplishments.
Okay, so now we're talking about congruency. Now that goes with how I'm speaking to you, my personal relationship with God, how we gel with each other, the plans that we have to move forward as a unit. That's, to me, you can separate the two, but accomplishments, and this is why I say that women are not eligible to talk about what a high value man is, because they separate the two. And with a man, we look at another great man and we clump it, because you're not great. Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player, not because of his shoes, because of what he did on the court.
But does that make him a great husband.
Okay.
Husband material.
You know what's beautiful about that is that we don't give a shit about what Martin Luther King was to Coretta.
Who don't?
We care about the civil rights movement.
People do, but then also people talk about his infidelities.
Hmm. Did that
It's not shine,
Did that
but
take his
it's
statues down?
no.
No.
I'm not saying that you're wrong in what you're saying. I'm just saying you're saying that men judge other men or rate other men or whatever the word is based on them as a whole, including their accomplishments,
Yes.
and women separated. But yes, we do separate it because it could be a man that has all these awards, been on 1,000 movies. It could be, I want to say Denzel, but he's married. But it could be, let's say 50 Cent. Okay. He's well accomplished, has money, has all of the things. But, you know, a woman, of course, he has a lot of things that a woman would be like, it don't matter what type of man he is, I'm going to get with him because he's 50 Cent.
Yeah.
But then there'll be another woman that'll be like, how is he with me? How does he treat me? What does he want to do? He has a child that he doesn't speak to. He has another child. He has drama with the mother. Yeah. They're looking at other things and they'd be like, even though it would be great to be with 50 Cent because you got all this stuff and you're well accomplished, you're not the type of husband I would want. Right. So that's what I'm saying.
I can feel that.
That's where I'm coming from.
I can feel that too. I think more so, I'm talking about like and I agree with you saying with the compliancy. Like the example I gave old girl earlier was, let's say that because I was at the salon earlier. So let's hypothetically say that one girl is braiding my hair while the other girl is like sitting in the chair chilling, and girl number one says, while she doing whoever hair, hey, I'm thinking about getting this car for $5,000. It's a cash car, but this guy that I've been talking to for the past couple of weeks, he told me to just drop $3,000 on this other car, and then to pay a $200 note for the next 2 months, and that's gonna boost my credit score up to a 720, 730, and then I'll be able to close on my house in 2 years. And then her other friend says, a couple of weeks, girl, why the hell are you listening to him? Girl, this dude, he is crazy accomplished. He's just a great all-around guy. I don't think that he would steer me in the wrong direction. Look at this page. I don't think that he would give me the wrong information. I don't know, girl. I mean, these niggas out here. Fast forward 2 years later, this girl number one is in a happy relationship where she's paying off her car and she's in the new house because she listened to the guy that she was supposed to listen to, while this girl, the other girl, don't have a car, don't have a man, and don't have a house.
What is that? I'm not following. What is that connected to?
What that's connected to is the fact that there are certain people in the world that it shouldn't be a conversation about compliancy with them. That's for them.
It shouldn't be a conversation about.
Yeah, you pass the ball to Jordan and you get out the way. You have to assist the bench warmer. You have to assist the ball boy.
I don't know if it's because it's after midnight. I'm not following. What is that? I get what I'm following, but how is it connected to what I asked you about your vetting process?
Oh, because my vetting process comes to where if you can't see it, then I'm cool.
If who can't see what?
If she can't see the reasons why her compliancy should be immediate, then I'm cool.
Oh, okay.
I've done enough.
So you feel like forget her having to figure out if you're the. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but like on your end, I'm just trying to see
how I'm vetting them.
Right. Like before you even find out if she's even worth a compliancy test or a date or a setup.
Like what am I looking for initially? Like
yeah,
you
like
go 1.0?
When you get from exchanging numbers to this test, what's happening in between that? Because I'm just saying, like, if I give my number to a man and all I have to go by is like the initial attraction and energy that we had on that initial meetup, I can accept the offer to go on a date if he just calls me and be like, hey, I want to take you to dinner at 8 on a Friday. and then we can get to dinner, and I can't stand his conversation. I don't like the way he smells. I like he's talking about himself, not asking me any questions or whatever. And then I've gotten myself together. I've spent money to maybe get my eyebrows done and my toes done, and I got this beautiful outfit. I smell good. I look good. I've prepared. I've taken time out of my schedule. I've driven, ran out my gas, and I'm sitting at the table with this man, and then I can't stand him. Versus maybe, can we talk a couple times? Like we're talking, we're having a conversation. I'm like, oh, I like him. I like his energy. I like what he's talking about. And I still might go to the date and not like him, but at least I figured out I can at least stand being on a date with you because I like what you're talking about on the phone.
Yeah.
And my aunt always says this, and I get it now. Like she always says that she prefers to like get to know each other a little bit on the phone first before the first date. And I think that is helpful for me, but I was just trying to see as a man, could that like process eliminate the process of you putting in so much effort to like, I'm gonna set you up with this, or I'm gonna see if you're down for that, because you might not even like this woman, or she might not even be worth the trouble. That's all I was asking.
No, I get it. You see how beautiful old girl was earlier?
Mm-hmm.
She was gorgeous. She was very beautiful. I give her like an 8.9.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't get to see like her body, like her actual body, but I give her like an 8.9. It took me no time, maybe 10 minutes, to break down her deficiencies right in front of you. And you got to see them in real time. And you could tell that the conversation was different because she was talking to a guy who didn't give a shit about having sex with her. So now we're just talking. And now you have to tell me because I'm right here. And I don't think that enough women get put in that position to where I'm talking to you and now you gotta tell me. I hope what I'm saying is making sense.
Everything makes sense.
So,
but I do have a follow-up question. Go ahead.
what's the question?
What would you consider her deficiencies, her opinion about, or her history of, she said that she had dated a narcissist, and then I forgot what she said she did after the narcissist, but then she said she'd been single for a while, and then she's focused on her career, and she can get a man, but right now that's not where her focus is. Were those the deficiencies that you're speaking of?
That's like 4 of them. And even with those 4 right there, for me to have known you for 10, 15 minutes, can you imagine if that conversation lasted an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, a date, 2 days, 3 days? I'm sure it's way more for me to find out.
But what if this? What if, okay, that's her history, that's her stance for now, but you all took it further and you had a conversation and you realized, like, wow, she's a dope woman. She's got her head on straight. Her career is purpose-driven. She's very good at what she does. She's talented. She's loving. She wants to pour into a man. She just hasn't met a man that's worth that. Now here I am, and I am worthy of that. And all of a sudden, she's letting her guard down. She's being more vulnerable. She's being open. She's not being bitter about the situation she's been in before. She's learning, like, I've learned this is not what I want. This is what I don't want. I learned what my green flags are. I see it in this man. He has these green flags. I want to, not only just focus on my career. I've met someone that's worth my time pouring into. So you're eliminating a potential good woman based on her opinion right now. Like, she might feel that way because she hasn't met a man that's worth getting her off of her path of just being focused on career.
There was a lot of other men trying to get her when she was dating a narcissist.
How you know that?
Because there always is men trying to get at women at all times.
Well, when I was dating a man that exhibited narcissistic behavior, my eyes were only on him. So all the men that was trying to get at me, I didn't pay them no attention.
I gave you seen my video about baby boy?
I did.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
So I ain't gotta.
But say it for that.
No, it's okay. It's all good. You already seen it, so you already know where I was about to go with that. And I'm cool. Like, what you decide to do and how you decide to do it says a lot about who you are as a person. Sometimes we look at people and we think this person deserves this, and then they go and do this, kind of like my ex.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go, wait a minute, that was my projection of them. What about theirs?
So you judge everyone based off of their teenage and early 20 decisions.
I judge people based off of their character and moral compass.
Do you feel like you made the best? Obviously, the woman that you chose when you were 21 or 22, you now, in hindsight, see that that wasn't in alignment with who you are, who you were trying to be. So if a woman now, say the woman of your dreams, come into your life now and be like, well, you gave a woman that ended up on OnlyFans a chance. Why should I give you a chance to be my husband?
Yeah,
Wouldn't that be upsetting to you?
for two reasons. For two reasons why she shouldn't say that is because one, that girl was dope. That girl was dope as shit. And I never talked about anything that was worth me walking away from the situation while I was in it. And then I embraced something that we don't never embrace in relationships, and that's called the step back. It's always, you here or you not here. Like, we breaking up. Like, no, listen, I'm about to just go over to this person's house for 4 days, clear my head, or let me move back over here, let me not talk to you for a month. The step back, the separation. And I would hope that a woman that would come into my life would understand and appreciate that, and then also appreciate the fact that when she started fucking around and started doing what she was doing, that I was able to cut it off in the very start of it, rather than what 90% of our counterparts do, to where they decide to make a whole relationship out of it and then play victim after the relationship is over, when they were participants.
Well, there was other things that you mentioned about her that some would say weren't worthy of walking away.
Which parts?
Lack of growth, poverty mindset, poor financial decisions. There were other things that other people would be like, that's something that you should walk away from because
It's all fixable though.
So there's other things that's fixable too. Sometimes I just feel like you justify everything that you've done, but then when a woman has made mistakes or made poor choices in her past, it's like, nope, unforgivable. You're stamped for life.
And then the other things that I'm saying is that everything that I'm talking about, I was honest with to her. I was having a conversation with my sister one time, and my sister the same age as my ex, my younger sister. And I was like, why is it that every time that a woman gets out of a relationship with a man, all of a sudden she can tell the truth about how she felt about the relationship and about how she felt about him? And she was like, that's because, and I said, that's pussy shit. And you a pussy too.
Do you have to fear a woman beating your ass or killing you, or? I mean, it's possible, but
the man that you chose. If you gotta think about a man beating your ass or killing you, what does that say about your decisions?
But again, you could be with a man that exhibits no signs of abuse, violence, or anything, and then you tell them you're leaving them, and they kill you immediately. So it's not about always just choices or being able to figure out what a person might do. I'm just saying women are more vulnerable to certain things. So she might have not been honest because she didn't feel safe. She might have not been honest because she didn't even know that that's not what she wanted, because she was blinded by her infatuation or attachment to that person. And I'm not excusing it, because yes, there's certain things when you look in hindsight like, damn, why was I choosing that? Why was I accepting that? And a lot of women have done their work to be able to acknowledge where they went wrong in their choosing, why your picker is off. We can acknowledge that now.
You don't have no choice.
But you do have a choice. A lot of people don't acknowledge or take accountability.
Well, literally, yeah. But when a whole group of men decide they want to go to another country, black women in the back have been put against the wall to not have a choice. They're not going to take the accountability. The whole movement has been created called the Passport Bros against one demographic of women. And America is a melting pot. This is literally based off of one demographic, and they still have not taken accountability. Still. That's as bad as it gets. That's pretty bad.
And they haven't taken accountability for what?
For the fact that the same men that they say that they want are the same men that they're driving to another country.
I don't think we want the men that are going to another country.
This is the dismissive stuff that I'm talking about.
I'm just saying, the men that I know that are saying, I don't like this about black women, I'm going to find me another woman on this country. Like, I maybe I'll just speak for myself.
Okay, talk to me.
They're not desirable at all. Like, either something that I'm not attracted to physically, or I'm not attracted to their mindset, or I'm not attracted to the way they feel about black women, or I'm not attracted to the way they move. It's something about them that I wouldn't even give them a chance anyway. So it's like, I'm not worried about the men that are deciding to go to other countries to find love. I actually support it. I feel like go where you're loved, go where you feel like you can get that in return.
Which should be everywhere.
Have a great time. Um, so I think that black women that are like making all these long videos saying that why are these black men going to other countries, like leave them men, let them men do them, like let them go find who loves you and appreciates you and work on yourself. I'm not saying that the women don't need to be accountable or don't need to do work or don't need to tighten up in areas, but I'm just saying, like, if there's a group of men that feel like they can't find what they want in the women here, let them go ahead on.
By all means.
There's some women that are doing the same thing. There's some women that have said, I can't deal with black American men or American men, and they're going to other countries and they're finding love abroad or they're going to other races. Do y'all. Do what you do. But for those that still believe in black love and feel like you can find love in America with a black man, you can find love in America with a black woman, there's somebody for you too.
The purpose of what I'm saying is that there is no other movement anywhere else in any other country that is singling out any other demographic except for one country and one demographic. This ain't even opinion. This is fact based.
It might. I can agree, but at the same time, we don't really know because we're not tuned in and tapped into every country and every issue. And again, it's easier to get a U.S. passport and travel to other places in the world.
Y'all gotta count how many times she be overly subjective since
she's
counting my polarity word.
And then, like, even when you look at a show like Kendra G's show, you always see men in other countries calling in, trying to get to America, get with American women or whatever. It could be for green cards or whatever, or it could be because they don't like the women that's in their circles. Like, everybody, there's people in every group that have complaints about their counterparts. I know as a whole we see it because we're in it. We are black people in America, so we're seeing content from and by black people in America. We're hearing the complaints. We're seeing it. So yes, there is a large group of, but there's white men been doing it. White men been going to Costa Rica and Brazil and different places getting women from other races, Asia. But now that black men are doing it, it's like world news. White men been doing it.
I think you like doing this.
Do you not know that white men have been doing this?
No, white men have been traveling and doing whatever the fuck they want to do. That's how we got here in the first place.
Okay, I'm just saying. So it's not like it's not like just because black men are doing it now, you're saying that women still are not taking accountability, even though there's this whole big movement of passport bros.
Modern day, there is one country and one demographic where it is worldwidely known that one demographic is walking away from the other demographic. And there is one demographic to take not full blame, but the majority of the blame for that will never get taken.
What about the country in Asia that all the women
Here we go.
bound together?
Here we go.
They got together and stopped
She like
dating,
doing this.
having sex with, marrying, and having children by men. Because
she like doing this.
I'm just asking. Because you're saying there's only one demographic in one country.
Marketed worldwide.
You didn't hear about that?
No, why the fuck would I care about some flat booty Asians? I like big booty black women.
I'm just saying, if we're talking facts, let's talk about the facts. There's and then what about the black women that are saying we're no longer tolerating these type of black men and they've shut off, like,
what kind of they no longer tolerating?
Narcissists.
Of course.
Men that don't appreciate women, men that don't value women, men that don't have nothing going on for themselves, men that lack conversation, men that aren't putting in effort. So I don't ever want it to be a battle of the sexes between black men and black women, but it unfortunately is one that we can't ignore. I have a homeboy that's like, just hold on, man. The women are getting to the point where they're going to be so desperate for love and affection from men that we ain't going to have nothing but just be there. Like, we ain't got to have jobs.
Oh.
So it's like, why are we to the point where you're banking on women's loneliness and desperation in order for you to be able to not to be an ain't
He
shit.
said that's gonna happen when?
He's saying soon, like
Okay.
probably like next year or something. Who knows?
God damn it.
So hold on, fellas. You could be ain't shit and you could be accepted by the women because we're gonna be so desperate for love and affection that we're gonna accept any old thing. And I feel like that's so sad that you would rather just not listen to what women want. We as women have to listen to what y'all want as well. But we're so disconnected that we'd rather be like, I'm just gonna stand my ground and whatever happens, like, or I'm gonna wait until they're so desperate.
Yeah, the solution
Like,
has
what?
become laughable.
It's crazy.
Yeah, yep. And it's the same motherfuckers that when COVID-19 solutions were to wear a mask and to wash your hands were doing it too. So the same pussies that was doing that are the same pussies that believe in that too. So
what is the solution? Oh, before we go, before we go into the travel part.
Oh, travel.
Why
okay.
do you feel that people that travel for no reason? Why do you think that's crazy?
I feel like that's whack because I'm from Flint and I moved to Atlanta so that I can create a life that I love. I'm the type of person where when I go on vacation somewhere, or I ain't gonna say go on vacation. If I get paid to go somewhere and I go, ooh, I like this fountain. I wonder how much this fountain costs because I want to bring this fountain or buy a fountain like this for my home. I don't want to go to Bora Bora and hold up a half-eaten pineapple with my friend and get a boomerang so we can go woo and pretend that we lived there for 4 days and spend all of our money that we just saved up like two dumbasses and then go back home broke so that we can plan our next trip. I might as well be a flight attendant or a travel agent and make it make sense.
I mean, I get not going broke to travel, but is that the only reason? Like, if you can't afford to go, you don't believe in it, or you just don't like the fact.
I like purposeful travel. Like, are you a blogger? Are you like, what's your goal? Like, are you trying to scale? Are you trying to find your dad? Like,
what if you just want to go to see something outside of what you've been raised by to expand for expansion?
Expanding what?
Your mind.
Expanding your mind to do what?
To elevate in life. Like, oh, there's life outside of U.S. There's people that are really going through it, and now I can appreciate what I've been through. Or there's people that are really excelling and doing it big. So what they've been telling us in America is not true because I'm seeing it for myself. Or to experience different cultures, or to just get out of your environment.
So right, so this is so that the trip, like I said before, but when we were talking about women and men, guaranteed, maybe. You guaranteed to spend all of that money and to miss work, you may get an experience to where you expand your horizons and see something that you never saw. Access denied. That's not a good investment. Women are just not a good investment as a whole. When you just listen to it, that's a bad investment.
Always gonna choose the experience. I don't want to. When I'm 100 years old, Lord willing, and I look back on my life, and I be like, damn, I could have went to Bora Bora at that time, but I decided to clock in for my little kibbles and bits.
To do what? Go to Bora Bora to do what?
To explore, to learn, to live, to meet new people, to be in the ocean, because I don't have an ocean here in Atlanta that I can go dip my toes in.
We were sitting out there earlier, and old girl said, not her, but the owner, she said, how do I pronounce your name? I said, which one? She said, how many do you have? I said, well, when I get my passport in Sierra Leone, because I'm Mende Temne, they're going to give me my Mende name. They're going to give me my Temne name. And then when I go to Nigeria, they're going to give me my Nigerian name. So I'm going to have 3 more names. And then the tribe is just going to help me name my children because I'm going to have my children in both places so they can have dual citizenship when they're born. That's what you call traveling for an experience and to be purposeful and to expand your horizons. A person, like I said before, drinking a half-eaten pineapple and yelling out woo while they're in bathing suits and trying to look cute for Instagram just so they can post a location caption, that's not experience. That's a motherfucker that's trying to escape their real life because they don't like the life that they live every day. So they'd rather slave on a white man's clock and then pay more white men travel money because nobody knows where these plane tickets money is going or where the hotel money going or where the travel money is going, but they just know that they want to go to Puerto Rico for no reason, to come back and be the same loser that they were before they left.
So when you have your family and your wife, unless y'all are going to do something cultural or something to bring back to your house, y'all not traveling.
No.
You strict.
Yeah, we're not going.
And that was one of the things that I didn't like about my ex-husband because when we went on our honeymoon, that was like my first taste of travel. We went on a cruise. We were supposed to actually fly directly to Jamaica, but something happened where we couldn't do that, so we went on a cruise. We went to Cayman Islands and Ocho Rios, Jamaica, and like Key West, Florida. And that sparked something in me. We're like, ooh, I want to plan something else. But he was the type that's like, we have to, which of course, financially, it was logical as far as like we need to get certain things in place before we go travel. But then once we divorced, I started traveling, not necessarily always abroad, but just like traveling, going to different places and experiencing different things. And I made it happen. I handled my necessities, but whether I had like this big savings or not, I made it happen so I could have certain experiences and certain, just do things outside of just being in the house, going to work, going home, and being in my own city. Like growing up, I grew up in Denver and Aurora, Colorado. I reconnected with my older brother, my dad's son, when I was like 17, 18. And it was like, we went maybe like 2 or 3 blocks up from where I went to high school or whatever. And I had never seen it. And I'm like, that's crazy that I've never been past this street. And I'm like seeing stuff that's in my same city, but it's beyond the streets that I'm in this box.
Right.
So I just feel like sometimes we box ourselves and we limit ourselves because we don't know any better or we haven't been taught or shown things. And even with like children that's in the hood, they have poverty mindsets and they don't feel like they can get anywhere but like the prison to pipeline system, because they're not showing anything outside of what they see in their hood and their surroundings. Like, so travel and exposure and education and access can do so much to a person, for a person. So I feel like most vacations, even if it is a form of escapism, I'd rather somebody choose traveling to escape than drugs or meaningless sex or self-sabotage.
We're gonna compare the two then,
I'm just saying, like, but that's your opinion. You feel like you have your reasons about travel, but I just feel like
Just
maybe if you traveled more. You
yeah.
said you're not well traveled.
I don't even like traveling.
I used to think that about me too until I started traveling.
The fact that my flight to Sierra Leone is like 3 flights in America and then a long ass 18-hour flight.
And once
there.
you do it, you're gonna be hooked. I promise you. You're gonna want to travel.
I've already traveled to places. I've been to Vegas. I did the cruise too. That was my favorite. We went to Nassau, the Carnival cruise. That was fire.
When you start traveling overseas, I promise you, you're gonna want to start doing it again. Another friend of mine, guy friend, he hadn't been on a plane until he turned 40. I think he's like 42 now. When we were talking, he was in his late 30s, and that was kind of like a turn off for me because I'm like, damn, he ain't never even been on a plane. And he was kind of closed-minded to traveling. So that was my judgment. It wasn't necessarily that you haven't been on a plane. It was that you don't even have an interest. So now he's just started traveling. It started off as like, he likes to fish. So he started like doing like deep sea fishing with his homeboys or whatever. Then they did like DR, like, you know, stuff that's kind of Caribbean type stuff. And then he just went to Europe. And like now he loves traveling. And I'm like, that same man that was closed off to that, didn't have any interest, didn't think he liked traveling. Once he did it, it's like, damn, I've been missing out. So I just want to say, open your mind, open your heart to experience that part of your life. I think you're going to enjoy it. Once you go to Sierra Leone.
Nah, that part I'm going to enjoy.
And you go to Nigeria and you see these different cultures and you see different versions of black people and the beauty.
Yeah.
Like, I just came back from Brazil and like.
You Brazilian?
No. I went to Rio, and Rio's cool, but I went to Salvador Bahia. And Salvador is the most, has the most black people outside of Africa, outside of Nigeria, actually. So there's places in Africa that have less black people than Salvador Bahia. So with the transatlantic slave trade, When they went to different countries, they dropped a lot of us off in Brazil. And just to see the West African culture still exist there. You see the orishas, you see the food that you eat is all African influence. You see all the art is all African. You see the black people. Most people are either black or mixed race, and you see all this culture, and it's just so beautiful. And even though they have so many black, they're so black populated, they're still controlled by white people. And it's like I think they said it's like less than 6% white people, but the government is white. The system is white. Like
they control about 6% of people.
Yeah. Yeah. So when you go to places and you see people that look like us and you see all of the beauty of the culture, but you find out that like black people in America, we are oppressed and we have a lot of racism and colorism and all of the things that is holding us down, but at the same time they look at us like, wow, even though y'all have all this going on, y'all have still made moves. Like you're still, there's still successful black people. There's still people in high places, and we've come a long way compared to like other black people in other places that are being really, really oppressed.
Still
and they don't
currently
know, like they're just now in Brazil getting into the black hair, natural hair movement. Black is beautiful. Like they're just now getting there within the past few years. So
that's interesting.
it opens your mind. It really teaches you a lot when you start traveling and seeing other cultures and seeing what they're going through and how they're handling it.
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm good.
Wait, we gonna refer back to this. When you gonna see Early On?
In 2025, it's gonna be sometime in 2025.
Early, mid, or late?
It's probably gonna be mid because the Nigerian one is gonna be right after.
You should go around Christmas
I wonder
time.
if I can do them like that. We'll
Like
see.
Nigeria and Ghana, everybody goes like during the Christmas season.
That's what I
Supposed to
heard.
be like popping out there during that time. But so maybe you can go like Sierra Leone, November, December, Nigeria, December, January.
We still mapping it out. It's gonna be dope.
So 2026, we're gonna come back to this podcast and we're gonna see how he feels about traveling.
I'm probably gonna feel the same way. I didn't have some really good travels. I used to vacation in Florida every year and go to Wet n Wild.
I ain't talking about domestic travel. I'm
I just
talking
told you
about.
I've been to the Bahamas.
Okay, that's Caribbean. I'm talking about overseas.
It's a lot of asterisks put next to this travel.
Yeah, I'm talking about like not U.S. territory, Caribbean. Like that's good too. Like that's beautiful too. But like when you start, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that if anything,
We gonna see.
I'll probably be tied to Sierra Leone and Nigeria, and I live in the #1 city in America right now, and I'm one of the biggest. Let's see, this is me in my arrogant bag now. I'm one of the biggest stars here that is flourishing from what's going on here.
I need to see this. Let me look at your ID. What is it? IBMD? IMBD?
Oh man, every letter is wrong. Jesus Christ.
What is it called?
IMDb.
IMDb.
Why you gotta check my IMDb?
Because I'm trying to see what all these damn shows and movies you've been in.
I ain't been in none of them. I'm lying like a mother.
I'm not saying you're lying.
No, I'm
just
saying I'm lying. I'm telling you that I'm the liar.
You ain't lying. But I'm just
That's
saying
all I do. I be
I
lying.
would like to see.
Yeah, I'd like to see too.
Let me see what you got going on. Actor. 21 questions. That's you? That's the one?
You spelled my name right?
For Marcus Smith?
How you know that?
I know your name. We done had several interactions at this point. Marshall Mike 2. The Cure. Fatal Attraction. Turnt. For My Man. Homicide Hunter. Saved in the City. That's all they got right now.
Man, they cutting me short. But it's all good.
You need to
That's
are you responsible for updating this?
It's a mixture of both. I'm supposed to be doing it, and my agency is supposed to be doing it, but I haven't. Like I told you before, I never got into acting because I wanted to be an actor. I wanted to get paid.
Right.
For my money. So when COVID
Just
hit,
give me my money.
when COVID hit, the money left. So
Damn.
then I became the biggest UGC creator in the world. I got over 200 collaborations.
What's your biggest collab with the UGC
Shit.
so far? You're speaking bigger ones.
I think it's a tie between the Rolex deal that I closed and probably my first shoe deal when I was with Homicide Hunter. I think those are my two biggest ones. But the thing about the UGC that I like is that it's they're not expecting for me to spread their brand worldwide. They're they know that they're in a position to where they probably would have never got a chance to work with me ever. So now they're excited to have the content with me in their stuff. And then they use that stuff to service their stuff further from there. Like they put me in their stores and on their cutouts and their billboards and stuff. So I never wanted to have that job as being the salesperson. I always wanted to have the job of being the content person. And by the grace of God, a whole community rolled around with that literal thing right next.
Do you ever teach others how to become UGC creators?
That hurt my feelings.
What?
It hurt my feelings because I thought that people would have saw the same value in the stuff that I was teaching them that I saw. I was already well off before I started doing that, but then, whoo, boy, that gave me another leg. So now I got this new leg, and I'm, what do? The instructions is right there. Wow.
You can, what they say?
You can take
Lead a horse to the water, but you can't make them drink. And I've learned that too, especially being a life coach.
It's bad. It's real bad. It's beautiful because you get to flourish and continue to be successful, but it's bad because you don't want to leave nobody. You don't want to act like you're better than nobody. But people leave you with no choice but to leave them based off of the shit that they don't want to do for themselves.
I say when the horse gets thirsty enough, or the horse see me drinking, and I can lead by example or whatever, they'll drink. But I'm not about to go out of my way to, here, you're thirsty, you're dehydrated, drink this water.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm over here drinking. If you want to join in, you're welcome.
I was about to say something about, when I said, when I said, it's the men's fault that you even think that stuff that you talking about is even effort. Because that's stuff that men are supposed to be doing on day one.
What were her examples?
She said that she's a teacher, so she
the man was bringing her plants
Yeah.
and she acts of service is her love language.
There was a girl that I was talking to on a dating show. Shout out to Crystal Jordan. She was doing a dating show, and I ended up winning a date with this girl, and she's an autistic school teacher. So I brought her in her classroom school supplies. But that wasn't nothing that. Even when we came back to the show and it was like, so how'd you guys' date go? I didn't mention the fact that I got the supplies she did.
Yep.
Because I just raised to add value. Whatever you're doing, whatever you got going on, let me try my best to add value. So if you're dating a man and he's not adding value to you, you are a willing participant of the circus. Because you know what that looks like. Or you know what that wants to feel like, because women are aesthetic based. So you know what the aesthetic of somebody adding value to you looks like. You've pictured it a million times. Not from the man you deserve to get it from, because you haven't put in that work yet, but.
So on your platforms, do you spend more time talking about women and what they're lacking or what they're doing wrong, or men and what they should be doing?
A mixture of both. If you listen to what I'm saying in reverse, then I'm talking about.
Not the reverse.
I can't
Just
say
what
that.
you're saying.
Maybe it's just myself. When I hear things in reverse and I hear things forward.
So I'm asking this because I'm trying to see, are men listening to you when you're giving them tips on how they can add value to them, to their lives and to the women that they're dating?
Some of them. That's another thing that hurts my feelings. Is the fact that there's always going to be weak men in the world. I hate weak men. There's only two types of men in the world. There's men that are going to do it, and there's men that are not. And women still choose to date men that are not. If you join the circus, you are a willing participant. But I hate weak men with a passion. Just like I hate masculine women with a passion.
Not you hate them.
Can't stand them. I don't got nothing for them. I want to pretend like they don't exist. Because the divine, submissive, feminine women deserve every bit of my attention. They deserve it.
You don't feel like I tap into my masculine energy at all?
Not to me.
Not my stomach girl.
Not to me. At least not in a toxic way. Everybody describes what their masculine energy and being tapped in looks like to them. So
what? Let's say, what are some examples of women in their masculine that is a turnoff for you?
he want chance after chance after chance. Nigga, no. Ain't that her new song?
Mm.
All right.
So her saying that is masculine?
Yes. Who the fuck is you calling a nigga? Are you crazy?
Oh,
nigga, you would be beheaded in another country playing around.
Look
like
at you.
that.
You just called her nigga.
What you mean?
You just said nigga. You would be.
I said it back to what she said.
Okay, but we're not in another country.
But
we're in this country.
You get what I'm saying, though.
You
like,
keep putting other country standards on Americans.
To be so liberated in America to the point where you can really walk up to another man and call him a nigga as a woman, and especially one that you want to, like, you want to be in a relationship with this color of man and this type of man, and you talk to him like this.
So what about men that call other men nigga?
Are we talking about derogatory or term of endorsement? Like, that's my nigga. Which one you talking about?
Talking about the word being used.
Oh, see, that's another conversation.
Because in our black culture
mm-hmm.
and in hip hop culture, we say nigga. So if she's saying, she's not gonna say in a rap song, he want chance after chance after chance. Man, no. Like, she's a rapper, so she's using rap terminology.
We're gonna use that term loosely.
I'm just saying.
She's a popular porn star that can put words together.
Glorilla don't even be. She shows her little booty or whatever, but
it's
she
very
don't,
little.
She don't.
Very
she's not
little.
that explicit with what she does. Like, she do a little twerk, a little something like porn star. I wouldn't go that far.
I would.
She's actually.
She would make a really good OnlyFans star. Her, Sexy Red, Megan, Suki. If they just would like stop making music because they suck, and then they would just like go do like.
I love me some Glorilla.
If they would just go do OnlyFans, like that shit would be way better. They already looked at it in that way anyway, so they might as well just.
Okay, so she's masculine because she said nigga no. What else is considered masculine? You don't have to use a celebrity or a person's in particular for an example. You could just say the qualities of what would be deemed masculine to you. That's a turn off in a woman.
Earlier I was talking to this girl on the phone, same girl, and she would take what I was saying and then she would add inferences. From what I'm getting, it sounds like that you just don't like this and that you don't do that. It's like, wait. I ain't say that. I don't want you to take what I'm saying and then try to do this little fake ass FBI shit that y'all women be doing and try to piece this shit together. That's not your profession. They don't pay you to do that. Mm-hmm. Just listen to what I'm saying and then hear what I said. Mm-hmm. And only that. No inferences. Mm-hmm. So 20 minutes back into the conversation, she done pieced together what I told her not to piece together before and put it with a new part. And I said, what the hell is going on? Oh, well, it's your job to correct whatever it is that I'm predicting.
So was that masculine or was that just annoying?
It was a mixture of both, but the masculine part came in to where she felt the need to defend it. Mm. The thing that I learned about women is that women don't necessarily respect men's resources. They respect how they can benefit off of the resources. So if you ask a woman the type of man that she wants, she gonna list a whole bunch of stuff that benefits her. Mm. If you ask a man the type of woman he wants, he gonna say a whole bunch of stuff that benefits his union. First of all, he gonna say what he does in his career and like how she can be a part of his life. That's what he gonna start off as. What type of woman do you want? Well, shit, where I'm at right now, he gonna start off like that. Mm. You ask a woman, what type of man you want? Well, he got it this, he got it that, he got everything that benefits her. You ask a man, he gonna say everything that benefits his future son, future daughter, family dynamic.
So when we're talking about women, are you because you are younger than me, mm-hmm. What, 7 years younger than me? So I was born in '88.
I was crack era too.
Yeah. I'm not a crack baby. But because when I hear, I would say I wouldn't want to put like, and I can't change your words, but I would like to think that maybe like women, there's like evolved women or women that have done the work or mature women or women that know themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Our list, yeah, there probably are a lot of things that would benefit us because we're talking about a man for us,
Mm-hmm.
but also we're thinking about if we want children or if we want to be mothers, what that father, like what he would be like as a father, what he would be like as a husband, what he would be like as a family man, like how is he, what am I, like, I would prefer a man that came from a two-parent household and I've been judged by that. But I'm not saying that I, like, that's not a deal breaker for me.
Mm-hmm.
If a man has been brought up by a wonderful single mother or single father, that's fine. But in my experience, I've noticed certain things with both sides. I've been with a man who, or dated a man that was raised by a single dad, and he had certain mother issues that it was like, I don't know if I like want to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've dated men who have been raised by single mothers and been amazing men, or they have certain feelings towards women based on that experience.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not saying that all men that come from two-parent homes are perfect, but I've noticed like the way they look at marriage and family dynamics and the things that they've learned from that experience are qualities that I like.
Right.
But again, it's not a deal breaker, but it's a preference. But like the women that I know that have been through some things or that they know what they want, like they're not just looking for he gotta have this, he gotta have that. It's like it's deeper than that. So I'm wondering when the women that you've heard say these things, what type of women are they?
Say what thing?
He gotta have this, he gotta have that. It's just whatever the examples you were saying that just benefit them.
Okay, well there is two different types. We have the materialistic gold digger, because there's really only two different types of women. You got the stability digger and you have the gold digger. So the stability digger, that's the one where it's like, so how did you get to the day? I didn't see you parking. Well, yeah. Okay, you don't have a car. Like men don't know that women are stability digging them when they're having conversation with them. So what side of town you stay on? Doing my thing. Okay, you don't have no house. Like a lot of men aren't trained in that. So stability diggers and gold diggers, the only difference between the two is determining factor. I have a Mustang outside. If a woman dates me because I have a Mustang, she's a gold digger. If a woman likes me, and then the fact that I have that is an added bonus to who I am, she's a stability digger. So I categorize them like that. But whether they're stability digger or whether they're gold digger, they still have an imaginary checklist of stuff that they haven't worked to have somebody give them. Otherwise, they would have already. And
really,
yeah.
So do you like your imaginary checklist? You saying that you
mine?
haven't really? Yeah, everybody has an imaginary list of things that they desire in a partner. So we both sitting here single.
Why do you keep saying that?
Because I'm just saying, like, you saying that I'm this number one top dude.
I'm not saying that's what the word says.
I'm 1%, blah, 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 blah. But you don't have the woman that you want right now. You don't have a woman. So I'm just saying, like,
you going with this?
I'm saying, like, you just kind of threw shade at. There's two types of women: gold digger and stability digger.
Yeah.
And
Why is that shade?
They have these imaginary lists,
Yeah.
and obviously they haven't done the work to get what's on the list, or else they would have it.
Yeah.
So are you saying you haven't done the work to get what you want?
It's a possibility.
Okay.
It's a possibility. Like what you said, accomplishment wise, I may have done all of the work, but then on this journey that personal development, I may, the type of woman I'm talking about, like how I said earlier, what I'm about to do over there is so above the pay grade of 90 to 95% of women that it may be when I'm finalizing that journey or when I'm on that journey, like in the process of it, that might be where that alignment happens.
So do you want your partner to be in the same tax bracket as you?
I don't care about that. No, there's no
So when you said pay grade, you're not talking about finance.
No, hell no.
You're talking about caliber.
Yeah, I can make any woman get some money. That's easy. But the everything else is the feminine intangibles. Fit, fertile, cooperative on my program. Consistent. It's a marathon. That's real simple. That's the simplest shit that you can do as a female. You really don't even gotta do much as a woman. You really ain't even gotta do much. You gotta show up as the best version of yourself.
Right. So the fact that we don't have to do much and we just have to show up, you're saying that it's rare to find a woman that you look at and be like, that's somebody I would pursue.
No, I think I look at a lot of them in that way. But then that's when the deficiencies come after that.
What are your deficiencies?
Mine? Probably that I work a lot.
That's not a deficiency.
You don't think so?
That's not something that I would list as comparable to, like, the things that we know for sure are like deal breakers or like something that makes you not valuable in the dating market.
Oh, okay, the non-valuable in the dating market deficiencies. That's hard to say. I don't have no criminal record. I graduated college when I was 19. We don't even have to talk about my career. I'm attractive. I'm not 6 foot, so that's for Cooley to talk about. I don't want to talk about how much money I make. That's not classy at all. I don't like doing that. I think that there's just every intangible that you could to be in the mainstream dating market. But
I would say, what are your flaws?
My flaws, one is me being a workaholic. That's a super flaw. My other flaw is that I don't have the same empathy and sympathy for people who have made decisions in their life that I would deem to be lower than what I expected from them.
But do you have empathy overall?
I think so. I think that's what makes me part of humanitarian.
Okay. What else?
Are we talking about like just in general or dating market?
In general.
In general?
Because it all matters.
I don't know. As soon as I get in the car, I'm gonna think of like 30.
Okay, so let's see. Let's flip the question instead of what are your flaws. What are some things that you can work on?
Working less.
This workaholic stuff. That is not no damn flaw. Especially as a single man.
Being more sympathetic and empathetic to people that have made decisions that I wouldn't deem to be less worthy of what they will be worthy of. I guess in your book, being more travel.
No, I wouldn't say that that's a flaw or a deficiency. I think there's just something like, I think the thing on top of that would be being more open-minded or being more, being more open to experiences.
I don't know.
You need to get one of my journals.
Why I gotta get your journal?
Because it gives you like space to really like for self-discovery. Like, not that you have to have this long list of flaws, but that is a part of like self-awareness to know like this is something that I can work on, or this is something that, you know, we ain't perfect. I know you know you're not perfect, but like if I was to ask you what are some great qualities about yourself, you'd be like, pew, 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 pew. But like, what are the things that you need to work on? It's like, damn, what do?
I'm actually really hard on myself when it comes to that. I'm waking up every single day in a forward-moving spiritual journey. Me, the DNA testing started because I went to an Ethiopian coffee shop, and I don't even like coffee. And the dude gave me some coffee, and he gave me a history lesson and told me that coffee started in Ethiopia. I didn't even know this. I felt like a dumbass. I didn't been to college, and I don't know that coffee started in Ethiopia. And his wife comes out and she has her, she has her shit on, and her mannerism. I could tell she wasn't from here just from the way she was walking and just her dainty, feminine disposition, and especially towards him. And I'm just looking and I'm just observing and I'm just like, wow. And she does this. She sits me down and we do this ceremony. This coffee ceremony. It's ritual. And then after the ritual is over, he asks me, "So where you from?" So I'm from Michigan. He said, "No, I mean like, where are you from?" And I just looked like a complete dumbass. And so where y'all from? From Ethiopia. We actually just moved here like less than a couple of months ago, and we still have property there, and we go back and forth. So what about you? I said today, at 29 years old, it was earlier this year, it had to be January. This is the last day that I'm gonna look like a dumbass like this and not know where I'm from and who my people are. And I just started taking every single test. And I think that I probably and myself looked at that like it was a flaw, because it's like, how can I lead a woman if I don't even know who I am at my core? I don't know why I worship Jesus. I don't know where Christianity started. I don't know what being a Muslim is. I don't know where they didn't. Christianity has done such a number on us in America that they told a whole story about a man that lived in Jerusalem and Egypt, told us that he had skin of bronze and hair of wool, and then showed us a fucking white man on the thing, and we've been praising him and putting him on our necklaces and everything. How fucking dumb can we be? You told me he looked like me and then put a picture up on somebody else. And then try to convince me that a story about Egypt and Jerusalem ain't in Africa. Nigga, I got a map. You mad at me because I can see? But this is the lack of leadership that we have as black people in America, because we so detached. Because the Bible's introduction to us was Nat Turner going from plantation to plantation, reading the Bible to us so that we can obey this white man. That's our introduction to Christianity. So now I'm going on a super spiritual journey. Now, where my cross used to be, and I'm figuring it out. That's
and you
why.
started at what age?
At doing what?
Your spiritual journey?
Probably like a year ago. Well, I'm lying. When my girlfriend was a holistic yogi, so it probably started with her. I don't want to discredit her because she did teach me about sage and Palo Santo and different things in that realm. So just what she
Were
knew.
you open to it then?
Not as much as I should have been. Not as much as I should have been.
Let me try. We've been talking for like 4 hours and we never did check the audio. So I just want to.
Oh, you want to see if it sounds good?
I just want to make sure we can be heard. Okay, we did. Okay.
What did I tell you? What did I say?
just be because I was just thinking to myself in my head like, dang.
What, does audio sound bad?
What if we like on mute?
On
Because
mute?
I was live on YouTube. I used to do this segment called Central Saturdays, and I would go live on all my platforms. And I was just talking away, and my something happened with my mic. So my YouTube, I have like an hour of conversation, and they can't even hear me.
So you just.
Yeah. I mean, it's on Instagram, but it's just like, dang.
You were telling a story about your OnlyFans?
No.
You wasn't telling a story about your OnlyFans?
I've never had an OnlyFans.
Okay, that's a good answer. That's a good answer right there. What was I just
but
saying?
I have done other things. But we were talking about
my spiritual journey.
Your spiritual journey. I was alluding to. Have you ever heard of a Saturn return?
Okay, so we're talking about the solar system and it going around like an eclipse, a Saturn eclipse, or
no, the
okay.
Saturn return. I want to read what it is because I don't want to paraphrase.
Pay attention, y'all. Pay attention.
Let's see. So, a Saturn return is an astrological event that happens when the planet Saturn returns to the same position in the sky as it was when someone was born. It occurs roughly every 29 and a half years and lasts for about 2.5 to 3 years. So Saturn is associated with maturity, wisdom, and responsibility, and is sometimes called the taskmaster planet. During a Saturn return, people may experience a time of self-reflection, turmoil, and self-doubt, a chance to take responsibility for their actions, a period of growth and transformative challenges, and a chance to step into adulthood. So like, a lot of people usually go into their spiritual and healing journey when they're like between 27 and 29.
Yeah.
And some people accredit it to the Saturn return.
What's the date of that?
It depends on, like, you would have to type in your birth date and time to see what your exact Saturn return is, but it's usually between age 27 and 29.
She made me download that dumbass app too, where I had to
Get your birth chart and natal chart.
yeah, with the rising and all that dumbass
There's so
shit.
much. It's not dumb. Like, we talking Bible. Astrology is in the Bible. Like, the planet, like, our ancestors used the astrology to navigate certain things. Like,
Yeah, that was dope.
you look at the pyramids, they're literally under the I think it's the Orion's belt. Like, boom, 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 the stars are perfectly aligned with the pyramids. So it's not dumb. It's just a lot of people aren't as deep into it. But, like, you can learn so much just from learning about your natal chart. There's something called human design, where you can learn about, like, how you should show up in the world, like, with your purpose and your career and all these things based on your personal human design. There is your life path number. There's other things that really give you insight when I suggest being open to when it comes to your self-discovery journey. You'd be surprised. If you read your birth chart, you'd be like, dang, that is me.
If all these things exist, why are these women still broke?
Why are they still broke?
Yes.
What does astrology have to do with women being broke?
Because if these things that help you align other things are in place and you're tapped into it because it's more of a feminine thing than it is a masculine thing.
You know how many men astrologists there are?
We're talking about just scientists in general?
No, men that are into astrology and know their chart.
I mean, from like a holistic standpoint,
Yes.
not really like a scientific standpoint.
No, I'm talking about, like, into their natal chart. They're into this, and some of them are broke too. A lot of people have knowledge but aren't applying it. Like, you can have all the answers, but if you're not applying it and really tapped into how to utilize these tools, you may be broke, or you might have all the knowledge, but you haven't tapped into the frequency of abundance. You're stagnant, you're stuck, you're holding on to your past traumas, you haven't released certain things to allow certain things in. There's all kind of reasons why people are broke.
So their chakra is locked.
They could have blocked chakras. They could have just a limited mindset.
As much as I would want to believe that what you say is the truth,
Where's the lie?
I don't think that it's a lie. It's kind of like a Donald Trump lie. It's one of them lies where it's like, it's a lie, but I can't prove it's a lie.
What part is a lie, or a possibility of an untruth?
I don't think, well, I'm lying. I don't think any of it is a lie. I think that it's an unproven truth that
Astrology?
not astrology, but, how do I put it? Like,
You just want to disagree with me.
no, I don't want to just disagree with you. It's like, if I gotta ask you what your sign is, then that means that I don't know. As soon as I can play the guessing game with you and still be wrong. Nobody on earth, especially women, will admit that they were wrong in guessing what your sign was.
Really? So if I said, remember earlier I said, are you a Cancer?
Mm-hmm.
When you said you're not, I didn't get upset about not knowing, right?
Well, I mean, it's more like
Not you yelling.
pardon me, y'all. It's more like this is one of the only areas where people excuse complete mediocrity and wrong information.
Astrology?
Yes. This is one of the only areas. And it starts with the most basic, down to earth area, and it's the area of what is your sign? That's the most basic one. And niggas ain't even got that right yet. Because you can look at my skin tone and tell that I'm melanated, but you can't look at me and tell me, based off of 5 minutes of interaction, what my sign is accurately. But you want me to believe in it.
I mean, there's so much. You're not just your sun sign. So you're a Sagittarius sun, but you have a whole chart. So you have a moon, a rising, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, all these things that make up you. So there's some people that can guess really well and they get it right because of the way you present yourself as your sun sign. But if they didn't get it right, they might be picking up other qualities of you because you have other aspects. And I'm not saying that we have to minimize people to their astrological signs and all of that, but I just feel like it's a good tool to tap into. It's real.
That's why I don't believe in this. Here's what I'm saying. I don't like the overly subjective stuff.
What's overly subjective of knowing that you have a whole chart that makes like a Venus sign? Venus is what governs like your love. So my Venus sign is Gemini. So the way I love is going to exhibit those particular aspects of Venus and Gemini.
Okay. So when she was dating her last narcissist, where was that Venus at?
It was there. What does that got to do with that?
What was she doing?
How are the two connected?
That was her love chart, right?
No, that's the planet that governs that.
What, Venus? So where was her Venus?
It was there.
What
does that have to do with her dating a narcissist? I've dated a narcissist too, but what does that have to do with my?
Where was your Venus at?
It was there, and I was loving that narcissist based on that aspect of my chart. Like I'm exhibiting. I don't get the correlation.
Yeah, you do, and you understand exactly what I'm talking about.
But it don't make sense to me though.
It do make sense. It do make sense to you. Yes, it do.
That's just like saying if somebody is saying that they're a certain, I ain't gonna say religion. Let me see what else I can attribute this to. Certain things that make up our personalities, like based on where we were raised or where we grew up or what cultures we grew up in. And somebody says that makes up a lot of my personality because I was raised in the hood and we used to crack on each other and we barely had this amount of stuff and we went to this school where I learned arts and it was heavy in art, so I'm this type of person. Like all these things that make up them. And then you're like, well, you grew up in the hood and you used to this, so where was that when you was with this dude? Like, they exist, but what do they have to do with each other?
I guess more so what I'm saying is that if I don't have to guess whether you're melanated.
It's 1:30, I was just letting you know.
If I don't have to guess whether you're melanated, then I shouldn't have to guess what your sign is.
You don't have to. You don't even have to be into astrology. If it's not your thing, it's just not your thing.
This is what I mean when I say that it's the most mediocre.
But it still exists.
Thing.
It doesn't mean that it's not a thing.
It's like, that's what I mean. Like, you doing what Donald Trump do during his press conferences. Like, you being so subjective about it that you're able to dance your way back out of the fact that
I'm saying how? If I'm into astrology and you're not, that's fine. That's just not your thing. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
Would you be able to guess the owner sign?
I'm not that big into astrology. Like, I know a lot about it, but I'm not like that. I'm not well studied in astrology. But there's some people that, like, I've gotten a astrology reading from somebody that I know that's an astrologist, and she could just name certain things off. Like, I don't know what all the planets govern. Like, I know Mars is like, I think it's maybe action or something like that. Mercury or communication. Mercury is communication. Jupiter is abundance. Like different things. There are certain people that just can name it. I know men that they just name it off the top of their heads. They like, it's so deep. It's so much deeper than that. There's sun signs. There's planets. There's houses. And be like, you have, your Venus is in the 3rd house and all that. Like, I'm not that deep into it. I know about it, I've heard about it, I can understand it, but it's just like being fluent in a language. Like, I can understand the Spanish, but I can't speak to shit. It's that type of thing.
I don't know if you don't know that I don't know that you don't know that men use that what is your sign shit when they're failing in a conversation with a woman because they know that stupid ass shit is gonna get them excited to talk about.
Why is it stupid because you don't agree with it?
It's stupid because it's it's not that it's wrong, but
do you know that the government and the powers that be, they use astrology for their power and their abundance and all of this. Like the powers that be, they are aware of astrology and
what about
numerology.
You talking about like the Titans, or are you talking
I'm
about?
talking about like the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and
okay,
the powers that be in the world.
got you. The gods and the
They
demigods.
utilize astrology and numerology and all of the things that our ancestors are tapped into. Black magic, voodoo, hoodoo, African spirituality, Ifa, all of these things that our ancestors were tapped into. They know about it. They use it.
Yeah.
But then they demonize it for everybody else, or make people feel like it's stupid. It's not real. It's working a hell of a good job for them. It's working real well for them. So just say you don't know about it.
All I'm saying is that if I was in a room and somebody was sitting right there, and right there, and we were having a 20-minute conversation, and the nigga said, you're a Cancer, you're a Sag, and you're a Leo, and they all went, how you know that? Then maybe I would have a little bit more faith in it. But the fact that people walk around wrong all day.
But you're basing it off of a couple of people that you probably seen guess is wrong. But if you just go on YouTube, you a YouTuber. Just go on YouTube and type in like astrologist.
Yes. I'm a YouTuber.
We on YouTube now. You got subscribers on YouTube.
Only got 2.
Boy, bye. Man, please. So when you look up and you seek the things that will show you what you haven't seen versus just, oh, I've only seen this, so this is the reality, I think it would open you up a little bit more. Because anything that you haven't wanted to seek it, you just seen a couple people get this shit wrong, and you like, this is goofy. Why are they doing this? People can't figure it out. But then you go look for it and be like, there's a lady on TikTok, all she do is go around and talk to people on park benches and guess their sign based on a few questions she asked. And 9 times out of 10, she's right.
You said it's on TikTok? She about to be banned in January.
Possibly, if they don't sell. But I'm just saying, she's probably on Instagram too, but that's where I've seen her on TikTok.
You think they gonna sell?
I think something's gonna happen to not make TikTok go away. Whether that's they get an extension or they find a way to find a loophole to keep it, I don't know. I don't think TikTok is going away. If it does, we'll run up another platform, I don't know. But I don't like the fact that they're trying to do that because everything is TikTok. A lot of information gets passed through on TikTok.
I see that.
So
I see the effects, especially that it has on our women of our demographic.
Here we go for the negative stuff. I'm trying to talk about the positive parts of TikTok. Here you go. What does it do to the black women?
Aside from that, I'm not a TikTok person personally because some of the worst music that we have heard and some of the most childish dances have come from TikTok that are just, it's such a garbage, just.
You're basing it off of the things that you don't like, but you never go on TikTok and see some creators doing big things,
like
doing
the shop.
positive things. Okay, the shop.
The shop is
There are
dope.
creators that have changed their lives, the lives of others. There's people that are spreading awareness, humanitarians. People are doing giveaways. People have changed their own lives and they're giving back to others. People
I like
are
Mr.
teaching.
Beast.
Okay.
You know him?
Yeah. I don't follow him though, but yeah.
Yeah, I like Mr. Beast. I like Kyson. I like what they're doing. I like what they're doing on TikTok.
Okay.
But I don't watch them on TikTok.
Okay.
It's just such a childish app.
Is it? There's so many people that are teaching and educating about so many different topics. You can choose to tune into the dances and the challenges and the music and the clips, but that's one part of it. Just like that's on Instagram, just like that's on Facebook, just like that's on YouTube, just like that's on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, Threads.
It's recycled
There's
to Instagram, yeah.
It's everywhere. Even original Instagram content, you can find the goofy stuff. It's not just what comes from over at TikTok. So you get what you find, or you get what you seek, or whatever your algorithm is showing you is what you've engaged with. So if all your TikTok algorithm is childish stuff, that means you've been paying attention to the childish stuff.
The origin of what got TikTok popular was when Megan Thee Stallion dropped that classy, bougie, ratchet. People were
That
using
was
TikTok.
one aspect of TikTok. But what popped TikTok off was the pandemic. Everybody was at home, could go nowhere, and so you had challenges, dances, cooking, whatever it was.
I don't remember that.
Yes,
I wasn't using TikTok at that time.
TikTok
I
was
wasn't using it.
TikTok. I got on TikTok in 2019. Like my first video was like December 2019 or something like that. I maybe did 2 or 3 videos. It wasn't until the world shut down, March of 2020, that TikTok started popping because nobody had time to do nothing else but be online. So that's when the challenges came up, the dances, the people cooking content. Tabitha Brown was already popular on Instagram and Facebook, but when she got on TikTok, she blew up beyond her wildest dreams. So that was when TikTok popped, the pandemic. Megan's song was came out around that time, and that's when people started getting back into dance routines and stuff like that. But when we were kids, I gotta speak for my generation of millennial.
Okay.
We used to make up dances when we were younger. So if we were recording it back then, we would have been doing the same stuff that they do on TikTok. It's just on the internet now. We used to make up dance routines. And I feel like a lot of people, adults, are embracing pouring into their inner child. So we're not limiting ourselves to, oh, we can't do that because that's childish. Like, there's childish behavior, childish mindset, but like dancing, having fun, being joyful, being playful, being curious, those things are helpful to heal our inner child and to tap into our inner child. And like, people so damn serious and feel like I'm an adult, like I only do adult things. Knock it off.
TikTok sucks. What's that other thing that y'all was doing that?
I didn't do that.
But you see, you know what that's what that shit is so
But that's their
whack.
business.
Like,
That's what they find fun.
niggas is
Why-
whack. and
Why do you feel like
uncreative.
things that you don't like automatically mean that it's whack? It's just not for you.
It might be. It might, anything you notice anything that's lame, I just don't like it. That shit is just whack.
Whatever.
What was that other one that Korean nigga hop in love and jet like that
And
shit.
you sure know it for somebody to think
I've
it's lame.
seen it.
Excuse me.
I've seen it, but I have to know what I don't like about looking at it.
That's why your algorithm keeps showing it to you too.
Like I'm not typing it in.
But you
That
watching
shit is just,
it.
I watch a little bit of it so I know what it is that I'm not liking. I can't not like something I ain't see.
I'm just saying, you watched it enough to know it.
I
You know the moves.
I have to know what it is to not
That's
like
what I'm
it.
saying. So it's not that TikTok is whack or that everything is whack. It's that you not really dive. Is it dive deep? That don't sound right. It's late, y'all.
I'm
Is it dive deep?
Diving deep enough? Is that the word diving?
Don't none of this shit sound right. You haven't really. I guess it is dived deep enough.
I think it's diving.
It's definitely not diving. You've not dived deep enough into the things that TikTok has to offer. I've learned so much on TikTok. Like, people are talking about spirituality. They're talking about astrology. They're talking about cooking. They're talking about ancestors. They're talking about cleaning. Like, I will sit there and watch somebody clean the house, and it's just like, it's just amazing. I don't know. It just inspires you to like, oh, let me get that product. Let me try that. I never knew that you take the damn knobs off of the stove to clean the under, like, things that you just don't know because you haven't been exposed to it. But I get it. Everybody don't like TikTok, but I like TikTok. I love TikTok actually. TikTok, you can actually be yourself too. Like, if I'm in my bed in my bonnet and I have something to say or I have some content I want to get out and I just want to press record and just talk about it, I'm not going to be judged on TikTok versus if I'm in my bonnet on Instagram. Right.
Okay, I can feel that. That's another reason that TikTok sucked is because TikTok came around and did all this marvelous stuff that you were saying. Instagram is still the number one app. I called that a long time ago.
But Instagram is number one, but it's full of TikTok content.
Yeah, it's recycled.
And Instagram, TikTok. I like Instagram too, but it's like too much. You got the videos, you got pictures, you got stories, you got DMs, you got reels, you got long content, short. It's a lot. And they're trying to get every feature. I think they should stop where they're at. Don't add no more features.
Yeah, they just stole everything from everybody else.
Yeah, because I used to
Snapchat.
be a Snapchatter.
Yeah.
Ooh, my Snapchat used to be popping. But as soon as Instagram started doing stories,
Yeah.
I stopped doing Snapchats. But at the same time, my Instagram stories have never been as popping as my Snapchats were.
Yeah.
Something about Snapchat, I was just like, you gonna see my whole night. Maybe it was the age too. Like in my 20s, I'm like, I'm outside. You see the whole night. You see me, whatever. I ain't never been that open on Instagram.
On Instagram, it's a different platform.
Exactly. So, what do you think? Do you think TikTok is gonna get banned?
I don't know. I don't give a damn about it.
I know you don't, but
I don't
so
know
if
what's
it
going to happen to
does,
it.
what do you think will happen with the other platforms?
Oh, this is gonna blow up again. The content creators are just gonna move their attention to YouTube and move their attention to Instagram, Snap. They're gonna go back to
What
Snap.
are your thoughts on Facebook? I got thoughts on Facebook.
Facebook died a long time ago, and then it became marketed as.
People was making money on Facebook though in 2020, 2021.
Nah, that
Big
was
bank.
that was the resurgence for about a couple months because Meta did a great job at buying Facebook and then buying Instagram and then making Facebook automatically attached to Instagram, like, and then trying to then did Threads the same way and then tried to act like people gave a fuck about joining Threads when they automatically made us do that. So Threads sucks.
People been going viral on Threads.
Yeah, that shit sucks.
Well, my opinion about Facebook, I think Facebook is very low vibrational and like.
You always felt that way?
I feel like over the past few years, even though like the same content when it comes to like red pill or like man versus woman type energy is every platform, something about Facebook is just like so hateful and it's so divisive, and it's like that's where your family is, that's where people you grew up with, that's where people are like
Most
wanting you to
close-knit.
just be stuck
Yeah.
in where they always known you to be. So when you promote a new business or when you show up as a different version of yourself, it's like a lot of judgment. But there's good things about Facebook too. I had my same Facebook since like 2005.
Jesus
And
Christ.
like last year, I had went on Kendra G's show for the second time, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And the first time I went on her show, I think I went on Facebook because I've always tried to get on her Instagram live because I feel like the options are better on Instagram, but it's hard to get on that one. So I got on Facebook at one point. The second time, it was YouTube, which is kind of really easy to get on her YouTube show, but she streams the YouTube show on Facebook simultaneously. So I had just got done filming a podcast. I had on this little one-piece leotard and I had on some shorts. And, you know, I'm not a BBL-shaped woman. I have, my body is my body. I'm top-heavy. I got a belly. I ain't got a big old booty. I got some thighs, a little bit of hips. But the way that my camera was positioned when she opened up the live, like there's no warning. It's just like,
it's just boom,
yeah.
right there, yeah.
And I was sitting, I didn't have a bra on. I'm
Man.
top heavy.
Okay.
So the way I was sitting, my breasts did look like they was in my lap. But I moved the camera back up when I saw that I was on. So the glimpse that the audience got of that one shot, I'm not seeing any comments because I'm on YouTube. So after I got off of it, like during the Kendra Cam, she had just started Kendra Cam too.
Okay.
I stood up and then you could see that, okay, you look nice.
It's not on your knees.
Right.
Okay.
So when I got off, I went to Facebook to see what the comments was talking about. These mugs was dragging me, body shaming me. Like, talking, oh, she need to put on a bra, she this, she that. And I'm like, okay. But there were some positive comments too. But there was one particular, I'm going to call him out too.
Oh.
There was one particular person that was dragging me the most. And this was a guy who is not famous, but he's been on television. So his name is Carlton Morton.
Oh, man.
And he was on the first season of Love is Blind. He's also like, he used to be on Real Housewives every now and then.
The trans?
No, I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
So he was like Cynthia's assistant or something. So he would be on Real Housewives sometimes. But he was on Love is Blind first season. And he, got to know a woman in the pods. And once they got engaged and got out, he then told her he was bisexual.
I remember this. By the pool,
So,
he threw his hat.
The ring or something.
Yeah.
She threw the ring. I don't know. Somebody threw the ring. Called her a bitch.
It was bad.
Yeah. And so I feel like she did the best that she could with when she got that information. She didn't shame him or just be like cuss him out or nothing like that. She just felt like that's something that he should have disclosed before they got engaged. And he felt like he don't have to disclose that. Like, he got very offended. And you could tell that in his journey of where he's at with his sexuality, he's very easily offended by everything.
Mm-hmm.
So back to the Kendra G thing. He's in the comments going in, talking shit about my breasts, body shaming me, all this stuff. So I'm replying to every comment that I see. The good ones, thank you, hey. People are like, oh, she's nice, she deserves a good man, da da da, thank you, da da. The people that's talking shit, I'm replying to them. Is that you in your profile picture?
Oh,
So I'm matching energy. So when I get to him, I don't know if he thought that I was just targeting him. I don't know if he saw my other responses, but he made it seem like I saw his blue check and I went directly to him because I'm trying to get some clout.
Okay.
No, you're just getting it like everybody else just got it. So I said this, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong. I wasn't trying to shame him about his sexuality. I was trying to talk shit about his character. I said, are you living in your truth now? Or are you something like that? So he cussed me clean out, like dragged me, called me every name of the child of God. So is that me shaming him? I wasn't trying to shame his sexuality. I was trying to see if you're being honest about your sexuality now.
Mm-hmm.
So that was my dig. We went back and forth for like 2 days.
2 days?
Yeah, because he said so many messed up things that I posted him on my page like, look what this dude is saying. So then he came on there and he threatened, he said to me, somebody said something in the comments and he was like, don't worry about it. She's going to lose her Facebook. She's going to lose her social media platforms in a couple of days or something, or either next week, something like that. That next week, my Facebook page got hacked.
Oh, man.
And deleted. So the page that I had since 2005 with all my memories, all my pictures, videos of my grandma that I could never get back, she's gone. Messages between me and my ex-husband, he's gone. Like, all of these things that are irreplaceable, connections that I've built over the years, business connections, all of it. I'll take accountability for me getting into a Facebook altercation because I was matching energy, so it was a part of me going in on somebody and they retaliated in that way. But for you to pay somebody to hack and delete my page and I lose all of this because you don't like what I'm saying on the internet, but you started it by body shaming me, I just think that was sucker. But that's the type of energy I feel like be on Facebook. So I just got back on Facebook a couple months ago, but I'm kind of like eased my way back in because I want to make sure that my algorithm is positive this time. Because before it was a lot of women bashing, a lot of black men versus black women, a lot of men bashing, a lot of announcing deaths. The people that like to get on Facebook and always be the first one to tell when somebody died. Why do you like to be the bearer of bad news?
Yeah, that sucks.
All of that type of energy, I'm kind of like easing. Like, so everything that's on my Facebook right now came from Instagram. My Instagram and my Facebook is connected, so whatever. It's just whatever you see it. But yeah, so tell me, was I wrong? Was I wrong for going there and saying, are you living in your truth? Was that too low of a blow?
You were not wrong for exploring the comments, and you were not wrong for defending yourself, but you were wrong for giving what he had to say any attention, knowing where he is in his spiritual journey. Love is Blind only got, what they on, season 8?
I think 7.
Only got 7 seasons because of Lauren and because his name's Cameron. It's Cameron.
So this is what I said. I said, I see you're still being disrespectful to women. Are you living your truth these days? He said, I've lived my truth since day one. Maybe you should go back and watch again, fan. And stop it. I'm not disrespectful to women. You found my comment because my page is verified, fan. Go see what people really said about you. Good night. This is the response you were looking for, clown, and find some chest support. So, again, I literally responded to every comment. So, for him to accuse me of being a fan because you're verified, but then this is not just like his example of his behavior on Love Is Blind. And then if you go on the internet and you type his name up on YouTube, he was on whatever show that is with Tig. I don't know if Tigger was on, but it was Shamia Morton from Housewives. She's on, I don't know if it's D103, one of these local radio stations.
Mm-hmm. What happened?
He was disrespectful. He was extra sensitive, very defensive. Like, whatever, he gets triggered easily, basically. I didn't know that. So
you watched the show.
I did, but I didn't know that me saying that was going to trigger this whole response. Like, you ain't grown since then. You're still, if you're content with your sexuality, why is me saying, are you living in your truth, making you spiral out that much?
I think that when a man takes a dick in his ass, that there's never any repair that comes along with that mentally or physically. So when he says, I used to date men, we can use the word date as an umbrella for what the other things that transpired in that relationship. You're pretty much saying that you used to suck penis and that you used
I don't
to
even think it was a used to. It was just like, that's one of the things I do. So you still doing it.
Point being, regardless of whether it's past tense or present, he still wants to be looked at in a masculine. Had a beautiful woman too. She was fire. She looked so good. He still wants to be looked at in a masculine presence. But I think that he still does have desire to talk to men. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told her about his bisexual past. I don't think that he wants it to be a surprise to her if he does decide he wants to flip flop.
Do you think he should have told her before he proposed to her?
I don't think he should have been on the goddamn show at all. I think it was messy for them to cast him, and they probably gave him that leeway to do that storyline. That's messy.
And I think sometimes women's gaydar can be off too, because to me it's obvious that he's either bisexual or gay. You can't really assume because a lot of people are fluid and all that.
I ain't catch it.
But to me it's obvious.
But then again, I was too busy consumed with the only reason that Love Is Blind is still a show today, and that's because of Lauren and Cameron, and I was more concerned with them. Everybody loved them. They broke a race barrier out the beginning, and just like what we was talking about earlier, when we was talking about me doing my 20 verses and me doing Pop the Balloon, I was telling her that 20 verses and Pop the Balloon started off as a really good idea. Now it's just an online spectacle where Charleston White and Lil Woody and Shamar are just gonna keep on getting booked to do dumbass shit. The dumbass females that just keep on showing up.
Yeah.
But in Love Is Blind, it's the same thing. Like, you could tell Lauren really came there to find a husband. She's a good woman. You can look at her disposition and be like, that's a good woman. She ain't got to talk. And then when you look at Cameron, he look like a square, but he a cool dude. You can invite him to the barbecue.
That's cool.
He gotta sit in the back, but you can invite him to the barbecue.
Not sit in the back.
And when you put them two together, America is one of the funniest places in the world. It's the most racist place, but it's a place that champions racism. It's a place that'll bond you up and then champion you getting out of your own bondage that they put you in. And so when you look at that, it's a beautiful thing when you got to meet the parents and you know his parents are white, but he's to bring home a black woman, and you know her parents are black, and you bring home a white man, and through the wall. Nothing about this makes sense at all, but that's the only reason that Love Is Blind has 7 seasons, is because everybody is waiting for the next Lauren and Cameron.
And it ain't happened yet.
Don't nobody give a shit about them other couples. It's a spectacle now.
I do think when it comes to like Papa Bloom, I've seen a few of them, but the only ones that I continue to go back to is the one hosted by Arlette. And sometimes hers can be goofy, but then I like when there's people that you can tell that are actually intentional, that are actually there for the possibility of finding love. I really enjoy that because even though it's interesting to be popping balloons or whatever. It does show what people are looking for, how people are vetting, what are deal breakers, what are non-negotiables, in real time. So I like it. I think it's a dope concept.
You want me to tell
When
you what
done
happened?
right.
Let me tell you what happened when I went on. Because the episode ain't out yet.
Oh, it's not out.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Which episode? I mean, which host? It was a local one to Atlanta?
It's like if Arlene had a little sister.
Arlette.
Why I gotta say her name right?
Because it's her name.
Kamala.
Kamala. I'm very serious about names and pronunciation. Just like you asked that woman which name she wanted.
Oh, I can't wait to get my African name. But anyway.
Arlette's little sister.
If she had a little sister, it'd be her.
Okay.
And I walk out there. I'm in a.
Can you talk about this before it airs? Like, did you sign any papers?
No, I ain't signed no papers.
Okay.
I walk out there. I made a mistake immediately. I forgot that all of the women wear heels, and I should have wore my Timbs, and I wore dress shoes.
Please,
So
not what? How many centimeters do Timbs give you?
About 2. But that was a big mistake I made out the gate. And I'm in the dressing room with the other dudes, and I'm like, why the fuck these low effort ass niggas got on Timbs? But then when they walked out there,
we could still know what your height is,
nah,
regardless of what shoes you got.
And I should have had an updo. I should have had an updo with my Timbs.
Damn.
So this is what happened. I walk out there, outfit is fire, and I walk to the other side. He said, what's your name? What do you do? Da, da, da. Tell him. Boom, boom, boom. And none of the girls pop their balloon. We start talking a little bit more. He says, okay, ladies, you guys have the opportunity to pop their balloon. I pop, 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 pop. It was like 10 of them. And like 5 of them popped their balloon. Walk over to the first girl. Why'd you pop your balloon? He's very handsome. His outfit is fire. I love what he does. He sounds very passionate about his work. But I wear heels all the time. And I don't know, it's just not gonna work for me. So she was I'm about 5'8", 5'9"-ish. She was about 5'10", and then she had heels on, so she was about 6 foot. And so they put the microphone back on me and they say, what do you got to say back to what she just said? I said, I don't want to sound like an asshole or nothing, but I don't have conversation with women that are not interested in talking to me. Then they just paused. Everybody was just like, and I was like, that's it. We can move to the next person. And so we stood up to the next person, and it was the same height. The same exact as the last girl. And she said, yeah, everything she just said, he's very handsome. I love what he does in his career. He's very passionate. This outfit is fire. But yeah, same thing. I like to wear heels. Yeah. Okay, what about you, Vigilante? What did I just say? Another pause. It was just like that. So we go to the next girl, and it just happens all the way down the line. All the way up until we get to the last girl. And then that's when it happened where the conversation about the ex and then the poly and then being tapped in with the African thing. So that was the last girl that was on the thing. So what I learned from doing Pop the Balloon that day was the average man is 5'5". The average, yes. The average woman is 5'3". You love to talk to Siri. Watch this, y'all. She was just.
This is one of my flaws, like in relationships.
You was just wrong an hour ago.
What is that wrong about?
The statute of limitation for have sex as a
man.
I
was I? Okay.
Yeah.
I just wasn't informed. I never heard
astrology.
That. What about astrology?
No, I'm just fucking with you.
What am I looking at?
You don't even remember.
What? This is one of my flaws in relationships, having to be right or like fact checking.
I guess it depends on the topic. This is a more fun one.
Because I think the average man height is 5'9".
Okay. And the average woman height is 5'3", and the average man height is 5'5".
It used to be 5'5" for women, and I think they said it went down to 5'4". What is the average height? globally, the average height for men is 5'7.5". United States, the average height for a man is 5'9". Let's see, women. I'm saying, I thought it was 5'5", but it might be 5'4" now. Let's see.
With the women?
The average height of a woman in the United States is 5'3.5".
Yeah.
However, average height varies by ethnicity and genetic background.
Yeah.
Non-Hispanic black women average 5'4". Asian women 5'1.5". Mexican women 5'1.5".
So the problem with Pop the Balloon is that if a woman puts on heels, why do you not, like, I'm asking, but I'm just saying, like, I don't understand why they identify as a new height when they have heels on.
Because we want to be able to wear our heels and still look up to our men.
Yeah, and these same aesthetics are why every last one of them came single and left single, because the shit is ridiculous. So if you're 5'3" and you put on heels, and then you're 5'5", and then a man comes around and he's 5'4", he's technically taller than you, but you are taller than him in that moment with those heels on. So and then some of the women, they was already like 5'8", 5'9" without their heels, and then they were just taller. But none of them acknowledged the fact that they were tall women. I'm not a short man, you're a tall woman. But to tall women, average height men are considered short. So now we have yet another fuck up in the dating market. Is because of that. And that's another thing that's not fair.
But some short men don't want taller women. Or average sized men. I see on Pop the Balloon, men be like, yeah, Pop, she's too tall.
Too tall?
Yeah. I used to date shorter men. One of my exes was 5'6", and I remember us getting ready to go out one night, and I already had my heels on. And they were probably like 4.5-inch heels.
God
so
damn.
I was probably like 6'2".
6'2".
So he's 5'6". So I'm in the mirror doing my finishing touches, and he walks in, and he's probably like right here on me.
Oh man.
He was like, "You can't wear those." And at that moment, I was thinking, this ain't gonna work, because I don't really like the fact that I'm taller than you, but the fact that you're telling me that I can't wear something that I want to wear because you are not confident in the fact that I'm taller than you, it's just not gonna work.
How tall are you without him?
5'9.5".
So he was taller than him regardless.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that don't even make no sense then. That don't make no sense. He's gonna be taller regardless. He's the one, the lesser of two evils. That's what that sounds like. The devil you know is better than the devil you don't.
So I mean, I don't want to put down shorter men, average height men, but like, and I've tried it, and again, like if I meet a man that's like really good, I'll have to reconsider, because I don't want to just miss out on a good man based on that. But I didn't enjoy it. I didn't.
Dating a shorter man.
Like certain things, like we spooning in the bed. I feel like I got a backpack on. Like you're literally, we're laying down. I look down. Your feet are by my knees.
That's a first.
It's just too much.
That's a first.
I mean, I'm not trying to make nobody feel bad, and I'm not trying to say that you might not ever see me with a shorter man in the future, because that might be my man.
Yeah, he's sending them to you now.
But it's not my preference. I would say that. It's really not. And I've dated a lot of men that are 6'4", 6'3.5", 6'5", 6'6". I like that.
Only 8% of them. You heard Cooley.
It's a lot of people in the world. So 8% is a lot. But
which is how I don't understand how the fuck he end up with a narcissist.
It happens.
It don't.
I mean, it might not be a clinically diagnosed narcissist, but like she said, exhibiting narcissistic behavior. And again, with narcissistic behavior, it's not like you meet them on day one and they have food. That's why it's something called love bombing. There are certain things, people are literally sociopaths or psychopaths where you're not seeing the side of them. Sometimes you don't see it until you move in with this person. By that time, you've already fallen in love, you've already invested time, you've already collaborated on things. So when the fool comes out, you're like, damn, I'm in deep. So you really have to have strength and knowledge of self and self love to be like, I'm cutting this off now. And a lot of people, when they dealt with their first narcissist or narcissistic type person, they are young, so they don't have those tools and that energy or that, I don't even know the word because it's late as hell.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't have it in them to be able to just cut it off right there. They're focused on the love and the attachment. So they might not be clinically diagnosed as narcissists, but you meet this person, they're probably really handsome. They're probably very well liked and well respected in their community and amongst their peers. They got something going on. They probably good in bed, probably great in bed, because the craziest motherfuckers got the best. So they probably, you're sexually compatible. You're having fun. They're pouring into you. You've probably felt safe enough to share some things about what you've been through. So they're utilizing all of these things that they know about your past, and they're using it against you to either become the perfect man, to know exactly what you've accepted in the past. So they're like, that's where her bar is. So eventually I'll be able to just barely skate over that bar or meet that bar because she's used to that. And then, you know, the love bombing, they're pouring into you, they're telling you all the nice things, they're doing romantic things for you. You're like, damn, I got the one. And then maybe one day they just say something that is dressed as a joke, but it's like an insult or belittling you, and you're like, damn, that hurt my feelings, but oh, you know, I didn't mean it, baby. Like, you taking that too seriously. Like,
Okay, so
I was just playing.
Okay.
Then next thing you know, that little insult or belittling turns into a deeper one, something harsher, embarrassing you in public or something like that. And then they like, forgive me, I apologize. Then they start crying and telling you the things that they've been through. And I'm just like how Diddy was on after the Cassie video came out. Man, I was messed up. I was real messed up, but I went to therapy. It's that type of stuff. Like now they're the victim. They hurt you, but you're consoling them. Like so it's really a fucked up dynamic. This is somebody really messing with your head. And if you're young or you're immature, or you've been through stuff, you've been through trauma in your past, you're an easy target for this type of behavior. And then next thing you know, you're seeing that this person is really trying to hurt me, so you're bringing it up to them, and the gaslighting starts. They start making you feel like,
oh, you bring it up to the same person that's hurting.
yeah, this is the same. This is the cycle. The charming person, the love bombing, the little insults or whatever, and then the gaslighting begins. Like you're standing up for yourself. Like this ain't right. I don't deserve this. This and that. Next thing you know, they're finding a way to flip it onto you, as if you're the crazy person, or you the one that started it, or you're the one that triggered this, or you're the one that provoked this. So now you're like going along with the bullshit just so you can get some peace. So it's a back and forth of the love bombing, the insults, the abuse, the forgiving, the gaslighting. It's a mind thing. Until you get out of that cycle, you in it. Until you're ready to get out of it. But it didn't start out that way. So I feel like you should give grace. Give women some grace that end up in these narcissistic ass relationships, because
I'm cool.
That's crazy. It's okay. I give you grace.
When a woman turns 18 years old, the entire world is open to her. She no longer has that when she's 14, 15, 16. Hey man, she's 15, leave her alone. She no longer has that barrier on her. So she's literally been trained in men since she was 13, 14, 15. Because they've been approaching her since then.
Maybe not. Maybe not approaching. Maybe, what does approaching mean?
She's been seeing different types of men trying to get at her since she was at a young age. So now she gets to gauge what certain dynamics of different men look like based off of her. And then by the time that she turns, I say about 17, that's when y'all first start lying about y'all first boyfriend to y'all mom and dad. And so now she's got that kind of same age to where now it's coming full circle. The other guy that tried to hit her when she was 15, the other guy tried to hit her when she was 16, and everybody put the barrier up. Now she's only 16, she's only 15. Now she's 18.
So let me stop you there, pause you there. If she's had a barrier up, even though these men have been approaching her, how is she able to gauge what type of men are who was who if she's been protected all this time?
Because they're not stopping. They're just unaware of how old she is.
Who's not stopping?
The men are not stopping. They still having conversation with her, still talking to her. They're just not trying to do anything right now because she's jailbait. But they're still talking to her. You get to see what type of men they are. I would.
Are you talking about boys? Or are you talking about men?
Like grown men. This is me. Maybe I'm giving women too much credit. Maybe you guys are not as smart as I'm saying that you guys are.
I'm saying that every woman doesn't have that experience. Every woman is not exposed to the world where they're having men even have a chance to have a conversation with them.
You telling me if I line up 20 women right now that are 30 years old and I ask them when was the first time that men start hitting on you, what is the answer? Let me reconnect. Oh yeah, we back in business. I was never even connected. Okay.
They're not going to allow a man to have a full conversation with a woman or with a young girl. And then if a young girl is just going to school and coming home, there are no older men other than staff that can have access to her where in the places that she's going. So I get what you're saying, like
staff, she's seeing her family members, she's seeing the other boys at school.
But she's still a child, so she's not just necessarily being
dumb.
I'm not calling her dumb. I'm calling her seeing things through the lens of a child. So a child can see things and they can make up their own perspective of things, but it's not. It's still different. What a young lady sees in her teens and what things that she comes up with about who men are, what different type of men there are, is still through the lens of a child. So at 18, that doesn't mean she has all this wonderful knowledge about what's the best decision to make about a man based on being hit on.
Yeah, not the best decision, but she has the option to go gain the knowledge, to go get the best decision. She's in the game. She ain't got to provide no value. She just really got to be average looking at best, to be honest. The fine ones get the super optionality, and then the average ones get the what's left over from that. But it's still a lot more than what a man who's 18 would get. So the candy store is open for you for the picking. You get to go in here and choose. Do you like Twix? Do you like Twizzlers? You get to go in there and do that. So when you get in there and you get that optionality to be able to do so, and then you end up with stories like hers, no, I'm not giving no grace. You asked to go in the candy store and you came out with some bullshit. That's on you.
That's just too cut and dry.
That's what happened.
But that you don't know her story.
Who gives a shit about her story?
Her story matters.
She had the opportunity to make her story different than what it was.
So she's able to control her childhood.
Wait a minute, how far are we going back?
Her whole life.
I was just more so talking about when she turned 18 and had the option to dictate the dating market.
But everything that happens before 18 is what impacts the decisions that are made 18 plus.
But that's what I was saying earlier. When those guys start hitting on you.
I ain't talking about the guys. I'm talking about her father, her mother, her family, the things that she went through in life. If she's been through abuse, neglect, not had a good example of what a family dynamic should be, or whatever the situation is, you don't think that that's going to impact what type of choices she makes when she is 18 and she's open to the candy store?
It's between her and her therapist. Between her and her mom.
But how many people do you know that know to get therapy at that age? Like now it's more talked about. Maybe your generation it was more talked about too, but in mine and before that, wasn't nobody advocating no therapy.
It was like on the tail end of our generation.
Maybe church, maybe pray about it. Yeah. Oh, they went through it, you'll be all right. But it ain't no. You know, we're probably the trendsetters.
To therapy?
Yeah, my generation.
Maybe I'm giving women too much credit. Maybe I think y'all not as smart as y'all actually are. So
I don't think it's about intelligence.
What do you think it's about?
It's about, like I said, experience, or lack thereof.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it at all.
No, but it's true.
There are so many different types of people in the world. There are men who got it. There are men who don't. I met who are charismatic. He's not.
And what does that have to do with women ending up with relationships where there's narcissistic behavior?
Because it's very cut and dry. It's like either he is that or he's not that.
And even though I just explained to you how a man that shows no signs of this certain behavior, it can go on. It doesn't. This is not like something that happens like I met you, you're charming, and then next week you beat my ass.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that can take months or years to unfold. And you're saying that cut and dry, you chose them.
When you say years to unfold, you mean like 5 years in, and then what happens?
It could be. It could be that this person has not exhibited any type of violence. They've been loving. They've been the perfect person, and then gradually different things are starting to happen where they're starting to become unhinged. Because sometimes with mental illness, a lot of those things don't start manifesting until 20s. So say you meet a man, y'all are both 19, or you're 19 and he's 22,
Mm-hmm.
and then all of a sudden, like I told you about one instance where I was with someone who was abusive, but I was with someone who was very, I feel like it's a classic narcissist. He's not diagnosed, but he definitely had to be.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't start out that way, but it was fairly early, so I was still kind of healing from some stuff. I wasn't making the greatest choices, but he was like maybe 36 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
This was maybe 8 or so years ago.
Okay.
Now I've seen him on Instagram. He's like literally dealing with psychosis and probably schizophrenia. So those things that I saw back then, like his mental illness was manifesting as narcissism and other things, but now it's like full-blown psychosis and schizophrenic behavior. That schizophrenia usually doesn't emerge in men until the late 20s. With him, he's in his 40s and just now going through stuff. So you never know when you're going to see certain trick, like he's been through a lot. Something from his past may have triggered something that was already dormant in him. I'm just saying it's not black and white. It's not like you got a lineup of guys and clearly these 4 are crazy. These 6 are nothing wrong with them and you choose the crazy one. It's not that easy.
I think so.
It's really not. And I hope. Never mind.
The only reason that I say that is because the thing I like about Instagram is that it gives you the opportunity to see what other people are doing with themselves.
Mm-hmm. Everybody ain't on Instagram.
No, they're not. But I'm just using that as an example right now. It gives you the opportunity to see, like, who's that and who ain't.
Does it? So a lot of people be flexing.
I was having a conversation with somebody about that earlier, too, and I said, well, I apologize for the fact that people are out here meeting people that are not who they say they are on Instagram. You got certain people who build their fame on here, and you got certain people who share their fame on here.
And certain people that's acting like they got fame and don't have it.
Yeah.
So go ahead and land your plane. What are you saying about Instagram?
All 3 scenarios should be understood by a woman who feels that she has any intuition or any basic intelligence. Unless I'm just calling her smarter than she actually is.
You're saying that we should be able to gauge a person's mental health based on their Instagram?
No. I'm saying that the first steps of the aesthetic of whatever that imaginary checklist is that's in your mind should first be gauged. I look at Instagram like almost like a pamphlet. It's like a cheat sheet on a test. And the actual test and the actual book is the person when you're on the phone, when you're texting them, you're on a date. Congruency, coming full circle. What you saw on there versus what's coming out of their mouth. The second time you see them, what's coming out of their mouth, because women don't forget details. Mm-hmm. So now it's like.
And we talked about this before, and I hear you, but me and women in my circle, we don't like to get to know people off of social media.
Yeah, we did talk about that. I felt like it was whack then too.
Yeah, I don't want to be judged off of mine, and I'm not I don't even like to be friends with a person that I'm dating on social media.
Like you don't even like follow.
Mm-mm.
Why not?
Because I don't, I want to know the real you, the you in person. I don't want to get to know you based on your platform. That's beautiful if you built a platform. Like, I'll support you. Like, if you want to connect just so we can support each other, that's cool. But I'm not on there trying to look at your story and trying to see who you friends with, who following you, who you following. Trying to get to know you through your posts. Like, why would I do that when I can get to know you through you? But maybe it's a generational thing. But
No, I'm just talking about congruency. I don't understand why certain men can't pull certain women. They have an Instagram page. She has on the clothes that she likes. Clearly, she likes jeans. Her favorite color is orange. Her name is Amari.
But how would you know that? Like, how would you know what her favorite color is based on her page?
What if her caption says my favorite color is orange?
She wasting some captions. Like, that's what you got, girl. Okay.
But you get what I'm saying? Like, it's literally like,
You feel like that's a cheat sheet.
there's no reason for us to push aside something that's literally just sitting right in front of us.
I would love a social media audit for you to look at my page and tell me what it is, what cheat sheet a man should be able to gauge based on my page.
Okay, you want me to do it right now?
Sure.
Alright, good. This the OnlyFans or is the
It's so funny because I had dated a guy that was like 2 years younger than me. And when anytime I would say that I'm creating content or editing content, he was like, look for OnlyFans. And I'm like, why do you associate content with OnlyFans?
because content creators on OnlyFans say they create content.
That's crazy. I mean, I get that, but that's not the only
And
content.
then overly subjected women, empower them and say that they just need to keep making their money.
I mean, sex work is a thing. There are sex workers. Make your money, girl.
Here comes this shit again.
Make your money. If you want to use your body to get your money, and you're not hurting nobody,
That's hurting a whole generation of people.
is it? When we just talked about prostitution being the
The
oldest profession,
in the world. And that's why it's still illegal to this day.
not in some places.
Oh man, this is crazy.
It was illegal to be. It was legal to be slaves at one point,
It was. That's why I mean.
and they're trying to bring that back. So
It's already still
it's
here.
still legally
If a motherfucker
in
gotta
prison.
go on vacation for them to get away from their life, they still a slave.
That's crazy that you feel like traveling is slave mentality
If you gotta
versus
you
not
gotta
wanting
get
to
away
travel.
you gotta get away from your real life because your real life ain't a vacation and you a slave.
What if celebrities that have access to everything in their real life is amazing. Not even celebrities, but wealthy people. When they're traveling, that's them trying to escape their real life.
They doing it for work, but they not talking about the work that they doing.
We'll revisit that conversation in 2026 after
Okay.
after you travel somewhere. We'll see how you say what you think. I can't wait for this audit. Because I had somebody that kind of talked similar to you. I had matched with him on Bumble, I think.
Oh, that's a throwback.
And this was years ago. Maybe not years ago. Maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. He had said something about being able to. I don't know if he said something about women doing certain things on social media. And I was like, well, what do you gain from my Instagram? And he came back with this whole little synopsis.
So you gonna say it's similar to that one? You remember it?
Mhm.
You do?
Mhm.
Okay.
I don't think it will be, but
You don't think so? Okay, so first off the rip, with your name being, do you pronounce it Ashe?
Asha.
Ashe? Okay, so I know that Ashe is like how they say amen in African in holistic terms. So you know that, right?
I know Asha.
Okay. So
But my
that would be my assumption that that's what your name is. That is Ashe because of the Asha that it would sound like it would probably be ASHA, but it looks like it's Ashe.
Okay.
So I would think that that's what you're doing, and then when you see the spiritual journey part and the vegan part, I would think that's what it was. All right, so when we go down on your page, we see a lot of the interviews. I think the one that I did was the one that really, I ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying, we gotta get into all that.
Too deep.
But you have a pretty modest page.
Maybe you didn't go there.
And I'm still going right now.
I'm just playing.
And I know you like to post in the threes. Like I noticed that since it's a 3 layout, boom, boom, boom. Okay. All right. So when you say gain from it, you mean like what would be my strategy if I was looking at this page to? Okay.
What would this cheat sheet help you with when it comes to pursuing me?
Well, the first thing I would do is I would have to go all the way down. Like I would have to keep going because this is one of them ones where you don't get the answer like just from looking at it. But the Ashe would be the first thing that I did, and I'll probably send you a DM saying that Ashe because I think that is a term of greeting as well too.
Mm.
It's not, or you don't know that.
No, it's more like, I mean, like your Ashe is kind of like your essence, your energy, but then also, but Ashe is used like amen or like an agreement, or like it is so.
Okay.
So
that's what you're gonna tell me after I DM it. I'm gonna get the conversation just like that. That's how I'm not coming at you in a sexual manner. But
so what are you gonna say? You just gonna DM me and be like Ashe?
Yeah. Yep.
Do you know how to spell Ashe?
Nope. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna go to series just like you do. Yep. I'm gonna figure it out. All right. See you in the dance class. Where the non-modest stuff at?
Mm-hmm.
Now you on your own page now.
I'm just saying I don't know what you would consider to be non-modest. See, I'm mad that my threes is messed up at the bottom because I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, they all fucked up.
I don't know how that happened.
So
I must have deleted something.
Top off losing. Your favorite color yellow?
No.
Gold?
No.
Is it black?
No.
No, I don't believe you.
No, I don't pretend.
I see the ways bees pollen, got natural oils. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you dress like a yogi. Like, I don't know where the fuck y'all be buying them Aladdin pants from, but...
What Aladdin pants you see weird?
You know what I'm talking about, too.
The yogi pants.
Is that what they call?
Yoga pants. Mm-hmm.
Them Aladdin pants? Yeah. And they got a special store. Yeah, them joints. Yeah, this is a difficult one. Like, this is a tough one to gauge. I would have to start the conversation from there, and then...
Why is it difficult?
It's difficult because everything is so contemporary. Like there's no angle to go at with this right here. Like there's nothing for me to say based off of this.
What is it happening? Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I said that.
You don't even remember why you was throwing shade back then.
No, I probably was asking for somebody to check on me. True.
And then if I did invite you to a date, it'd be somewhere that's plant-based. For sure. Off of that cheat sheet. So now we done talked about the shade thing. You done gave me the whole history lesson.
Maybe. I might be annoyed that you DMing me.
I doubt it.
Why you doubt it?
Because I know what my page look like.
And
you're not dumb.
Are you kidding me? You think that someone's supposed to be automatically attracted to you based on what you got going on Instagram?
No, I just like to think that you're smarter than what you're giving off, and I like to think that
I'm very intelligent. I wouldn't care. I have verified men that might slide in my DMs. That don't necessarily. I mean, you verified too, but I'm just saying. I have men.
Not.
There's not. That's not. That don't mean nothing to me.
I can feel that.
I'm not on nobody's Instagram. Like, if I'm gonna look on your page, it's gonna be first the attraction.
That's you? You drew that on yourself?
No, I think it was a emoji.
Okay. That's cold though.
That was when I was really getting started. What year was that? Probably 2017.
I'm definitely tapping this horse eye and the eye of Ra. I'm definitely tapping.
On your face?
Not my face.
I was about to say, don't do that.
How you gonna tell me what to do?
Because I just feel like people still leave their face alone. Like, I've seen a lot of people doing it around their eyes.
I was just about to say that. That would be fire if I got that. Because that's tribal.
Just think about aging.
I am aging. I'm getting old. I'm old as fuck.
Just like, you're not old as fuck. Because if you was old as fuck, that means I was old as motherfucker, and I'm not. I'm young as hell.
And you just gave me an idea though. I might come back next time I see you with the Mike Tyson tattoo.
You see Young Pharaoh?
Who?
You don't know Young Pharaoh? Are you on YouTube? I guess I am getting older.
Yeah, it's
Young
funny.
Pharaoh is one of the most. He used to be like one of the most popular conscious creators. He's gone toe to toe with Nature Boy, with Brother Rizza, Islam, with all these different people. He used to be very well studied, and he would educate people on phonetic principles and conscious stuff and all that. And then he kind of had some type of mental break. I don't know what happened, but he came with a tattoo and he just started tripping.
On his face. I like that idea though. We come from tribal people that tatted, well, the men did, tatted stuff on their face as a sign of being a warrior. And then the women had henna, which I really like. I think henna is sexy. I think henna is sexier than tattoos. So I used to tell my ex all the time when she would get her nails done, I would be like, does it come with them tattoos and like the hand jewelry and shit? She'd be like, well, that costs extra. I said, shit. Yeah. Come back with that, because that's fire. And that shit wash off in like 3 days. And then on the date, I would come with a dashiki. I think these are some of the ugliest.
What year was that?
2016.
So you're saying you would come at me with stuff you seen on my page 8 years ago?
Yeah. This dashiki ain't going nowhere. Shit older than us. And you.
One of the Nigerian guys that I dated, he gifted me that. That's straight from Nigeria.
Look like it.
The Muslim one.
I think the dashikis are some of the ugliest fashion statements that we ever got handed.
Interesting.
But when it's certain like T-shirts that you can wear that have the dashiki pattern, like they didn't modernize it now. So, but the
I
dashiki
think the print
itself,
is called Ankara, something like this.
I like it on our women though, especially when they ain't got nothing else on and just that. Yeah, that's
Not
fine.
you sexualizing dashikis.
Why I can't do that? They was doing that way before I got here.
Dashiki in my panties on. You know, T-shirt in my panties.
Ain't no panties.
That's
on
above
it.
your head.
I know that song. Ain't no panties on underneath that.
Dashiki in my panties.
But this is what I was talking about when I said that they have and then they dance and it looks tribal rather than raunchy. But yeah, I'm gonna stop here. So that's what I would do.
Almost for the end.
Oh, okay. I'm coming on a date with the dashiki. We going to some place that's plant based, and I'm gonna come at you with the ashe, and you gonna give me a history lesson.
So you being fake, because that's not you. You don't like the shiki, but you gonna show up to try to impress me. So I'm gonna soon see and recognize that you're not being yourself.
I didn't say I was gonna come with that one. Also, I said they modernized the dashikis.
And you like those?
I like the modern ones. Yeah.
Do you have any in your possession, in your closet?
I was planning on buying them soon. I actually just bought some Fulani clothes the other day because I'm Fulani. So yeah, I need to show you too. Once we get off of this, I'll show you some of the Fulani clothes I bought. It's actually gonna surprise you. Damn, man, you had this for a minute.
I have my Facebook on. That's gone, man. My cousin.
Both of them.
One first cousin, one second cousin.
They nice.
That's a beautiful, very beautiful one on both sides of my family.
Yeah, they're good. For sure.
Beautiful.
If you find out that I cracked one of them, you gonna be surprised.
I would be so shocked.
You'll be shocked.
I don't think you're their type.
Interesting.
But you never know. You maybe one of them. Maybe.
Let's see how this that answer changed quick.
I'm just thinking.
The light skin one or the brown skin
The lighter skinned one, she may. You're not necessarily her type, but she has participated in a polygamous relationship and certain things. She might.
How you know what her type is?
Because we cousins, we talk.
Talk about what?
Everything.
Alright, I'm at the bottom now. This one because you ain't know how to drive, so that was at that time.
I didn't know how to drive.
Yeah.
And I'm showing my nails?
Yeah, your hand on steering wheel, ain't it?
Yeah, I'm showing my nails off.
Alright, so yeah, that's what I would do. And then I would get the dashiki shirt, and then I see that you got the head wrap, so I'm not gonna wear a snapback beanie, none of that stuff. I'm gonna wear a designer wrap. I could probably get a Louis Vuitton scarf or something like that.
So that's what you think I'm attracted to?
No,
based on my page.
I'm gonna do it because I like the scarf, but I'm gonna wrap it up so that the polarity.
What does polarity mean?
Polarity is pretty much like the orbit. What you about to Google the definition of that?
So that's what you got based off of my Instagram.
Yeah, we going plant based. We going probably going in vegan. That's a dope spot.
Mm.
You been there? You don't like the? I like the barbecue bowl. That's my favorite.
Yeah. I mean, I would go just because if you plan it. Let me tell you a story about.
All right, talk to me.
I had matched with this guy on. I think it was OK Cupid, possibly.
That's another throwback.
Yep. And I believe we had matched like before, and nothing came about it. But we matched again, and he was older, a little, kind of like older than me. But he was like real eager to go out, and this was during the pandemic. It was like maybe late 2020, early 2021. Like probably I'm just now starting to come outside again. I think our first date was like at a hibachi or Japanese restaurant or something. That went well. It was decent. And so he wanted to go on a second date.
Mm-hmm.
He planned the second date before the first date ended.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, I want to invite you over and I want to cook for you. I usually wouldn't go so soon, but because it was a pandemic, we kind of like barely went out.
Yeah.
I was like,
okay.
okay. He was telling me he was a homeowner, telling me all these things. And he wasn't my type, but, I'm like, I'll give it a chance. He seems cool. You know that I'm vegan. You invited me over saying that you're going to cook for me. I didn't ask you to cook for me. I didn't ask you to figure out a vegan meal. I could have given you some suggestions. You said you got it. So, I think the first thing was the way he was talking about like his home. I was expecting like this real nice home. It wasn't that nice. It was kind of giving like something that maybe somebody's grandmother would have passed down to them.
It was like a module.
What is that?
A module is like a upscale RV.
No, it was a house.
Okay, it was a house.
It was a nice, decent neighborhood, but the house was like kind of like old.
Okay.
It was like needed some renovating. It was like it smelled old in the inside.
But you can look at it
The
and tell that
furniture
it
was
needed
old.
renovations from looking at the house. It was
Not
like Michael
really.
Myers' house.
Not really like the outside. It was like it wasn't the nicest looking house on the block, but it
Okay.
wasn't terrible. But when I got in, it was just like
I was worse.
it kind of smelled like old.
Okay.
I didn't notice until I sat down, but there was like a big old square missing from the ceiling that I think was a leak. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like the carpet was old. The furniture was old. It wasn't giving like something I would want to be like chilling at your house, laying on the couch, chilling, tiptoeing through the house naked type vibes. Like I'm picturing.
I told y'all.
So
I told y'all.
I overlooked it. I get there. I think he irritated me because I got there. I'm telling you I'm here. I'm parking. Why don't you have the door open? I get to the door. It's hot outside. I'm ringing the doorbell. You're not answering. You finally come out. No, you come out and you say, oh, the doorbell don't work. You know I was parking. So I'm irritated already.
Already.
So then I get in there. I hug him. Why are you wet? Like, I'm not knowing that he just got out of the shower. So I'm thinking you're sweating. So I'm irritated with that. He tells me, go ahead, you can have a seat. I'm like, where do you want me to sit? Sit anywhere. So I sit on the couch. He's like, yeah, I got the food ready, or I got the food preparing. It's unthawing in the sink. I'm gonna start making your food, and I ordered my food, so I'm gonna go get my food. So I'm like, you told me to be here at a certain time. You told me what I'm coming here for. I don't know you like that. This is my second time seeing you, and you're saying that you gotta leave the house to go get this food. So he's trying to get pots and pans. He's like going through all these cabinets like he didn't know his own kitchen.
You can hear it.
Yeah, I'm seeing him.
Oh, you seeing him? Okay.
So I come moseying in there because I'm trying to see what he's finna cook. I'm thinking, it's gonna be some nice vegan food. It's like a bag of frozen bird's eye vegetables in the sink. And bird's eye vegetables is more like a side dish or like something that you like a stir fry of vegetables that you would put with like rice and some other type of protein or noodles or something. It was just bird's eye frozen vegetables. So I'm like, this is what you made me? He was like, yeah. I'm like, you ain't got no rice or nothing? He was like, it's rice in here. There was no rice in there. It was just like sauce and frozen vegetables. So I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna complain. So he tells me I'm gonna get the food started. You wanna just watch it or you wanna just finish it up while I go get my food?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, the whole purpose of you inviting me here was for you to cook for me. Like, so I just like, okay, where are your spoons and stuff? So I'm looking around. I go take a closer look in the sink. The bag is open, and the sink water is just getting all in the bag of vegetables. And I'm like thinking, in my head, I'm thinking he probably done deposited some chicken in this sink. You got this nasty sink water in this bag of vegetables that you think you're gonna cook for me. So I was like, I can't eat this. Like,
You about to cook it now?
I was just, I had to draw the line there. So I told him like, I can't eat this. And so we talked about me ordering some food in, but then I was like, well, why don't I just ride with you while you're going to pick your food up, and then we could just get some food
At
when
the
I'm
same
out.
place.
So that, or somewhere else in the area. So that kind of turned me off too, because why? I like men that can come up with solutions. Like I'm a solutions person. I can come up with solutions, but when I'm with a man, I try not to jump.
Right.
But I try to let you be the solution person.
I got you.
And then I'll meet you. You know, I'll support you, or I'll come up with something if you ask me to. So I'm gonna let you come up with it first, but he didn't come up with it. I had to come up with it, and I'm thinking, didn't you invite me over here? Wasn't this your plan day? And nothing is going according to plan. So, anywho, we ended up going to go pick up his food, and I'm thinking, if you ordered your food way before I got here, it still wasn't ready. Like, we were waiting for his food for like 45 minutes.
Oh, Jesus
So
Christ.
then we ended up going to get my food. We got it. We came back. We're sitting at this table. I'm trying to eat. It's all kind of fruit flies just flying around my
Ain't no
head.
way.
I'm like,
Ain't no way.
he has a bowl of oranges on the counter that's attracting all these fruit flies. So he throws it away. At this point, I had already finished my food. He offers me some water while I'm eating. I said, okay, thank you. He's like, do you want water or soda? And he ended up like going down to the basement, bringing these like open 2-liter sodas. So I was like, I'll take water, thinking he's gonna give me a bottle of water. He hands me a red cup and puts like, it's supposed to be water, but it's bubbly, it's fizzy. He don't say shit though. He just hands me the water. I'm thinking, I'm not drinking this shit. I don't know you.
What was it?
He later told me that he puts aloe juice in the water.
Okay.
Why would you do that and not tell me or ask me if I want that? And I'm here vulnerable in your space, in a house alone, locked in here, and you're giving me some water that's fizzing, and you're not explaining what it is. So, and then he grabbed the ice with his hand. It was just too much. So then we get through that. Oh, he also, the other thing that he was doing that was kind of bothering me, he was watching, instead of him putting something on that we both could enjoy together, he put on a series that he was already watching. So I feel like, what if I want to watch the series and you're like on season 2, episode 4? Or what, like, why don't we watch something that we can both be entertained by versus you already know what's going on, so I'm asking questions about it and you're getting irritated with me. Sir, I don't know this series. So I'm like, so is this like such and such? No, this is like, look. So I'm just turn off after turn off. So I get through that, we get through the dinner. I'm like ready to be like, well, got to go. But I didn't want to be rude to like eat and run because he was like, let me give you a tour. He had an upstairs. He didn't invite me to go upstairs, which I was kind of glad. And it's interesting because there's this Lifetime movie that me and my mom had watched maybe like 2 nights before, and it's called The Girl in the Basement. And it's a true story about this man that he had 2 daughters, and he was very abusive, and he ended up locking one of his daughters in their basement. And it's like, he had like tunnels, and he had this secret locked doors, and he had kept his daughter in this basement for like over 20 years. He kept impregnating her, and she was raising the kids in the basement too, but then it started to be too many kids, so he would take them upstairs to his wife and say that the daughter dropped the kid off on the porch. Like, he was making it seem like she ran away. And she was in this basement for over 20 years. And this is a true story. And so in my mind, when this man invited me to his basement, all I'm thinking is like, oh shit, this is not good. So he let me go outside. We looked at that. Then he showed me a couple of rooms downstairs, and I'm like, "Is this your guest room?" He's like, "Yeah, but I sleep in here sometimes too." It was kind of outdated, and then the other room he showed me was full of clothes, like dirty clothes, just all on the floor. I'm thinking, why is he showing me this? So then when we went to the basement was more modern. Like he had a bar, he had a nice TV down there, he had a pool table. And I'm thinking, why didn't you leave with this? Like, why didn't you entertain me here? Because what you're showing me up there is like, no. So we go down there, and at this point, I was like kind of over the whole date, but the date kind of changed when we got down there. We played pool, we had little flirty banter. You know, he was like betting me, if I win this, you got to dance with me, you got to get, it was cute. So it kind of switched it up, but then he kind of, I think he tried to make sexual advances at me, and I was like, yeah, I got to go. So I'm rambling. I tell long stories, my bad.
That's all good.
But it's just the fact that I felt like, if you know that I'm vegan, don't invite me to your house for no damn frozen, half thawed out, sink water ass vegetables. You didn't put no effort in. You didn't look up vegan meals. You could have, like, I would have supported you through it because the effort was beautiful to me, but then the execution was whack. Like, look up something other than just a freaking, like, you was gonna give me a bowl of stir-fried vegetables?
Stir-fried vegetables?
Like, and it wasn't like, if you're gonna do that, make it fresh vegetables. Like, get some broccoli, some mushrooms, some peppers and onions, and hook it up. Like, maybe I'm too much. I don't know. But I did date another guy who really put in a lot of effort of, looking up restaurants and considering, he wasn't vegan, but he always kept in consideration that I was, or that I am. So, it's just little things like that. I don't know if I'm too picky, but those things matter to me.
What was that an example of? Like, what were you saying that to say?
I don't know. We started talking about something about, you said you would take me getting vegan.
Yeah.
And it made me think of, like, the effort that a man has to put in when dating a vegan woman, whether you're a vegan man or not. Like, don't just do the bare minimum. There's so many nice vegan restaurants. If you're trying to cook for me, look up recipes. Like, everybody doesn't start off as a great vegan chef, but excuse me, if I see that you put in effort, that's gonna be dope to me.
I think it's a great opportunity to expand. If I start dating a woman who's strictly vegan, which I'm definitely not, I think that that'd be a beautiful opportunity for me to learn a lot of other vegan recipes and learn how to make cauliflower not taste like cauliflower, etc., etc. That's how I would have used it. I would have used it as a collaborative opportunity.
Yeah. Don't invite me over don't invite me over for a cook meal. Just say, let's cook together. Or ask me.
Yeah.
Like, I even asked him, like, do you want some suggestions? He's like, no, I got it. So I would have preferred him to even ask me. Like, I would have been like, you don't even have to get nothing from scratch. You can go get like an Impossible something and hook that up, because that'll be an easier, a Beyond Meat burger or something. But
that was the last day, right? Yeah.
I ended up reaching out to him, and then there were other things. That wasn't just it. It was like, I know we were driving when I rode with him to the restaurant. I didn't like his driving. Men who drive wild is a turn off for me, because I have anxiety when it comes to driving.
45-minute wait.
So then, like, he was just too fixated on other people's business. Like, it was a man that was walking across the street and he had a little dog. He was just like, why you want to have that little dog? That's gay and that's this and that's that. And I'm like, why are you worried about him? Like, why are you judging him because he got a little dog? That might be his dog. That might be his woman's dog. Who gives a damn? Like, little stuff like that. I was just irritated. At that point, I was just irritated.
Yeah, everything irritated.
Everything was turned. It was turned off at that point. So, and then I just felt like he wasn't my type, and then he wasn't really. I think the conversation wasn't there. I didn't like the way he made me feel when I asked a question about the series. Like, little stuff like that was adding up. So I just told him, like, I appreciate the dates and I had a good time, but I don't think that we're compatible. And he felt like I didn't give him enough time to make that determination. But for me, I felt like I had enough time.
So he was mad. That's scary.
But he didn't trip. He was not. He wasn't mean about it. He was like, "Wow, I feel like you didn't give it enough time to figure out if he was compatible." But okay. So he didn't cuss me out or nothing. So that was cool.
That's whack as hell, man. That's the first thing you're supposed to do when you get a new house, or if somebody gives you a house, you're supposed to rip that motherfucking carpet up and modernize it and
And I commend him on being a homeowner, having a house, and all of those things. But it was just kind of like a turn off for me, and it wasn't just the oldness. It was just like the smell and the decor and.
I get it. That's one of the many things that I do on my channel is I give men the 101 of okay, so one is like how to smash on the first night, but really it's like a syllabus of what to do when she gets to your crib. And do you want me to tell you how to smash on the first night?
Sure.
Okay. So how to smash on the first night as a man, it depends on whether you can plan a date close to her house or you can plan a date close to your house. And then depending on the type of woman you get, whether she smoke, drink, whether she don't. And all in all, the first thing that you want to do when you set the date with the woman is you want to groom everything. You want to manscape yourself. You want to make sure your hair is perfectly lined up. If it's, if you got locks or whatever, get your locks done. You want to come super polished for when she first sees you so that it don't leave no room for any small turn off, nothing. Clip your nails, like everything. Just do everything. You want a fire outfit based off of what it is that she likes to wear herself. So if you see her wearing a lot of jeans, get you a fire jean jacket outfit. If you see her wearing a lot of leather, get you a fire leather outfit. Like have the contrast be there to where you guys are aligned, so that even if you see that it might be something that she liked that she hasn't purchased for herself, you purchase it for yourself, and then you wear it on the date. So now you got a fire fit, you groom to the T. Hygiene, you get your facial routine, teeth is brushed. Now you taking the car to the back. Scrape your tongue. Go take the car to the vacuum. Thoroughly vacuum everything, mats up, all boom, all of that, boom. Make sure the car is spotless. Leave no room for error. And I'm not talking about your 2001 Toyota Corolla. I'm talking about your dream car. Take your Ferrari, take your Lamborghini, take your Maybach, take your Mustang, take your Camaro, take your Corvette. Take that to the vacuum spot. Wash it, vacuum it all the way up.
2001 Camry or whatever you
Then he
just
shouldn't be dating nobody.
Damn.
He ain't ready. Because girls is going to treat him like shit, predominantly.
Okay.
So now you got all of that set up. Now you get to the crib. Vacuum, sweep, candles burning in each room, air wick in the, I'm talking about smelling like you done just walked into Macy's. And don't leave no room for error. Windows open. If you got to burn Palo Santo, like overdo it on purpose, because by the time y'all get back to the crib, most of the smell is gonna be gone. It's gonna be like half of the smell that's there. And leave the candles burning in each room, not burning like on fire, but leave them where they are in each room, because you don't know which room y'all gonna end up kicking it in, because you don't know what the vibe is gonna be when you get back, and you can light a candle no matter where you at. Some dudes have the sound bar, and some have the surround speaker, and then they have the LED connected to it. Create a vibe when she gets back. Just like what you said earlier, when you said this ain't a place that I would want to get naked in. Most men don't know that when a woman comes over to their house, the first thing they gonna do, take their shoes off, get more comfortable, gauge how the date went, gauge how your vibe is, and then that's how she gonna gauge how naked she about to be while she kicking it with you. But if you really smart, the first thing that you do as a man is you offer her 2 face towels and a medium towel. I don't know why I call it, it's just some bullshit shit. You know what I'm talking about, a medium towel.
Hand towel.
Yeah, the hand towel and a big towel. And that way and then you say, hey, do you want me to put your clothes in the washer and dryer? She either gonna say yes or she's gonna say.
You saying this as soon as she gets to the house?
Like, not like when she walk in the door, but like, we could probably be kicking it for like an hour, maybe 30 minutes. But I'm just opening up the door for the option. If you want to stay the night, here are your towels. Okay. If you want me to put your stuff in the washer and dryer, I will go do that for you. And then you can go in whichever, not to sound like that, but you can go in whichever one of my closets, and then you can pick out whatever you want to wear as your nightwear. So now she's getting a tour herself. And now I'm showing her mentally that I ain't got nothing to hide. You can just go in there. So now I'm killing two birds with one stone at that. And now they got the candle burning, the music is playing. She's in the shower. I'm cooking the food. All of this is happening at the exact same time, so everything is in perfect rotation. So now when she gets out the shower, she in a whole nother headspace. She fresh now. So now she done got a chance to freshen up, figuratively and literally. So now she like, damn, this is a situation that I would love to stay in. He's treated me very well. Now she's smelling that food now. If and me, I'm really good. I make a really good red pasta, and I can make a one with no meat, and I can make one with meat. It just depends. Both of them are delicious. And so, eating the pasta, you serve her a plate, and you offer her a massage. You start with the feet. Don't even make it sexual. Start with the feet. Just a regular rub down, boom, and then go up to the ankle. Or you can do that little vibrating foot tub that y'all got with the, you know what I'm talking about. And then, boom, and if she one of them girls that air dry with the motherfucking, I don't know how y'all tie the towel like that. The shit look like y'all got a cone here.
If this is a black woman, she ain't did all that in the shower, just being over there. She ain't washed her hair, nothing. No reason to have no hair tied.
I think it's just motherfucking habit at this point. The motherfucker be dry and it's still up like that. Y'all the only niggas I know they got 3 dick towels.
Well, only if she like didn't have a ponytail holder or something like that, and she didn't want to get her hair wet.
There you go. Yeah, she'll do that.
Okay.
So you pretty much turn her experience at your house into almost like a spa day, like a, you know what I'm saying? You got the massage table over there. I mean, this is what I got at my house. I don't know what niggas got at their house. And I got the what's that shit where you spray the mist to get on your face, to the steam thing, you know what I'm talking about? I don't know what it's called. And
facial steamer, that's probably
facial steamer. So what I'm creating a ambiance and a vacation at my house. So we ate, and then I'm gonna let her, what you wanna watch? You know, man, just put something on. Boom, now it's right back in my court. I done gave you the option. Boom, I got it. It was boom. I probably had something in mind already. Put that on. Boom, she getting her massage. Boom, boom. Now she thinking about the whole date. Date was fire. Crib is fire. He's treating me right. He's giving me this massage. And you start everything off slow. He's not trying to necessarily smash it. This is really the dope part, is when you actually give her the massage, and then you're not trying to smash during the massage, because that's what you're going to be thinking the whole time anyway. So now you're like, all right, all done. Boom. And then now the music is playing. Now y'all dancing, vibing. And now she's like, damn, he really just gave me that massage and did not try to smash me. You got I don't know what dude that considers himself to be any caliber of man that don't have like a bar. Whether it be a full setup bar downstairs, like family had, or like just a little bar or a little winery. So now we got the wine out. Now she feels comfortable to drink around you, because you just gave her that massage and you ain't try to smash her. You want a cup of wine? Boom. All right, boom. Boom. And then for those people who have class, sir, you get the ice in an ice bucket.
Not with your damn
and
hand.
then you have a tongs, and you set that down, and the ice should have steam coming up, like ice steam coming up from it. And then you got the wine, and then you elegantly pour hers too, and then you have like little wine rituals where you lock arms and stuff like that. Like it's a lot of fancy shit that goes into it. So now you take the evening wherever it goes next. If she is not giving you the energy that she wants to smash, you still enjoy the rest of your night with her. And 9 times out of 10, the second time that you see her, she gonna let you hit. Or she gonna let you hit that night. And if she do let you hit that night, 9 times out of 10, she gonna let you hit in the morning too. So that's what I be telling them.
You want my feedback? Guess what, y'all? I actually agree. And here are my reasons why. I feel like I always say this: foreplay starts way before the bedroom, and I always say that having all of your senses stimulated is important. And he touched on everything: lighting, smell, sound, taste, and touch, which is very important. I feel that even if this is the first date, the fact that she felt comfortable enough to come over and the fact that she took a shower lets you know that she's already open to the possibility, or she's already made up her mind that she is willing to have sex. So I don't necessarily think it's anything happening that's like manipulative or anything that she's not already made the agreement with herself about. Because if I don't want to smash, I'm not even coming over. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not, most likely I'm not gonna come over after the date, after the first date, if I'm not open to it. But that doesn't mean that I won't. But I'm definitely not getting in your shower if I'm not about to smash. So that's a definite no. And yes, the fact that you created a safe space to give her a massage, to pour into her, to please her in a way without expectation, that's gonna be, yeah, that's gonna be a plus. And like you said, the fact that you have created this space, given her this date, romanced her, fed her all these things, stimulated all her senses, made a safe space, made her comfortable, and you accept if she doesn't do it that first night, most likely, yeah, she will, because that's commendable too. And I have a story time about something of this topic.
Similar to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I know you mentioned like if she smokes or drinks, like providing that, but so story time.
Okay.
This guy, we had like every girl group nicknames men. So his nickname was Inbox Bay because we literally had a friendship slash just connection via Facebook Messenger. We talked via Messenger all the time. We would video chat. You know, we became friends. I don't know if we met in a Facebook group or whatever, but that's how we developed our relationship. So me and my cousin called him Inbox Bay. So after years of this back and forth, you know, we got along great. We had great conversations. We cool. We flirting or whatever. We finally decide to meet. I go to his house. This was like, I was like 29. Go to his house. I'm not really a big smoker, but I do smoke sometimes. And he's a big smoker. So I smoked with him that night. I don't know if we had any drinks. I'm not a big drinker at all either. But we definitely smoked. It was cool. Like, we kicked it, we talked. But it wasn't like what I would consider foreplay. Like, there was no touching. There was no sitting close.
Mm-hmm.
His body language was like facing the TV, and I'm over here like, hey, like, you know, yeah. But because I was like wherever I was in that time of my life, you know, we smoked, we went to the bedroom, we ended up having sex or whatever. Wasn't much foreplay at all. The next morning, we probably smashed again. That was like when I was 29.
Mm-hmm.
We smashed one more time when I turned 30, which was like a month or so later. After that, we was cool, but it was nothing more than that. We was just like kind of like, we cool, we back to the inbox stuff. We didn't see each other again. I think the pandemic hit a year or so later. Maybe 4 years have passed by.
Mm-hmm.
We still cool, we're still Facebook friends. Nothing has changed as far as how we deal with each other, but we haven't been flirting. We haven't been talking sexual to each other.
In that 4 years?
Yeah, we just cool. We are who we are. We like each other as people. He bought a house. He was telling me the whole process of him getting ready to buy this house. I'm like, he's sending me pictures of different houses. I'm like, this is dope. He finally got his house. He sent me the pictures. I'm like, this is amazing. Congratulations. He's telling me, like, one day I want you to come over and see my house. I'm like, yeah. So he posted one night on Facebook, like, I don't know if it was a night or whatever, a picture of him and his pool table.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, who want to come play pool with me or something like that? And I'm like, I would love to play pool. I like playing pool. I'm thinking, yeah, we have this history, but in my mind, and maybe because I have been celibate for like 3 years at this point, maybe I was so far removed from that. In my mind, I'm thinking, we're cool enough for me to go to your house, see your house that you've been telling me about, play pool, kick it, and I'll take my ass home.
Mm-hmm.
So we planned maybe the night after that, like, yeah, you gonna come through. Yeah, I'll come around this time. Okay, cool. Get over there. We hug. I think he maybe picked me up when we hugged. Nothing too sexual. Nothing too romantic. Like, um, he's like ordered some food. Gave me his phone to order on Uber Eats. We ordered some Indian food. We watching movies. We listen to music because that was one of the things we shared, our love for music. Um, he's like, yeah, let's smoke. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna smoke a little bit, but I'm a lightweight, so I'm like, I ain't gonna do too much because I gotta drive home. Oh, you know, you can stay over here. I'm like, yeah, but so I'm letting him know. Even before I got there, I let him know, like, I ain't gonna do too much because I want to drive home afterwards. He's like, you can stay. So anyway, it's getting late. I'm not super like I was high at one point. We were eating, laughing, and watching stuff. He kept trying to get me to take shots and stuff. I'm like, I'm good. I don't want to do too much. We play pool. He's teaching me how to play pool. So at one point while we're playing pool, I started feeling like, could I date him? Because I was kind of enjoying the vibe. Like he was teaching me. I was picking up what he was putting down. I was doing good. Like I'm already naturally good, but like the techniques he was teaching me, I'm like, oh, we high five, and I'm like, oh, this is cute. But there was still no interaction like flirting.
Okay.
There was no him coming behind me while we're playing pool.
So he just telling you.
Yeah, like he's just teaching me. Like there was no close nothing. At one point, I was sitting on his couch, my feet were up. He might like touch my toe or something. Like,
okay.
It wasn't no like rubbing or close sitting or kissing or whispering in ears. There was none of that going on. Yeah. You on your side of the couch. It's almost like we homies. We kicking it. I kick it with my homeboys sometimes. It was kind of like that. So he kept trying to get me to smoke more, and I'm like, no, I'm good. So eventually, we put on a comedy show, and he had brought me a blanket to put over me while I was laying, sitting on the couch. We both fell asleep. So he's like, oh, I'm about to go upstairs. You coming upstairs? And I was like, I didn't want to drive home high or whatever. So I was like, well, I'll lay down for a little while. Still, again, no sexual flirtation going on at all. So he goes to shut down the house. I get in the bed with my outside clothes on, in the blanket he gave me on the couch, and then I got under his blanket. So when he goes to turn off the last light and he gets to the bed, he's like, why you got on all these clothes? And I'm like, I ain't come over here for all that. So he's like, what's going on? I was like, what I say? I said, I'm a born again virgin.
Okay.
He was like, no, I didn't know that. And I was like, yeah, I've been celibate for like 3 years now. His whole energy changed.
No.
He low key, like he has a pit bull who he loves, and she's a sweet girl. But like, if he says something that she don't like, all he has to do is say the word. He don't even have to say the word. She will attack. He had an AR up against the door, so I'm just like, your energy has changed. You're like, why wouldn't you tell me that? I feel like you should have told me that before you came over here. Obviously, I thought that we was gonna do something. We've done something before. I'm like, that was 4 years ago, and we haven't even been on that type of time since then. Like, but that was naive of me to feel like I'm not thinking about sex at this point. I'm just kicking it with somebody that I've had history with, but I'm thinking we're mature enough that we can lay in the bed. But at the same time, even if I was open to the fact of having sex, there's nothing that you've done this night that would have made me want to have sex, even if I came over here to have sex. Because who I was at 29 and 30, where I just got high and then I was down for it, I'm not her anymore. I don't operate like that anymore. I've done work. I'm more mature. I have higher standards. There are certain things that I require. And so I think he thought that he could have that same MO from 29-year-old or 30-year-old Asha. And at this point, I'm like 34. I'm not, like, where did you get that sex was happening tonight? So I felt like you're getting mad and you're going off on me to the point where I'm uncomfortable, and I'm like, I'm just going to drive home.
Oh, you going off?
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't call me out of my name or anything, but he made me feel very uncomfortable. And he was like, I'm going to just go downstairs and sleep on the couch. I said, no, I'll go down there. He was like, no, you good. And I'm up there thinking, like, what I look like sleeping in your bed and you've made me this uncomfortable. Like, I literally just got up and I was like, all right, I'm just going to go home. And he was like, all right. He was like, I still love you. But it was like, it hurt my feelings because I'm like, I thought we had a certain level of friendship that even if you did get upset, you wouldn't have made me feel uncomfortable. And also, I'm thinking that you really just want my company, but your whole goal the whole night was to sleep with me at the end of the night. You're buying food, you're supplying weed and drinks and all this stuff, entertaining me because you're thinking you finna smash tonight. And I'm thinking we just kicking it and we cool and we're getting together and I'm celebrating you having the house. And so it hurt my feelings, but then of course I thought about it and the thought came in my head before I went over there like, should I tell him that I'm celibate? But then I was thinking, why would he expect sex when we're not on that? And then why do I have to disclaim that to just come and to kick it with you? But then when I talk to men, they're like, you should have said something. So
Interesting story.
what are your thoughts?
I can see how that can go in different directions.
Do you think I should have told him before I came over? Or not even come over if I wasn't on that type time?
I think that there should be a certain level of recognition for the past endeavors, and that certain conversations should be had about those past endeavors before future endeavors occur.
Like, are you saying that I should have been like, I know we've had sex before, but I'm not on that type time this time? Or what do you think?
Kind of like that, yeah, but maybe in a more discreet manner.
Like?
I don't have no example for you, but just like in a way where it can be understood without it having to be so direct.
So we just playing pool, right? Oh, what is your vision for the night? Like, I don't know what. I just feel like
I ain't got it.
I don't know, but I understand what I could have done differently.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like even if I was not celibate, even if I did come over there with the intention to have sex, I would have not had sex with him because there was nothing done that night that made me feel like I want to have sex with you.
I don't think that he felt like he had to do anything. He just bought a new crib.
Yeah.
Y'all already did it.
But even so, like, every time needs to be an experience. And I get it. I accepted bare minimum those 2 times, so I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But you ain't had no growth in 4 years that you like.
Why would he stop doing what works?
That's great. I mean, mature.
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
He got a system. His system is foolproof. He good with his system.
But I don't think so, because he's a very handsome guy and he's very, like, he has a great personality and all that. But I think when I really look at, he's very picky too, though.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that he gets as much action as one would think looking at his page.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I thought we didn't judge it over that. What happened to that?
We were Facebook friends, so I see it.
What happened to social media being what people want to show and all this other stuff?
I'm not saying that I'm judging him just off of that, but because we're friends on Facebook and I'm seeing the history and I'm meeting you in person and I'm seeing certain things, I'm like, oh, you have this image on social media, but seeing you and being around you, I could tell that you're not really used to women just coming over here. Like, this is not a frequent occurrence.
Yeah, so you do much.
Partly because he's picky and partly because I don't think he's that savvy with women.
Yeah, so what you're describing right now is called pre-selection, fellas, for those who don't know.
Tell me about it.
Pre-selection is the added attraction of women knowing that other women want you and that you have them in abundance, and then that making them be more attracted to you because you've already been selected.
Mm-hmm.
If a man walks into a room and 10 women are in there and 3 of them go, ugh, the other 7 are going to be like, wait, why did they just go, ugh? Should I go?
They're easily influenced, because I see that on the Pop the Balloon where, like, a woman will still have their balloon, and then because everybody else is popping, they stand there, and then they think, they pop. And they have a silly ass reason of why they pop. You only pop because you saw all the other women pop.
Yeah. That's how the women friendship goes. But it's usually not the other way around. But I was so proud on one of those pop the balloons of my fellas. I was so proud of them because I seen how far we came. It was one of the pop the balloons. It was this beautiful girl that came out there. She was drop dead gorgeous. And she was 9.5 out of 10. Beautiful. She came out there and she said my name and said, I'm so I do this, I do that. Man, she got, got a little something going for her. She dope. She dope as hell. First dude pop his balloon. Pop. It's 10 niggas. One dude pop their balloon. For a 9.5? Oh, I got to hear this. Put the mic on him. Yeah, so I know Shorty. And we were supposed to go out 2 weeks ago. And she dubbed me. Immediately her character flaws and moral compass start to show. It's just a busy day.
And it was based on something that she had said that she required. I think it was like open communication or honesty or something that she said.
Oh, what she said before.
And then when he revealed that.
Yeah. So then I'm thinking in my mind, you had a busy day, so you couldn't text this nigga back for 3 seconds and let him know that you wasn't coming. And then when he said he knows you, and you immediately get to talking about when that happened, so you know what he's talking about. Not one time did you apologize. Did you try to reschedule? Did you admit that he's just not your type? You got poor character. I'm looking right at you and you have poor character.
You know what meme I just thought of was, I think it's Brad Pitt when he sit on the couch and he's like, that's what I just pictured just now. Insert here if you guys know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about?
No, but I'm gonna see it. Here we go.
Let me see. Oh, not Brad Pitt. Leo DiCaprio.
Okay.
That's the one.
She about to show you. I'm gonna give y'all the rest of the story after she showed me the lead or the
I don't want the whole clip.
Like if I had a lighter, I got one in the car, but if I had a lighter, I would have. That's the one.
You ain't never seen that one? That's what that reminded me just now when you said your character. Y'all know the one, Leonardo DiCaprio when he was Quentin. Like.
Make sure y'all zoom in.
Okay.
So you know what happens next?
What?
My fellas get to pop in that balloon and they go, yeah, my man's, you, blah, blah, blah. Cause now they peeping the bad character that she has. Every last minute, pop, 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 pop. And I'm like, yes. Cause as he's saying what he's saying, I'm like, I hope that these niggas are not booty whipped and that they can't hear the fact that she has bad character through what he's saying. And thank God. Pop, 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 pop. And she went home by herself exactly where she deserved because of the way that she treated that dude. Told him they was gonna go out and then didn't do it. That's just terrible character. And women need to be held accountable for that. The flake rate is ridiculous when it comes to women, and they're never held accountable for it. Oh no, I don't want to go anywhere, and they just don't go.
I don't really ghost. I usually give people an explanation, and some people feel like if you don't know someone long enough, you don't owe them an explanation.
Yeah, that's wild.
So I try to communicate. I've been ghosted, but I don't think. Not saying that I don't do things that a man doesn't want to deal with, but I've experienced situations where like a man will find me on social media or maybe a dating app and then find me on social media or whatever, and we'll connect and we'll start talking and they seemingly really like me, and then all of a sudden they just disappear.
Gone.
And then, but they're still watching my stories. They're still. It's almost like. I don't understand it. It's like you would rather just be, I don't want to say a fan, but like you would rather just be a fan than actually get to know the real me, even though I can tell you like me. There's nothing that went wrong in the conversation. I've looked over it, I thought about it. Nothing happened. It was just a normal conversation, and then we didn't talk for days. You talking about a date, and then you just disappeared, and then you're engaging in my page. It's weird to me. It's happened a few times.
You definitely couldn't date women then. You would have went nuts by then. By now.
That's what women do?
That's the norm as far as, well, not that what you saying specifically, but variations of that. Um, a lot of women really do have poor character, and like you said before, I don't owe you an explanation because I don't know you, and a lot of women feel empowered in being rude. And I have to remind people all the time that if you call me and I miss your call and I call you back, the first thing that I should say is, I apologize that I missed your call. But I realize that they have no etiquette class here in America for people. Hey, I'm sorry, I'm just now seeing your text. And this is, I teach my men about burning desire. If a woman has burning desire for you, she's going to put her best foot forward when she speaks to you. So if you're talking to a woman, you're like, hey, what's up? Hey, why you acting dry like that? Well, you lucky I'm even responding.
And I see a lot of men pursuing women that clearly don't like them, and then they get mad at the outcome.
Clearly don't.
Like, it's so clear. It's crystal clear.
Crystal clear.
And you constantly just trying. Just stop. Like, you could tell if somebody likes you.
Just the other day, this girl,
You hurt your own feelings.
she posted something on her story, and she was like, I want to gain 20 pounds. And she posted like a side view of her. Gorgeous. 9.1. Absolutely gorgeous. I scroll up on it. I say, where you trying to put that 20 pounds at? We start talking about it. Boom, boom. I said, you know what? If you live in Atlanta, I do celebrity boxing. I'm about to go back to the gym on this day, that weekend. All right, bet. Yeah, I stay in Atlanta. I am. Okay, bet. What's your number? I don't give out my number. You know what I said back?
Nothing.
You left on red forever.
Yeah, keep it moving.
Especially for somebody like me, you just fucking stupid. That was that was a lottery ticket right there.
I mean, I agree with what you did. Like, if you see that there's no interest and you feel like you made set the tone. Sorry, y'all, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Set the tone for her to be able to feel comfortable enough.
She holding me hostage.
I'm not. Then you got the hint and you kept moving. Like, even if I showed you some of my inboxes where people are literally having a conversation with themselves, I don't understand that.
Oh yeah, when they just keep
If
on
I'm
talking.
not responding, some men think that that's persistence or that's like determination. I'm showing you that I'm really interested.
Yeah.
You're being a creep. I see your message. Like, if it's a message request, just because you can't see that I see it, I see it. I'm not responding because I'm not interested, and I don't want to even open Pandora's box by saying, hey, I'm not interested, because I've done that before, and that gives people the green light. Oh, she responded, so it's like, and then I don't really like blocking people, but I think I might have to start in 2025. I'm just gonna have to start blocking creep behavior, not getting the hint, because what's wrong? What's going on? Why would you continue to send somebody messages that's not responding to you? Or if they are, and they're dry messages, why are you not getting it? I don't understand that.
I think 2 things happen. 3 things. The first thing is that when we're younger men, we're not taught high, mid, low interest. We're taught, you like a woman, pursue her. If she don't reciprocate, tell her how you feel. Because most of us is raised by simp-ass, masculine, single moms who tell us the type of shit that they wished that a dude would have told them. Not our dads, but the other dude that they probably slept with too. And now they giving us what they wish that he would have said to her, to say it to another girl. And that's wrong information. So that's 1. 2, the words thirsty, pursue, persistent are all misconstrued. So if a dude approaches a girl, now she's, oh man, he being thirsty. No, he's introducing himself. Thirsty is when you deny me and I continue to come back. Pursue is when somebody gives you a choosing signal and you act upon it.
Right.
And then chase is when somebody tells you to stop being thirsty and you continue to be thirsty. And there's no win in a girl playing hard to get. So that's the second thing that happened. The third thing that happened, and the reason why men be acting like that, is because some of them have a false illusion of what a victory is when it comes to women. So they'll take that um, as a challenge, a personal challenge to them, and be like, I wanna,
Yep.
yeah.
And then it's crazy because there's only, I feel like there's two outcomes. Either you're gonna be bitter because you never get her, even though you challenge yourself, or by the time you do get her, you're gonna have a vendetta against her because she put you through all that. So you're either going to flip it on her so she can feel what you felt, or you're gonna always have this hidden animosity against her because she put you through all that. So let it go.
That's a lose-lose. I had an argument with there's a girl who has a platform called Men Are Not the Enemy. We was in that back room over there, and that was the first time I ever had a girl storm out while we were having the conversation. And she has a whole platform called Men Are Not the Enemy, and we were talking about two different rhetorics. She was saying, I was saying that I don't advocate for the average man. Be the best version of yourself, or you don't exist to me. And then she was saying, everybody deserves love. Wherever you are in life, there's another person there, blah, 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 blah. And so she said, when you get money, you attract the wrong women. And then I said, true, but that's not the whole story. When you get money, you attract every woman. Not saying you can have every woman, but you are open now to every woman. So you get the opportunity to use the same discernment that 18-year-old woman got to use now. Now that same world is open to you. And you're never going to know about female nature truly until you get a bag. Because then you get to see the other side to them. So we disagreed heavily on that. And I could see that a lot of her disagreeing came from the fact that she has children and she has baby fathers, and what she pulled up in wasn't necessarily what she probably would have wanted to have pulled up in. So she was projecting her her personal feelings about the way that she feels about where she is in life with what I was saying. And she even one time there in the middle of the conversation, she said, as soon as I get my tummy tucked and I get my breast lift, I'm gonna give y'all girls a run for y'all money. And I'm like, well, what are you giving them right now? Where do you consider yourself selling the totem pole now? Because we don't know when that's gonna happen. That shit is expensive. And why do you have to wait until that time in order to do so? And then what man is gonna be like, yeah, I got the girl with the tummy tuck?
What was her name?
She was baffled. She was like she was left in shock. We didn't know each other that well. We met. So she didn't know how I come during my conversations. So the thing that made her walk out was when I said the thing about people disrespecting Andrew Tate, and I called him the 4-time kickboxing champion and said that he's a multi-millionaire mogul. I said, I don't understand how anybody could say that he's not high value. And then she got up and said, he's not high value and you're not either. And then she walked over to the table and she started packing her stuff up. So we still kind of filming while she's doing this. So I turned the camera off and then I'm like, what's wrong with you? And she was like, I don't like it when people put false information out to men and tell them that they're not going to get women unless they have money or do this or do that. And I'm like, well, you're looking at the shallow aspects of what I'm saying. You're looking at it through a pessimistic point of view to say that I'm saying that all women are users. But what I'm saying is that women have attraction triggers that they don't tell men, that you have to just know the game to know about. When you walk past a woman and she goes and she smells that cologne and now she's immediately aroused, she's not going to tell you that you got to go get the cologne and figure it out. When she see that dope fit on you when your arms are sitting like this, she's not going to tell you that she like arms. You got to figure that out. When she see that tattoo that's sitting on you, and she never gonna tell you that. You gotta figure that out. So the nice car, having a nice crib, having just all of that. She's never going to tell you that she wants any of this stuff. You got to figure it out. And some women have very shallow attraction triggers, and some have um, relative to where it's like, okay, it makes sense for you to be attracted to that. But at the end of the day, all women are attracted to stability. And if you're preaching for the average man, then you're actually hustling us backwards because you're telling people that they're good where they are and they're struggling. So now you're endorsing struggle love. So I can't get behind your message because you're not telling people to be the best version of themselves. Even you could go to the gym and flatten your own stomach and get some flat tummy tea. You got rumpers, you got Spanx, you got waist trainers, you got fitted clothing. You got so much stuff that women have, these advantages of what you can do to get your body looking right, and you're gonna take the biggest shortcut and go under the knife. And it's not that I'm against you, it's just that I want you to understand where I'm coming from when it comes to being the best version of yourself. I work for this. So when I see somebody else trying to take the elevator when I took the stairs, that's why our legs don't look the same when we at the top. I had to take it step by step.
Mm-hmm.
So she did not, she did not like that at all.
So did the episode air on
No, we went live on her YouTube, and she, as soon as we got to that part, I don't think that she kept it on her thing either. And I asked her a couple times, I said, "You gonna keep this?" Because when we was talking. And even at one point she was like, everybody got a pass. And I was like, no, that's not true. Everybody don't have a pass. Everybody ain't go to jail. Everybody ain't get an STD. Everybody ain't got a baby mama. Everybody ain't do that. Like you're glorifying trauma. And you saying that everybody should participate in the alternative dating market just because you in it. That ain't fair. That's not a good message. The thing I liked about Kevin Samuels was that he was transparent about his divorce. So yeah, I was acting this way in this marriage, and then I came up with this data based off of how my old marriage treated. That's transparent. But with her transparency completely just, she wanted everybody to operate on the frequency that she was operating on. And I can't see myself subscribing to that. The women of this generation want stern leaders, but they don't have no idea what to do with a stern leader when a stern leader is literally right in front of them and telling them, yo, this is the way. This is what we do. And as I really telling me, then it's that freedom of speech, and I get my own opinion to have on it, but when you look at what your opinion has done with your entire life as a whole, and you put your life in a box and say, this is what my opinion has gotten me. And there's nothing in this box. I don't understand why they just don't relinquish it. Does it make sense with me? So out of all 400 of my podcast episodes that I did, that was the only one where I ever had somebody get up and storm out in the middle of our conversation. And I hope that she's doing well. She was on her way to Carolina, so she was moving out of Atlanta. And now she's doing what she's doing today. But I'm glad that she got to have that conversation with me. Hopefully it's still up on her YouTube. I really hope it is.
what is that?
Men are not the enemy.
Men are not the enemy.
Men are not the enemy. But I don't believe that from her because she disrespected me and she disrespected Andrew Tate.
So do you feel like women should put Andrew Tate on a pedestal because of his accomplishments?
He's just extraordinary. He's just extraordinary. Like he's a hell of a phenomenon.
I don't know enough about him. I've only seen the negative things about him, so I don't know enough to judge him. But
even that right there is not you, but the fact that people would even be disrespectful enough to even put any negative rhetoric about him out. It says a lot about our people.
They're really just his own words that I've seen that I don't agree with. So it's not like there was like somebody saying something about him. It was clips that I've seen that I didn't agree with. But I don't know.
And then again, he's from Romania, so it's like,
Or is he?
yeah, I wouldn't expect for American rhetoric to jail well with Romanian rhetoric.
Is he locked up?
No, he was in jail. Him and his brother were in jail for being falsely accused of something, and then they got out of jail. And during that time, we got to see a lot of people in the space double crossing. And with me, I don't do that because I know when you have a certain level, he not Diddy. Like I don't consider Diddy to be in this space. I consider him to be in this space. So yeah, they got. I don't even think his brother got charged, but his brother said if he goes to jail, I'm going to jail too. I'm going with my brother. So that's a whole different level. They got different level of character.
And he was charged with what? Sex trafficking?
No, I think it was what was it? I think it was without a woman's consent or something like that. And it was something like that, something sexual, and he got dropped. Charges got dropped. He got let out. And nobody had nothing to say about the ending of it, but everybody had something to say about the arrest. But that's another reason why I don't really want to get as big or as famous as Andrew Tate is because I don't want my life to become a spectacle for everybody else. I like making a lot of money under the radar. I like this is my safe space. I took a girl to a restaurant one time, and Streets 94.5 was there, and I'm trying to support the personality because if people don't come, she don't keep her deal. First time I ever met this girl, she's super shy, straight introvert. They come over to me, hey, Vigilante, what's up, family? I'm eating. They got the microphone in my face. Hey, what's going on, man? It's your boy Vigilante. Come down, all right, cool. Let's get back to our meal. They done put the microphone in her face. She like, I'm like, yeah, man, I don't like this. I don't think I want to do this. As far as like the rest of my life, I don't want this. I don't want. Next time I'm calling ahead of time to let people know when I come, I don't want to talk. I don't want to do. I want to give drops and stuff like that. It's my personal time. So now that I'm seeing what happened with Kev when they started celebrating his death when he died, that was extremely disrespectful. You know, which demographic did that, and then what they do to really all of the legends. We live in a nasty discredit culture where you take a person's accomplishments, minimize them, tell them that they don't matter. I don't agree with that.
But I get that. I didn't agree with people celebrating his death either. But you know, I guess basically some of the things that he was saying, a lot of people took personally because maybe they could relate. I didn't take most of what he said personally, but I think some of the things that he said were offensive. And then like trying to make it seem like women are gonna be, you know, you gonna die alone with a dog, and that's like one of the things you say all the time. And then these women are getting offended all the time, and then you unexpectedly die. That's almost like giving people the green light for a punchline. So it wasn't appropriate. I don't think celebrating anybody's death is appropriate, but that's it just got ugly. I think when his fame, you know, when he really started getting famous, I don't disagree with a lot of the things that he said. I disagree with some of his delivery. I disagree with some of his followers and the way they took it and kind of made it like a man versus women and being hateful and seeking out women and like married men, you in single women's business. Like it just became a whole thing out of control. But I don't think that everything that he said was wrong. I just think, you know, it just got out of hand. It got ugly. I don't even think that was his mission, but once it started getting out of hand. And then like I say that I don't like some of the things that he said, but if you gonna call somebody and ask them for their opinion, and you've seen the way they deliver things, you can't get upset by what they tell you. Why are you calling them? Why are you asking them? So I don't feel sorry for the people that called him and got dragged, because you called him. You already knew what the situation was. So it's messy. It's really messy. And I do feel like since he passed away, some of the things that I saw, like how ugly it was getting from the followers and the people that were against him, I've seen it kind of dwindle down.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't think that was appropriate to celebrate his death. But it got to the point where it was terrible. Like Clubhouse, I have gotten a Clubhouse room that was dedicated to like tearing down Kevin Samuels. He was alive at the point in time. And I believe the moderator was like a gay man, and then he had like a woman on there, and like they had people coming up that were like tearing him down and dragging him or whatever, and they were just like amening it. They just had just this celebration of hating him, and then a woman came up there and she was saying positive things about him, and they was dragging her. So I raised my hand because I was gonna get on them. I'm like, y'all are ridiculous. Like, you're dragging this man about the way his methods are and how he is, but you're doing the same thing, if not worse. You got a whole damn group dedicated to this, and then somebody comes on here with a different opinion and you dragging her. Like, get your ass out here. So it was ridiculous on a lot of different angles to me. But again, what's the solution? How do we get along? How do we stop the disconnect and disrespect of each other and reconnect again?
I think he was a pioneer of that right there. Kevin did his show from a glass penthouse on the top floor with a tailored suit on, and he still got disrespected. So what he was showing was, if I'm being disrespected in my prime, making all of this money in this penthouse with this suit on, why do little poo-poo think that he gonna have a conversation with Ashley and he gonna get any type of respect? That's what he was trying to, like, he was trying to make that contrast. And he was trying to show, like, from what I picked up, this is just personal. From what I picked up, he was trying to get people to see, men and women, that we need to take a huge step back and we need to recalibrate what it is that we want moving forward. Now, some of the stuff that he said I disagree with when he was saying, I'm about to do a show tonight about the 35 and up women, aka the leftover women, and stuff like that. So, like,
according to him.
Yeah, stuff. I can see where he's coming from, but
tell me about how I'm a leftover.
I don't think that it's necessary to say certain things. But then when I would see 10,000 people waiting for this live, so I'm like, okay.
It was sensational.
Okay.
It was provocative. It got the people going.
I see what's going on here. And even though he about to get on here and probably say some shit we already heard, just the fact that some men are so pussy that they probably wanted to say this before, but now they're going to channel what they want to say through him. He's their spokesperson. He ain't Trump.
Right.
And I can understand that, okay? But now, like you said, solution. But the part that I don't like about our solution, and I think I said this to you earlier, is that nobody in the African American community, especially the women, have acknowledged what the Passport Bro movement started off of and who that started against. Nobody acknowledged that the fake feminist movement, the fake body positivity movement, the fake Me Too movement, the fake Black Lives Matter, who started all of these and who followed all of these.
And who is it? I know you're not saying the feminist movement started by Black women.
No. That's the only one that didn't get started by Black women. That's the only one that clearly got started for a whole nother gender. But Black women stuck their nose where it didn't have no business being at.
Another race.
Yeah, another race started.
Yeah, you said gender.
I said gender? My bad. Another race started that, and then Black women stuck their nose where it had no business being, all because they seen certain advantages, like, oh shit, I don't gotta put it with this, or oh, I can do that. And it's like, Yeah, but that don't have nothing to do with what's going on with you guys over there. This has to do with Billy Bob and Sarah.
Right.
This don't have nothing to do with Leroy and you.
I get that. I agree with that.
So all of these things that happen when you put them all in a collective bucket, and then the only race in the world that openly tears down the other race. I mean, it's the same race, the men of that race.
And
This
the
is
men and the women. The men tearing down the women openly.
okay. So there's a difference between, and this probably goes both ways, uncomfortable truths and tearing down. So I think that the difference between an uncomfortable truth and tearing somebody down is when what you're saying is filled with progress. These niggas broke. That's not an uncomfortable truth. That's tearing down.
I agree with that. And it's not true for the collective, for the entire, like, that's generalizing everybody.
Right. And you be snitching on yourself because you're saying that the men that you're around and the men that you're attracting are broke.
Which is the same as what men are constantly saying all these negative things about women. Are these the women that you're surrounding yourself by? Are these the women that you're aligning with? Are these are the women that you're focusing on, and you're missing a whole bunch of women that have all these great qualities. Maybe they don't look like what you're desiring, or maybe you don't have access to them. Maybe they don't want you. All these different reasons, but the focus is on the ratchets, the hoes, the disrespectful ones, the ones that are against men. It's the same thing, right?
But you see, what's hard about this conversation is two things that you just said.
Mm-hmm.
One, you admitted earlier that you love Glorilla's music, even though she sucks and stands for nothing that's positive within the black community. And now you're saying that those same men who listen to the same music that you just championed earlier are having a problem with the same disrespectful females. So
say it again.
Okay, so Glorilla sucks.
In your opinion.
Okay, and you championed her music and said that you bump it heavy. You said that you listen to her music. So now these men are saying they're having the same problem with the women that you're championing.
Those are like women like Glorilla.
Yeah, you just said that they deal with the ratchets and the hoe. She's a ratchet and she's a hoe.
Is she? What makes her a hoe? We don't know not one man that she's been with. What man you know Glorilla's been with? She don't have any children. We don't know any of her past lovers.
And then the other part is that the other things that I just named are, because I would love for it to be down the middle. I would love for it not to exist at all. I'm still mad at Martin Luther King and Malcolm X to this day. I'm still mad at them because they both was in it for the civil rights movement. But these two Negroes allowed a white mainstream media to dictate a story to tear black people down the middle to where you were either a Malcolm X follower or a Martin Luther King follower, and these motherfuckers was standing for the same shit. And you allowed both of y'all to die with people that was following y'all movements, that y'all split up, while we had to continue to fight this fight. And we're still behind because of y'all. That was y'all divisiveness. So now, modern day, we have to deal with that same divisiveness. But the difference between it being Malcolm X and Martin split down the middle is that the black men haven't created anything that made it divisive between us. But we have so much proof of the other side creating so much stuff to make it divisive between them. So as much as I would love for it to not exist, one, and then love for it to be down the middle, two, neither one of those are true.
I don't even know what you're talking about at this point.
Okay.
It's a lot of riddles.
As much as I would love for the polarity between the man and the woman dynamic to not be in shambles at all, one. And I would love for it to say that it's both people that's doing it equally, two.
But how can you prove that it isn't? When,
because
just like you as a man see all these women tearing down men. as a woman, I'm seeing men doing the same thing to women. But y'all say that women don't take accountability, don't acknowledge that it's happening. But it's the exact same thing. Y'all act like it's not happening from y'all end. But every woman that I know can tell you that she's either seen or heard a man or black men tearing down black women. But you act like that doesn't exist or it doesn't exist equally.
I don't.
How can you prove that?
There would be other movements that were surrounded around it.
Like what?
Like the fact that women,
like the fact that the rising number of black women that are abstaining from sex because they no longer want to have sex with men that aren't deserving, or the marriage rate going down. Not because women lost the desire to be married. I know men say that they get to be the deciding factor of when women get married. Okay, but there's also women that are not interested in marrying the options that are available. Women are having children less because they decided they're not just going to have children out of broken homes or by men that aren't deserving to be fathers. There's different movements. And again, I'm not advocating for the disconnect between us, but if we're going to talk about the movements, they're popular enough.
The passport bro movement is bigger.
How many passport bros are there?
Bigger.
How many passport bros are there?
I'm just saying in general, that movement is bigger than all the ones you just said.
And that's fine. But how many are there?
I don't know about number.
So how can you say that it's more than the amount of women that are deciding to withhold themselves to men that aren't?
I'm talking about how big that movement is in general and why it was created.
Why was it created?
I'm not about to.
No, I don't know. I don't dive deep into the passport bro history.
Like the literal start where a nigga was like, "Fuck, we're getting our passports." Like I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the specific gender and specific demographic of people who did whatever they did to make the other people say that. That's what I'm saying.
So black women made black men say, "I'm not going to take this. I'm going to another country to find my wife."
Let me word that differently. Black women created a foundation for themselves to be okay with a man rather going overseas to find a wife than to be divine, submissive, cooperative, fit, and on a man's program to even be here in America for those men that are going overseas.
But why are these men having so much trouble finding a woman that agrees with them?
Agrees with what?
Their program, getting on their program, like getting in line with their program. If they are this high valued man that, has discipline and has a plan and is living in their purpose and doing all these great things, why are they not able to align with a woman that wants to follow their lead?
I don't think that all of those men are there.
Let's talk about the ones that are.
Okay, so we're just talking about them. If we are just talking about them, I'm not sure. Every man has his own program.
So the men that don't have these great qualities and they're not able to align with a woman that wants to follow it, why should we be concerned about them going to find a woman that likes them if we don't like them? Or if we don't want to be with them and they choose to go to another country to find a woman that they feel will want to be with them and give them the qualities that they're looking for, what's the problem?
I'm going to answer that by saying this. As a black man, if I seen that my black women were in despair and that they were choosing to go an alternative route, the very first thing that I would do as a black man is turn this camera on and talk to my black queens and tell them, listen, I love you. I apologize for whatever was done in the past. And I don't know you guys' situations all specifically, but I feel really bad that you have come to the result that you feel that you have to go over here or do this in order for you to obtain this and obtain that. I really wish the best for you guys in the future, and I want you guys to know that the entire community hasn't abandoned you and that I love you.
Well, I need you to, instead of doing your show tomorrow about why white women are taking black men, I need you to do a show about that because black women are not feeling loved, appreciated, respected, valued.
I'm not doing that.
By black men as a whole. So you just capped then.
No, I'm saying that I would do that if all the women said that I'm going to become a passport
All
cis.
of the men haven't said that.
For the women who said that they were going to become a passport cis, I would feel as a black man that I'm going to speak out immediately against whatever the reasonings may be.
So why haven't you done that? Because there are women that are choosing to go find love in
Because
other countries.
all of these other movements all these other fake movements that I just named are a result of one demographic that hasn't taken accountability for any of them. Not Black Lives Matter, not the fake body positivity movement, not the fake Me Too movement, not the fake passport movement. Like, none of these have been taken accountability for. So I'm not about to get on camera and validate and glorify something that's not taking accountability for the destruction. They just celebrated this man's death a few years ago. Like, I'm not about to get on camera and validate this behavior.
Why do you have so many examples of what black women are doing wrong and no examples of the good things that you've seen? Like, does that not make you want to be like, damn, I need to change my environment, or I need to choose better circles, or I need to seek where the type of black women, since you it seems like you're saying you love black women from America. So why not seek the type of woman that you would like to see? Because there's plenty of wonderful, amazing, beautiful, loving, caring,
Why you keep talking around what I'm saying?
I'm not. I'm talking directly to it because it's like, oh, they just celebrated Kevin Samuel's death 3 years ago. Why would I do this?
Yeah,
oh, like it's like you have so many great examples of why black women are trash. And then this one white woman offered this man this probably unseasoned ass vegan food she made.
It was pretty good. I ain't gonna cap. I had
and now you want to make a whole like it's crazy to me. Like, so this is the
one
type
video.
of
I'm not making a series.
You want to make a whole video
about
how white women are stealing black or taking black men because she offered a cameraman some food.
Take a black man.
When black women will take care of a man, will nurse a man, will love a man, will heal a man, will pour into a man, and it's like, I don't see that. But that black woman, she said something about Kevin Samuels. That black woman, she shaking her ass on TV. That black woman said, "Nah, nigga, nah." Huh?
So none of that happened.
I'm not saying that it didn't, but have you heard me since I've been sitting here have all kind of highlights about what a collective amount of black men ain't doing?
But why,
or what they're doing
why
wrong.
are you not highlighting when I said the thing about the divine submissive?
You said that one time, and then you immediately said every other woman can go get on the cliff. So
yeah.
I couldn't even bask in the compliment because it was immediately followed by all of these women because I don't like them, because I don't value them.
Don't value yourself.
They're nothing. They can go off on a cliff somewhere.
Why you don't acknowledge that? They not valuing themselves, and then I don't value what they're not valuing. But the only part we talk.
How do you know that they're not valuing themselves? Because if they're not feminine, if they've tapped into if they're more into their masculine energy, or they're not submissive to men,
Jesus.
Or they're sexually liberated or whatever, that means they don't value themselves?
It says in the Bible.
You just said Christianity. We just were literally the slave masters ingrained the Bible to oppress us, and now you're referencing the Bible to say what?
Well, I was going to say, it says in the Bible what a Jezebel is, and that's literally what you just described: a non-feminine, masculine, sexually manipulative. Like, that's literally what it is.
When you can use the Bible to validate your disdain for a certain type of woman, it's valid. But when it comes to the way the Bible has been used to oppress us as a people,
I think that's two totally different things. I was just talking about what not the words that were in it, but what it was used for in the way that it was misconstrued to those slave masters. Like when it says "serve thy master," the Bible's talking about God. But the way that he's saying it to the slaves, they're looking at that white man like, oh, you're saying him. That's a misconception. So now you slick, not you, but like the person, like Nat is slick lying to them, telling them that's God, but that's not.
So what does the Bible say about Jezebel?
Say a lot. It say a lot. The Bible talks about how women tear down empires and how like wars get started over like women who are unsexually disciplined, and women who don't fall under the leadership of their man. It says it like I can't remember the specific scriptures, but it says it a lot in there.
And that's what the Bible says. But in real life, we've seen wars being started from a white woman falsely accusing a black man of something, or a black boy. We've seen neighborhoods be bombed.
Emmett Till.
Emmett Till. We've seen even Black Wall Street. I've just recently found out that was really started behind a black boy that saw a white woman on the elevator or something, and it blew up into this whole race war.
Yeah.
We see it all the time, and I'm not saying that all white women are bad or that white women are the only ones that do bad things, but we're using the Bible to justify what a Jezebel is, and we're comparing it to these black women and saying that Jezebels are the ones that create war and all this stuff. But the only wars I've seen created by a woman are white women, and usually they're not considered a Jezebel. They're probably somebody's wife, somebody's daughter, and they're creating all of this off of a lie or off of what someone deems as this precious jewel shouldn't be looked at by this black boy or this black man. Or he whistled, or he looked at her, or whatever. And these white men are going to war about their women. Meanwhile, our black men are like, these hoes don't deserve love. Fuck these hoes. They ain't shit. These women ain't about nothing. We going to a different country. Yeah. They don't do nothing. They don't pour into us.
They didn't say that first.
Crazy to me.
They didn't say that first. If they did say that, they didn't say that first.
No, because guess what? When we got here to America, the black man and the black woman were chained together. When we went through slavery, the black woman was seeing her man being sold or being ripped apart by horses or being beat or being emasculated, raped, or whatever. He was just watching his wife be raped, sold, mistreated, overworked, whatever. In the civil rights, the black woman was right there getting holes right with the black man. And even beyond, yes, we've had some division because of systematic oppression and all of the things, drugs, crack, welfare, all of these things have constantly torn black people apart further and further, but then at the same time, there's still black men that are right there with black women, protecting them, providing for them, loving them, professing their love, being in their purpose, all these things, and then black women that's right next to these men, holding it down, supporting them, uplifting them, raising their children, taking care of the home. So I don't want us to get to the point where we feel like our culture and our race of people is all only divided. We only hate each other. We're not supportive of each other. We don't love each other. We don't pour into each other. That's just us. That's not the collective. I don't agree with that. That's not my reality. That's not the reality that I live in. It exists, but it's not. That's not what we are as black people.
I'm in agreement with you.
So once we remember that,
it's still disheartening to know all of these fake movements that were created and still just.
Okay, let's create some movements that.
No.
Let's create something else. Why are we harboring and harping on the negative movements? Okay, they were made, they happened, division happened. Now what? Are we gonna just keep talking about it?
Okay, I don't do that. I don't move forward like that. That's not me.
So what are some ways that you're doing to combat the negative movements that have been created?
The first thing that we do is we acknowledge it, and we're owed an apology as a collective.
From who?
Who started them?
Where are those women? Are they still alive?
I don't know. We got literally look into it. We got literally look into those movements.
So you want the modern woman to apologize for what some women did back in the 60s with the feminist movement, or a couple years ago with the Me Too movement? You want the collective black woman to apologize for what these individuals did?
What did I just tell you that I would do?
And I told you to go ahead and do it because...
No, fuck no.
Okay.
No, they don't deserve that. They haven't even opened their mouth about the four.
I just said,
I'm talking about
are
one.
you wanting the collective to apologize for what individuals have done?
Yeah, that's what you're saying is minimizing it, but
why would I take accountability for some woman that started the feminist movement or the Me Too movement or whatever movement, especially if I don't necessarily even agree with it or I haven't participated in it? Why would I apologize for it?
Is that what you said to your phone?
When?
Just in general, you told them that the feminist movement was a bad thing.
I haven't talked about it. We've talked about it probably like on my table talk, my family podcast. Yeah, that wasn't for black women. Black women and black men didn't have a problem with each other. That was for white women and white men. And black women joined in solidarity with white women, which they don't do for us when we have certain movements as a collective. Some white women will, but as a collective, no. So yeah, I don't have a problem saying that wasn't our fight, and I have said publicly that I'm not a feminist. So, but I don't owe nobody no apology about the movement.
Right.
Why would I? That's just like me saying. That's just like me saying that you should apologize for Diddy or R. Kelly or somebody.
Yeah, I would.
Why?
If our women did what they were supposed to do, the same way that you said that the other races protect their women, as soon as we seen that disgusting ass video, I would have came straight out. Yo, I got 5 sisters. I was single mom raised till I was 12. Ain't no way in hell. These are our queens. We love them. We're gonna treat them with the utmost respect. But
so you're saying you didn't do that because women don't deserve?
No. How can I get on camera and say that when I just told you about 4 fake movements that were started, and all you want to do is sweep the 4 fake movements under the rug?
So aren't you? If you're the man and y'all lead, why are you waiting on us to make the move?
I guess
lead by example.
Because y'all made the move to them 4 fake ones.
But you're the leader.
Everybody had legs that day, but don't nobody got legs today.
So you're the leader. So
that's crazy.
Lead. Show us what
I laid y'all there.
No.
Hey, right.
But if you're saying that this is something that should be done,
I'm not no
why are you waiting on? Why are you waiting for women to do it before you do it?
Because they did what they wanted to do before. Women act like that they got their rights by themselves. When you guys were fighting to be able to vote and to be able to work, there was other men that were voting for you too. Just like white people had to vote for Obama for him to get in office.
Great.
We did this to help y'all. And what did y'all do as soon as we gave y'all the rights?
What?
Turn your back on us.
In what way?
Didn't you just say that the fake feminist movement was started at the exact same time that you guys got the civil rights?
I didn't say that. Oh, yeah, but
it's the same time.
Okay.
So
but every woman that you know is a feminist?
That's too literal. But the point that I'm making is that if we crossing a rickety bridge and I help you to keep the bridge sturdy, and then as soon as you get to the other side, you pull a gun on me and you shoot me, and I just helped you get across the bridge, that's essentially what our black women did to us when we helped them get equal rights.
So what part of the feminist movement don't you agree with?
I don't even know where to start. She definitely is not a feminist, but a product of fake information that's told to her. She's 30 years old, prioritizing a career over a lottery ticket husband. And she's gonna have to spend years figuring out that she was wrong because nobody else is gonna tell her. And they're not gonna tell her that because of the fake feminist movement.
Okay.
That's a huge part that I disagree with. When you're a woman and you're a walking incubator, you literally have the ability to, I can't even say create life because the life starts inside of us and then we give it to you guys, but you guys are walking incubators. That's a hell of a superpower to have. And you feel like that your other superpower is for you to focus on your career?
So if she's single right now and she's an adult woman that's living alone, where should how should she support herself financially?
Regular job.
What is a regular job?
If you plug in it, or if she's making money from her business, then just make enough money for you to stay afloat.
So she shouldn't try to thrive?
Thrive if she wants to, but if her thriving turns her into a masculine individual or makes her more career driven or climbing the corporate ladder where there's suitable people that are trying to have conversation with her, then she's missing the mark.
So only men should try to elevate in their career.
What happens when she gets pregnant? She gets set down for 9 months, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
No,
regardless
it's
of
not for 9 months.
how long did she set down for?
6 to 12 weeks. She's pregnant. You ain't never seen pregnant women work. Pregnant women work up until
Oh, I forgot we talking about
a week or so
we're
before
talking
their
about
due date.
a impoverished community. I'm sorry.
No, we're talking about America.
When I find out that my woman's pregnant,
yeah, and she might marry a man that
set down.
She might marry a man that says she don't have to work while she's pregnant. But overall,
I really hope
the general consensus in America, we get 6 to 12 weeks of maternity leave.
Remember, I told you that I don't advocate for the average man or for the low value man.
We were just talking about her.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that in her case, if she gets with a man that is such a bullshit ass man that all she gets is 6 to 12 weeks for her to be able to recover, to have her pregnancy, to all of that, I can't do nothing for her.
Well, we're just talking in general. We don't know how long. Okay, make your point, because you were saying she's going to sit down.
Yeah,
she's
in
her
gonna sit
career.
down, so we're going to pretend like she got half a decent man like myself. And she gets set down for 9 months. And in that 9 months, everything that she possibly worked for, if she doesn't put it on autopilot so that it can run on its own, like a YouTube channel or trade lines or fintech or anything like that, then she's solely dependent on the man that got her pregnant. And what that man does in his career is going to be the ceiling for the relationship, because he has a burden of performance on him. He has a child coming, he has a woman dependent on him, and he's dependent on himself. So his priorities should be to climb the corporate ladder because of the responsibilities that are now placed on him based off of what's about to take place next. Her priorities should be to just be stable and be fit, feminine, fertile, cooperative, to be able to attract that type of man. The corporate ladder has nothing to do with that attraction or with what she should be doing in her polarity. She's 30 years old and she feels like she's going to be finer in 5 years.
Well, we talked about absolutes and maybes before. And
which one is?
It's not guaranteed that she will get a man and they stay together. It's not guaranteed that
with her vetting process, probably not.
I'm not saying that it's not, but I'm just saying there's no guarantees for that. So for a woman, and there's no guarantee that she might meet a man that she feel like, okay, now I've got the one that I want and he's gonna take care of me. So she's supposed to, instead of making sure that she's financially free, she's supposed to focus that energy solely on meeting a man that is financially free. And that might not ever happen. So all this time that she could have been making money, getting, stocks and savings and getting the house that you said, saving her, having her 401k and having her 2 years of pay stubs and all of this, and her credit is good, and she's home ownership, and she has equity and all these things. She, instead of doing that in this single time where she could do that and possibly meet a man and they can have a happily ever after, she should be focused on meeting that man, and that's a possibility that she might not, and then she gets into her late 30s or 40s and she doesn't have anything to show for it. She's just staying afloat. She doesn't have any way to get to, like, it's check to check. Yeah. That's the better decision.
Like 3 things. 1, that's a very pessimistic way of viewing that.
It's reality. It's not pessimistic. I'm not a pessimist. I'm a realist.
That's only pessimistic. I mean, that's only real to people who have not saying you, but just saying to those people that have not found that didn't do what they were supposed to do the first time. That's real to them. If like
that's
her,
reality. Everybody is not going to find.
That's not reality.
Every woman is not going to find the perfect man, because statistically it's not even possible. There's
a reason for that.
So that's for one.
The rhetoric that you
hopefully she does, and hopefully she will, but in the meantime, she can't have goals.
The rhetoric that you just spewed was actually of the feminist movement. That was literally verbatim what they encouraged the women to do. And I never said that during her time of her being fit, feminine, cooperative, and fertile that she couldn't get check stubs. I never said she couldn't.
But you
get
said
check
she should
stubs.
just do the bare minimum
I
to stay
said that
afloat.
she should stay stable, yes. And then that in that stability, all the bills are still paid on time. Stable to me is having your bills on auto pay.
But what if she wants to have her bills on auto pay and have savings and be able to take care of her grandma?
That's cool as long as she doesn't.
But she's also open to, while she's doing that,
Mhm.
if she meets a man,
That's what it's supposed to
she's
be.
not closed
That's
off to
not
that.
what she said though.
Yeah, she said she's focused on her career. She
Yeah.
said that she's not, but
Yeah.
that's where she's at.
Hey, that sucks. That's stupid.
But you're okay. When do you? Oh, men don't have a cutoff. It's only women that have a cutoff. Never
Mhm.
mind. I'm not gonna ask you that question. So
The cut off to what?
because you and her are almost the same age.
She was older than me.
I said almost. So
Okay.
she's a year older.
Yeah.
So when does it become looked at as what's going on with you when you don't have a wife and you don't have a family that you're building
Are we talking about like men in general, or are we talking about me?
in general?
Okay, so that is based off of classism because the better that you live, the longer that you can have dictatorship over when it is that you, for lack of a better term, dictatorship over the timeline because the timeline doesn't age. So it's never going to be viewed as a negative for you to not have a wife unless you're repelling women and unless you have the incapability of being a good man who settles down with somebody. That's only when it's viewed as a negative, is when you literally lack the capacity to do so. But if you want a Hugh Hefner the rest of your life, and you want to have 20, 25, 30 bunnies at your ranch, at your 200 square foot mansion, then you can do so if you want to do that. Not everybody is here to get married into
Just the women.
huh?
Just the women.
No, I'm talking about in general. Like, the women too. There's some women that's not here to get married and to have kids. There was a show the other day I was watching, and the girl was like, "I'm not having kids," and the dude was like, "That's literally what you would put her to do." And I'm like, I would have carried that conversation completely different. Like, I would have tried to get into her mind state. So what made you not want to have kids? Okay, cool. So when you get into a relationship with somebody, what goals do you guys have? Is it just like goals within each other? Well, how'd you break the news to your mom? How do you normally break the news to old dude? I would have made way better content than arguing with her about a decision that she already made up for herself. Because if she doesn't want to have kids, it's beautiful that she doesn't have kids. Because that means that she's going to be the worst mother ever. Because
Not necessarily. People that choose that they don't want to have kids doesn't mean that they wouldn't be good mothers.
You want to go back to the Michael Orr story?
Who was that?
Or, from the blind side. The one who had so many.
The fake story.
So anyway,
Did you see the report of the actual boy?
I'll watch it later. I don't believe it, but I'll watch it later.
Why you don't ever believe nothing I say?
That was a great movie. I ain't gonna care.
It was.
That was dope.
It was a great movie.
What was I just saying? Where I got rudely interrupted.
I told you that just because someone chooses to not be a mother doesn't mean that they don't have the capability of being a great mother. I know a lot of women they're mothers without having children. They're very nurturing. They're very loving. They love children. They'll take care of their nieces, nephews, any child. They would be an awesome mother. They've just chosen not to be one. But I get what you're saying. If that's the choice she's made,
Yeah.
then it's good that she doesn't have them because that she doesn't want them.
It's a woman, yeah.
But that don't mean she would be a bad mother.
Okay, well, we're gonna leave out that irrelevant last part then. So, yes, that's what I'm saying as far as that goes. So, when I'm picking people's brains, like her brain, I'm trying to see where she's at now and where she's gonna be in the future. When she says things like, I mean, I can get a man, but translation, the type of man that I would like to attract, I don't feel like I have what it is that I want to be able to attract him on the other side. Like, he's not going to get back on the other side what it is I'm going to be receiving from him. And that's cool. But what you're saying when you say focus on your career, that's not what the fuck he wants. That's what I'm trying to get her to see.
But right now she says she's not interested in
I don't give a shit what she says. She's a woman.
Okay.
She's leading herself.
Okay. So if you believe in the divine feminine, you feel like you're saying divine feminine and submissive is one thing, not realizing that divine feminine, how powerful it is the patriarchal version of how it's supposed to be is man and woman. But when you really look into like divine feminine history and our ancestors, it wasn't always like that either. There was some cases where they say the woman is the creator. There's some cases where they say the woman is the one that leads. People have different opinions about the feminine position. But so I feel like you could benefit from doing a little bit more research about divine feminine in history.
You seen Black Panther?
Not the second one.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Why do you keep referring to movies that are fake?
Why is that a fake movie?
There's no Wakanda. It's not a real true story.
I know you Google everything.
No, Wakanda does not exist.
What's it based off of?
What is it based off of?
You tell me.
I don't know, but it's not.
Ask her. You ask everything else.
I'm gonna read you this blind side in a minute.
Oh man, here we go.
You wanna hear it before we move on to Wakanda?
No, I don't.
You don't want to face the reality of that damn story.
Yeah, here we go. Go ahead. Go ahead, read. Go ahead.
Retired NFL star Michael O'Hare, whose supposed adoption out of a grinding poverty by a wealthy white family was immortalized in the 2009 movie The Blind Side, petitioned a Tennessee court Monday with allegations that a central element of the story was a lie, concocted by the family to enrich itself at his expense. The 14-page petition, filed in Shelby County, Tennessee, probate court alleges that Sean and Lee Ann Tuohy, however you say that, who took Orr into their home as a high school student, never adopted him. Instead, less than 3 months after Orr turned 18 in 2004, the petition says the couple tricked him into signing a document, making them his conservators, which gave them legal authority to make business deals in his name. The petition further alleges that the Tuohys, however you say their name, used their power as conservators to strike a deal that paid them and their two birth children millions of dollars in royalties from the Oscar-winning film that earned more than $300 million, while O'Hare got nothing for a story that would not have existed without him. In the years since the Tuohys, however you say their name, have continued calling the 37-year-old or their adopted son, and have used that assertion to promote their foundation as well as Lee Ann Tuohy's work as an author and motivational speaker. The lie of Michael's adoption is one of which co-conservators Lee Ann Tuohy and Sean Tuohy have enriched themselves at the expense of their ward, the undersigned Michael Orr. The legal filing says Michael Orr discovered this lie to the chagrin and embarrassment in February of 2023 when he learned that the conservatorship to which he consented on the basis that doing so would make him a member of their family, in fact, provided him no familial relationship with them. He said, or it said something about they didn't return calls or whatever. So I guess there wasn't necessarily abuse, there was just like deception. And using him for their benefit, and he didn't benefit from any of it.
Oh, that actually was in the movie. Remember when that black detective came and took him into that room? That was the reason why.
That part, but I'm talking about the part that they're benefiting from this film and all this money, and he didn't get any of it.
Big ass tight end ain't getting no money from his movie, and he ain't going to go Debo either. Get the fuck on.
It's a 14-page petition.
What nigga you know from the hood ain't about to go get his bread? Fuck out of here.
What are you supposed to do? Beat them up to get it?
No, I mean, if that's his family, well, I ain't about to ration the shit, but you know what I'm saying. They like niggas ain't leaving nothing on the table. It's just not happening. He got an NFL contract. He got NFL lawyers. If he want to go the pen route or if he want to go the other route, he can go both. I ain't buying it. Not buying it. That's a great movie though.
So the Marvel movie Black Panther is inspired by many real-world stories and cultures. The Cameroonian panther legend, the prince of Cameroonian kingdom would eat the eyes and tongue of any panther captured on his lands. To gain its savage power, the Dogon tribe, the costume designer for Wakanda's inhabitants, was inspired by this West African people who are also known for their many mythological tales. Ancient Egypt and African gods, the deities worshipped by Wakandans are based on real-life gods. Cold War crisis and an African mind. The fictional country of Wakanda has real historical origins in the Congo during the Cold War. African people and places. This movie's sets and costumes were inspired by actual people and places in Africa. Yeah, it was inspired by, but it ain't a real place.
The purpose of what I was saying was that their king fell.
It's 4:30 a.m. now. Mm-hmm.
Their king fell, and when their king fell, they had to make a Wakanda too, because Chadwick had passed away, and it was so bad that nobody was wearing a long ass dashiki into the theaters to go see that, but people was going to go see Wakanda worn 7 times and paying to do so.
And what happened in Wakanda too?
That his mom? You know, it was his mom. His mom. Yeah, that was his mom. She took over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you watch the Woman King?
That's the one movie that I didn't get to see that year that it came out. I did not get to see that movie. And I don't want it to get misconstrued either about what I'm saying. I told a story on another podcast about 50-50 because she was like, I assume with the way that you talk that you a man that believes that you pay everything. And I said, oh no, I don't do that. She said, oh. I said, yeah, I believe in empowerment. If you come to me and I make $1 million a year and you make 100,000, I can have you making 200,000 by the end of the year. Whatever your bills are, we cut those in half because now we cohabitating. So if you pay $2,000 a month, now you're paying $1,000. That's $12,000 a month back in your pocket, plus the $100,000 that you get for the extra stream of income. That's $112,000.
That you want to leave 100% of the time.
Huh?
You want to leave 100% of the time?
I don't correlate the two at all because this is a pot. This is not my leverage versus your leverage. That's not what we're doing. If I got $1 million and you got 100,000, we have $1 million and 1.1.
But we pay everything half and half.
Yeah, we are also making each other richer. And so usually when I see the misconception of 50-50, it's a struggling couple and a man who needs help, and he's telling a woman, I'm not about to pay all these bills because I'm struggling. What I'm saying to you is that I don't want to be your dictator, nor do I want to be the person who everything has to be in my name. It can be in our name. This is ours. These are our cars. This is our house. Unless you don't want it to be, let me know. I can have this be my shit, and you can just live in my shit, and I can kick you out of my shit whenever I want. Let me know. I can empower you, or I can control you. Which one do you want?
And then, okay, so you want to do 50-50 on the bills?
Not in a literal sense. 60-40, 37.
What about household
Yes,
responsibilities?
I do housework. I grew up in a house where everybody cooked.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody cleaned. I don't even see how women can even say that out their mouth to be a positive attribute to what they do. When
No, I don't hear it.
everybody has the capability of doing the basic ass shit of picking up
Right.
a broom and picking up a dish.
I hear more men saying that that's what they want from a woman than I hear women saying that I hear some women saying they cook
Yeah.
clean, but I hear that mostly from men saying that that's what they want.
I
When
tell
it comes to children,
you,
you would be
yeah,
one, like 50% of the responsibilities with
probably
that.
more. You seen what DJ Khaled was with his son when he first came out?
I saw him pouring into him love and stuff.
Man, what?
And money. I don't know what goes on day to day.
Everything everything in my kid's name. I'm that father. I'm at the game with the foam finger. I'm PTA. Um, like those kids that grow up in the era where my kid is. If you go to my kid's school, you're gonna go to the luckiest school because we're gonna have the best uniforms. I'm making sure that my kid has the best K through 12 college experience. Like until he leaves my house, he's gonna have everything because this is what we work for. My daughter too.
What do you?
I was gonna say, and then mine's right there. We all in agreement.
So what do you value about women outside of the feminine, cooperative, those terms? What do you actually value about women?
Well, before I answer that question, I would like the acknowledgement of the last thing that I just said. As far as
Those type of father figures?
well, that was technically the last thing I just said. But right before that, when I said I understand that men who have means dictate women with their means, and then they use it as a if I'm gonna pay 100% of these bills, you better do 100% of what I say, like a leverage tool. I'm telling you, I don't want to do that. The motherfucking door is over there. If you don't want to listen to me, I don't give a damn what percentage of these bills I'm paying. I'm still me. So if you already don't have that burning desire for me and you don't want to grow to, and not grow like we poor, but grow like to keep doing what we're already doing and to build our family together the same way that the Carters did, J and B for those who don't know, and the same way that the Obamas did, and to flourish and ride off into the sunset with our family, then I don't want no parts. And I don't want it to be misconstrued that I need help, and I don't want it to be misconstrued that I'm doing what I'm doing to because women invest in what they care about. And when you give a woman this fake soft space that they like to talk about when they're not paying for anything, but they just so happen to pay for their purse, pay for their heels, pay for their dress, pay for whatever they want, their makeup, that assembly line that they have in the bathroom. They just so happen to invest in that. But then when it comes to the lottery ticket coming across their desk telling them, hey, here's a house, here's a car, here's a lifestyle for the rest of your life, and all you got to do is keep doing what you've been doing at half the rate. You can continue to work, but you ain't got to work. You work, what you work, 30 hours? Now you only got to work 20 now. So now that's relieved off of you. You can start your business. You're making passive income. I'm giving you all my streams of income. And if a person is still ungrateful about that, I don't have nothing to say to you. Forget that I ever existed. Don't watch none of my movies. Don't look at none of the brands I ever endorsed. Forget that I ever was even a person that existed on this earth. And good luck to you with the rest of your journey. Hopefully you can find another me.
I don't know if you think that I'm saying that if you don't pay 100% of the bills, then you can't lead your household. I was just asking to find out exactly what your stance is on that. Because there's some men that pay 100% that still consider their woman's opinion, and they allow her to co-lead or co-create whatever they have going on. It's not like, this is what I say, I pay everything, so I run this. Everybody has different values when it comes to that, but
That's not happening.
I believe that everybody just has to go with what works for them. If splitting it, knocking it down, splitting it up. Some men like to take care of all the necessities, and the woman takes care of the luxuries, like, you know, the extras, the cable or the internet or the car notes or the insurance or the travel or the savings or the children's expenses, or, you know, making sure that their man has their underwear and socks and clothes or whatever. You know, everybody's household is broken down in different ways. Every man is different. There's some men that are very masculine and leaders, but they also care about what their woman thinks. They consider her. They value her opinion. They value her intuition. They value her foresight. And they include that in their decisions. And they, they value what a woman brings outside of just support of him. And there's some men that don't. And there's some women that don't want to have to support or don't want to have to contribute or don't want to have an opinion. So everybody just has to find who who works for them, who aligns with what they need and what they want.
The fact that this even became a conversation, whether it be podcast, real life, whatever, we can line up 20 women in this room right now, and if you ask them literally what do you bring to the table, there's going to be a section of women that say, if a nigga asks me what I bring to the table, I'm just going to bring another man, or I'm going to tell him that I am the table. And the lopsidedness, I don't have the option to say the same stupid ass shit that you said, but I have to provide it for the same dumbass thinking that you have. You have the luxury to say that dumbass shit out of your mouth and not get the shit slapped out of you. And then you have this next person right next to them that say, well, you know, maybe I may do a cable bill, or maybe I may. This selfishness that is perpetuated, all of them have to go home and pay 100% of their bills, but then get with a man and then think that they have the optionality to choose what it is that they're going to do to contribute. Go to hell. Go to fucking hell. That level of, outside of the paternity selfishness, now you have bill split selfishness to where you're going to tell the leader what you going to do. And still want to be respected in the household. This be my problem, is the fact that everybody should walk into this conversation knowing that they're going to have to do their part. How can I walk on the basketball court with Jordan and say, I don't feel like shooting today? Nigga, I'm going to get traded.
But again, every man operates differently. Every man don't think like you. So there are some men that don't want their woman paying for anything.
Right.
Even I've heard T.I. says that Tiny don't have to pay for anything. She's a millionaire.
Right.
And she became a millionaire before him.
Right.
But in his house, his woman doesn't pay for anything.
Right.
And there's other men that are like that. And there's some men that their woman is the breadwinner.
Yeah.
And they like that.
Yeah.
And there's some men, like I said, that pay for everything but still value their woman when it comes to decision making. It's not like I run this and you do what I say, or my way or the highway, or because I'm paying 100%, I'm gonna put you out. Like, this is your home as well. So every person thinks differently. So again, everybody find their match. I'm not gonna judge a man that says my woman has to contribute financially, but I still run it, because he's gonna find him a woman that agrees with that. Or maybe he won't, I don't know. But that's not my business. And then if there's a woman that feels like I don't want to pay anything, she can find her a man that doesn't require her to. And if there's a woman that says, I don't mind paying my part, I come from having to pay 100%, I would love to just pay 50% of what I've been paying. Find someone that agrees with that. I think we gotta stop judging how other people want to operate in relationships and find people that align with how we want to operate. It's not, who am I to tell somebody that the way they want to run their house is wrong? It just might not be my way. There is no wrong or right in life. Everybody's talking about these damn imaginary rules that have been set. This is how women are supposed to be. This is how men are supposed to be. This is how it goes. This is right. This is wrong. So who? Who made these rules up? And why do I have to abide by them?
When you go on a date with a man, the undertone of who's going to pay and who's not going to pay becomes a very awkward and disturbing situation, because both people are there to get to know each other and to see if they gel well enough to continue this as a further relationship, not for the man to be an ATM for the woman's excursion.
And that's why we go back to why I agree with my aunt when it comes to taking the time to have conversations and get to know someone before you even have a first date. And I'm not even opposed, me personally, I'm not opposed to let's meet, let's go for a walk, let's sit in the park and talk. Let's do something where it doesn't even have to require a lot of money. Some women feel like that's a cheap a cop out to do that. I don't mind that because I don't want to waste your money or my time sitting across the table from you or doing something or whatever, going somewhere, and I don't like you and you don't like me. Why are we even doing that?
But I
So
think
by
that's,
the time we get through having our conversations and we vibing enough, or maybe we had our meetup, maybe not. I would hope that you wouldn't look at me as using you for your money because we've decided that we like each other enough to spend some money by going out.
right. Okay, I feel what you're saying. I guess more so what I'm talking about is the disrespectful optionality, the polarity of you either. Women, not just you, but women having the option to show up, person, car, barely any money in there, if any at all, and then having the right to expect if you're that type of person. I feel the same way about that as I feel about the fraternity and about the bill split. There are certain things where we have allowed the pendulum swung too far to the left, where we have allowed our women too much opinion and too much optionality in what they want to do, to the point where they can look at you and openly disrespect you, the same person who gave them the right, and then guilt trip you into feeling like, what's that one dating show? I want to be able to say that my man bought me a house. How the fuck can you gaslight this man right to his face like this on TV?
What?
The girl said, I want to be able to say that my man bought me a house.
And she's wrong for wanting that because
Yes. That's not what they discussed at all.
I need the context around it.
Well, there's not really a lot. That's like the viral moment from the show, but pretty much I'm dissecting what that was that she said. I want to be able to say means I want to fake boost your ego for what I'm going to benefit off of. I want you to pay for 100% of, so that I can feel like I got something from you as my man.
Was she talking to a man as to why she didn't choose him, and she said, "I don't choose you because I want to be able to say my."
No,
why
that
was she?
wasn't.
Why was she saying
They
that?
were dating and they were about to cohabitate, and then she said that,
Okay.
and that man was not on board for that dumbass shit at all. Why do you even have the option to be my partner and then tell me how much money I'm going to spend on something that we are both going to benefit from, but you do nothing and I do everything?
Did they break up?
I hope so. Just disrespected him right to his face.
Not because of that reason, but because they have different desires. They're not aligned. There's a man out there that wants to be able to buy their woman a house.
I hope everybody heard, every man, I hope that y'all heard what she said,
I hope so too.
and I hope that y'all move accordingly.
So you don't know personally know any men,
Yeah, I do. I know men that would.
and you disagree with them.
It's not that I disagree with them. It's just like to each his own, bro.
Okay, so
Like,
we agree with that.
Do your thing, man.
So why is it that you're
My-
giving a SOS
my
for them to
undertone.
listen to what I'm saying?
Not you, to what she is in, the
Okay.
girl from the show.
What is wrong? I think men, some men. I'm not gonna say hate. My stomach is down. Y'all, some of y'all men have a I want to make sure I'm using the right word. The softest word I can use is a dissatisfaction for feminine perks. There are certain perks that come along with being a woman that some men can't stand that we have, or feel like it's not fair. It almost seemed like it's not fair. Like recently, I had a situation where someone was trying to book me a ticket. This is what they do. They book plane tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Their cousin, which is a man, he books tickets for him all the time.
Mm-hmm.
He has a certain way where you can get discounted tickets or whatever, and he does it, but he's always putting him on, economy or coach.
Mm-hmm.
He was trying to book my flight and put me in first class, and the man was like, he trying to put you in first class. He don't never do that with me. I'm like, it's the perks. It's the perks of having feminine essence. Like, you can't get everything I get because I'm a woman. So a man is gonna want to do different, go out of their way differently for me than he would you, because that's just a feminine perk. There's certain things, like certain women, we go out, a man will want to buy our dinner or whatever. Like, there's certain perks that come along with being a woman, and men are sometimes men seem like they're mad that we have this. Like, just like you say, when we turn 18, we have access to all this. Okay, there are certain things that come along with being a woman that come with perks. What's the problem?
I don't think there's one at all. I think that with responsibility comes accountability. Them same women that turn 18 and then the world is open to them are the same pussies that end up standing right there talking about that they're focused on their career when they're 30. So
why does that make you so mad? I ain't gonna say mad, but why does that bother you?
No, what it is that I have to live in the same world with her.
But you also have a world of women that would love to be wives. I'm not ignoring them to focus on this one woman that's focused on her career.
I'm not focusing on her. I'm using her as an example. I'm just saying I have to live in the same world as her. Not saying that she would be suitable to do anything with me. That's a hell of a stretch. That'd be her luckiest day. But what I'm saying is that she still has to operate in the same vicinities of which I operate in. And I have to let's talk about these feminine perks, because I don't even want to go.
Because
I want to go too hard on her. I want to say that men acknowledge the things that women get for being who they are, and then there's a difference between being a woman and being a feminine woman who gets feminine perks. So, you may get the door open for you just because you're a girl, but feminine perks are like that woman who, in school, this is the day that shattered every woman's dreams when Valentine's Day came around. And there was always that badass woman who had the big teddy bear with the note, with the flowers, with the balloons. And then there was all the other girls who got what they got. And then there was the other girls who ain't getting nothing. And that was the day that those women saw the feminine hierarchy. And the problem with feminine perks is that most women don't acknowledge or respect feminine perks on the other side. Meaning, me holding the door for you is not something that I have to do. I choose to do it because I understand what gender I am and what gender you are. So when you walk through this door, can you acknowledge the fact that I'm holding it for that reason?
By saying thank you.
By saying thank you. And if I want a little bit of conversation from you, even if I'm not going to get your number, can you have some type of etiquette and common courtesy for the dude that just opened the door for you to give me a, hey, how you doing today? No, I'm doing good. Okay, well, no, all right, cool. Okay, I'll see you later. All right, bet.
Okay. I can go along with that. I thought you were saying like a conversation where I gotta sit here and talk to you because you opened the door. But no, I could do it. Hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
Yeah,
All right, cool.
that's fine.
Men would love to do everything that women ask for them to do. We would love that. And I think that that's a common misconception. But it's the fact that y'all don't respect or reciprocate the feminine perks into masculine perks. That's the problem. Every time I ask a woman about her last relationship and I ask her what her man did for her, she got, what you do for him? Well, after he took me out on our 17th date, I decided that it was a good idea for me to go ahead and reciprocate the energy.
That's the thing that I don't understand by the men who have examples like what you're saying and other men that I've talked to. What type of women are y'all surrounding yourselves with? Why don't y'all have any positive experience? Because I know so many women that do so much for the men in their lives that it's strange to me that y'all don't ever come across women that have examples of things that they've done for men
For the masses.
or experienced
He's speaking for the
love
minority.
from a black man
I'm speaking
or
for the
black
masses.
woman. I don't understand that.
He's speaking for the minority.
I'm
for
not
the
speaking
masses.
for the minority.
It's a small group of people that you're talking for that can even afford to do what you're saying that they do for their men.
Pouring into a man is free.
That's my point.
So I don't understand why you don't have more examples
All of
this happening.
all of the feminine perks ain't, but pouring into him
Pouring into
is.
a woman can be free.
Right. If you line up 10, 20 men in this room right now, and you ask them, do all of them in their last relationship did they get poured into the same way that they gave their woman feminine perks? Who's saying what?
I don't know. Let's do it.
Let's not be subjective about it. There's 20 men in here, and you're asking them, since you're the speed dating expert, you know the dating market.
I would say that there are a lot of men that feel unappreciated. The masses, I don't know. I don't know if it's the masses, but I do know there are a lot of men that feel unappreciated. But then the same ones that complain about feeling unappreciated, they also have examples of their woman pouring into them. Like they might complain about she don't appreciate me, or she is nagging, or she's insecure, or she's checking on this or that. But then they're also saying she's a good woman. She loves me. She takes care of me. She pours into me. She brought this into my life. She taught me this. She upgraded me here. So I don't really have that many examples around me like that where it's just all negative. There's either both negative and positive or mostly positive. Now,
that sounds like a liar trying to rationalize why he's not leaving his relationship. Just me personally, that's
I honestly feel like some of the relationships that I've heard their stories about, some of the things that they're dealing with that are on the negative side, I would, if I was to recommend anything, which I don't,
it would be to leave.
It would be to leave.
Leave.
But yeah, but that's not every case. But yeah, it's definitely some negatives on both parts. Men are complaining and women are complaining. But I'm not saying that it's not happening, that there's not the negative parts. I'm just saying that the positive parts exist. But I don't hear you saying that you hear people talking about the positive parts, or that you've experienced much of the positive parts.
Let's circle back to what I was just saying about the feminine perks.
Mm-hmm.
We've already acknowledged the 4 fake movements.
Okay.
And these feminine perks for women never stopped. They just got slowed down because more men started going back to the drawing board to figure out what it was that they were doing wrong and why they weren't getting the energy reciprocated. So when you hear a woman complain online like, men don't push me anymore, men aren't being gentlemen anymore, what you're seeing is what you were getting before, you were not appreciative of, and then it got snatched from you. Because all of the women who were always appreciative of it, it never stopped for them. You never see them being the ones online complaining about it because they're still getting it. They never stop getting it.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I feel that sometimes men have experienced women that didn't appreciate it, and then they take it out on all women. Whether the woman is, like, they could have a situation where they were hurt or they were mishandled or disrespected or not receiving the same energy back from a woman that they really desired. So now the next woman that is actually pouring into them, trying to not upgrade them, but just level their situation up, that wants to be supportive, submissive, all the things that this man wants. But he doesn't have it in him to reciprocate it because he's still hurt by what this other woman did. So she's still giving him all these masculine perks, but she's not receiving the feminine perks. because he's bitter or heartbroken about his past and he hasn't healed or done any work to get over it.
Yeah, I ain't seen that.
I have,
I
and
haven't seen
plenty of occasions, and I've seen women who have always been appreciative to men not necessarily always receive it because they're dealing with men that aren't healed. So
They
that's,
got videos out of them going against the four movements.
do they have videos?
Yeah.
Out? No, I don't know.
Okay.
So you basing a woman's value on if she's on social media saying the feminist movement is whack, Me Too movement. So you would like Candace Owens. That's your type.
She kind of dope.
Yeah.
She's slick dope. I'm glad you mentioned her.
Mm-hmm.
She's a lot of controversy surrounded by her name, but I like her. I don't know where I'm trying to use her straight down the middleness with it.
Mm-hmm.
She's not afraid to say the fake feminist movement was bullshit. She's not afraid to say Black Lives Matter was bullshit.
Mm-hmm. And she's married to a white man.
To a white man. I'm not Dr. Omar.
Umar.
I'm not racist.
I'm not either.
Prejudiced.
But I'm just saying that the type of woman that it sounds like you would like that goes against those movements publicly on her, on her page. She didn't choose to be with a black man. She chose to take her value system and her mindset and her feminine essence to a different race of man.
I don't look at it like that.
What do you look at?
She married. Seemed like a dope dude. She a dope chick.
Okay.
That's how I look at it.
Okay.
I'm not Omar.
Umar.
I'm about to say I'm not Umar. I don't believe in the bunny hopping shit that he be talking about. It's not my thing. It's racist. It's prejudice.
That's not racist.
And I'm not for it.
So you.
I like Lauren. I like Cameron.
You want, that's fine too, but you want women to break down these certain movements. So you're basically about the patriarch, not necessarily conscious about your people.
Give me an example of that.
Like all of the systems that you want for women to stand against. You want women to be for the patriarch.
What's the patriarch?
That men are the head, that men lead, that men are superior to women, that everybody has a place, that women stay, submissive and in their place, and the men lead.
So the matriarch would be the opposite.
It's different, but other things would be like how the women's rights and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a little different under the patriarch.
Which category does that fall under?
What?
Women's rights.
Probably more so a matriarchal society.
I guess what I'm saying.
Or just a society that's equal.
I guess what I'm saying is that I'm disappointed in everybody that sees that there's some type of corruption anywhere and turns a deaf ear or a deaf eye to it.
So, do you not realize that, like with corruption, so there's like black people have been oppressed by the system that white people created, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to men and women have been oppressed. Do you recognize that? No.
I mean, it depends. Like it's a lot of crying wolf that has been done, but yeah, I can see because you guys were the last to get rights, so I can see how you could feel that way.
But you don't understand that women have been oppressed by men.
I didn't say that it didn't happen. You guys were the last to get rights. I mean,
outside of the right.
It's a lot of crying. It's a lot of crying. It's a lot of crying wolf. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
So, if
See,
you
he
have
was
empathy
oppressed.
for the oppressed, but you still want to be an oppressor, like you still want to operate as an oppressor, how does that work?
How am I oppressing?
Because you have an ideology that women are just here to just be submissive for men, and women that are not in that line can go be on a cliff somewhere in line with that mindset.
I don't remember saying this.
You said that you value the divine, feminine, submissive women.
Yeah.
And then all the other women can go be on a cliff.
Yeah.
That's what you said.
I didn't have nothing to do with a man. I didn't say nothing about a man.
Who are they submitting to?
Okay, so they can submit to their God, their religion, their divine submissive feminine energy in which they channel their spirits
Okay.
through. They can submit to that. And when you submit to that, you're able to, like I was saying before on the other show, channel that feminine energy to flow through your man through the work that you've done on yourself, and you can flow his masculine energy right back to you.
But then you also said that if a woman is in your household, you're leading.
Yeah.
So she's submitting to you.
I mean, not dictating, but leading. Yes, we're leading, but I got the final say. We're. I.
So back to my original question,
Okay.
you're not like you're not really for black conscious movements.
Well, but consider that we just named 4 fake ones.
But you said you're not Dr. Umar.
Yeah, I'm not Dr. Umar.
So the reason why Dr. Umar, why I'm bringing him up when I talk about black, his ideology as far as not doing the snow bunny hopping, is because when you are dating interracially and you're marrying interracially and you're having children that are biracial, and then generations keep happening, where maybe those biracial children have children by a black and generational wealth that you created as a black man eventually is going to be back in a white family, because your blackness is going to get washed out eventually. So that's where some people who are conscious don't believe in interracial marriage and having biracial children. So that's not really your
I feel bad.
Your mindset.
I feel very bad for them.
So you wouldn't
that's not
mind.
progress.
You wouldn't mind what you work for, your legacy, your name, your money, your wealth, to be benefiting a whole white family.
It's my family.
Okay.
Like we're not talking about just some random people. We're talking about my lineage.
But what if they after a while, only stories are going to be told. Maybe the documents will be there, pictures and videos. Who knows? That might get wiped out like they've done before. So what if you're just not even a memory anymore? That they never know you existed. They just know their grandpa. Their grandpa's a white man. You the great great grandpa. They don't know you. You're okay with that?
That's a very pessimistic way of doing it, but
I'm just asking. Do you know your great 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 grandpa?
yeah, I do. You think this is the person that just took 7 DNA tests.
Okay. Do you know their names?
No. But I have seen them on my family trees, yes. But I don't remember their names.
Great great great.
Yeah. My great great grandma just passed away. Like a few years ago.
Okay.
People live for a long time in my family.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's say 5 greats back.
Shit. So that's grandma, her grandma. Like, do I know them?
Yeah.
I've seen them on the
Do
tree.
you know what they look like? Do you know? They look like an Asian Buddha.
That's what this is?
Yeah.
You racist.
This is a Buddha. What are you talking about? But history goes to say that we were, like, the Buddha is black.
Yeah.
Like, this looks like Bantu knots. This looks like black hair, but that's not, like...
You didn't know they're Bantu knots?
It can be.
The joints where you put the nap in there and then put the rubber band on it? Roll it up like some pizza
That's
rolls?
what people will say, that the
Okay.
original, that black people were the ones that taught, I don't know if Buddhism started in China or what part of Asia, but we taught them. the
No,
Buddha practices.
I don't believe in my race becoming whitewashed because I decided to. And honestly, from what
You
I
don't
was,
believe in it or you don't care about it.
either what is my family still? I'm not about to be racist because he racist. It's still my
That's,
family.
black people can't be racist. They can be prejudiced.
Yeah, I'm not prejudiced because he prejudiced. That's absurd. If he feel that way, I'm only gonna respect it when he sit Cameron and Lauren down and tell them that to their face.
I'm sure he wouldn't mind doing that. I'm not saying that people can't date outside their race or whatever, but I was just trying to see where your values are when it comes to conscious.
I would even date a white woman. I don't have no problem with that. I've been to white school. I went to white school for 2 years.
So did I.
I dated 2 white women while I was there.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I had no problem with that. I don't even think that my mom would have a problem with me bringing a white woman home. She would just be wary of if she was aware of our culture and our cultural practices. But other than that, I'm a racist or a prejudiced people.
You don't have to be prejudiced or racist to want to only date within your race.
I'm not gonna do what they did to us back to them because you don't fight fire with fire.
So how is you deciding not to date a white woman what they did to us? They killed us, raped us, tortured us, took our rights, still doing it. How is that comparable to you not deciding to date a white woman?
Prevail. So if I'm purposely choosing to eliminate the option completely of dating a white woman, that means I'm making a conscious decision to eliminate whatever options of white women may be suitable for me on purpose. That is prejudice. If I get on this camera and say I don't want no Asian women, what am I saying that for?
Because that's your preference.
But I'm saying if I had that preference, that's different. But I'm saying like with me not having that preference, I can't even fathom the mind state of even saying that to somebody
Right.
that don't even deserve the fact for me to say that to them.
So I'm wondering if you're open to dating any race, why do you focus so much on what black women are not doing?
Because black women are my favorite. Black women are actually the strongest race of all people. You can't even be cool unless black people stamp you. And for black women, if an Asian woman get around a black woman, you think that she gonna start acting more Asian, or you think that black woman gonna start acting more Asian, or you think the Asian woman gonna start acting more like a black woman?
You don't know the answer to that.
That's my point. So when black women finally wisen up and understand the type of power that they have to shift the culture, people don't just love Obama's stint because of him. They love Michelle too.
But everyone is not interested in being like Michelle. I don't know if y'all think that every black woman is supposed to be a monolith and she's only valuable if she's in the aesthetic and the mindset and the behavior of a Michelle Obama. There's Michelle Obamas, and there's Sexy Reds, and there's a whole bunch of people in between, and there's a whole bunch of people outside of the spectrum. And that's what it is.
If Dr. Umar gets to be prejudiced for no reason,
Why is it no reason? Do you know our history?
Yeah. I'm the same African that he is.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm telling him that he's wrong.
Why is he wrong?
Because the people here today that don't know those people that did whatever he's saying happened, they don't have nothing to do with that.
They don't know them, but guess what? It's in their DNA. Whether they might not be racist, they may not think that way, but it's literally just like slavery. Have you heard of epigenetics?
No, I'll tell you like.
Epigenetics is literally, it is proven scientifically that we have certain things from our ancestors in our DNA that we've never experienced. So the effects of slavery is still affecting us in our DNA. There was a study done where, I believe it was with mice, where they put them in a, like some type of thing where if they tried to go out to get something, it zapped them or whatever. They tried to escape the little gate, it zapped them. And then like mice that were born from those mice that went through that experiment, they didn't even try to get out the gate. They ain't never been zapped before, ain't never experienced it, but they didn't even try because this is in their genetics.
To do what?
To not try to escape because their ancestors got zapped when they tried to escape.
Okay.
So the effects of slavery still affect us. We've never been enslaved, technically. We've never experienced being whipped and being kidnapped and harbored and separated from our families and all of those things, but we still have the effects. So the same people that were enslaving our ancestors have descendants that are walking amongst us now, that have that within them, that even though they might not act on their racism, they are inherently racist. Like white women have come out and said, I'm not racist and I love black people, but when I see a black woman and she's confident or she's doing this, in my mind I'm thinking, who does she think she is? It's just in them. Not like that. I'm not saying white people are bad or all white people are bad, but I'm just saying that to think that because these people weren't around during slavery means that they're all of it automatically and all of a sudden they have nothing to do with that, or that's not, they're not connected to that. They are. It wasn't that long ago. Slavery was not that long ago. And a lot of the people that were slave owners, their children and grandchildren are still alive. All these plantations, we in the South, you can go to different plantations in different places that are named after, you probably got a last, if you look up your last name, Steel Plantation, it's probably one around. Those probably are the people that enslaved your ancestors. There's people still benefiting off of our ancestors' work. We can go to all these places in Atlanta that you could tell is old money. Where do you think that old money came from? The hard work and labor of our ancestors. And do you think these good white people are like, you know what? Some of them still have our slave papers and our ancestors. Like when we do our ancestry, I don't know how you got back 7 generations or how many generations, but most of us, when we do our ancestry, it stops in the late 1800s because before that, we don't have access to that history because we were stolen from Africa. So some of these people that are living in these houses that you could tell is old money, they have the papers in their attics with all of the history that we're missing, with the slave information and where they were, these black enslaved people came from. All of the things that we would be able to put the pieces of the puzzles of our lives together, they have it. But they're not coming out with it because they don't want it to be known that what they're living in and what they're benefiting off of came from the hard work and labor of enslaved Africans. So I'm not saying that white people are bad overall or that love can't exist amongst white people and black people, but I'm saying let's not act like this was that long ago, or that even their own parents probably have instilled certain racist rhetoric in them and they just chose to be different. But it's not that, they're not that far removed from racism.
When I was about 10, I had a friend named Ethan to the high school I went to. His family went on vacation, and they took me with them. That was his mom and his stepdad. After we got back from vacation, I went over to his dad's house, his stepmom's house. Pool in the backyard, basketball court, boat. It was cool. Had a great time. I have no idea if when I left I was getting called all types of niggers or whatever the case was, but how I felt when I was around him and what my friendship was with him was pure. I don't have the same animosity for anybody else that anybody else got. I'm disappointed in the way that our ancestors fought this war, and I don't plan on doing it the same way.
Then how did our ancestors fight the war?
Divisively. This is the Vigilante era, and this is also the Umar era. So we just gonna have to, as two leaders, figure out a way to just coexist in our opposite rhetoric and understand that it's no disrespect, but I just don't agree with you. So.
But have you done the research and have the same knowledge that he has to make a clear decision on what you believe when it comes to race and relationships?
That was a beautiful part about me doing my ancestry tip. You know, the Igbo people were the #1 enslaved people out of everybody because they were the richest and the strongest. They lived the longest. They got like 15-year-old, you like you 20, and then you live all the way to like 80. So like they sold the Igbo people for a lot of money. I went to a sip and paint, and the first painting that I did was of an Igbo king with a crown on, and the second one I did was of Igbo landing. And I had no idea when I used to be a kid, and I used to look at them statues of them African people holding hands in a circle where the water was up to their face. That was equal. I didn't know that was my people. So I'm just as hurt. And then the other side of my family is Sierra Leoneans, where the Mende people are the ones who were on the Amistad, for those who know about the Amistad. So I'm twice as hurt, because I'm in both tribes. But I'm not hurt enough to continue the same shit.
Continue. There's no comparison. You decide. I'm not saying you shouldn't date outside your race. I'm just saying that's literally no compare. That's not comparable at all. A black man saying they only want to date black women and have black children to hundreds of years of oppression, torture, rape, pillaging, murder, taking people's identity, culture, giving them a different religion, a different language, a different way of life, still enslaving people legally by the prison system, the oppression, the school system, the unfair not being able to get the same amount of loans or the same amount of opportunities to this day. That doesn't compare to you saying, you know what, I just want to date black women and have black children. I just want you to know that's not the same. But do you? I also I grew up in Colorado, so of course most of the schools that I went to were filled with white people, Hispanic people, and black people. I've never gone to a majority black school. Even maybe one or two schools that I went to were maybe mostly black, but not really. So of course I've always grown up with having friends that were of all different type of races, white, Asian, Hispanic. But there are even my ex-mother-in-law was Asian. My ex-husband was half black, half Korean. Being close to her, like she has 2 half black children, but she remarried a man from Iran, and they both had certain prejudices and misconceptions about black people. She's always asking me, why do black people do this? Why do black? I don't know. I'm not the black representative for the whole race. Like, you got on the bus and you saw some young black boys acting ignorant, and you're asking me why they're doing that. I guess they weren't raised right. I don't represent all black people, so there are certain prejudices and things that other races have about black people that even the ones that you would think don't, whether you hear about it or not. It's being said within their homes, they're thinking it. So, I don't know. If you want to feel like roses and rainbows and act like it's not really real or it's not happening or people still don't have that in them, even the most amazing people that are just loving and everything, it might not be in them, but it's in them. That makes sense. It might not be in them to feel that way, but it's in their DNA, or it's in their upbringing, or it's in their reality, because it's just, they're still benefiting off of it, and we're still not. We're not benefiting from our ancestors' hard work, not financially or demographically, maybe spiritually, when we tap into the power our ancestors have. But otherwise, no.
No, I'm in agreement with you on that. And two things. One, even though the Black Lives Matter movement is a fake movement, one of the best things that I saw when I was watching TV were white people out there marching as well for the injustices that they were seeing as well. And I used to tell my stepdad, they need to keep the camera on them. And he was like, why? I said, because that's a little bit more powerful. It's one thing for white people to do what they're doing. It's another thing for white people to stand up against other white people. Now that creates a whole other conversation. Right. And I think that conversation needs to become more prevalent. They know how we feel, but we don't know how certain entities feel, and we need to push that narrative more. And I don't know where Umar was for that part and how he would feel about white people marching for Black Lives Matter, but we probably just had to have that conversation in prison.
I think that everybody marching there has to be more done. Like, okay, thank you for the white people that showed up to march, but are you talking to your white racist family members? Are you talking to the white people that are not giving the equal amount of loans or funding or opportunities to black people? Are you making sure things are happening within your community, not just I'm here at a march or I put a Black Lives Matter lawn flyer, whatever they call it, lawn poster in my lawn. Like, are you having the conversations with the people in your circle? Like, that would be helpful. Talk to the white people around you. Talk to the white people that are decision makers. The marching, it's a nice look for aesthetics, but we need more.
You might be surprised to hear this coming from me, but I think it's enough.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not white. I've never had white privilege a day in my life, but I know what white privilege looks like when I see it, the same way that I know what feminine privilege looks like when I see it. And for somebody to openly praise the other side for something that they see that is a problem, that's enough of a statement for me. I appreciate it.
It's not enough for me. But thank you. If you're just doing that and you're not actually trying to make a difference or having the conversations with the people that are being the oppressors or are pushing the narrative of racism and hate, the people that even just the little microaggressions, like checking it, like, hey, a white woman, you see another white woman and she's making certain comments or she's doing certain things that you can pick up what she's putting down and you're not correcting it, then it's not enough. If you're a white man and you have your white buddies in a circle, they're having certain things that they're saying about black men that are just like acting as if black men are a monolith, and they're like, oh yeah, pushing a narrative that is outdated or not correct, and you know that it's not right and you don't speak up, then you showing up to the march is not enough.
The Express is one of my favorite movies.
The Express.
I love that movie so much. By Ernie Davis. You never seen it? Okay, so arguably the greatest running back of all time is Jim Brown. And Jim Brown played for the Browns for 9 seasons, but before that he went to Syracuse. He went to Syracuse during Jim Crow. He went there for 4 years. He became a household name in college. He couldn't win the Heisman Trophy because he was black, but he was the Heisman Trophy winner to the people. He was supposed to win it so bad that the press came to him and said, how does it feel knowing that you can't get the Heisman Trophy? Like, he was in it that bad. And he went to the Browns, and his predecessor was a man named Ernie Davis, small town kid. And he goes into Syracuse, and he's Jim Brown's biggest fan. And while he's there, he's dealing with racism. He's dealing with prejudice. He's dealing with playing football, but also standing for something bigger than that, as the greatest college football running back ever. And he develops leukemia in a time where medical advances aren't up to par. And he's the first black man to win the Heisman Trophy. And his predecessor becomes a man named Floyd Little, who, because he promised Ernie Davis, I'm gonna come to Syracuse. I'm gonna wear the same number you wear, and I'm gonna wear the same number Jim Brown wore. I'm gonna keep our legacy going. And he ended up breaking some of Ernie Davis's records. And he went to play for the Broncos for like 9-10 seasons, and he became a Hall of Fame running back.
I remember Floyd. I remember seeing him on the commercials.
That was your era.
I mean, not my era. I was a child, but yes, I saw Floyd Little. He used to be on the commercials with this lawyer named Daryl Elliott. Yeah.
So one of my goals before I leave this earth, because The Express is one of the greatest movies ever, is to make the first one, the Jim Brown movie, and then have that lead into The Express, and then to make a third movie about Floyd, and then have that be the third movie. The beautiful part about what they did was they fought the correct way. They could have fought with their fists. They could have fought with prejudice.
Correct way, in your opinion?
But what they did was they won. They had an undefeated season at Syracuse with Ernie Davis, and had no choice but to award him as the first ever Heisman Trophy college winner. I'm not a fan of fighting fire with fire. I'm a fan of progressive steps in the right direction. And Jim Brown made it a little bit easier for Ernie. Ernie made it a little bit easier for Floyd, and now black people can go to Syracuse like Camilla Anthony and play basketball and not have to deal with the same stuff that the other people dealt with, because they instead of them doing to them and having the same prejudice against them that they have against us, they put trophies in the trophy case and put jerseys in the rafters, and they did it that way. And I think that if other people would have chosen to do it that way too, then we would be a lot further in our movement.
Would we? I think that we have been choosing, the collective has chosen more passive ways of combating racism and oppression and unfairness. There's not that many warrior type people that have, they're there. There are the people that have chosen to fight fire with fire, and some of them have prevailed. So I think that there's room for everybody. There's room for people that decide that they want to choose to love their oppressor and see what they can get from that way. There's some that push back and choose to overthrow their oppressor by any means necessary, whether that means tactically, intellectually, or violently. Everybody chooses the way they want to do it, but I'm not gonna say one way is better than the other, because in some sense, I think that that's what oppressors have been banking on, that the oppressed doesn't fight back in the way that they've been treated. And a lot of times, that's the reason why the oppressed are still in the position that they're in, or haven't progressed, because they have not pushed back in a way that even remotely matches the way that their oppressors have. Not saying that that's the right way or that's what should happen, but I'm just saying.
Let me give a shout out to Colin Kaepernick. I didn't even know who that was before he took that knee. If you want to make a statement, that's how you make it.
That's one way. Or it could have been like all of the NFL players, black, white, whoever, but even if it was just the black ones, if they stood in solidarity and they decided we're not going to play at all, without the fear of, oh, we can be replaced, or they can fire us, or we could lose all of this for our family, for our families. The fear is there, so no, they haven't tried it. But the way America and the world is about entertainment, about sports, if everybody takes a stand in solidarity, there's going to be changes made. But people are there. There's fear there. So he had to kneel alone.
Yeah.
A couple people tried to support him, and he sacrificed his career because he wants to be in the NFL. He just didn't want to be mistreated or have to stand there and pledge allegiance to a flag in a country that is not representing equality for all. But can we lighten up the conversation? We've
Sure.
been talking about race and oppression for too long.
Well, I'm gonna end it by saying I'm right there with you. Once Kaepernick took that knee, if I was on his team when we got into the locker room, I would have been like, "So you serious about this? Like you about to? When you take your knee, what does it stand for? What it stands for? Okay, I'm in agreement with you on that. You know what? I'm about to go to the front office and I'm about to tell them I'm standing in solidarity with you, so it's not a surprise for them. And I'm about to see if I can still get my money and still be able to play, and I'm about to call my endorsements and tell them what I'm about to do. But I'm already sold. I'm doing this. I'm standing with you. And I would have did it. I can't blame the other pussy ass football players for being the big pussies that they are. But at the end of the day, the interracial marriage conversation is different from somebody having a knee on somebody's neck and somebody shooting somebody over some Skittles and another person shooting somebody coming into their house unannounced, and like that's something totally different. So I would look at this, and this is to Umar's point right here. I would look at my white teammates differently if they didn't want to stay in solidarity with me, even behind the scenes. Even if you didn't take a knee and you said, bro, I believe that what you're doing is right. As black people, it's been years since we've had a community to stand behind. And since other races have always had their communities, I can't blame an Italian for not wanting to step out of their Italian this and blame a white for not wanting to step out of their, well, I don't even know how it feels to have a community. So as long as you letting me know that you're not racist and that you stand with me, even if you're not gonna do the same thing that I do, that's enough for me. And I'll just keep doing what I'm doing for my people and hope that my other people in my same demographic follow suit. And if they don't, I'll know who to. Simple. But I'll still be open after all of that to dating a white woman and to having a white lineage. Because really to be black, because the black gene mutated with the white gene is a black gene.
But if they're not operating as black, they don't look black. They don't know you because you are an ancestor now, and it's 5 or 6 generations. It's not they not black. They got some black in them, which most people do because everybody comes from black.
I ain't never seen a white woman have kids with a black man and then the kids turn out white. I've never seen that before.
I didn't say that it's gonna take one generation. I said if those children have kids with white people and it continues, eventually it's gonna get washed out. But there are a lot of white passing biracial people that have one black parent and they don't look like they're black at all. But
that can happen without my consent. Like I could be pushing for, hey, you know, since your mom is white, I need you to go and get a black person, and then that just not happen.
right.
That's gonna make me bitter for the rest of my life.
You said it will make you better?
I said that's just gonna make me bitter for the rest of my life. They choose not to listen. You gotta love who you love. Every time that we have this conversation, we are literally disrespecting the hell out of Lauren and Cameron. And
They are not who are they? We love them, but that don't mean that everybody have to agree with interracial love.
I mean,
They're a beautiful couple. I love Lauren and Cameron. I follow them too, and I love their love story. But that don't mean that I'm worried about disrespecting them because even Lauren herself had to overcome. She wanted a black husband, and she fell in love with Cameron, so she chose to move past her desire to be with a black man to be with him. So it's not like they're oblivious to the fact that interracial marriage is not agreed upon by everybody.
I don't know if people ever knew this about me, but I ain't never been pro-black.
I'm seeing now.
Yeah,
That's why that was my initial
I've
question,
never
and we done
been
got all the way to this other stuff. But my initial question was, I see that you're about the movement when it comes to men, the patriarch or whatever. But I was asking, are you conscious?
Yeah,
That's what I meant. Are you
say that.
pro-black?
Yeah, you did say that.
So
Except
that's
for
how we
that
ended
part.
up getting all the
Yeah.
way here. But
No,
I didn't
I'm
say
not.
pro-black. I said conscious.
Nope, I am absolutely not pro-black. I am pro-people.
Mm-hmm.
And, I wasn't even Pan-African until it came out that I was African. then
You didn't know you was African before you got that?
no, I could have been indigenous. I could have been native. I could have been Asian. I could have been European. I could have been anything.
Really?
But why would I rep being Pan-African if I'm not that?
So you didn't know as a melanated man that your ancestors were from Africa?
I could have been Haitian. I could have been Jamaican. I could have been.
Haitians and Jamaicans ancestors are from Africa.
I'm just not learning that now. Like I didn't know.
Everybody in the diaspora.
I'm just not learning what that is.
Origin is African.
It's African.
Even if people saying that there were black people that are indigenous to America, it's still gonna lead back to Africa. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can feel that. I'm not mad at that. Like,
but anywho,
it's not something that I didn't want to be. I just wasn't absolute about it, and I wasn't gonna rep something that I had no ties to. So now that I have ties to it, in the most literal sense that you could possibly have, it makes the most sense.
and you know why you didn't have ties to it?
Why is that?
Because of the slave trade. And you know
Yeah.
who's responsible for the slave trade?
Africans sold themselves into, sold other
To
Africans into slavery to white people.
Okay.
So business for everybody.
And that was cool with you.
I wasn't there.
It wasn't that long ago.
It wasn't last week.
It wasn't last millennial. I mean, it was technically, but it wasn't like 1,000 years ago. It was literally a little over 100 years ago.
You know that made.
Which you know people that are over 100, maybe not personally, but they exist. Which means that they either were enslaved themselves or like they big cousin or brother or sister or mama was. People that are still alive today. My own grandma, my paternal grandmother, she said that she used to pick cotton and there would be a white man standing over her, with a horse, on a horse standing over her. My grandmother, not my great grandmother, she was in Louisiana. My ex-husband used to chop cotton. Like, not pick it, but chop it some type of way. For like, I don't even know how much they used to get. Probably a couple dollars a day. He's only 7 years older than me. So it's not, he wasn't a damn slave, but the fact that he was doing this type of work, we're not that far removed from we're still literally, it's all good. Let's change the subject. I'm pro-black, y'all, which does not mean that I'm racist and does not mean that I'm prejudiced, does not mean that I dislike white people, doesn't mean that I don't think that good white people exist. But
I'm pro people, y'all.
what made you decide to grow your locks?
I wanted something different. I started in 2009 when I was in Michigan. I got a picture on my phone when it was this short.
Did you always have a size change?
No. Started off with a full head, but the deeper that my taper got, because back then when I was a kid, tapers wasn't. It was just like a full haircut. But then the older I got, people started getting fades, and then my fade got deeper, and then my dreads got looser. And back then, people didn't know about lock repair. If your dread just fell out, it just fell out. Now, I was talking to somebody about this. I think at this salon, we was talking about when dread became cool, and I was saying maybe Wayne, 2 Chainz, Ace Hood, because even when Bob Marley had them, that was for the Jamaican culture, and even his wasn't like clean parts and styles and stuff like that. It was just a Rastafarian lifestyle. So it didn't have to be after Bob Marley. So yeah, I was in the wave of people who made locks cool to get, and now that I know that it's an Egyptian hairstyle, then I'm proud of my decision to keep them.
Do you want to go your side?
No, I'm keeping them just like that, because all they're gonna do is just fall out again.
No,
It's thin on the side. Like my hair thins on the side, so I did it was better for me to do that. And then even when you look at our warriors back in the day, they would shave the side of their head, get tattoos on the side of their head as war markings, and then they would tie their ponytail up and have it going like I'm trying to fully step into something that I never had for the whole 29 years of my existence. That's why I bought the Fula clothing, Fulani clothing, and the Igbo clothing.
When you about to be 30? Your
I'll be 30.
birthday coming up.
I'll be 30 in December. 30 in December.
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 What are you gonna do?
There's always something to do here.
I mean, 30 is big.
Yeah.
You don't have no plans, no thoughts.
I'm not that guy,
Oh wow.
but it's gonna be something dope. I know it's gonna be
I
something
spent my
dope.
30th birthday in Cabo, Mexico, escaping from my reality. It was amazing. I looked good. I got my hair cut and colored for the first time. Right before my 30th birthday. I cheated on my stylist because I knew she probably wouldn't have cut my hair or dyed it.
Why not?
Because I had virgin hair, it was long and beautiful, and she wanted me to grow my hair out. She wanted me to, my hair was probably maybe about right here, but she wanted to like grow it out down my back. And I was in my healing journey, and I was just ready for a change. And I said that I was gonna start my locks when I turned 30, but when I turned 30, I wasn't ready. So I was like, I'm gonna cut it. I didn't cut it super short, but I cut it to like right here. Got it cut and got it colored. I asked for auburn, which is like a orangish, reddish, brownish color. I left with blonde hair, brown and blonde. I don't know why the guy I went to dyed it blonde, but that's not what I asked for. So when like a couple days later, my hair was crunchy because you don't dye no virgin hair blonde and bleach it and not treat it a certain way. So my hair was crunchy a couple days later, so I had to do the walk of shame to my stylist and get her to fix it, and she fixed it. Went to Mexico, came back. My hair has been natural since 2009, so I didn't have a relaxer or anything. So I didn't want to always straighten it, so I had like bantu knots, and I would do twist outs and stuff like that. So I think I went to her one more time to straighten my hair, and it was just like my scalp got burnt so many times. I was just like, you know what? I'm not going through this no more. I was over it. So I was like, I'm just going ahead and lock it up. So
that motherfucking scalp up.
Yep. So I turned 30 July 26th of 2018. September 22nd of that year is when I started my life. Best decision that I ever made. Love it. 6 years in.
That's what I was gonna say too. In the last topic that we was talking about, I was gonna say that now everything is moving to being Afro beats is at an all-time high right now, and I think this might be far-fetched, but I think reparations is around the corner.
Yeah, right when the damn U.S. dollar is on the way down, they probably like, okay, we'll give you your money now. That don't mean shit.
I'll take it either way. But now that I'm about to have my dual citizenship, the way I look at everything in America now is I just take it with a grain of salt now, because whatever I can't get here, I can get there.
Yeah.
So that's what I was gonna say about us being last.
The first shall be last, and the last shall be first.
There we go. That's what the Bible says, and that's what I always believed was gonna happen. I personally, this is just me, feel like that people should not be able to receive reparations if your particular tribe was not enslaved, and you can only know if your tribe was enslaved by you getting a specific ancestry kit. That's my personal opinion.
I feel like everyone should receive it because even if your tribe or your ancestors were enslaved, which is rare that they weren't, you still are, I don't want to say suffering, but you're still dealing with the effects of slavery and the systematic oppression. So every other people that have been oppressed in that way, or not even in that way, because there's no comparison to slavery that happened. They've been compensated. They've received benefits and reparations, and they have systems within their communities. And it's not just all we gotta wait on somebody to give us something or hand us something. Like, we have to come together and unify and stop all this division. Which is why, like, I know we have pain points and we have things that we don't like about the opposite gender, and we have concerns and things that we don't like, but
we gotta come together.
we gotta come together. Like whatever the differences are, we gotta figure out. We in this together. Ain't nobody. When if something happens where there's something that pop off or something that occurs, ain't nobody gonna be like, well, you know, you're ratchet and you're Michelle Obama, so I'm just gonna beat your ass or do this to you and not to you. Like we all black, so we all in the same boat. Like Jay-Z said, what did he say? Still niggas, whatever that. OJ, whoever, rich, poor, we still looked at as the same type of people. So let's get it together.
I think it's gonna come now. I find it extremely interesting that as soon as I start doing my ancestry, that's when African pride is like at an all-time high now.
Man,
That's crazy. How that happened.
your ass is low-key a narcissist.
Yeah, I guess so.
You think everything revolves around you.
But this is one of the things where I'm saying it's super coincidental that did happen like that, because I started learning about Afrobeats. I didn't even like Afrobeats music, but I started learning about Afrobeats music
Yeah.
like a year ago.
Yeah, you just late to the party.
Yeah.
Afrobeats been a thing. Like
I know. That's what I'm
I've
saying.
been on Afrobeats myself for damn near a decade. So if you were you outside like that? Like do you go to clubs?
No.
Okay.
No, I
So-
looked at him and went home.
I used to travel a lot to Houston. Houston used to be like my second home. And the Nigerian population in Houston is fourth. So it's like New York, DC, Atlanta, Houston. It might be third. Houston or Atlanta, I can't remember which one has the most. So Afrobeats, Nigerian culture, Nigerian food, it's been everywhere. So I've loved Afrobeats or Naija music or whatever you want to call it for years. So you just late to the party.
Yeah, I'm looking.
You late to the party.
It's just interesting that as soon as the nigga got to the party, that's when the motherfucking party turned up.
That's when you noticed it.
I don't know. I think Afrobeats is at an all-time high right now. I think it's at an all-time high.
It might be. Maybe it's getting, a lot of global recognition. Burna Boy and these people, but like Wizkid, Davido, however you want to say his name, like all these people have been popping.
I think that low key, their music has made its way to America over the years, but I think that now they're being identified and what's the word? Given their flowers for the great work that they've done in the Afrobeats community, and that's what I'm saying. I picked a great time, so I'm gonna say what I just said in reverse. I picked a great time for me to do what I was doing because it was a lot of disclosing going on to where I didn't have to find this. Like Ruga popped up, Ari Star popped up, Queen Maddie popped up. Like these people came, and a lot of them are in the same tribe that I'm in. So I'm like, damn, we got all this sucky ass music here, and y'all making fucking fire. Like,
Have you connected with Ibu? It's pronounced a different way, but I never know how to pronounce it. Somebody corrected me.
Eyeball?
No, it's another way. It's another way that it's pronounced. I'm tired, y'all. Let me give y'all time. It's 5:52.
She's still holding me hostage.
It's a different way it's pronounced. But have you connected with Nigerian people here in Atlanta?
Yeah.
And what do y'all do together?
The interesting thing about the Nigerian culture here in Atlanta is that how do I say this? You have authentic Nigerian and you have American Nigerian, and you can hear it in the way that they speak to you, and you can hear it in the way that you receive information from them. Some people are extremely invited with their information, other people are kind of like
When you say authentic and what was the other?
authentic and then American. And
So is it like first generation or like?
you got first generation, you got I guess we would be considered indigenous Nigerian. Indigenous Americans, and then they're like the indigenous Nigerians that became first generation. It's a barrier. it's a barrier there, but it's a sense of camaraderie, but it's a barrier there at the same time. That's the best way I can put it.
And that's what you're getting from the men or the women too?
Both. It's a sense of camaraderie, but especially from the Igbo tribe. The Igbo tribe, I don't know if you've seen the video that I made for them, but they are, because in all the tests that I took, Igbo, Fulani, Kru, Mende, Temne, and I got one more talk coming. Out of all of the tribes I tapped in with, the Igbo people are the number one tribe. They're the richest, they're the proudest, they have the biggest social media following. They just, I don't know what it is about being a Nigerian in 2024 and what it is about being Igbo in 2024 at the exact same time that I found out that that's what it was. And then they just, worldwide, the way that they did, and they're so proud of their culture that they're inviting to you when certain information comes out, and then they're not when other information comes out. Just as fast as they accepted you, it's just as fast as they'll cut you off if they find out that it's not what it is. But they are so dope, and that's why I had to make that heartfelt message to them when I sent them my last DNA thing. I said, if this comes out that I'm not Igbo Nigerian, I love y'all, I appreciate y'all. I want to stay tapped in with y'all. You guys are my favorite, and I made sure they knew that. Same thing I said earlier about the type of video that I would do. And the Igbo people is, we love you too, we love you too. Wait on the results, we just waiting on the results. We love you, just all the way down the photo. As a black person in America, you don't never feel that, because the only thing that we repping is this or other bullshit. But now we
Don't minimize us today. We have culture.
I didn't.
We have culture.
They did.
We not just Crips and Bloods. That's a part of Black American culture, but there's also like that conscious community that you're avoiding because you're not pro-Black. You'll see a lot of culture that is indigenous to America that has been, kind of. It's indigenous to America, but you can see the African culture that's still within that, that people are still practicing.
The gaming?
No, I'm talking about the culture, like you'll see in the conscious community or like spiritual community or African spirituality or even like some things that are indigenous to Louisiana or the Carolinas or Florida or every place in America has its own subculture of Black culture, and then we have a collective Black culture. We pretty much have all lived the same lives. Like we have things that we can relate to. Like somebody say something, what Black mama say, or things that we experienced growing up. There's even languages that are indigenous to actual Black American people. There are dances, not just the sea walk, but the sea walk. Chicago stepping. There's hand dancing. There's different line dances. There's different cultural foods that we have, soul food. There's different ways that we transform foods that have been given to us from other cultures. There's the Black church. There's music that is indigenous. Like we already talked about hip hop, but hip hop is, you gotta go back to jazz, and you gotta go back to soul, and you gotta go back to rock, all country. We innovated everything. So I don't want us to misunderstand that Black American people don't have culture, because we do. We do have culture. And most countries that you go to, you'll see those people, not just the hip hop culture, but they're emulating Black American dialect, behavior, because we have culture. So be proud of that as well, because that is your culture too. Black American culture. So yes, it's beautiful that you're finding your African roots and learning the culture and the history of that, but don't negate the fact that you have a culture that you were raised in. I don't know how you were raised. I know you talk about these white schools you went to, but there's also Black American culture. There's American culture, but there's Black American culture. Full, rich, full of love, full of rhythm, full of um, leaders and innovators and creatives and intellectuals and scientists and pioneers, and it's so beautiful and so rich. So hopefully after you get through learning about your African history, maybe you'll dive a little bit deeper into your Black culture.
And what about it?
It doesn't seem like you have interest in it.
I've never been pro-black.
That doesn't mean that you don't want to learn anything about your culture. Are you pro African?
Like Pan-African?
Are you pro African?
I am African.
Are you pro African?
I'm pro-people.
Exactly, but you're finding the time to learn about your African ancestry and your African history and culture.
Yeah.
So,
Mine.
right, and you're also Black. So, Black American. So,
What makes me black?
you're melanated.
Okay.
That's the term that we use for what we are, Black. You don't have to claim that you're Black, but
Yeah, I don't claim it. I never did.
what's your race?
I'm even Nigerian.
That's your nationality or your ethnicity, actually. That's your ethnicity. What's your race?
Oh, you mean like on paper if they say black, Latino, like. Sorry.
Are you other? Or
If we're talking technically from this paper.
so there's race would be Black, white.
Is it African American on that paper or is it black? Is that black?
It could be Black / African American.
Okay. If it has a slash, then yeah. If it
Okay.
don't have the slash, then it probably be other.
Okay, so say Black / African American.
Yeah.
Your nationality would be American, and your ethnicity would be Nigerian and Sierra Leone.
Yeah.
So, why is it that in order to learn about your culture as a Black person, you gotta be pro-Black, but to learn about the African part, that doesn't matter? That you're pro-people, but you're still taking the time to learn about your African roots. But when I say learn about your Black American culture as well, why would I do that? I'm not pro-Black.
Our culture turned their back on the motherland a long time ago.
Have we? I just told you about there's so many communities of people in America that have connected with their African roots, that still practice their African spirituality, that still practice African culture, that still teach African history, that still connect with African people from the motherland. Us in a whole have not turned our back on Africa. There might be people that have disconnected or detached from Africa or don't want to be connected to it, but as a whole, our culture has not done that.
I don't want to be a part of whatever confusing conversation that can be had about who was a part of what. I'm gonna just completely eliminate myself the same way that I did with the 50 years of hip hop. I'm gonna just completely eliminate myself. Y'all have at it. While y'all having at that conversation, I'll be taking my flight overseas, and we will just know who was on what side when what happened. And when it's all said and done, 50. When I'm about to be 30, I probably got another 65, 70 years on this earth. So I'll say probably in 100 years from now, we'll know who did what, and we'll know who didn't. And that's always gonna be documented. So for all of the people that say that they tapped in, say that they never turned their back on it, if you ain't never touched down in it, if you were never connected to the people directly that's in it, I don't believe we need more people. And I understand how being African just became cool like 5 to 10 years ago, maybe like 7. So I can understand the disconnect between the two races. That's what slavery was intended to do, and it didn't. And I'm disappointed in everybody that it worked on. But when the smoke cleared, and it's all said and done, they're gonna say that Vigilante stood on business. And when he turned 30, he went over there and he did this for this village, and he paid for this school, and he did that, and he built this park, and he did this, and he did that, while everybody else was in America trying to decide who black and who African.
Who's trying to decide that? If you black, your roots are from Africa.
That's my point.
If you African, you black. Yeah. I mean, you could be from Africa and not be black, but I'm just saying, who's trying to decide that?
For the same people that's like, hey man, where you from? So I'm just black.
Okay, there's a few people like that, but
it's a lot. It's a majority actually.
But
a lot of people don't know where they're from.
Yeah, but why not?
They don't want to.
No, that's not the reason. There's a whole reason why most of us don't know where we're from. Everybody doesn't have the resource to get ancestry.
What are you talking about?
How much did it cost you? $99 or more?
One of them was like $29.
Okay, some people don't have that to spare to find out where they're from. There's some people that don't even know how they're gonna have their next meal, let alone I need to figure out where my tribe is from. That's not available to everybody. And it's not necessarily necessary for everybody. And some of those ancestry things are not absolutely accurate. So that's not really important. It is if you want to know, but I'm just saying, like, if you black, your roots are in Africa. So if you want to know the tribe and you have the resources and the money and the desire to know, there's ways possibly. And that's great. But also, let's not act as if there is not a such thing as black American culture either. And both can exist.
100 years from now, they don't know who did what.
Are they? Because some of the history is already being deleted, so we don't know what's going to happen in 100 years. And who are the people that's going to know?
People in Africa and the people in America.
Oh.
I remember. How long ago was Martin Luther King assassinated?
Not 100 years ago.
It was sitting right next to you.
I think he was in 1968, so we're in 2004.
Mm-hmm.
I mean 24. 6:06 a.m. now.
Still being held hostage.
$56 years ago.
56. That memory ain't going nowhere. His legacy ain't going nowhere. His memorials ain't going nowhere.
Hopefully not. There's a lot of people say that we were a progressed society hundreds of years ago, and all of that history and all of that stuff was wiped out to make us feel like our history starts at slavery time.
Right.
So we don't know, because they're already starting it with critical race theory being eliminated from the education systems and certain things being taken out of textbooks. Like even now, certain textbooks say that the enslaved black people came over here like on a ship, as if it was like a damn cruise. So history is being manipulated already. Then there's AI and all these different things that we don't know in 100 years if our history is going to be preserved. Hopefully. It's up to us to like pass it down to our families, but we can't rely on the textbooks, the media, the statues, the Martin Luther King boulevards. We really don't know what's going to be going on next year, let alone 100 years from now. But hopefully.
Yeah, at least I can say if it's not going to be remembered 100 years from now, it's going to be remembered for the rest of my lifetime. As this is the Vigilante era. And then when I'm done, my son and my daughter, they got it. When they done, they kids got it. Gotta start somewhere though.
So what are your intentions for year 30 other than going to Africa? Do you hope to find the one that you're going to marry? Do you want to be married? Would you prefer to be in the polygamous dynamic? What would be the perfect scenario for Vigilantes in the next 1 to 2 years?
I'm letting God lead those footsteps.
You don't have any intentions for yourself?
I got whatever intentions that He got for me. I'm wholeheartedly submitted to Him and following in His footsteps. I had no idea that I was even going to be doing the shit that I'm doing right now. I had no intent on going to Africa at any point in my life. I didn't even care. I wasn't even pro-black.
But now you have the intention. It hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, I got the intent now.
But you don't have any intentions for any other area of your life.
Yeah, but
You don't want to share it.
I feel like that's the most significant. That's other big stuff that I'm doing, but to me personally, on a personal level, that's the most significant thing
The trip to Africa.
that I care to share, and I feel like that I'm getting my modern day Kaepernick on, and I'm doing what Martin and X wish that they could have done.
Or
Us. What was we fighting for?
who was that?
Us as a people.
Who was the people?
Us as melanated people. Indigenous African people. Black people. African American people. Haitian people. Jamaican people.
That you're not pro black.
No. I'm pro people. But I still have people who were doing things. And it was the same skin tone that I was. I like white people.
I do too. Some of them. I like some black people. I don't like some of them. Sure. But that don't mean I'm not pro black. I don't like every damn body and I don't dislike every damn body. But and being pro black does not mean that you're anti-white. Just so you know.
I just eliminated myself out of the whole thing.
That's fine.
I don't
That's
want
cool.
no comment on it. It's
That's cool.
misconception.
You got UGC brand. I mean, it might just be your personal preference not to be pro black. That's cool.
I wouldn't. It ain't really got nothing to do with them. It ain't got nothing to do with nobody else but myself. I
Not
can't.
your thing.
I can't see myself. I done seen our race turn its back on each other so much
That you want to
Yeah.
join in too.
that I what?
You want to join in with turning your back too.
No. I done seen us turn our back on each other so much that I couldn't even fathom the thought of dedicating my life to that.
You don't have to dedicate your life to being pro black. Like, to be pro black, you don't have to. Like, I don't wake up. I'm not like one of those people that's just like super woke. I'm aware. Like, I'm aware and conscious, but I'm not like preaching all the time. And did you say this? And what did you do with it? Like, my dad is probably like that. Like, he's real super pro black. But it's not. I'm not a Dr. Umar either. But I don't fault what he's saying. I've listened to his teachings. Most of his whole platform, like, you hear him talking about snow bunnies and little clickbait and stuff online, but if you actually go to him speaking, a speaking engagement, his main focus is like black boys and education and not being black children, but specifically black boys that are being diagnosed with ADHD and autism and getting put with these diagnoses prematurely or being stigmatized or being categorized and being medicated with these drugs that they give children that have ADHD or autism and the effects of those drugs and an alternative, not just talking about it, but actually providing solutions. Like he gives out his number to parents if they want help with their children, if they've been diagnosed already or before they get diagnosed. So he provides resources and alternatives for that. And, you know, that's mainly what he talks about. Like, you hear him talking about the snow bunnies and the celebrity stuff and all of that, but when you really listen to what he's talking about, it would be difficult for him, I think. I don't see why anybody would disagree with what he's talking about. And he's well studied. He knows what he's talking about. Some of the things, you know, he might say some things here and there that I don't agree with, but overall, I don't see anything wrong with Dr. Umar and his messaging.
I think necessary. It's definitely a revolutionary, and when the story is done, and when his time here is done, he'll be a pillar in the community. And I'm gonna appreciate sharing an error with him, and I'm sure that he's gonna appreciate the work that I do while I'm here, even if it's separate from the work that he does. We got the same direction that we want to push in. That's progress.
Like somebody was saying that they would pay to see Dr. Umar and Candace Owens have a debate, but in actuality, they would probably agree with each other on probably 95% of the stuff.
Minus the marriage,
Right.
which will probably take up a lot of the time.
Hopefully not. I'm ready to talk about the important things. But yeah, they're not too far off. And Candace, she says a lot of crazy things, but some of the things that she says, I understand. Like, I don't judge people just based off of the terrible things that they say or the things that I don't agree with. I'm trying to listen to everything. So she does make some valid points for sure.
I like Candace. If she would have ran for president, I would have voted for her.
Mm-hmm.
But
some things I just can't rock with her. But she's not just wrong in what she's saying. But some things is like sounds anti-black. I'm not with that. Where's Kanye? Has anybody heard of him?
he did the right thing. He got out of America.
Is anybody here?
He overseas somewhere.
Let me ask Siri. Where is Kanye? Where is Kanye? He's in Dubai. Interesting. Okay. Kanye has no immediate plans to return to the U.S. despite having a partner in the UC headquarters there. That's interesting.
I'm about to say the same thing about me in about 2 years. Randy has moved to see early on and has no plans of coming back to the U.S. despite having another despite having a penthouse in Atlanta. You know, saying the same thing. Do you have anything else you want to say before we wrap it up?
It's 6:16 a.m. y'all.
What
I
time
think
is
this is it was like 10 hours.
10?
Didn't we start like around 8?
It was late, so
Maybe 8:30.
yeah.
So almost 10 hours.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do say that this is one of the longest joints ever, but they say that we off by a little bit, then we have to come back and do the full thing.
This definitely ain't. I'm sure people have been streaming way longer than what we just did, but
All right, y'all.
that's
So
how we wrapping it up. We ain't saying nothing. We ain't concluding it. We ain't bringing it
I just
together.
asked you. Go ahead.
I'm just saying. I was just saying that. I just told them what time it was. Look at my eyes. My eyes are red.
The focal point is on you. Bam. What you want to tell them?
Thank you, Vigilante, Marcus, Mr. Steele. What's your other name?
I don't know them yet.
No. Thank you for inviting me to your platform. I appreciate you for not being disrespectful in our disagreement. And I hope that you don't feel disrespected in the things that I disagree with you on. Why are you covering me up? What is he saying to y'all? How many times did he say hilarity, y'all? I think it was at least 7. Maybe more, maybe 10. But do you feel that I disrespected you anyway within our disagreement?
You know, we had some respectful dialogue.
Okay. I don't ever want to make anyone feel disrespected because I might totally disagree with you, but I don't want you to feel disrespected in my rebuttal or my opinion. But I think it was, we touched on a lot. I want to see, are you going to chop these down and make them into clips?
It's going to take about 3 years, bro.
You got 10 hours worth of clips to chop down.
Let's see what I do with them. I might just scrap this whole thing.
I would be so livid if you did that because...
You be mad at me?
Yes.
You gonna give me some gas money?
Some gas money. See? Thank you all for tuning in. I would love to hear your perspective on everything that was said.
That's enough of her. I'm trying to hear no more of that.
You wrap it up then.
All right. Wrap it up then. All right, y'all. I hope that y'all enjoyed. I appreciate all of the money that y'all sent. I give her none.
Oh, if y'all sending money, please. I need my 50%.
Nah, it ain't no money.